Hello, everyone. Welcome to part 6. Before we dive in, hey race a brief recap of the story so far. Yi Fan, a prodigy from Nange City, has clawed his way to the top through sheer willpower and astounding strength, earning a reputation as a peerless talent. He resolved the city's crisis, humbled his rivals, and quickly became a rising legend. At Mingxin sect in Yunbei province, he uncovered ancient secrets that fueled another surge in power, making him the center of attention wherever he went. His journey, however, has been anything but smooth. In Chaoxing City, he crushed the local thug Ma DePeo with a single punch, warning anyone else who dared to provoke him. His fame continued to spread, and tales of his exploits were told far and wide. At Wudu Academy, Yi Fan crossed paths with the young Saint Lord Tian. Sparks flew, and they vowed to meet again on the battlefield. Yi Fan's bloodline stirred up an instinctive aversion to Tian, suspecting the latter carried a draconic beast bloodline from the Iran clan. In the arena, Yi Fan faced Jia de Bailong in an intense duel, showcasing frightening power. Commander Baijian, impressed by Yi Fan's potential, decided to personally lead the freshman squad to the front lines. There, Yi Fan and Jia de Bailong both performed brilliantly, prompting Baijian to predict they would one day become the human clan's fiercest generals. In the ancestral tomb of the Luo family, Yi Fan refused an offered inheritance, choosing instead to prove his own worth. When black-clad assailants appeared, he and Jia de Bailong fought them off. Under Kong Shu's guidance, Yi Fan studied the art of sigil magic and received teachings from King Ji, greatly enhancing his strength. Returning to the human king's secret realm, they discovered it under attack, with the royal lineage badly wounded. The human king's spirit manifested, imparted a legacy to Jia de Bailong, and left a mark promising to reclaim Jia De's grandmother in the future. Appointed captain of Kuanglay camp, Yi Fan used a mix of hardline tactics and grand ambition to merge neighboring camps, aiming to turn 6,000 or 7,000 people into an army of hundreds of thousands. By installing awakening altars and hiring awakening masters, he attracted new recruits and rapidly expanded the settlement, renaming it Kuanglay City and vowing to build a true fortress. With Ning Mingyan and Li Pengzi in tow, he traveled to Storm City to seek King Ming's support and obtained royal authorization to found the city and appoint its lord. In Storm City, he struck a deal. If he could heal King Ming's injuries within a year, Kuanglay City would be officially recognized, and Commander Baijian would be permitted to join him. Empowered, Yi Fan visited the recruitment office and handpicked Baijian as Kuanglay's military commander. Though Baijian dismissed the offer at first, a fierce battle forced him to acknowledge Yi Fan's overwhelming power. Yi Fan not only repelled hordes of magical beasts with ease, but also blocked Baijian's strongest blows and ultimately subdued him with his unique abilities. Defeated yet impressed, Baijian reconsidered. Yi Fan offered him greater freedom and authority than any army could, but Baijian hesitated. Yi Fan proposed a fair duel in an eternal great arena. The winner would decide the other's fate. Baijian accepted, and the two tested each other to the limit. Protected by his abyssal beast armor and formidable beastmaster skills, Yi Fan slowly gained the upper hand. In a heart-stopping finale, he unleashed a hidden technique and claimed victory. Humbled, Baijian pledged loyalty to Kuanglay City, granting Yi Fan not only his respect, but also an unshakable position as Kuanglay's leader. Back in Kuanglay City, Yi Fan's prestige soared. His conquest of Baijian drew even more talented people to his banner. With each decisive step, he expanded his plans to forge Kuanglay into an impregnable stronghold, then use it as a springboard to extend his influence across the land. His ultimate goal is clear: become the backbone of the human clan and safeguard its future. That's the end of our Part 5 recap. I hope you enjoyed today's Part 6. Your likes and comments fuel my work, and if this is your first time here, feel free to start from Part 1 in the playlist or comments section. Now, let's jump into the story of Part 6. Lingshan, when do you think we should move the army? In the ornate main hall of the Northern Palace, a long table was heaped with fragrant wine and roasted meat. Zhao Gao, his knife-edged features twitching with impatience, drank opposite his chief strategist, Ling Shan. Beside them, lightly clad attendants swayed like water serpents, refilling cups and whispering in sweet, lilting voices. Zhao Gao suddenly set his cup down with a thud and lowered his voice. The Lord of the Northern Lands has sent to ask us several times already. If we don't go soon, won't it look bad? Ling Shan picked up a slice of meat, unhurried. There's no rush. He wants to borrow your reputation to summon every hero in the realm. He's declared himself leader of the alliance, and if the warriors gather, he'll command the stage. Your good name will end up clothing another man's glory. True enough, Zhao Gao nodded, though his brows stayed furrowed. But we still have to go in the end. Won't we be making that cloak for him anyway? Not necessarily, Ling Shan said, his tone sly. We'll go last. When every lord is present but you, he'll have to come in person to beg for your appearance. Going of our own accord and going at his invitation are worlds apart. Of course, as always, you untangle everything with a single word. Zhao Gao laughed loudly, clapping Ling Shan on the shoulder. It is my duty to spend every drop of wit for my lord, Ling Shan replied with a smile. Zhao Gao narrowed his eyes at him, then scratched his beard. You never seem to like anything. I don't even know what to reward you with. Ling Shan paused, then bowed his head. Grant me a beauty, my lord. You rascal, Zhao Gao stared, then burst out laughing, squeezing Ling Shan's shoulder. Why are you always chasing women? Scholars are famous for their appetites, Ling Shan murmured, eyes flickering. He was no slave to desire. A strategist knew that a visible flaw was a handle a ruler could grasp, and trust grew from it. Zhao Gao leapt to his feet, suddenly excited. I'm tired of northern women. This time I'll find you something special. You've heard of Kanglan City? Ling Shan raised an eyebrow. That little kingdom of women? Exactly. Zhao Gao lowered his voice, leaning close. I've already planted agents there. We'll have the city soon. Then you can take your pick of beauties. Ling Shan feigned delight and bowed. Thank you, my lord. Tell me, how lovely are the women of Kanglan? They're fresh as dewdrops, a cut above anything here, Zhao Gao vowed, leaning closer still. And they've never laid eyes on a man maidens among maidens. Imagine the taste. Clang, clang. Heavy boots slammed across the flagstones. A captain burst in, shouting, My lord, urgent news. Broken off mid-boast, Zhao Gao's face darkened. What is it? The officer reached the table, panting. It's Kanglan City Lord Yi Tiangong has taken it, and he's wiped out all our positions in the central region. The report was only half finished before veins bulged on Zhao Gao's forehead. His face went livid. A heartbeat later, fury exploded. He slammed his bowl onto the table with a thunderous crack. He's got some nerve. Boom. A porcelain bowl crashed against the desk, bursting into powder, and the heavy wooden table split apart. Shards flew everywhere, mirroring the fury Zhao Gao could no longer contain. Beside him, the chief strategist Ling Shan froze with his bowl and chopsticks. How phrased there was no table left to set them on. A brat from the wilds dares snatch Kanglan City right in front of me? Zhao Gao's voice shook with rage. He must have a death wish. Someone draft a letter. I want to ask that Tiangong where the boy found such gall. My lord, you mustn't. Ling Shan lowered his voice at once. Tiangong has no idea those lackeys were acting for you. A letter now would only expose your name. You are the heir of 4 generations of kings. Your conduct must be above reproach. If word spreads that you secretly groomed agents to strike Kanglan City, your reputation will be ruined. Zhao Gao's chest heaved. So I'm just to let him swallow my Kanglan City? I've coveted it for years, and he steals it first. The allied armies are gathering in the capital. To jeopardize the Grand Alliance over this trifle would be unwise. Ling Shan persisted. Nanchuan is far. In time Kanglan City will return to you. There is no need to rush. Zhao Gao snorted, then growled. Never in my life have I been treated with contempt. Now I must choke down this insult and not strike back? Intolerable. It isn't that we can't strike back. A faint smile touched Ling Shan's lips. He's only a young landlord and will soon arrive in the capital. With your influence, removing him will be child's play. How? Simply do this. Ling Shan leaned close and whispered a few words. Zhao Gao's face lit up. Ling Shan, you always have a way. He clapped and shouted, Dolly, where are you? Your son is here. A deep voice answered. The burly Zhuge Li strode in, his equally muscular spirit beast beside him. Come, I have a task for you. Zhao Gao laid out Ling Shan's plan in full. Zhuge Li frowned. Father, my wife has always been faithful. If we really do this, no matter how clever the scheme, she will. Bah, women can be replaced. Zhao Gao waved dismissively. Zhuge Li hesitated, wrestled with himself, and finally bowed his head. If it is father's wish, I will obey. Everything is set. The rest is up to you. Outside Kanglan City, ranks of soldiers stood at attention while Long Mu and her female officers saw them off. My thanks for Tiangong's favor. She bowed to Yi Fan, one salute for each of her commanders. Long Mu will not betray your trust. I will make Kanglan City your stronghold. I hope so. Yi Fan smiled faintly. The women had witnessed his slaughter. Fear still flickered in their eyes. I don't kill my own people. There's no need to be afraid. I understand. Long Mu nodded, then hesitated. I have one more request. Speak. I wish my younger sister to study under the elders of Nanchuan. Kanglan City has been shut away too long. She is gifted, yet there is little more to learn here. Yi Fan's gaze shifted to the girl trying to hide behind her. Do you want to go to Nanchuan? I Long Liar began, but under Yi Fan's stare she faltered. It's my sister's idea, not mine. Two don't want to go. Liar. Long Mu flushed in embarrassment. You get one chance to lie to me. Yi Fan's eyes cooled. I understand. Long Mu nodded quickly. Then my sister? She may go to Nanchuan. Yi Fan agreed, his voice low. But think it through. Think what through? Long Mu asked, puzzled. Decide what you want or what she wants. Yi Fan snorted softly. Once she reaches Nanchuan, she may never again be the sister you know. Not necessarily. Long Mu fell silent at Yi Fan's words, then asked, What do you think, my lord? Yi Fan shook his head, his voice low. Your sister is adorable, pure of heart, too. She could stay with you and enjoy a carefree life. But if you need a capable aide, let her spend a few years training in Nanchuan and return to serve you. Either way, she'll be your most trusted ally. The choice is yours. He'll think about it. Lowering her eyes, Long Mu glanced at Long Liar, who stood behind her looking nervous. After a moment, she bent down and whispered, Liar, would you like to help your sister? I would. Long Liar nodded without hesitation. I need you to go to Nanchuan, learn all you can, and come back in a few years to aid me, Long Mu told her, gently ruffling the girl's soft hair. If you'd rather stay, you may. Long Liar was still somewhat frightened of Yi Fan, but she couldn't bear to disappoint her sister. She finally nodded firmly. If you want me to go, I'll go. Summoning her courage, she stepped up to Yi Fan. I'll send an escort to take her to Nanchuan, Yi Fan said with a nod. An armored detachment formed ranks and led Long Liar on her way. As the girl's figure grew smaller, worry still shadowed Long Mu's eyes. At last she turned, bowed, and said, Thank you, my lord, for giving Liar this chance to grow. It cost me nothing, Yi Fan replied, mounting the Shurian Hellhound. At his command, the army rumbled forward. The people of Kanglan City watched from afar until the banners disappeared on the horizon, then slowly dispersed. At the head of the column, Yi Mao lowered his voice. Long Mu's no fool. The way she asked left her sister no room to refuse. If she were too simple, she wouldn't be worth partnering with, Yi Fan said calmly. Perhaps she's long wanted a change. But she's sending the girl to learn Nanchuan's ways. If they turn against us, Kanglan will still be a problem, Yi Mao muttered. With their beliefs, rebellion is only a matter of time, Yi Fan replied. As long as I'm here, they want dare. You can't be everywhere forever, Yi Mao began, but Yi Fan laughed. Isn't Nanchuan the same right now? Yi Mao fell silent, recalling the days after Yi Fan's departure when Nanchuan had been leaderless and divided. We're all here because of you, he said quietly. If you're gone, Kanglan's loyalty won't matter. We're not trying to build an empire for the ages, Yi Fan said from the Hellhound's back, eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Brothers will feud, ministers will defect, times will change, none of it matters. We fight only for this lifetime. Alliance headquarters. The spacious hall was lined with rows of seats. Most were occupied, leaving only a handful empty. A herald's voice rang out. The king of the Northlands. The king of Liao approaches with his troops. The assembled generals sat unmoving. Moments later, a courier hurried inside. At the head of the hall, the Northland king raised an eyebrow. The king of Liao is here? Show him in. Yes, sir. The guards returned at once, escorting a man in full battle armor into the hall. Prince Ningdong of Liao had arrived. Liao Wang was anything but imposing. Stepping into the hall and finding himself surrounded by warlords from every corner of the realm, he looked uneasy and offered a polite nod. Gentlemen, it's a pleasure to meet you. Beatty Wang gestured invitingly. Please, Liao Wang, take a seat. He had left a few chairs conspicuously empty at the far end of the table, and that was where he placed Liao Wang. The instant the seat was assigned, everyone silently branded him as insignificant. Raising his wine cup, Beatty Wang cast Liao Wang a sidelong glance and sighed inwardly. That youngster asked me to keep an eye on Liao Wang. What on earth did he see in him? The conversation soon shifted to business. A military officer seated near the end rose, cupped his fists, and said, Beatty Wang, nearly 60 warlords have gathered. When do we march on the capital? Our troops have been camped outside Xiaoyang Pass for a month already. Any further delay, and the rebels may change the situation. Another voice chimed in. Exactly. The world is in chaos. We've left our own territories with elite soldiers. The longer we stay away, the shakier our bases become. My wife is notoriously fickle, someone added with an exaggerated shake of the head. If I don't get back soon, she's bound to cause a scandal and ruin my reputation. The jest drew a round of laughter, and once the joking began, the hall erupted into a clamor of overlapping voices. Beatty Wang pressed his palm down, smiling without anger. Gentlemen, there's no need to rush. Several contingents are still on their way. Since we've gathered to crush the rebels, we should wait until everyone is here before we move. Whose arrival is important enough to keep so many allies waiting? Someone demanded. Beatty Wang shrugged. I can't recall every name offhand. With that, he signaled a bodyguard, his trusted aide, who produced a dispatch and read it aloud in a clear voice. Zhao Wang of Bingjian Prefecture, Ming Wang of Liang Province, Qi Jun of Longqing Province, 7 names in total. As the list ended, the hall fell abruptly silent. These were some of the most renowned figures in the human realm. In the hush, someone's gaze fixed on what he thought was the softest target and snorted. Yi Tiangong of Nanchuan is just a junior, yet he keeps us waiting? Does he really think he's a true warlord? Beatty Wang's brows lifted, his eyes locking on the speaker. Wen Ho, do you have an objection to the roster I've arranged? Wen Hao's face stiffened. He waved both hands. None at all. Your list is perfectly fair. I'm satisfied. Since you're satisfied, Beatty Wang pressed, what's wrong with calling Yi Tiangong a warlord if his name is on it? Well, Wen Ho forced a laugh. I spoke out of turn. He shrank back into his seat. All around him, others exchanged looks clearly. Beatty Wang held a certain favor for Yi Tiangong. At a table in the rear, a black-clad man lowered his voice to his companion. Nanchuan is a long way from here. How did Yi Tiangong earn Beatty Wang's goodwill? Perhaps Beatty Wang values his potential, the companion replied softly. If Beatty Wang values him, that potential must be remarkable. The black-clad man's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. We should befriend him too. Not yet. The companion cautioned with a shake of the head. I've heard Yi Tiangong is ruthless, almost reckless. He's bound to make enemies today. If we cozy up now, we might get dragged into his disputes. The black-clad man nodded, sweeping the hall with a proud glance. Are people from Fu Guang Island supposed to fear that? His companion gripped his shoulder, voice even lower. Don't get careless. We're on a mission, this time don't ruin it. Why does the eldest keep talking about missions? At the word mission, the man slouched in his chair frowned, his tone heavy with resignation. We finally got a chance to come out. The eldest sighed, just as helpless. That man is about to awaken. If we can't find an inheritor, Fu Guang Island will collapse. He turned to the man beside him, who was lost in thought. Second brother, how serious is this? Very serious, second brother answered crisply. Curiosity glimmered in his eyes. Big brother, can that man really come back? Wasn't he slain by Ren Wang in another starfield? He grasped the Tao of life and death, and was the first perfect Tao cultivator. Killing him isn't so simple. The eldest shook his head, clearly troubled. Besides, Ren Wang didn't finish him, hanged himself. Had the corpse remained in its original starfield, nothing would have happened. But their ancestor followed Ren Wang into this realm, and out of personal greed, he secretly took the body, using its laws to anchor Fu Guang Island. Third brother perked up at the phrase Tao of life and death. Just how strong is he? Almost a transcendent. The eldest sighed, unwilling to pursue the matter further. Our top priority is finding someone who can inherit his legacy. Who is it then? Third brother scratched his head. We've been here over 2 months, and you still haven't given us a lead. He probably hasn't shown up yet, the eldest said with certainty. If he's linked to that being, he won't be ordinary, and he'll be among this crowd. Any clear traits? Second brother pressed. I'm not sure, the eldest mused. A perfect Tao cultivator? Giant bloodline. In any case, something unusual. The vaguer it sounded, the more deflated third brother became. But second brother's eyes suddenly lit up. Yi Fan from the battle at Xiaoyang Pass was a perfect Tao cultivator, right? He was, and he carried that man's great sword, the eldest confirmed. Third brother was about to shout that the search was over, but the eldest rubbed his temples and doused the excitement. Unfortunately, Yi Fan is dead. Silence fell. Third brother glanced around the empty hall and muttered, then just grabbed someone at random. The guy's been dead for thousands of years, how bad can it be? Stellar radiance, third star. Inside the beast-taming space, Yi Fan opened his eyes from meditation. Elemental power surged within him like a torrential river, and he nodded in satisfaction. Kid, you cultivate faster than I eat people. The nearby Qiongqi grunted in its gravelly voice, equal parts awe and amusement. At this rate, you'll be on the path to kingship in a few years. Barring any surprises, yes. Yi Fan's lips tilted upward. He glanced at Lao Qi dozing not far away, and with a flick of his wrist several chains materialized, binding the massive beast. Huh. Lao Qi blinked sleepily, realized it was trussed up, and shrieked, Mom, an assassin. Yi Fan run. With a sudden roll, Yi Fan thought the creature would charge, but instead Lao Qi tumbled into a nearby patch of spirit grass, and went completely still. That Lao Qi, Yi Fan chuckled, and withdrew his gaze, staring into his palm, as if pondering something profound. The Qiongqi watched the depth settling in his eyes, and spoke in a low voice. Whose laws are you borrowing? Qiongqi was quick to sense danger. It felt like some kind of sealing law. It's not borrowing, Yi Fan replied calmly, then raised an eyebrow at the beast. Want to try it for yourself? Bring it on. Qiongqi answered without a second thought. Before the words had faded, Yi Fan flicked his wrist. The ground burst open and thick black chains shot out like dragons, clattering around Qiongqi's limbs and torso, locking tight in an instant. What a powerful seal! The moment the chains touched its hide, Qiongqi knew something was wrong. It leapt up, muscles bulging and veins standing out. Screech. Pouring its strength into the struggle, the beast forced the metal rings to warp and screech, several links even beginning to crack. Reinforce, Yi Fan murmured. Elemental power surged from his palm into the chains, knitting every fissure and carving new runes across their surface. They can strengthen themselves? Qiongqi gasped. It thrashed again, but the chains didn't budge. After a long stalemate, it finally slumped in defeat. Enough, enough. As long as you have elemental power, I can't break free unless I shatter the chain in one hit. Kid, you spend all your time on these dirty tricks. It cursed under its breath, yet shock filled its eyes. With its current 3-star starlight level equal to Yi Fan, it had been locked down instantly. The seal was terrifying. Just a little trick. Yi Fan smiled and withdrew the chains. The law of demons sealing this had been his path after rising to king in his previous life. It had almost no offense, but its sealing might was unrivaled. If the target couldn't break the chains at once and his elemental power held out, escape was impossible. By relying on this, he had stood among latest-stage kings before, reborn and walking the same road. He was confident he would become even stronger. If I had another chance to choose, I'd surpass my old self many times over, Yi Fan thought. He was about to keep testing when Baze, perched at his collar, spoke up. Remember, you're a beastmaster. Don't limit yourself to one law. Demon's ceiling is strong, but it's not the pinnacle of a king's path. Broaden your view. Oh, Yi Fan nodded, then glanced at his distant beasts. Old Chi probably tied to wind and fire. Death Hawk something speed-based. Hellhound also fire-oriented. Devour Mabe devouring or size manipulation. Little Lion, as a phantom beast, might reach an even higher tier, though that was uncertain. Just then Xiongqi flicked its tail and muttered, I don't think the law is that important. The stronger the law, the shorter the road. At king level it's all about who can go farther, who can break free. Bei shot back, choose a weak law and your power will lag behind your peers. A sovereign should crush all foes and blaze a trail. If you cower just to transcend, you're nothing but a turtle hiding in its shell. Hey, who are you calling a turtle? Xiongqi snapped. Whoever got angry first, Bei's replied coolly. The two divine beasts were about to explode again. Yi Fan rubbed his temples, yet their debate clarified two key points. 1. Dominant laws grant unmatched combat power, but are hard to advance for long. 2. Lesser laws shine less in battle, but are easier to cultivate, smoothing the road to the Emperor realm and beyond. These views matched their goals. Xiongqi was tired of reincarnation and wanted out, while Bei sought worthy kings and cared little for longevity as long as it could aid them. Seek battle power and transcendence slips away. Seek transcendence, and you must swallow your pride. Yi Fan frowned, thoughts tangled. Wasn't there a law that balanced both? Perfection is rare. Bai gave a gentle shake of his head, a rare hint of emotion in his voice. For once, Xiongqi didn't contradict him. He simply muttered, the great Tao is built on imperfection. There is no all-conquering law, let alone one that is both fast and unbeatable to cultivate. Maybe I'm just greedy, Yi Fan murmured, the light of defiance still in his eyes. But why is it that the stronger the law, the harder it is to reach its peak? Xiongqi looked up and answered gravely, because you're never the first on that road. The stronger the path, the stronger the one who walked it before you. If you want to transcend, you have to drag that pioneer down and take his place as master of the law. So the elders are basically blocking the juniors? Yi Fan frowned. Does that mean the later generations are always weaker? Not weaker, simply required to surpass them. Xiongqi sighed, helpless. Anyone who reaches the end of a supreme path usually enjoys the perfect alignment of time, place, and people. They become terrifyingly strong. Once a law is chosen, you can't turn back. If you reach the end only to find you can't beat the forerunner, you'll be trapped there forever, half a step from freedom. He paused, remembering their last argument, then added, fireworks in your mortal world flare for an instant, then leave only an empty shell. A life that cannot transcend decays the same way. Decay still has its meaning, Yi Fan answered, unwilling to argue. But what about you divine beasts? Do you also walk the Tao? We are not on the Tao, we're born of it, Bai replied. We're products of the laws themselves. We can't manifest the Tao, so we can't cultivate it as you do. We're powerful by nature, yet our ending was set at birth, forever barred from transcendence. The only escape is if someone takes us along, Xiongqi added. Has any divine beast ever escaped? Yi Fan asked after a moment's thought. Only the phoenix, taken away by the Ren Wang, Bai recalled. The Qinglong and Xuanwu haven't appeared for millennia. Perhaps they left as well. 3 beasts in all those ages. Yi Fan was astonished. The requirements are too many, and a transcender appears only once in 1,000 years, Bai said, shaking his head. Each of us has different thoughts and chooses a different person to follow. Every time it's a gamble, and so far we've always bet on the wrong one. I almost made it, Xiongqi muttered. If that fellow had pushed a little harder, we would have. I see, Yi Fan nodded, dropping the subject. He was still a step away from the king realm. Rushing was pointless. All he could do now was prepare. While he was pondering, a ripple came from outside the beast's space. His heart stirred, and he withdrew at once. Tap, tap, tap. Someone knocked briskly on the wooden door. Yi Fan rose and opened it to find Yi Mao, his face tight with urgency. We've run into Ming Wang's party. Ming Wang wants to see you himself. Ming Wang wants to see me? Yi Fan paused. He brought soldiers in person? About the same number as ours. Yi Mao replied, keeping his eyes on Yi Fan, obvious worry clouding his face. The strategist had warned that killing several of the King of Fate's Gu masters had sown bad blood, yet he forced a light tone. We only took a few of his Gu tamers. It shouldn't be anything serious. Yi Fan raised a hand for calm. His gaze swept the plain ahead, brows drawn in thought. Xiaoyang Pass was close at hand, and the king's insistence on meeting him now could not be without purpose. The King of Fate, Lord Yi, has arrived. An officer called from outside the command tent. Send him in. The King of Fate sat composed behind a wooden desk, though the girl at his side looked slightly tense. What is it? Curious about the legendary young warlord? He teased Ziyang. No. She shook her head quickly, yet whispered, Father, is Lord Yi stronger than Yi Fan? He is. The king nodded with a smile. Shall I arrange a bout for you? I doubt I could beat him. Ziyang sounded modest, but a spark of battle spirit flashed in her eyes. After losing to Yi Fan, She had studied beast handling in earnest and shed her former arrogance. You won't know until you try, the king said, just as the tent flap lifted and Yi Fan entered with Yi Mao at his side. Marshal Yi, long time no see, the king greeted first. Indeed, it has been a while, Yi Mao replied, then stepped half a pace behind Yi Fan. The king caught the detail, eyes gleaming, and laughed heartily. So the famed young sovereign truly lives up to his name. Please sit. Yi Fan clasped his fist and sat. Xiaoyang Pass lies ahead. Why summon me now? I have business to discuss, the king answered, then glanced at Ji Yang. But my daughter has long admired your reputation and hopes for a friendly match. Would you oblige? A match? Yi Fan lifted an eyebrow, meeting the girl's gaze. She instinctively hunched, yet under her father's eye mustered courage. I ask for your guidance, Lord Yi. Yi Fan said nothing, turning back to the king clearly a test. Purely friendly, the king added, flipping his hand to reveal a blood-red beast egg whose veins pulsed like a heartbeat. A fiend egg. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. Relic grade. Worth your while? The king asked calmly. Generous indeed, Yi Fan nodded. Very well. I accept. He strode from the tent, Yi Mao close behind. The king rose as well, but Ji Yang tugged his sleeve. Father, it's only a spar. Why bring that out? Fiend beasts turn on their handlers. No mortal can tame them. It isn't for you, the king replied quietly, eyes deep and unreadable. Word of the duel spread, and the drill ground was soon packed solid with soldiers. Facing Yi Fan, Ji Yang couldn't hide her nerves. Lord Yi, please instruct me. Gladly, Yi Fan smiled. You excel at beast handling. Let's compete there. Very well. Ji Yang raised her hand. Several eternal-level beasts materialized in succession, all of extraordinary quality, their presence oppressive. Your turn, my lord. She watched him, curiosity bright in her eyes. Yi Fan considered briefly, raised his hand, and the tiger head mark on his wrist flashed. Qianqi appear. A six-pointed star array flared at his feet. A colossal fiend burst through, bronze bell eyes sweeping the crowd, crushing every breath from their lungs before it loosed an earth-shaking roar. Roar. Qianqi. The moment the ancient beast appeared, the onlookers drew a collective breath. Across the field, Ji Yang nearly stepped into thin air. She stumbled back several paces before finding her balance, staring at Yi Fan with a tight throat. Your beast. A star-rank beastmaster who had tamed a Qianqi capable of growing into a half-step sovereignty was so stunned she could barely finish the sentence. She had known the Celestial Guild was strong, but this was beyond anything she had imagined. Even Ming Wang's eyelids sank a fraction. With his cultivation, he rarely took the word feral beast seriously, otherwise he wouldn't have tossed out a beast egg earlier as a mere bonus. But beasts came in tiers, and a Qianqi that could evolve into a half-step sovereign sat at the very top. Make your move whenever you're ready. Yi Fan stood beneath the Qianqi's ribs, as if had expected their reactions all along. He raised a hand, speaking in a tone one might use to discuss the weather. Ji Yang's shoulders stiffened. She could neither advance nor retreat. After a moment's breathless pause, she inhaled hard. Light flared from her beast's base, and several contracted beasts burst out, charging toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan issued no command, she simply stepped back. The Qianqi moved forward. Black gold scales glinted under the sun. It focused on the incoming beasts, curled its lips into a wicked grin, and flung its jaws wide. Devour heaven and earth. A thunderous roar followed. A vortex of brutal suction yanked every beast straight into its maw. The size gap was like a whale swallowing flying fish. The beasts didn't even have time to scream before they were gone. My beasts. Ji Yang's heart lurched as she cried out, eyes reddening. Those had been her painstakingly trained combat partners. The Qianqi gave a loud, satisfied belch. Father. Ji Yang stamped her foot, forced to appeal to Ming Wang. Ming Wang met the Qianqi's taunting stare. Realizing this was Yi Fan's answer had sent Ji Yang to test the waters, so Yi Fan had simply swallowed the test whole, leaving no face at all. After a tense pause, Ming Wang let out a wry laugh and lifted a hand. Celestial Envoy, you win. With that, he flicked the beast egg in his hand. A streak of light arced through the air and landed neatly in Yi Fan's palm. Yi Fan probed it with a wisp of spirit power, then stored it away. Now can we talk? He looked up at Ming Wang, voice still light. Certainly. Ming Wang nodded, swept back the flap of his command tent, and stepped aside in invitation, his posture noticeably lower. Yi Fan gave a small nod and headed for the tent. Envoy Ji Yang couldn't hold back at the entrance. My beasts. Oh, almost forgot. Yi Fan stopped, turned to the Qianqi, and smiled. Spit them out. Reluctance flashed in the beast's eyes, but it still opened its jaws and retched. With a wet sound, the swallowed beasts tumbled out intact, unconscious, and glued together by viscous stomach fluids. Ji Yang's brow furrowed hard. She pressed a hand to her forehead, at a loss, and looked to Yi Fan. Qianqi. Yi Fan spoke again. The beast stuck out its thick tongue and lazily swept it back and forth, lapping up every trace of slime, and leaving behind several drenched, but otherwise unhurt beasts. Having me spit out what I've already swallowed, what kind of logic is that? Qianqi grumbled, turning away and flicking its tail in disgust. Spotting her chance, Ziyang darted over and swept several cowering spirit beasts back into her pouch. Only after Yi Fan was certain Xiongqi was done making trouble did he wave the onlookers aside and lift the flap of the command tent. He had never meant to let Xiongqi actually devour Ji Yang's beasts. He simply knew the creature was lazy by nature and loved scaring people, so had let it show off for a moment. That's Xiongqi? My gods, it looks incredible. Do you think we can touch it? Young cultivators whispered, their excitement laced with fear. Yi Fan slipped inside, leaving Xiongqi outside. As when the Zhufa army had first seen the monster, the soldiers' terror soon gave way to curiosity, and they edged closer in twos and threes. Xiongqi saw right through them. It cleared its throat. The voice that followed was low yet ringing. I am Xiongqi. I have returned only to assist the war-born master of this age. If you serve me well, when the great work is finished, I may grant you a share of fortune. The heavy hide walls of the tent did nothing to muffle that blatant attempt at recruitment. Inside, Ming Wang had barely taken his seat across from Yi Fan when he heard the proclamation. Your divine beast is certainly eloquent, Ming Wang said, one brow arched, clearly suspecting Yi Fan had scripted the speech. It likes to spout nonsense, Yi Fan coughed, brushing the awkwardness aside. Let's talk business. You brought a ferocious beast egg as a gift. You're obviously not here to reminisce, and we never had that much to reminisce about. True. Ming Wang nodded. After a pause, he suddenly asked, Boy, have you ever heard of Zhu Zhao and Yuing? Zhu Zhao and Yuing? Yi Fan blinked. They were the twin primordial beasts said to rule sun and moon, the strongest beings under these stars. They carry the secret of the cosmos in their bodies, Ming Wang went on. With that secret, one can control this dimension. So they really exist? Yi Fan frowned. Beyond doubt, and they've already appeared. Ming Wang's tone turned cryptic. I planted agents across the human realm. They've just traced the beasts. Goetia network? Yi Fan wondered, but he kept quiet. Zhu Zhao was ambushed the moment it surfaced. Wounded, it fled into a forbidden zone. Yuing followed. The place is called Tianjue Forbidden Land. Cultivation level doesn't matter, their age does. Only those under 30 may enter. I qualify. Yi Fan nodded. And you want me to capture the two beasts? I'm not that arrogant. Ming Wang shook his head and produced a black sandalwood box. Zhu Zhao's blood will spawn offshoots. I want those offshoots. Bring them to me. Only the offshoots. Sounds simple enough. Yi Fan lifted a brow. Don't underestimate Tianjue. Ming Wang's voice hardened. The native creatures are already dreadful, and they'll be worse once bathed in Zhu Zhao's blood. Even a king-rank cultivator might die in there. If we're talking Zhu Zhao, the risk is expected. Yi Fan stayed calm. He'll go. When do I get paid? Now. Ming Wang smiled and unrolled a sheet of ancient hide across the table. One map? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Are you making fun of me? Not at all. Ming Wang tapped the chart. Fewer than 3 people alive know where Zhu Zhao and Yuing are. With this, Nanchuan can stand above every rival. Yi Fan thought it over. At king rank, everyone's motives were plain. If the beasts were real, this map was priceless. Still, he never struck a losing deal. The payment is fine, but he'll need travel expenses. Travel expenses? Ming Wang blinked. You want money? Money's useless. Yi Fan smiled. I want some of Ming Wang's blood. My blood? Ming Wang's brow creased at Yi Fan's request. Lantern light quivered inside the tent as his deep-set eyes settled on the young man. I don't dabble in curses, so there's nothing to fear, Yi Fan said, calm yet stubborn. I'm still uneasy, Ming Wang replied, shaking his head. Even if it's only for your sigil studies, I can't rest easy. Then we have a stalemate, Yi Fan shrugged. If you want me to enter the forbidden ground, that's my price. You're not just sending me in to fetch something, are you? The air turned rigid. Their gazes locked for several heartbeats. You little devil, Ming Wang finally relented, a helpless smile tugging at his lips. He drew a line through the air, light flashed, and a bead of crimson blood formed in his palm. Yi Fan already had a jade vial ready. He uncorked it, and with a soft hiss the blood was pulled inside as if magnetized. Pleasure doing business, he said, corking the bottle and rising. Not so fast, Ming Wang gestured. One more matter. Yi Fan paused but remained standing. What is it? The Alliance Council, Ming Wang said steadily. I plan to vie for the leader's seat. He'll need your vote. Leader? Yi Fan arched a brow. Beatty Wang convened the council by rights that makes him leader. How do you challenge that? Just rhetoric. Ming Wang's smile was easy. All I ask is your vote. I'm afraid I can't oblige, Yi Fan answered bluntly, clasping his fists in courtesy. Offending people isn't worth it. You already have supporters. I'm too small a voice for it to matter. Ming Wang showed no anger. He tapped the table lightly. You still need a patron. Nanchuan needs time, and sooner or later everyone must choose a side. Me, Beatty Wang, someone else you'll need real allies. Everyone comes and goes for profit. There are no real allies, Yi Fan replied, shaking his head. Ming Wang was silent for a long moment, then sighed. So be it. I won't keep you. Farewell. Yi Fan scooped up the map and strode out. Watching his figure disappear, Ming Wang's gaze cooled. The invitation had been plain, the refusal just as clear. Sly fox, he muttered, a chill creeping into his voice. Once you're in the forbidden ground, may that cunning keep you alive. Patter raindrops struck the planks outside the camp, crisp and clear. Outside, Yi Mao, who had waited, stepped up. How'd it go? Nothing serious, just a small trade. Yi Fan waved the map. We'll talk back at camp. All right. Yi Mao nodded, falling in beside him. As they walked down the main avenue of tents, Yi Fan spotted Xiongqi up ahead. The strange beast was ringed by fervent devotees, luxuriating in offerings of incense and food. It clearly knew how to charm a crowd. The worshippers were nearly frantic in their devotion. Xiongqi, time to go, Yi Fan called, somewhat resigned. Coming. Xiongqi shivered, shook off the believers, and ambled over. Lord Xiongqi, don't leave. The devotees cried. Xiongqi waved a paw with casual ease. There'll be plenty of chances to worship me. Next time, perhaps. As long as your devotion is sincere, I can feel it. The moment he finished speaking, the believers acted as though they had been struck by a sudden revelation. One after another they dropped to their knees, their foreheads thudding against the floor. Xiongqi nodded in satisfaction and withdrew his oppressive aura, then ambled over to Yi Fan. You really do know how to talk. Yi Fan gazed at the lines of fervent worshippers and murmured, look at them. They're so. It's all thanks to my overwhelming personal charm, Xiongqi cut in. His beast-like eyes swept the crowd and settled on Ji Yang, who was standing timidly a short distance away. A wicked grin spread across his face. See that girl? Slim waist, generous hips, dual talents. The children she bears would be exceptional. So, want to marry her? By then the groups led by the Northland King, King Ming, and Yi Tiangong had reached the command tent. As the guards lifted the heavy woolen flap, a blast of icy wind and sand rushed inside. A sentry dashed into the inner tent and announced, my lords, the kings have arrived. At last, the Northland King, seated behind a desk draped with tiger pelts, brightened at the news. He rose to his feet and strode outside. His sudden movement left the gathered leaders slightly embarrassed. Some hurried after him. Others stood up a beat too late. King Ming and the Northland King were longtime friends and veterans among the titled kings. Soft murmurs soon filled the crowd, almost all of them about King Ming. Yi Tiangong, walking right behind him, was practically ignored. Yi Fan's fame counted for little among these giants. Outside, the two elderly kings hollered jokes at each other through the howling wind. The Northland King pulled King Ming into a bear hug, pounding his back. Well, King Ming, I thought you'd send a proxy. So you're finally free to run around now that the wife is gone? King Ming hit back, just as hard. Says the old man who dragged himself here in person. Didn't they say your bloodline was about to explode a few years ago? How are you still bouncing around? Looks like you'll last another 3 or 5 years. You're not doing so badly yourself, maybe you'll cling on for another 100 days. Their heavy backslaps thudded dully. Insults flew non-stop, yet they controlled their voices so precisely that only their closest attendants heard the biting words. Everyone else saw nothing but a warm embrace. True friends, their bond is strong. The leaders filing in behind them whispered admiringly. Any more friendliness and fists might start flying. Yi Fan and Yi Mao watched, half amused, half helpless, as the blows grew harder. When the pleasantries ended, the Northland King finally turned to Yi Fan. Yi Tiangong, your cultivation has advanced at lightning speed. You flatter me, your majesty, Yi Fan answered modestly. After a few more courtesies, they headed for the main pavilion together. Crash. A guard pushed open the heavy wooden doors, flooding the hall with lamplight. Dozens of eyes swung toward the entrance. Walking behind King Ming and the Northland King, Yi Fan was largely overlooked, which suited him fine. He scanned the room. Every name on those high-backed chairs was familiar. Anyone who could reach the heroes list this early was destined for greatness. This way, Tiangong. A guard showed him to his seat. Rank 36th, he sat in the middle of the hall while Yi Mao remained standing behind him. Almost at once someone leaned over to greet Yi Mao rather than Yi Fan. These veterans either refused to lower themselves to chat with the junior or simply felt Yi Fan lacked the seniority. Yi Mao answered them politely. Seeing that Yi Fan had no desire for small talk, he didn't force the issue. King Ming's arrival was like a war drum. Conversation within the tent exploded into life. Apart from King Zhao, every faction was now clear. Roughly 20 people stood with the Northland King, a dozen with King Ming. On the surface, the numbers weren't far apart. No wonder King Ming asked for my help to secure the alliance leadership, Yi Fan thought. Then he noticed something more worrying. At least half the attendees had yet to declare a stance, maintaining perfect neutrality. Among the landed kings, only the Northland King, King Ming, and King Zhao are real contenders, he mused, eyeing the silent seats. A heavy feeling settled in his chest. Are they all planning to side with King Zhao? Night had fallen, yet the fields outside Xiaoyang Pass were bright with torchlight. Ranks of troops stretched as far as the eye could see, an even grander spectacle than the rebel army that had once besieged the capital. "I'm grateful you've all gathered to punish these traitors," the king of the northern territories declared, rising from the head seat and raising his cup. His steady voice carried through the darkness. The surrounding generals and cultivators lifted their cups in response. Firelight danced on their armor, and every face wore the confident smile of men who already pictured victory. Jugs were upended, clay bowls clinked together, and the banquet rang with hearty laughter. A pack of ambitious wolves, someone muttered, dressing their greed in righteous words. In one corner, the three brothers from Fu Guang Island had no intention of joining the revelry. The bonfire's glow left their eyes cold. The youngest swirled his drink with distaste and lowered his voice. Humans are always this vile. Our ancestors risked everything to settle Fu Guang Island in a forbidden wilderness rather than remain in human lands, and I can see why. None of them truly wants to save humanity, he added, sweeping his gaze across the hall where laughing silhouettes stretched in the firelight. They're all profiting from the chaos. Why would they care about rescuing anyone? The eldest nodded, seeing even deeper. If they'd really wanted to save the realm, the capital would never have fallen. In the final battle, only Yi Fan and Ning Xiaochuan fought to the very end. The middle brother leaned closer. Days spent mingling with these warlords had yielded plenty of rumors. Yi Fan once served Nanchuan, and his methods mirror those of the current master of Nanchuan, Lord Yi Tiangong. Some claim Yi Fan never died at Xiaoyang Pass at all, that he used a body double and slipped back south. They say Yi Fan is Yi Tiangong. Are you serious? The youngest asked, lowering his voice. Only repeating the talk, the middle brother said. The eldest, suddenly intent, looked past the din toward Yi Fan, who was drinking alone. If they're the same man, his beast taming and techniques will give him away. We need to test him. Both brothers turned toward the youngest. Why are you staring at me? He blurted. You're Fu Guang Island's envoy. The middle brother laughed. You're the only one here with enough status to approach him. See, everyone else is on their feet, but you're still sitting. The one who keeps his seat must outrank the rest. You're the ones who told me to sit because your backs hurt. The youngest protested. Come on, little brother, the middle brother soothed, gripping his shoulder. No need to worry, just probe him a bit. We won't make you do anything else. Worry? Me? The youngest sprang up. Of course I'm not worried. He'll go right now. He shoved his stool aside and strode through the crowd. That hot temper of his never changes, the eldest said, and he and the middle brother shared a smile. After a moment's thought, the middle brother spoke again in a low tone. If Yi Tiangong really is Yi Fan, should we bring him back to Fu Guang Island? I hear he's violent and unpredictable. If we invite him politely and he refuses, what then? Powerhouses chase many things, the eldest replied with a wave of his hand. He won't turn down the inheritance our master offers. We can decide the rest once we know for sure. Amid the revelry, Yi Fan remained in his seat, calmly tipping wine from the immortal wine flask and drinking by himself. Since had come into possession of the Jiuxianhu, it was rare for him to touch any other liquor. Most wines of the mortal realm were nothing but layered fragrances, neither as fierce as the frontline brews, nor as mellow as the gourd's own spirits. Lanterns at the hero's banquet made the night as bright as day, and the hall hummed with noise. Yet Yi Fan was still a figure people chose to overlook. His reputation for a violent temper was enough to keep most guests at a distance. The quiet suited him. He lifted his cup, ready to empty it in one swallow. Excuse me, are you Lord Yi Tiangong of Nanchuan? A clear, steady voice sounded beside his ear. Just as the rim touched his lips, Yi Fan frowned and turned. A man of about 30 was crouching next to him, sharply defined features shadowed by fatigue, though a trace of youthful elegance still lingered. I am, Yi Fan replied, sipping without a ripple of emotion. We're not acquainted. What do you want? Nothing major. I simply wanted to introduce myself. The stranger plopped down beside him without ceremony. When his gaze landed on the bronze gourd at Yi Fan's waist, he shuddered. Is that the legendary Jiuxianhu? They say it brews the finest liquor in existence. As he spoke, he somehow produced an empty cup, eyes shining with expectation. Incorrigible tippler, Yi Fan thought, but the earnest look on the man's face persuaded him to tip the gourd and pour. The stranger raised the cup, clicked his tongue, and drained it in one pull, exhaling a delighted breath. Superb. Could I have another? Another will cost you, Yi Fan said, slipping the gourd back inside his sleeve. Cost. The man patted his belt and wilted. I forgot my money. Something else will do. Yi Fan's smile was faint. Let me see. The man rummaged through his clothes. After a moment, he produced a gem no larger than a knuckle, sparkling in the lamplight. How about this? It's polished from Xianjing. Yi Fan's eyes lit up. Xianjing? You can get your hands on that. Xianjing was a top-tier forging material, nearly extinct on the market, found only in secret realms or forbidden zones, and a fragment was worth a fortune. To think such a flawless piece had been turned into jewelry. Where I got it doesn't matter. Will it buy me a drink? It will, Yi Fan said gravely, but only one cup. One is enough. The man tossed over the gem. Yi Fan caught it and filled his cup again. He downed the second cup, still unsatisfied, and took out a perfectly clear disc. Will this work too? Jinjingshi. Yi Fan's heart skipped, though his face remained calm. He pocketed the disc and poured once more. After the third cup, the man still wanted more. He fished out a gray-black stone veined with strange patterns. How about this? That'll do. And this? Fine. As night deepened, a thin mist seeped across the hall, as though someone had laid down a veil. Not far away, the eldest and second brothers, waiting for their younger sibling to return, finally lost patience. Why has third brother been gone so long? The second asked, squinting toward the hazy silhouettes, one of which kept pulling things from his robes. Probably playing drinking games with Yi Tiangong. Looks like they're getting along, the eldest muttered, brow furrowing. He whispered an incantation, twin rays flaring in his eyes to pierce the fog. One glance and his face drained of color. This is bad. The scoundrel's thirst has his trading treasures for wine. His thirst? And he's using treasures? The second stammered. Before he could finish, the eldest grabbed his arm and spun him around. We're leaving. Third brother's drunk as a hoagie just saw him start taking off his clothes. Give him another minute and he'll pawn his underwear for another cup. Barkeep, swap this for another cup. The man's vision was clouded with drink. He slapped the counter, and with his free hand produced a snug suit of soft armor that gleamed coldly in the light. Top quality, trade it for wine. He slurred, already tugging at the coat on his back. He was hopelessly drunk, his tongue thick. The patrons nearby, seeing a stranger acting so wildly, backed away in a hurry. Third brother, quit the damn drinking. Two figures burst through the tavern door and yanked the drunkard upright. What's wrong with having a little fun on the road? Third brother grumbled, dizzy as they dragged him along. Fun, my ass, second brother began, but fell silent under the room's stairs. A broad hand clamped over third brother's mouth. Third brother thrashed, but second brother was stronger. He simply hoisted him over his shoulder and strode outside. At the bar, Yi Fan filled his own cup, watching them leave with a calm expression. Forgive the disturbance, senior. The eldest of the trio remained, a man in his 40s wearing a stiff, embarrassed smile. It's nothing. Yi Fan waved it off, took a leisurely sip, then pushed the cup toward the man. Want a drink? I'm not much of a drinker. The eldest waved both hands and forced a laugh. Your friend and my brother drained the jar. I wouldn't dare take what's left. Yi Fan shrugged, poured himself another, and downed it in one swallow. His gaze lingered on the man. Your brother said you're from Fu Guang Island. We are, the man admitted, uneasy. Please don't mind his drunken rambling. Wine loosens tongues. Yi Fan's gesture was casual, but his voice cooled. I've never heard of Fu Guang Island. Are you counted among the warlords? We were invited by the Northern King, so yes, though we're hardly more than a minor faction. Spare me the flattery. Yi Fan's eyes darkened. Fu Guang Island carries plenty of fine treasures, hardly what I'd expect from a minor force. Your brother kept probing my background, saying the island needs a compatible inheritor. The man's face turned bitter. At last he sighed. He'll be frank. Fu Guang Island does need an inheritor, or rather, a savior. Where is Fu Guang Island? Yi Fan pressed. Far to the east, in the Silver Sea. The Silver Sea? Yi Fan's expression stayed calm, though he felt a jolt of surprise. On the human continent, the fallen god Abyss marks the central border against the beasts. Of the three remaining frontiers, two are endless mountain ranges. The third is the vast ocean called the Silver Sea. Legend claims it is a realm abandoned by the Tao itself. Laws collapse, elements dry up, the very air thins to nothing. Even king-level cultivators cannot fly more than 10,000 meters before meeting endless emptiness. It is a true land of dwindling magic. And yet Fu Guang Island sits within it. A place like that ought to be safe. Why does it need a savior? Yi Fan asked, his tone unchanged. The man lowered his eyes, voice gravelly. Because of where its power comes from. The source is far too dangerous. The chief sighed helplessly. Our ancestors built Fu Guang Island on the lingering laws within an ancient powerhouse's corpse. That kept the island unique and safe. But after all these years, he's showing signs of waking up again. Reclining halfway against his chair, Yi Fan abruptly raised a hand, cutting him short. Did you just say the ancient powerhouse is a corpse? If he's a corpse, how can he revive? The chief explained patiently. He mastered the Tao of life and death. They say he's the only one who truly achieved immortality. Life and death Tao. Immortality. Yi Fan's mind instantly leapt to the perfect Tao cultivator in Ren Wang's Chronicles, the one Ren Wang ultimately defeated. That's him, the chief confirmed with a bitter smile, unsurprised by Yi Fan's quick connection. Yi Fan stared at him. He isn't native to our starfield, is he? The chief nodded, looking embarrassed. When our ancestors crossed countless starfields with Ren Wang, they brought him back. We assumed he'd never awaken. So you're looking for someone to inherit his laws once he hands them over. He'll truly die? Yi Fan arched a brow. In theory, yes, the chief replied, still uncertain. His immortality is anchored in those laws. Once they're transferred, he loses it. Yi Fan thought for a moment. Is there really such a thing as an immortal? There is, the chief whispered. The death realm is real to have created it. During his duel with Ren Wang, he even hurled the entire realm at him like a weapon. A man who can throw an entire world. You're sure you can protect the inheritor? Yi Fan's calm tone made the chief's throat tighten. Realizing Yi Fan's implication, the chief blurted out, Tiangong, you mean you're the, whether I am or not, saying it spoils the fun. Yi Fan looked away. If you want my help, you'll need to pay. As long as Tiangong agrees, Fu Guang Island will be your most loyal ally. The chief pledged at once. Yi Fan snorted. I can't hear an ally. I need something I can see. What would you consider tangible? What your brother offered earlier. Yi Fan flicked his sleeve, and all the rare materials third brother had produced reappeared on the table. The chief's mouth twitched at the sight of the priceless trove. How much does Tiangong want? That depends on how much you have. Yi Fan swept everything back into his sleeve without hesitation, then stretched lazily. I'm busy and might not visit Fu Guang Island right away. How long until that ancient being fully awakens? A year at most, the chief answered, then quickly added, though sooner would be better. A year is enough? Yi Fan said, ignoring the add-on. The chief forced a smile and nodded. Very well. Leave a way to contact you. Yi Fan held out his hand. The chief produced a palm-sized rainbow stone shimmering with shifting colors. This is Fu Guang Island's communicator. As long as Tiangong is within human territory, crush the sigil and well connect immediately. Yi Fan weighed it twice and tucked it into his robe. Impressive communication tech. Seeing the negotiations concluded, the chief rose with a complicated expression. Then we'll leave it at that. Yi Fan had led him by the nose the whole time. He just wanted to get back and scold the troublemaking third brother. Yi Fan raised his cup lightly. Best of luck hunting the renegade. Hunting the renegade, the chief broke off as the air beside Yi Fan shimmered. A figure slowly took shape. Beatty Wong. The chief's face went ghost white. Beatty Wong, why are you here too? Oh. And I suppose you'll take a moment to consult the heavens, too. The boss froze, but not the slightest trace of surprise appeared on the Northern Lord's face. It was as if everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned. With an easy smile, he patted Yi Fan's shoulder. He and I go way back. I see. The boss forced out the words, shot Yi Fan an awkward glance, and, after Yi Fan gave a faint nod, excused himself. Then I'll be off. Go on. The Northern Lord nodded, and the boss hurried out of the room. Silence followed. Yi Fan said nothing. As the moments passed, his soundless domain unfurled howling wind, drifting snow, and towering glaciers overlapped before his eyes, familiar and lethal. Only when the domain was fully formed did he speak, voice cool. Plenty of people have come looking for me lately. What brings you here, Lord of the North? Business, of course. The Northern Lord laughed and clapped him on the shoulder again. Sooner or later the world will belong to your generation, and among the young, you are the brightest star. Anyone with sense wants to stay on your good side. I just hope all those connections turn out well. Yi Fan replied evenly. He had never felt close to this man. Brief cordiality in the capital meant little when one was dealing with a regional warlord. So what is it? He asked. Take a guess. The Northern Lord's smile was inscrutable. King Zhao, right? Yi Fan said bluntly. Of the four houses, King Zhao enjoyed the backing of half the warlords. His arrival would threaten the Northern Lord's position as alliance leader. Sharp as ever. The Northern Lord nodded, then waved the idea away. But leadership isn't what worries me, and King Zhao isn't why I'm here. Oh. Yi Fan lifted an eyebrow. If not the alliance, what could be urgent enough for the Northern Lord to come himself? Too many things. The Northern Lord paced through the icy domain, voice dropping. Do you know what Nanchuan is up to? Nothing since we parted at Xiaoyang Pass, Yi Fan answered honestly. We haven't kept in touch. I have no idea. You truly don't know? The Northern Lord studied him, then probed. You haven't heard that he crossed the border to make contact with another race? Another land? Another race? Yi Fan's brow furrowed. What are you talking about? Then you really are in the dark. The Northern Lord sighed. With a wave of his hand, a crystalline ice chair materialized. He sat and spoke at length. Since you spoke with Tuoba Jun, you know about Fu Guang Island far to the east. I just learned of it, Yi Fan said, then caught on. You mean there are other races to the south and west as well? Exactly. The Northern Lord nodded. This starry sky was never mankind's alone. We may sit at the center, but on every side there are others. He pointed southwest. Beyond the 100,000 mountains lies another people humanoid, intelligent, yet not our kin. They share our form, but cannot breed with us. Their roots are different, so we call them the other folk, and the land they inhabit the outer realm. Human in shape, yet not human, Yi Fan echoed softly, frown deepening. I've never seen a single mention of these other folk in any history. The 10,000 mountains are 10 times more forbidding than any natural moat, and a seal guards the border. The Northland King declared, no outsider has ever set foot in the human heartland. If anything, it's our own powerhouses who have accidentally wandered into their realm. He brushed a hand over the sand table, causing mountains and rivers to spring to life. Pointing to a shadow on the far west, he said, that region is much like ours, kingdoms everywhere, warring with one another, a feudal flavor. There's little difference from the human realm as it stands today. Yi Fan examined the model in silence, then suddenly asked, how can you be sure Headmaster Ning went to the other side and is now colluding with the outsiders? The Northland King stiffened, hesitated, and finally replied, I planted informants over there. At the word informants, a faint ripple crossed Yi Fan's heart. The trip had been worth it. Every top king had hidden cards. In his previous life, he rose too late by the time he entered the game. The king's schemes had stewed for decades, and no newcomer, no matter how clever, could avoid becoming a pawn. And you're telling me all this because you want me to do what, exactly? Yi Fan asked bluntly. The Northland king stared at the area labeled South River and lowered his voice. South River borders the southwest. You're expanding there and may one day run the whole region. Ning Xiaochuan is a madman who wants to wipe out our race. If the day ever comes when he leads the outsiders across the 10,000 mountains. Then, Yi Fan interrupted, the 3 northern provinces will be the first and only line of defense. Exactly. The Northland king patted Yi Fan's shoulder. I know you and Headmaster Ning have worked together and may even have a bond. But if that day comes, I want you to stop him yourself. Yi Fan's expression cooled. You're worried he'll side with him and betray the human race. The thought has crossed my mind, the king admitted. Neither of you looks unconditionally loyal. You don't look unconditionally loyal either, Yi Fan replied flatly. The king shook his head, voice steady. I called this alliance precisely because I'm loyal. The truly faithful all died at Xiaoyang Pass. What remains is a pack of ambitious wolves and tigers. All that's left are wolves and tigers driven by ambition, Yi Fan said coldly. The Northland king sighed. You still resent me for not sending troops that day. If the 3 northern provinces were truly loyal, you had strength enough to prevent that tragedy, Yi Fan said, letting it go. Rest assured, I won't work with Headmaster Ning again. Reassured, the king nodded. Good. That puts my mind at ease. He looked Yi Fan over and laughed. Kid, you hold a grudge just like your grandfather. Runs in the family, Yi Fan replied with a brief bow. My uncle's still waiting outside. Anything else, your highness? There is, but it can wait, the king said, a playful glint in his eye. My son has long wanted to spar. He's Starshine level. Interested? Name the time and place, Yi Fan said. Tomorrow at the Heroes' Assembly. Then, the king agreed. ITLL boost your prestige. The ranking is based on merit. Making a splash will help you. Thank you for the offer, Yi Fan replied, keeping his composure and skipping further small talk. Very well, we'll leave it at that. The Northland king withdrew his domain. The blurred walls and candlelight solidified, while a faint phantom wrapped around him. Just before he faded, he called back to Yi Fan. One more thing, keep your distance from the Life King. That old fox is vicious and might decide to kill you. The domain dissolved while his voice still lingered in the air. How did it go? After waiting so long, Yi Mao hurried over, unable to hide his impatience. Yi Fan answered calmly. Principal Ning raised a few issues and even asked me to spar with his son. His son? Yi Mao frowned. That man must be 40 or 50. How shameless can he be? Yi Fan flexed his wrist and spoke evenly. Age doesn't dictate strength. My position has changed, and I can't reveal many of my techniques, now especially beast taming. Yi Mao nodded. You'd better tame a few new beasts or help the old ones evolve. Haven't you already gathered some of the materials? I'm still missing several key components, Yi Fan said after a brief pause. I've made a deal with King Ming. Once we reclaim the capital, he'll head for the Forbidden Zone on the frontier. I might find the rest there. The Forbidden Zone, Yi Mao fell silent. That means you'll have to leave Nanchuan again. Perhaps not for long. Yi Fan stretched and glanced toward the courtyard. It was nearly dawn, yet the fog-bound courtyard remained lively. Warlords clustered in groups or drank in pairs, trading toasts without the slightest fatigue. Marshal Tian, care for a drink? As the banquet drew to a close, an unremarkable man, clearly tipsy, staggered over. Raising his cup, he stopped beside Yi Fan. He was the first lord to approach Yi Fan that night. Yi Mao moved to block the drink, but Yi Fan raised his hand to stop him and lifted his own cup instead. You're the king of Liao? I am. The man sat down with a smile, resting a hand on Yi Fan's shoulder. The air tightened. A pale blue domain spread from beneath his feet. Yi Mao's eyes flashed gold. He tapped the ground, shattering the encroaching light. Yi Fan never moved. He simply drained his cup and looked at the startled king. If your highness wants to teach me a lesson, it won't be that easy. Marshal Yi has reached the royal realm, no wonder you're so confident. The king of Liao's gaze cooled. You stole Li Pingan from me. Don't you feel the least bit guilty? Heroes belong to no one. They follow whom they choose. Yi Fan smiled, unhurried. Li Pingan chose me over you. So if anyone should feel guilty, it's you. You little brat. The king's face darkened. Ningdong's wrath is more than Nanchuan can bear. Yi Fan met his gaze, voice steady. Nanchuan fields 1 million elite troops, over 100 veteran generals, 5 royal-level powerhouses, and the most advanced human technology. Our siege engines and armaments are second to none. Even the northern king treats us with respect, yet you threaten me with Ningdong. 7 or 8 cities and a few 100,000 soldiers. Isn't that laughable? Speechless, the king of Liao still looked doubtful. A place like Nanchuan, 5 royal-level fighters? Impossible. Doesn't your highness know my master is Qianhe? Yi Fan smiled faintly. Or have you forgotten that I graduated from Wudu University? This time Liao Wang finally reacted. His face stiffened, and his heartbeat quickened. Ignoring every other factor, the number of kings inside a faction almost dictates its strength. 5 kings is a frightening figure. Even the top-ranked hegemon might not be able to muster that many. and Ningdong is ranked below Nanchuan. The thought made Liao Wang's fingertips tighten. Anything else, Liao Wang? During the standoff, Yi Fan looked up, his tone calm. Want another drink? Umph. Realizing he had lost his composure, Liao Wang gave a cold snort, withdrew his hand, and said, "Well, see." With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and left. Looks like Nanchuan just picked up another enemy, Yi Mao muttered as he watched him go. Someone like Liao Wang isn't all that scary. Yi Fan waved it off, but Beatty Wang's earlier warning flashed through his mind, darkening his expression. It's people like Ming Wang that are hard to handle. Leaving the noisy tavern behind, Yi Fan returned to his beast domain for a rare moment of peace. He produced the vicious beast egg Ming Wang had given him. The shell was an inky teal and radiated a faint chill. Really planning to hatch that? Xiongqi and Lao Qi lumbered over. They circled the egg twice before Xiongqi spoke. I can tell it's trouble, probably the kind that turns on its master. Let me eat it and spare you the headache. Before he finished, his huge jaws were already open. Yi Fan smacked Xiongqi on the head and shoved him aside. If we're talking about biting the hand that feeds, no one beats you. Once he felt it was safe, Yi Fan nicked his fingertip and pressed a blood pact onto the shell. Pale golden runes spread across its surface, identical to the array he once used on Xiongqi. The beast inside was clearly of a lower rank. Unable to resist, it absorbed the contract after only a brief struggle. Crack crack. As the runes faded, the shell split apart. In the blinding light, a beast more than 10 meters long slowly rose. A dragon's head atop a feline body, its hide traced with dark markings. Roar? Lao Qi glanced at it once and looked away. Ugly. Hideous, Xiongqi agreed. Tiny human. Congratulations on awakening the legendary. The newborn beast halted mid-speech when it spotted Xiongqi. Its pupils contracted. Cute Xiongqi. It jerked backward, tail coiling into a ball. Please don't eat me, Lord Xiongqi. I taste terrible. Yi Fan gave Xiongqi a speechless look. You eat other vicious beasts too? I told you. I eat whatever looks tasty. Vicious or not doesn't matter, Xiongqi said awkwardly. People misunderstand me. I'm not actually. Sounds like a huge misunderstanding. Yi Fan sighed, eyes on the trembling creature. Go call it over. It's scared stiff. Fine. Xiongqi took a step forward, but the other beast panicked, scrambling back. Lord Xiongqi, I'm really not tasty. Spare me. Who said anything about eating you? Get over here. Pay your respects to the master, and introduce yourself, Xiongqi growled. I am afraid you'll eat me. Keep stalling, and I really will. No. I'm coming. At last, under Qianqi's persuasion, the beast crept up to Yi Fan. All its earlier bravado was gone. It flattened itself against the ground, voice trembling. Master, Yayu is at your service. The next morning, a furious roar jolted the camp awake. Before anyone could react, King Zhao burst from his tent, cradling a headless corpse. Who murdered my strategist? He bellowed, his voice ripping through the frigid dawn air. The kings of Beatty and Ming had barely stepped outside when the shout made their hearts pound. They exchanged a glance and looked toward Yi Fan's section of the camp. King Beatty lowered his voice. You think that kid actually slipped into Zhao's tent? King Ming shook his head. Unlikely. Zhao's guards aren't for show. Pulling this off under so many eyes isn't easy. Then who was it? Ning Xiaochuan. Beatty pressed. Ming muttered it was improbable, yet he wavered. Even a star-level Ning Xiaochuan, with he plotting beside him, would struggle to behead Zhao's strategist without a sound. Beatty stuck to his view. Plenty of strange arts in the world, someone could manage it. Besides, Lingshan was nothing but trouble. Better he's gone than we have to do it ourselves. Ming gestured. Let's take a look before Zhao's temper makes this worse. Right. Beatty agreed. The two kings flashed across the camp and landed beside Zhao Gao. Lingshan's headless body sprawled on the ground, the blood still wet. Identifying the corpse, both kings' eyes flickered with shock before their faces hardened. Beatty barked, the nerve. Someone in this alliance dares commit such a horror under all our noses. Ming echoed. This madman must be found and punished. Zhao, however, was beyond reasoning. Spare me the act. Of the 72 warlords, who else could sneak into my tent but you two? Especially you, Beatty. We've hated each other for years. I harassed your vanguard last night, so you butchered my strategist for revenge. No one looks guiltier. Beatty's face turned livid. Watch your tongue, Zhao. I fight in the open. ID never stooped to a sneak attack. Open. Honorable. Zhao sneered. Others may not know what you've done, but I do. Seeing Zhao about to lose control, Ming hurried in. Zhao, calm down. Let's find the real killer first. We know how much Lingshan meant to you. The body is here. Both Beatty and I have forensic specialists. We will give you the truth. Truth? Zhao took a long breath and hurled the corpse to the ground. Then start now. With Zhao briefly pacified, Ming rushed to summon his experts. Soon the various lords and their advisors gathered again. Under countless eyes, Lingshan lay headless in a dark pool of blood, the stench of iron thick in the air. Whether advisor or strategist, everyone present felt a chill run down their spine. Their master is nowhere near King Zhao's level. Even King Zhao can't keep his own men in line. If he decides to come after them, what chance do they have? Farther off, Yi Fan and the others stayed outside the crowd, observing the investigation from a safe distance. Yi Mao sounded uneasy. Think they'll find anything? We didn't do it, Yi Fan drawled. Even if they figure everything out, it has nothing to do with us. By the way, did you get Zhugali's group out? I sent them away before dawn, Yi Mao confirmed, though he was dying to know how Yi Fan had slipped into King Zhao's tent and without making a sound lopped off Ling Shan's head. When Yi Fan returned, he had been yawning, a bloody head dangling from his hand. In the center of camp, several physicians crouched inside the murdered strategist's tent, carefully collecting evidence with silver forceps. There's someone else's blood here, one of them whispered, holding up a dark red droplet. Ling Shan was only a strategist actually managed to wound the killer? King Beatty raised an eyebrow, surprise giving way to a satisfied grin. With blood to test, things might become a lot simpler. Once we match the blood, we'll know who did it, he said, relaxing slightly until he glanced at King Ming and saw the man's odd expression. Don't tell me Beatty's heart lurched. Before he could send a private message, King Ming's voice crashed into his mind. Back when Yi Fan bargained with me, he took a vial of my blood. King Beatty went rigid. If the sample pointed to King Ming, their alliance would implode, and a fight would break out on the spot. He cleared his throat, trying to smooth things over. A single drop proves nothing. We have 1,000,000 soldiers testing everyone is impossible. The physicians accepted the order and kept searching. Beatty's stomach tightened as he watched them comb every inch of the tent. Found a strange plank definitely not part of this tent, one of them announced, holding up a polished block of wood. King Beatty's face turned ash-gray. It was the gavel from his own council table. Damn, they're setting us up, he hastily told King Ming through sound transmission. King Ming blanched. If you wanted someone dead, why drag me into it? Even King Zhao noticed their panic. You two seem awfully familiar with that blood and that board. Not at all, both kings protested, waving their hands. King Ming defended himself first. If I struck personally, would a mere strategist have wounded me? King Beatty chimed in. I'm stronger than King Ming, there's no way it was me. He tried to slip away. He'll oversee the testing. Don't worry, you're going nowhere. King Zhao seized King Ming with one hand and lunged for King Beatty with the other. You'll give me answers today? Ridiculous. King Ming nearly leapt. King Ming scratched by a strategist? Absurd. Exactly impossible for me too, King Beatty insisted, struggling. King Zhao, let us investigate. We'll give you a full report. Save the talk. King Zhao roared. The three kings ended up grappling in an undignified nod, a scene both tense and comical. The surrounding warlords stared in bewilderment. Had they stumbled into a street market? All of them were king-class fighters. Grappling like street brawlers was a little undignified. In the distance, that muddled free-for-all kept jostling through the yellow dust. Arms folded behind his back, Yi Mao watched it unfold, plain to see, yet absurd to the core. He gave a low sigh, then turned to Yi Fan beside him, having already pieced together most of the farce. The blood and that wooden block, Yi Mao murmured. Just a little gadget. Never hurts to be prepared. Yi Fan answered with an easy smile, thumb rubbing the blood-blackened gavel hidden in his sleeve. The northern kings will guess it was you. Yi Mao frowned. What if they all name you at once? They won't. Yi Fan shook his head, calm and certain. They've always butted heads with King Zhao. Why blow up a partnership over a crime they can dodge whenever they want? They still need me, so they'll cover me. So they're stuck taking the fall for you? Yi Mao finally understood, quietly impressed. Forcing several kings to swallow that kind of loss was no small trick. Hardly a loss, just business. Yi Fan waved it away. He glanced at the battlefield where royal robes were being torn to shreds, then stretched lazily. Zhao Gao's too busy to trouble me now. We can rest up. Once they're done squabbling, it'll be time to march. With that, he turned toward the command tent, his hem sweeping the dust. To march, Yi Mao stood rooted, tasting the word. 4 or 5 years had slipped by since he'd returned from the front. Half a lifetime spent fighting beasts, and now his next campaign would be against his own kind. He sighed, cast one more look at the tangle of kings, then followed Yi Fan into the tent. Think this was their doing? Amid the din outside the arena, not everyone ignored Yi Fan and Yi Mao. At least the three brothers from Fu Guang Island hadn't forgotten them. Do you guys remember anything about Yi Mao? The youngest asked, staring after the retreating figure. Supposed to be a fearsome general, the middle brother said vaguely. Pretty sure he's Battle King, Yi Zhan's older brother. Calling him the Battle King's brother is far too simple. The eldest shook his head, studying that slightly stooped back with mixed feelings. In his youth, Yi Mao and his brother were hailed as the Yi clan's twin stars, their strength rivaling any prodigy of their time. At his peak, he missed his own ascent to kinghood when his brother left. Through middle age, he fought countless campaigns, stacking up victories. In old age, dragon blood poisoned him and nearly claimed his life. He finally returned cured, only to be recalled by the court, stripped of command, and caged in politics. After wrestling traitorous ministers and mighty clans, he gained some ground only to be forced out step by step by the reigning scholar king. Now had fallen so far he served as Yi King's guard. Sounds plenty tragic, the youngest sighed. I'd call it legendary, the eldest countered. He gave everything for humanity. If they hadn't driven him off, the court might still be standing. But the court's gone regardless, the middle one muttered, nodding half-knowingly. They traded looks, then gazed at Yi Mao's silhouette, dust curling around a blade that hadn't lost its edge. With Yi Fan, his story isn't over, the eldest said softly. Maybe one day humanity will have a new dynasty. The tug-of war dragged on for several days, and in the end it simply fizzled out. The blood tests, of course, revealed nothing, and that special Xingmu had long since been swept away by the king of the Northlands. Lacking hard evidence only fueled King Zhao's suspicions. After several noisy confrontations that settled nothing, the two factions stood apart more sharply than ever, like a river split by a blade, its waters running in two distinct shades. At last, the day of departure arrived. Dawn's first light spilled across the camp, and the ironclad ranks glinted with a cold, silvery sheen. The war drums were still silent, yet tens of thousands of soldiers already stood in formation. Mounted high on a war horse, cloaks snapping in the wind, Yi Fan led the punitive force assigned to the vanguard. Their lone standard flew at the very front, impossible to miss. Who would have thought we'd march together after all that turmoil? Yi Mao rode beside him, glancing back. The boundary between King Zhao's men and the combined armies of the Northlands and King Ming was so stark that even the tents seemed deliberately color-coded. No one wants to miss a share of the spoils once we reach the capital, Yi Fan replied softly, casting a look over his shoulder. In a way, King Zhao did us a favor, drove the Northlands and King Ming into an alliance, saving us plenty of trouble. But why risk assassinating Ling Shan? Yi Mao still looked puzzled. Simply because he's Zhao Gao's strategist? Exactly, Yi Fan said without hesitation. Zhao Gao's weakness is obvious. Without a tactician, he'll make mistakes. Look at him now. He's forced the Northlands and King Ming into the same camp, and it'll only get worse. Zhao Gao's reputation might still attract another expert. Not before he digs himself a deep enough hole, Yi Fan said, shaking his head. People with real talent are proud. With a temper like his, no one worth having will serve him. Fair point. Yi Mao's tone softened as he eyed the long, snake-like column about to set off. Stay close to me when we charge. There are plenty of rebels around Xiaoyang Pass. They'll be looking for easy prey. Understood. Yi Fan pulled out his communicator. A short message pulsed on the screen. He lifted his eyes to the eastern sky. Dawnlight gleamed in his pupils, but a chill flickered there. Years ago, at Xiaoyang Pass, had been forced onto the defensive. Now the roles were reversed. It was time for those rebels to taste fear. Inside Xiaoyang Pass, the heavy walls felt like a cage, trapping the original 7 kings within. Torches crackled in the council hall. 7 brows were knitted tight. Has the Holy Lord sent word yet? The voice was tense, urgent. The speaker's face was masked in feathers, twin pupils a piercing blue. Bluebird King. No contact, Bluebird answered, lowering his gaze. The blue light in his eyes flickered and went out. Impossible. The Lion King slammed the table, splintering the wood. The Holy Lord promised reinforcements. The kings of the Northlands, Ming, and Zhao are all outside, each one a top-tier human king. We can't stop them. They'll be here today, someone urged. Bluebird, try again. Bluebird drew a long breath, and light blazed in his eyes. Several heartbeats later, the glow trembled violently and winked out. The channel to the sanctuary has been severed. A deathly silence fell. Someone is attacking the sanctuary itself. Bluebird's voice trembled. The sanctuary lay in a warped pocket of space-time, seat of the Holy Lord. That anyone could even locate it was unthinkable. Then we have no reinforcements? Someone muttered, face ashen. Outside, the coalition army's dust cloud was already rolling closer. Retreat. Bluebird roared. Return to the sanctuary and save the Holy Lord. No one alive can defeat him. The Lion King reminded him. The Holy Lord ordered us to hold Xiaoyang Pass. If we abandon it, Bluebird cut off mid-sentence, as though a more terrifying thought had come to mind, and fell silent. The 7 kings exchanged desperate looks. To fight, they dared not. To flee, they dared even less. Boom, boom, boom. Iron hooves pounded the earth like thunder. The kings rushed to the parapet and stared beyond the gate. Dust billowed across the plain. A wedge of black-armored cavalry thundered forward, its banner blood-red, the single black character E seeming to drip ink. Yi Fan rode at the head, silver spear angled toward the sky. He spurred his mount a few steps ahead and bellowed, "Traitors, come out and die." A furious roar echoed through Xiaoyang Pass, leaving everyone inside stunned as they instinctively etched the masked youth into their memories. Who was he? Even among the 7 kings, some cried out in disbelief. How could the alliance of heroes choose a mere boy as their vanguard? No matter who he was, taking his head would be the greatest trophy. Atop the city wall, the Lion King frowned, then split into a grin, his voice scraping like steel on iron. There's no backing down, so we'll burn our bridges. They're just an alliance of rabble. If we must die, we'll bite off a piece of their flesh first. With that, he leapt skyward, transforming into a colossal, 9-headed lion. All 9 throats roared as one, shaking the mountains and pass. Open the gates, meet them in battle. Boom. The massive gates swung wide. The remaining kings exchanged glances, but there was no time for hesitation. They vaulted into the air and charged out. Rebel troops poured from the city, a dark tide in full flood. The alliance's ranks were just as vast. Two iron torrents slammed together in the open plain, the impact like twin raging rivers crashing against a mountain range. Close-quarters combat erupted at once. The alliance fielded first-rate veterans who drove the line forward by sheer force. High above, the clash of kings was even more terrifying. The Northern King, the Fate King, and King Zhao each engaged one of the seven kings. Every move tore the earth and sundered the clouds, while other king-level fighters grappled nearby, less ferocious but still locking their foes in place. On the ground, Yi Fan's shout stabbed through the din annihilation. His blade swept out, clearing a swath of rebels in an instant. He wasn't yet king-level, but the carnage he wrought was no less frightening. Now that's more like it. Exhaling a cloud of white breath, he hefted his black sword, advanced with his comrades, and plunged toward the next wave of enemies. His reckless slaughter soon drew the eye of a rebel elite. A whirlwind shot toward him, followed by an honor-rank beastmaster riding a gigantic dragon turtle that absorbed the killing stroke Yi Fan had aimed at a dense knot of troops. Who are you? And who gave you the nerve to strike at the sanctum? The beastmaster barked. As if your sanctum were something special, Yi Fan snorted, calling for no support as he crouched lower. The beastmaster saw his cultivation realm and raised a brow in surprise. A mere starlight fighter dares challenge an honor-rank beastmaster? Why not? Yi Fan replied. Light blazed in his palm. Beast soul enchant. First release origin unbound. Brilliant radiance wrapped his body. He shot forward like lightning, closing the gap in a heartbeat. Bold to the point of madness. The beastmaster roared, flicking his wrist as the dragon turtle slid sideways to shield him. Boom. Yi Fan's full power punch landed, but the dragon turtle didn't budge. A mocking smile curled on the beastmaster's lips as he fell back and raised his hand again. Two more beasts materialized, an armored tyrannosaur and a crimson boa. Neither was honor rank, but both were high-tier starlight. The three summoned beasts formed a flawless wall, stopping Yi Fan's advance cold. Several attempts later, he ended up eating a direct blast from the dragon turtle's cannon fire and was hurled back dozens of meters. A martial artist challenging a beastmaster above his rank, what a joke. After driving Yi Fan away, the glory-grade beastmaster brushed the dust from his armor and scoffed. He showed no intention of pursuit and moved to lead his beasts toward the fiercer fighting nearby. You're not leaving. With an explosive burst underfoot, Yi Fan blurred forward. His greatsword tore through the air with a chilling whistle, and protective light flared around him. Second release sword armor. At his call, spiritual power surged through him like a flood. Crimson runes flickered across his armor, and his strength spiked. Long dormant dragon pupils ignited in his eyes, glowing like twin crimson suns. An instant later, the greatsword crashed down with terrifying force. Boom. The dragon turtle, trying to retreat, took the blow heeded and rolled across the ground. Though uninjured, the sight sent a chill through the beastmaster. He hastily signaled the other two beasts to rotate their attack, while creating space for the dragon turtle to rejoin the fray. The trio had clearly drilled this formation countless times. Their offense and defense fit together seamlessly, leaving Yi Fan no opening. Moments later, Yi Fan was driven back again, his boots carving deep trenches in the earth. He steadied himself, exhaled slowly, and a fierce grin lit his face. Battle fire burned in his eyes. Still want to fight? The beastmaster read that look and felt an even sharper stab of fear. He started to speak, but Yi Fan was already lifting his hand. Third release boiling blood. The words dropped like thunder, and a low rumble detonated inside Yi Fan's body. Suddenly everyone on the battlefield heard Ida's steady, powerful heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump war drums from nowhere. The beastmaster's eyes widened. Scarlet lines blazed brighter across Yi Fan's skin. Flames danced in his dragon pupils as though they could ignite the very air. Now this should be enough, Yi Fan murmured, feeling the searing blood energy surge through him, every muscle crying out. Again, the greatsword descended. It was the same strike, but the power was worlds apart. The dragon turtle tried to brace, only for shards of its shell to fly as it tumbled back. The other two beasts rushed in, but a pair of casual swings sent them crashing into blackened stone pillars. Dragon turtle, hold him. The beastmaster shouted, voice shaking. The massive beast roared and charged, but the next sword strike landed squarely, spreading a spiderweb of cracks across its shell. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Fan advanced step by step, each stride paired with a savage blow that widened the fractures. The final strike last echo fell, a dull explosion that made the ground quake. The shell erupted into fragments, and the colossal beast was cleaved clean in two. Monster the beastmaster stood frozen as the young man strode through drifting dust like a god descending to earth. Terror locked his limbs. Even the urge to flee was smothered. Whose son are you, to wield such power? He rasped, forcing out the question that haunted him. You don't recognize me? Yi Fan sheathed his sword and stopped before him, voice low. We've crossed paths many times. Impossible, I could never have dealt with someone like you. The Beastmaster replied on reflex, but Yi Fan's words jolted his memory. He stared at Yi Fan's masked face and felt a sudden flash of recognition. The memory crashed over him like thunder, and his complexion went deathly pale. It's you. You're the one who killed the young saint. Finally caught on. Yi Fan gave a light laugh, and before the last syllable left his lips, he began to raise the great sword in his hand. Inky soul energy surged outward like a tidal wave, swallowing the surroundings at once. The Beastmaster's knees buckled, and he dropped helplessly under the invisible pressure. So it was you. An unfamiliar voice sliced through the battlefield's clamor like muffled thunder, and the air froze in an instant. Yi Fan's heart tightened. He let the sword fall in a casual arc. Its edge brushed the Beastmaster's shoulder, sending up a spray of blood. At the same moment, he snapped his head to the side. Somehow, a man with distinctly avian features now stood beside the pool of blood, an angular face, skin coated in fine down, and wide golden brown eyes that glimmered like an owl's in the dark. I've seen you before, Yi Fan said with a frown. You are one of the 7. You shouldn't be here. They couldn't hold me, much less kill me. The newcomer Lon Nia replied in a low voice. A dim blue glow churned deep in his pupils like a whirlpool in the abyss. I never thought you were still alive. After a brief pause, Lon Niao grinned with excitement. If I bring your corpse back, the Saint Lord won't blame me. Saint Lord, the title echoed again, but before Yi Fan could dissect it, a prickling chill ran across his scalp. He tensed and noticed something strange. The surrounding noise was receding, as if someone had turned down the volume. Even the glare of fires and steel was being wiped away, leaving only gray gloom. This wasn't the illusion of an instant kill. It was some uncanny technique. Yi Fan tightened his grip on the sachet in his palm, his brows knitting as he searched the dim space for a weak point. Against me, you won't have a chance to resist. Lon Niao's voice lingered in the last shred of light, cold and elusive. It'll let you die in a beautiful dream. Chirp, chirp. The bird's calls roused Yi Fan from the darkness, and the room around him came into focus. It was an ordinary, spotless bedroom. The floor gleamed from careful cleaning, and a small bouquet of modest wildflowers, nothing mystical, just common red blossoms, rested on the nightstand. Dew still clung to the petals, glittering in the morning light. Yi Fan instantly realized he was inside a dream, knew the laws of such realms all too well. He had just begun to sit up when the door eased open and a young woman in a floral dress stepped inside, the hem whispering across the floor. Fan, you're finally awake. Her smile bloomed like a sunflower turning to the sun. Her name was Linghua. Yi Fan froze, eyes fixed on her. His lover from a previous life, the one trial he had never cleared during the heart illumination test, now stood before him as vivid as daylight. What a lifelike dream, he murmured. Memories raced through his mind. Back then, he had only recently left the academy. Humanity had just fallen into chaos. He met Linghua, fell in love, and together they traveled to a remote southern town, Linghu City. There they settled, grew stronger, and built their first small faction. And there Linghua died. What dream? Linghua tilted her head, puzzled by his whisper. Nothing. Yi Fan shook his head and swung his legs over the side of the bed. Linghua brought in a basin of hot water, steam curling above the surface, and handed him a clean cloth. Wash up before it cools. The warm cloth pressed against his cheek, its rough weave pulling him back to the moment. Hurry, before the water gets cold. Seeing his daze, Linghua gently wiped his face herself. Yi Fan didn't move. He simply watched her, dream or not. He had missed that smile too much. I told you not to go hunting, but you insisted, she chided softly. Look, the beast even scratched your face. We still have some savings. Why don't we open a small shop in town instead? You always praise my cooking. You'll be the proprietress, and you can help out as my assistant. With my skills, business will boom. She looked up. Hey, are you listening? I heard you, Yi Fan replied, snapping out of his reverie. So you agree? He hesitated, then nodded. All right, let's open the shop. Linghua's eyes curved into crescents, delighted. Really? But didn't you say you wanted to become the strongest beastmaster? Not anymore. Yi Fan suddenly pulled her into his arms, his voice firm. I just want to stay with you. Whatever we do is fine. The sudden embrace made her stiffen. Then she laughed and hugged him back. Then we can be together every day. Yes, every day, every moment. Yi Fan's answer was steadier than ever before. Through countless long nights, he had imagined how things might have changed if had chosen differently. Now the chance was right in front of him, and he was determined to seize it. He had dreamed early on of a quiet life in which he was no beast tamer, shunned every dispute, kept his identity hidden, and spent his days with the woman he loved. With Yi Fan's promise secured, Linghua was busy at dawn the very next day. She took over an empty storefront in an old alley, combed the market for pots, dishes, and the freshest meat and vegetables, balanced the books, bargained hard, and hired craftsmen to refurbish the facade. After more than half a month of hustle, the signboard of Ling Hua's bistro finally went up. Just as Ling Hua had foreseen, On opening day, the rich scent of meat and medicinal herbs mingled with broth drifted to the end of the lane, drawing wave after wave of patrons. By noon, the queue outside bent around two corners. Every seat inside was packed, and the servers shuttled back and forth with steaming cauldrons, yet still could not meet demand. In only a few days, the bistro had earned more than Yi Fan once made, risking his life hunting in the mountains. Yi Fan kept his word. He rose early to wash vegetables, haul water, man the stove, and tally the cash. Sweat soaked his coarse shirt, but he never again spoke of cultivation, treating himself as the most ordinary of mortals. Though the land was torn by war, the little city seemed forgotten. From beyond the walls, the distant beat of war drums would drift in, yet no ripple ever reached them. The nearby secret realms were eerily quiet, and not a single true beast tide erupted. Even the gangs that had once prowled the streets vanished without a trace. In the restaurant's third year, with savings in hand, they bought a large house with a small courtyard in the heart of the city. Not long after they moved, their first child was born, a boy named Yi Ming. Ling Hua propped herself against the headboard, face glowing with joy, while Yi Fan, eyes red, kept repeating, "Good, good." 2 years later, their daughter, Yi Xian, arrived, and the home rang with even more laughter. Raising the children became their top priority. Gentle-tempered Ling Hua taught them characters and poetry in the back garden, while Yi Fan often perched the siblings on his shoulders so they could breathe in the aromas from the kitchen. Both Yi Ming and Yi Xian chose the path of scholarship and consistently ranked among the best of their peers. Spring followed autumn, and in the blink of an eye more than 10 years passed. After graduating, Yi Ming stayed in the city as a civil official and visited his parents often, whereas Yi Xian was recruited directly by the newly founded court and left by carriage for the capital. During the same decade, the chaos ended. A new imperial banner was raised. Humankind regained its former order and prosperity. The streets of the little city were repaved with blue stone, and lanterns gleamed through the night. With each other, their children, and a thriving restaurant, their days flowed smoothly, so happy that time itself was forgotten. A lifetime slipped by amid bustle and laughter. "How are you feeling? Any better?" In the hospital ward, the elderly Ling Hua gripped Yi Fan's hand, her voice shaky, yet full of concern. "I feel a bit rough." Yi Fan's breathing was labored, and after speaking, he closed his eyes. The line on the heart monitor rose and fell slowly, and the attending physician lowered his voice, regret clouding his brow. "Where are the children?" Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes and asked with difficulty. "They're on their way." Ling Hua tucked the quilt around him, tears blurring her vision. Soon the door swung open. "Dad, we're here." Yi Ming and Yi Xian burst into the room, followed by their still youthful sons and daughters. 3 generations gathered tight around Yi Fan. The doctor, seeing the scene, could not help feeling a twinge of envy. Surrounded by his family, Yi Fan let out a gentle breath, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He lifted a trembling hand, stroked the silver strands in Ling Hua's hair, and then looked at the children clustered by the bed, his eyes clear and serene. It truly was a life complete. At last, Yi Fan raised a hand and patted Ling Hua on the head, letting out a barely audible sigh. At the same moment, the ECG on the monitor snapped into a flat line. His heart had stopped. Ling Hua collapsed against the bedside, sobbing uncontrollably, while the children gathered around the room blinked back tears. Their muffled cries blended into a fragile, unmistakable soundtrack. As if summoned by that sterile line, Yi Fan's body sagged toward the pillow, his vital signs plummeting. Grief and death intertwined, unfurling a desolate tableau in the stale hospital air. Creaked tableau was torn open by a soft sound. The door swung in, and a stranger stepped inside. His presence clashed with everything in the room, as though reality itself refused to acknowledge him. No one looked up. His gaze halted on the bed, skimming over Yi Fan's pallid face, mockery laced with a hint of surprise. "So the young sovereign chooses to spend his final years like this." He gave a short, derisive laugh. "I told you I would let you die in a pleasant dream, and I always keep my word." He moved closer, raised a hand as though gripping something unseen, and yanked, trying to drag Yi Fan's body toward him through the air. Yi Fan did move, but only the tip of one finger trembled. His body stayed on the bed. Bluebird's brow twitched. He tightened his grip and tried again, intent on wrenching Yi Fan upright. On the second pull, Yi Fan suddenly bolted upright. "The dream is beautiful," he said, his voice low but firm, "but it isn't real." The moment the words left his lips, the ward, the weeping, the monitors, everything shattered like fireworks across the sky. In the glow of that illusion, the aged Yi Fan reversed before their eyes, sagging skin smoothed, silver hair turned jet black, and in a heartbeat he was once again the razor-edged youth he had been. "The dream didn't erode you." Bluebird's face contorted. "Impossible. You spent a full century inside it. 100 years, and you stayed awake the whole time?" "I've lived a real century before," Yi Fan replied, lifting his eyes, a cold light in them sharp enough to tear the void apart. Dreams like this had haunted him countless times during those very years. "What 100 years are you talking about?" Bluebird couldn't hide his shock at Yifan's words. Dim, leaden mist, thick as half-congealed water, wrapped everything in sight, stretching without end. It felt at once like Bluebird's private realm and a dimension cut off from reality. As his emotions surged, the gray haze quivered, as if the whole space were trembling in his grasp. You must be the true form of the Shun, correct? Yifan's gaze remained steady, untouched by the swaying world. The creature behind mirages. Records say it spins dreams, lets people drown in illusion, and they die without a sound. His eyes swept the mist, its ripples flickered in his pupils, then returned to Bluebird. Or have you somehow inherited the Shun's bloodline? I'm not a Shun. Bluebird denied at once, panic leaking into his voice. My bloodline is clearly avian. The Shun is a fish, kin to dragons. How could that mix with birds? Heh. Yifan's lips curved. An old saying goes, a pheasant that enters the sea becomes a Shun. A pheasant is a bird. Perhaps in ages past, pheasant was your original name. You Bluebird choked. The fog heaved as if struck by a giant hammer, and even his body shuddered. Pretending ferocity, he snarled. Since you've unmasked me, you should know I'm a fierce beast. Killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant. I doubt it. Yifan shook his head. If you truly had that power, you'd have struck already. Why stage this elaborate dream? Bluebird froze. Yifan pressed on, voice calm but relentless. Let me guess, you lack real combat strength. Your only trump card is this twisted dreamscape. Embedding your true body couldn't even defeat me. Ridiculous. Bluebird cursed. This is my domain. There's no way I could lose to you. Boom. Before he finished, Yifan swung a greatsword. The blade flashed like black lightning, cleaving the haze. Bluebird threw up an arm to block, yet the blow hurled him away. He staggered upright in the mist. The ensuing silence said more than any words. All show and no substance. Yifan saw through him. Rather than pursue, he watched with a faint smile. Tell me, mighty beast, why disguise yourself as a human? Because I want to. Bluebird snapped. With his dream torn apart, his confidence was gone. He only wanted Yifan to leave. Freak, get out of my space. He raised a hand to expel the intruder, and the mist surged. But Yifan lifted his own palm. With a metallic snap, pale gold chains formed out of thin air, lashing around Bluebird's limbs. Law power? Bluebird's face went ashen. He struggled madly. You're not Starglory tier. Where did you get the power of laws? Lucky chance. Yifan answered coolly. The runes on the chains glimmered, and no matter how Bluebird writhed, they didn't budge. Advancing, Yifan explained, you say this is your space, not a domain. A domain is a projection of law, intangible and formless. A space is physical. No wonder you're sure other kings can't trap or kill you. This pocket realm lets you hide whenever you please. Tap, tap. His footsteps rang clear in the fog. Stopping before Bluebird, he pronounced, so when you dragged me into your dream and it shattered, you actually delivered me straight into your own space. Your fragile true form is no match for me, and the laws I wield can bind you in place. Nowhere left to run. Yifan hovered in midair, the light in his palm shifting into invisible chains that locked the Bluebird's phantom in place. His gaze was calm, yet the killing intent was unmistakable. If I'm not mistaken, a feral beast can prolong its life by cocooning, but that hardly makes it immortal. The instant he spoke, fear flickered in the Bluebird's eyes. Its wings beat frantically, trying to shake free of the restraint. I was born in the ancient era. You think you alone can kill me? Absurd. Ancient beasts are supposed to be rare, aren't they? Yifan asked mildly, raising a hand. Xiongqi, Baze, and Yayu descended in a surge of murderous aura, their massive forms circling around him. What? The Bluebird's pupils contracted. It could barely breathe. You've subdued 3 great beasts? Impossible. 2 of them had just emerged from their cocoons. Call it luck. Yifan's tone stayed even. Seeing the Bluebird's composure crumble, he allowed himself a faint smile. I might not be able to kill you, but my beasts might know how. They certainly do. Xiongqi rumbled, its tiger head thrust close to the Bluebird, breath blasting like a furnace. So it's you. You tried to trap me in your dream long ago. Too bad I'm indestructible. Your tricks couldn't touch me. Otherwise you'd have had me already. It turned to Yifan, baring its fangs. This one's easy. I can swallow it whole. Brother Xiongqi, the Bluebird's voice quivered, locked in place by bloodline suppression. It's a misunderstanding, nothing more. I doubt it's that simple. Yifan pressed a hand to Qianqi's head, signaling it to wait. You've lived a long time. You should be clever. You know what comes next, don't you? I do. The Bluebird's posture shrank to the ground. If it keeps me alive, it'll do anything. Yifan raised an eyebrow. So desperate to live? After all these ages, don't you ever tire of it? I fear death. The Bluebird's whisper trembled with every word. Death is an endless, boundless darkness, a mindless, thoughtless decay. Living means I can still see a world of color. Yifan's brows lifted in surprise, but he let it pass. What rank are you in the sanctuary? And what do you know of the Sanctum Lord's origin? I'm one of the 13 guardians. Above us are the 4 grand halls, and above them is the Sanctum Lord. The Bluebird spoke obediently. I don't know where the Lord came from. I only know he isn't human. The human king sealed him deep within the sanctuary, yet his power is overwhelming, perhaps beyond the peak of this starry realm. The words human king weighed on Yi Fan's heart. Along his journey, he had repeatedly encountered traces of that figure. Sword arts left by the king's companions, sects the king once visited, descendants of his bloodline now joined by the old foe on Blessing Light Isle, and the sealed sanctum lord himself. Why didn't the human king simply kill him? Yi Fan mused aloud, unable to hide his doubt. With his strength, he should have managed it. I don't know. The bluebird shook its head. The human king was merciful, seldom slaughtered needlessly. Perhaps the lord truly was too difficult to kill. I see. Yi Fan nodded softly. Then why follow the sanctum lord at all? A being bound by a seal shouldn't command such loyalty. A bitter note crept into the bluebird's voice. Even sealed, his power is still terrifying. Bluebird replied, and the mere mention of the Holy Lord made him shudder. In the instant a ferocious beast breaks free of its cocoon, the Holy Lord can raise us from utter weakness to the peak of our power. Yet with a casual gesture, he can also strip that power away and erase us entirely. Such power is terrifying. Yi Fan lifted an eyebrow at the explanation. A savage beast's maturation is already long and resource-hungry, and the post-cocoon stage is the hardest stretch of all. If someone can let them skip that stage, countless beasts will flock to him. But if he can also confiscate their strength at will, every follower will fear him. No wonder the temple possesses such staggering influence. After grasping the roots of it all, Yi Fan hesitated before asking, "So how did you gather so many believers? Do you rely solely on those vile soul contracts?" "Of course not." Bluebird waved his wings dismissively. "Most people lack discernment. Shout a grand-sounding slogan, season it with a few obscure phrases that seem profound, and they'll believe every word and rush to follow. Then this talk of restoring the Beast Dynasty is just a gimmick?" Yi Fan pressed. "There was never a real Beast Dynasty," Bluebird said, shaking his head. "It was simply beasts keeping a few primitive humans as labor in their own yards, the way humans now drive oxen. We paint that era as glorious, play up the flaws of modern humanity, and before long we have legions of devoted followers eager to help us return to a golden age we made up." You see things quite clearly. After listening to Bluebird's explanation, Yi Fan finally understood the so-called overthrow was nothing more than first eroding people's faith and turning them against the existing order. Those who fancied themselves pioneers of a new era had already become parasites without realizing it. Exactly. Bluebird nodded cautiously. What sets humans apart from other races is the agility of their minds. A sage's thoughts are like bedrock, like a sharpened blade, immovable and razor-keen, while ordinary minds are like cotton or soft clay, always shifting and easy to guide. Yi Fan rubbed his temples and summed up in a low voice. "You fool the masses, then use them to dismantle the edifice generations of sages and the loyal have built for humanity. All while waving slogans like 'Found the Monster Beast Dynasty.' Humans truly are forgetful, so forgetful they can cast aside even their ancestors' blood." Bluebird added, "There are still many loyal people who can't be swayed, so we used other methods." Noticing Yi Fan's face darken, he quickly changed tack. "But I usually stay out of it. I don't like humans and seldom deal with them." "Oh, a spotless soul?" Yi Fan caught the self-justification in his words and smiled. He let it pass and asked, "So what's your ultimate goal? Wipe out humanity?" "I honestly don't know." Bluebird shook his head. Seeing Yi Fan's doubts, he hurried to clarify. "I joined the Lord just to survive my growth phase. I never imagined he'd be so terrifying. After that, following him was the only option." "So you were all coerced?" "Not everyone." Bluebird answered truthfully. "Several of us actually want to transcend with him. The Lord's power has reached the transcendent level. Once he breaks the seal, we can leave this starry sky with him and achieve liberation." "I see." Yi Fan nodded, casting a discreet glance at Xiongqi. "For beasts trapped in endless reincarnation, transcendence is a powerful lure." "Why are you staring at me?" Xiongqi felt uneasy under the gaze. "I have principles. Xiongqi serves no second master, and I won't do anything for transcendence alone." "I never said you would. Why get so worked up?" Yi Fan replied blandly, then turned back to Bluebird. "This Tian, your young lord, where did he come from? Isn't the lord sealed? How could he leave an heir? It is unusual." Bluebird's expression turned thoughtful. "They say the young lord was born from a pact between the Lord and Heaven's Tao. He combined part of his own bloodline with a fragment of the Tao's laws, and Tian was the result." "A bargain with Heaven's Tao?" Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. "Does Heaven's Tao actually have a form?" "It certainly exists." Bluebird spoke with conviction. "No one knows what shape it takes. It might be a man, a beast, a piece of stone, or simply an intangible set of rules." He paused, then added, "Doesn't the human world circulate the Chronicle of Renwang? It says the human king once battled an avatar of the Tao in a distant starfield. He then roamed the cosmos seeking a way to resurrect the comrades who died in that final clash." "I've read it, but that part has never been confirmed," Yi Fan replied, his gaze pensive. "If that was true, then in a sense, Tian was the child of the Lord and Heaven's Tao. No wonder he kept saying had been chosen by the heavenly Tao. I always thought he was talking nonsense, but it was actually true. Yifan glanced at the captive Lanio, his eyes turning cold. Lanio hurried to explain. The young Saint Lord was part of a bargain between the Holy Master and the heavenly Tao. They say he was the next candidate to inherit the Tao itself. The Holy Master invested everything in him, so when you killed him, the Holy Master went berserk. If I'd known that, I would have just finished him off on the spot, Yifan replied casually, leaving Lanio momentarily speechless. Summoning his courage, Lanio asked, but how could the Holy Master strike a deal with the heavenly Tao? Does the Tao even have feelings? We're not sure, Lanio admitted, shaking his head. All we know is that the Holy Master can communicate with the Tao of this starfield, but no one has ever seen its avatar. If I had the chance, I'd like to see what the legendary heavenly Tao really looks like. Yifan nodded, then changed the subject. You've been honest answering every question straight. Hope flashed in Lanio's eyes. Then can I live? Afraid not. Yifan's tone was flat. You're too weak to keep, and letting you go would just cause trouble later. Huh. Lanio froze. I told you everything, and you're still going to kill me? I never promised to spare you. Yifan shrugged, then turned to Xiongqi beside him. How much strength can you recover if you eat this one? Xiongqi licked his fangs, nodding eagerly. About enough to reach the glory tier. His base aptitude is poor, so I still won't hit king tier right away. Glory tier is fine. You're a fierce beast handling most kings shouldn't be a problem. Satisfied, Yifan waved a hand. Go ahead and eat him. The moment he spoke, chains materialized around Lanio, pinning him in place. Wait, Yifan, don't kill me. I can still be useful. His shrill plea was swallowed almost instantly by the crunch of breaking bones. Yifan turned away impassively, while Yayu nearby went rigid with fear. Such a huge beast devoured without hesitation. Good thing, head begged for mercy fast. After a while the chewing stopped. Xiongqi belched contentedly. Give me 2 days to digest, and he'll be back to full strength. Good. Yifan was about to leave when a thought struck him. Hold on, this space was supposed to be openable only by Shan, wasn't it? Both of them sucked in a breath. Xiongqi whispered, should I spit him out? Maybe there's something left. You think you can reassemble him? Yifan rubbed his temples, surprised when Xiongqi actually gagged. Ugh. Instead of bloody scraps, a smooth orb rolled to Yifan's feet. What's this? Yifan picked it up. The instant his spirit sense touched it, he understood. It's the key to enter and exit this place. With a single thought, he tore a gap in the ground ahead. Xiongqi let out a sigh of relief. Good thing I swallowed the key. Looks like this realm isn't Shun's exclusive creation after all. It's maintained by that treasure. Yifan toyed with the orb, intrigued. A portable space that can hold living beings almost like my beast-taming dimension. I can't let outsiders know about my own space, but with this relic I could summon troops and beasts out of thin air. Nice bonus. So should we head out? Xiongqi edged toward the opening, drooling as he watched the battle raging outside. There are so many people. If we could eat them, that'd be amazing. You just devoured a fierce beast, and now you want people? Don't choke on your ambition. Yifan shot him a look, but finally nodded. I'm in a good mood today. You can have humans for 1 day. Really? Qianqi's eyes lit up. What's the occasion? First a fierce beast, now humans feels like New Year's. You even know about New Year's? Yifan laughed. Remembering that Xiongqi had served other masters before, he let it go. Patting the beast's head, he added a warning. This is a coalition operation. Watch yourself, don't eat our own allies. Roar. A tiger's cry rolled across the battlefield, and when Yifan reappeared, the ferocious Xiongqi beside him drew every eye. Amid flying rubble, Yifan wiped the blood from his cheek, his black sword resting across his shoulder. Seeing him return unharmed, Yimao flashed over and lowered his voice. Yifan, where did you go? A cocky beast pulled me into its dream, Yifan answered calmly, sweeping his gaze over their anxious comrades. It was one of the 7 kings, but its true body was pathetic. I killed it. You took down a king-class creature? Yimao stared, scanning Yifan up and down in disbelief. I've got plenty of trump cards. I can keep myself alive, don't worry. With that, Yifan tightened his grip on the black sword, tapped the ground, and plunged back into the fray. Yimao hesitated, then recalled that Yifan never boasted, and relaxed slightly. A heartbeat later, a dragon's roar burst from his chest. A true dragon hundreds of meters long erupted around him, its bronze-plated body a beacon on the battlefield. One sweep of its tail turned swaths of enemy soldiers into bloody mist. High above, the Northern King was locked in combat with the Lion Man. The Lion Man was clearly losing, yet the Northern King still had time to glance at the ground. Besides Yimao, Nanchuan has Qianhe and Min Ri. A tiny Nanchuan has gathered 3 top-tier kings. Yifan, you ambitious brat. The thought slowed him for an instant, and the Lion Man pounced, its claws shredding his chest armor. Courting death, the Northern King snarled as icy killing intent burst from him. His domain expanded in a flash. The Lion Man hastily unfolded his own domain, but frost swept through it. Within moments both figures vanished into the swirling clouds. Seeing the Northern King unleash his full strength, King Ming and King Zhao refused to fall behind. They too opened their domains, dragging their foes into their own rule-bound spaces. In every king-level duel, the alliance held the upper hand, and the rank-and-file clashes told the same story. The alliance's seasoned troops crushed the dynasty's hastily assembled forces. Free to roam, the alliance's elites swept across the field, harvesting rebel heads in droves. Before long, the rebel lines buckled one after another. Some sensed disaster and broke ranks, which only sped the alliance's advance. By dusk, Yifan's punitive army had driven a spearhead through the defenses and was within sight of Xiaoyang Pass. Break the gate. Through rolling dust, Yifan charged in front, black sword raised. One mighty stroke, and the massive gate of Xiaoyang Pass shattered. The rebels behind it froze in shock and fear, the same look they wore the day their own general unbarred the gate during Zhou last stand. Their panic lasted only a blink. Grabbing their weapons, they answered with furious shouts. Break the gate. The punitive army roared back. This force, forged at Yifan's expense, rammed into the city like an ice pick, its iron-blooded edge slicing through the defenders. Moments later, another breach gaped in the inner line of defenders. Once the breach was opened, everything became simple. The alliance's elite troops poured in like a burst dam. The thin garrison inside the pass had no time to mount a real defense, and the gap widened at once. Outside the walls, the rebels already on the back foot could not withstand the allies' steady advance and were devoured inch by inch. They looked doomed to total annihilation, and the next target was the capital. Time passed. As several key positions inside the pass fell, Yifan barely slowed, leading his men toward another gate. Isn't this too rushed? Yimao whispered in the darkness behind him. Wait until the alliance fully controls Xiaoyang Pass. Whoever reaches the capital first gets the spoils, Yifan answered, urging him on. Forget the alliance for now, grab what we can. The whole coalition came to carve up what's left of Kyoto, so take as much as we can carry. He added, we also need to get the scholars and masters trapped in the city out before anyone else does. Understood. Yimao quickened his pace. Rebels still blocked the road out, but Yimao transformed into his dragon form again. With a thunderous roar, he cleared the way for the punitive army. Their unit became the first to break into Xiaoyang Pass and the first to burst out the other side. Outside the walls, cold moonlight sharpened their silhouettes. Thud! The full moon hung at its zenith as the battle neared its end. When the corpse of a nine-headed lion crashed from the sky, the clash of kings was decided. The king of the northern lands, acknowledged as the strongest inland ruler, finished his opponent first and landed in a streak of air. The pass is already taken? He stepped through the gate, stunned to see allied troops flooding inside. Yifan was nowhere in sight. Alarmed, he sent a voice transmission to a commander. Where are King Yi and his men? The officer, busy planting flags, paused before replying. Right after the breach, King Yi led his force out the far side of Xiaoyang Pass. The far side? The northern king saw the gate to Kyoto standing wide open. His face darkened and he cursed. That little bastard is the craftiest man alive. He leaped toward the horizon and ordered, forget the flag's head for Kyoto. Are you pigs? There's nothing worth taking in Xiaoyang Pass. His troops wheeled around at once. Moments later, King Ming and King Zhao finished their duels, saw the northern king gone, cursed him as a cheat, and charged after him toward Kyoto. With 3 kings in the lead, none of the warlords dared fall behind. They drove their armies through the pass, scrambling headlong lest a late step leave them with only scraps. The surviving rebels, braced to die, suddenly found themselves in the majority when the main alliance force withdrew and stood there, dumbfounded. Not everyone raced to the capital. Outside the pass, Wang Xiong still wanted to wipe out the rebels. When the roles reversed, he was shocked to find his troops who had nearly reached the gate being driven back instead. Where's everybody? Why is the pressure increasing? He shouted on the bloody front line. The scouts soon reported. All the warlords were racing through Xiaoyang Pass to Kyoto. No one was bothering with the mop-up. A pack of fame-hungry jackals. Wang Xiong roared. They're scrambling to loot Kyoto before the rebels are even finished. He hurled his weapon to the ground and ordered a retreat. The alliance's lingering reputation kept the rebels from pursuit, allowing him to withdraw his troops safely to a nearby hill. The night wind howled. Standing on the ridge, he gazed back at Xiaoyang Pass, then at his battered army. Remembering the warlord's outrageous behavior in recent days, the governor, renowned for his integrity and devoted to restoring the dynasty, ground his teeth and growled, scoundrels. Not fit to be called allies. Boom. While the alliance forces were still fighting over the capital after breaching Xiaoyang Pass, another group smashed through the outer defenses of the sacred temple and burst inside. Nearly 100 warriors surged in, their momentum overwhelming, and 2 of them were king-level powerhouses. The man in the lead raised his hand as if he could split mountains and seas. A violent shockwave battered the high walls, shattering stone pillars inch by inch. The temple guards had long since taken up positions, yet the sudden pressure drained the color from their faces. Descendants of the human king, what is your purpose here? The guard captain demanded, his eyes roving over the intruders. So this is where you've been hiding. From the crowd, A broad-backed giant strode forward, bronze fists gleaming coldly in the torchlight. I am Jia Newer of the clan. Where is the Holy Master? Drag him out here. His voice shook the hall. You joined forces with the Guardians to strike the temple? The Human King's clan will never swallow such an insult. With those words, Jia Newer stamped the floor. Stone chips flew, and his sweeping punch blasted forth. Several temple experts leapt to block, but the punch slammed them into the wall, their protective light shattering in an instant. The thunderous crash made the entire temple quake. A cold, heavy voice reverberated from deep within. How dare you? Even the Human King feared me back in his day. You are merely his bloodline, yet you dare run wild here? Do you take me for clay? The Human King feared you? At the rear, an elderly woman with silvery hair stepped forward, her cane tapping the floor, her voice hoarse and icy. I don't recall him ever fearing anyone. Jadalia? The voice faltered. Why are you still alive? No one knew when the Alliance army would finally reach the capital. Night had fallen, and a few figures still roamed the streets. Some had just left the rebel encampments where the cook fires were still warm. The rebel camps, half empty, most of them went to Xiaoyang Pass. People whispered. I heard the Alliance is attacking the pass right now. They might break into the capital any day. A young man turned to his companion. Lu Bin, the capital might finally see the light. Really? Lu Bin, the one who once brought oranges to Yi Fan, straightened at the news. Those rebels are finally getting cleaned up. Then worry crept in. But the rebels have the numbers. If they're all at Xiaoyang Pass, can the Alliance really break through? They can, no question, his friend said with confidence. This coalition is led by the three greatest warlords of the inland human realm, Beidi Wang, Zhao Wang, and Ming Wang. They've mustered 72 warlords, several million troops, and nearly 10 king-level masters. With that kind of power, taking Xiaoyang Pass will be easy. I never knew the human race still had such depth. Lu Bin marveled, then frowned. So why did only a few weak factions help Commander Yi back then? I don't know, the friend whispered, lowering his voice. They say General Ning and Commander Yi offended a lot of people. He grew animated again. But among the 72 warlords this time, one also hails from Nanchuan and shares the surname Yi. He earned a title at just 20 and is known as Yi Wang. Yi Wang. Lu Bin blinked. Is he really that strong? They say he's the Alliance vanguard. The friend leaned in. Some even claim Yi Wang is Yi Fan himself. Commander Yi never died at Xiaoyang Pass. He slipped back to Nanchuan, raised an army, and became one of the warlords. Seriously? Lu Bin's eyes widened. Who told you that? The storyteller at the tea house. The storyteller? A single remark left Lu Bin frozen. You've been repeating gossip you picked up from a storyteller all this time? Hey, better safe than sorry. His companion shrugged and patted Lu Bin's shoulder. Life's hard enough, can't we at least believe a little hearsay? If you're going to believe something, choose a source that's reliable. Lu Bin gave a wry smile and lifted his hand to say goodbye when, boom, the ground quaked, dust leaping from the cracks between the flagstones. Cavalry. They exchanged a look, the same thought striking both of them. The thunder of hooves and shouting beyond the walls shattered the capital's uneasy calm. Had the Alliance army broken in? Panicked citizens scattered. Jostled by the fleeing crowd, Lu Bin and his companion were shoved to the roadside. They had barely found their footing when a voice like rolling thunder split the sky. By order of the Alliance, the Nanchuan punitive army is here to purge the capital of traitors. Civilians, clear the streets at once. The words had barely faded when armor clanged and iron hooves thundered. Squadrons of elite riders stormed in from the crossroads. The ragged rebel garrison rushed out to meet them and was ground into a red mist before it could lift a blade. Is that Lord Yi? Amid the turmoil, Lu Bin craned his neck. Are you crazy? His friend yanked him back, a galloping horse missing them by inches. Hide. What are you doing? Didn't you say Lord Yi and Commander Yi Fan are the same person? I want to see for myself. I told you that's just storyteller talk. You really believe it? Even if it is Yi Fan, there's no guarantee he remembers you. He's the ruler of Nanchuan. Would he recall a fruit seller who once brought him oranges? I just want to look, Lu Bin muttered stubbornly. It's fine if he doesn't remember me. The punitive troops swept forward like a mudslide, ranks tight and disciplined. Soon a young commander on a tall warhorse rode into view, a mask hiding his features, cold light glinting off his armor. That's not Commander Yi Fan's Mount Hope, drained from Lu Bin's face. Forget it. Let's go. He gestured to his friend and started to leave as the commander galloped past without a glance. Seeing Lu Bin's disappointment, his companion felt a pang of guilt and murmured a quiet comfort. They had taken only a few steps when rapid hoofbeats rang out behind them. You too, wait. A familiar voice cut through the din. Before his friend could react, Lu Bin spun around. It was the very commander who had just ridden past. Commander Yi Fan? Lu Bin called in disbelief. He could never mistake that voice. Yi Fan blinked, then his eyes crinkled in a smile. He beckoned Lu Bin closer. Didn't you promise to bring me oranges when I came back? It really is you. Lu Bin's excitement left him flustered. I have plenty I stocked up after that day. He'll fetch them now. Commander, just wait. There's no time. Yi Fan swept an arm around him and hauled him onto the saddle. We'll eat oranges later. First, show me where the city prison is. Commander Yi Fan, you're really alive. As the horse jolted beneath them and a cold wind whipped his face, Lu Bin clung to the reins, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and excitement. Are you coming back to take command of the capital again? Yi Fan stroked his mount's mane and, after a pause, said, the warlords have come to the capital only to snatch up the remaining spoils. None of them intends to restore the dynasty. I won't stay long. I'll return to Nanchuan soon. Leaving so soon? Lu Bin blinked, then forced a smile. It's all right, just seeing you again is enough for me. The sincerity in his voice made Yi Fan fall silent once more. After a moment, he said solemnly, if you wish, bring your family to Nanchuan. Under my rule you can live there in peace. Nanchuan. Lu Bin's eyes brightened, then he hesitated. But we're poor, the journey is long, and with the roads in chaos, I don't even know if we could make it. Travel back with my army, Yi Fan said, hearing the unease in his voice. Once we're in Nanchuan, I'll arrange some property for you enough to keep your whole family comfortable. Wouldn't that trouble you, Commander Yi? I've done nothing to deserve such kindness. It's no trouble at all, Yi Fan replied with a faint smile. Besides, you've helped me. Those oranges you saved for me are priceless in times like these. Lu Bin's eyes reddened. He wanted to thank him, but the words would not come. Yi Fan changed the subject. What do you know about the situation in the capital? Not much, Lu Bin said, scratching his head. After the rebels entered the city, most of the wealthy clans Ji, Sun, and the like sided with them. The ones who refused were mainly university chancellors, former court officials, and retired generals still living here. They're probably in prison now, aren't they? Some have already been executed, Lu Bin whispered. Most of them weren't well known. Oh, there was one famous man, head of Capital Martial University, Inging something. Ing Sheng. Yi Fan supplied, his eyes turning cold. A direct descendant of the sword sage, Ing Sheng had once tried to recruit him with a rare sword beast, and during the battle at Xiaoyang Pass, he had led his students to the front lines. Honest and upright, and now this. What a waste, Yi Fan sighed, shaking his head. Boom, a deafening rumble rolled over from the city gates, followed by a harsh command. The king of the northern lands, leader of the anti-rebel alliance, is here to purge the traitors. Civilians, clear the way. The northern king arrived quickly, Yi Fan muttered, spurring his horse forward. The capital now lured the warlords with its imperial vaults, priceless resources, and mountains of gold and silver. Yi Fan coveted those treasures as well, but what he desired even more were the capable ministers and brave generals still hidden in the city. Resources can always be procured, but talented people are scarce. With the imperial court in ruins, these men and women have nowhere to go. If he could gather them and take them back to Nanchuan, their impact would be incalculable. Commander Yi Fan, rumor has it you're a king, knowest that true? Lu Bin, hurrying behind him, finally blurted out. Yi Fan, absorbed in arranging homes for these gifted people, paused at the question and raised an eyebrow. Lu Bin scratched his head and added, you've reached king-level strength, haven't you? No, Yi Fan waved him off. The title came from the northern king of the alliance. The same northern king who just rode into the city? Lu Bin gasped. Why would he crown you? Is he after a favor? How did you know that? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Under the stare, Lu Bin flushed and laughed awkwardly. Hey, I used to hold a minor post myself. I can read the signs. You served in office? Yi Fan was even more surprised. Civil or military? I'm not sure which, Lu Bin said, still scratching his head. We had a joint produce market back then, and I was head of the patrol. Oh, the market. Yi Fan choked on the words, then managed a single syllable. All right. Boom. A distant explosion echoed. Most of the guards had fled when the fighting erupted outside. With one stroke of Yi Fan's blade, the last chain on the prison gate snapped, and he led his squad inside. Torches crackled in the damp stone corridor, and familiar faces appeared behind the iron bars. Marshal Yi Mao. The first group he saw were officers who had followed Yi Mao in resisting the noble clans. After Yi Mao withdrew from the capital, some had fallen at Xiaoyang Pass, while others were captured and imprisoned here. Seeing Yi Mao arrive with Yi Fan now, their spirits soared. You're all still alive. Yi Mao stepped forward, gripping an old comrade's hand, his voice quavering. Yi Fan knew what Yi Mao meant to them. He patted the old man's shoulder. Granduncle, they'll leave this section to you. Then he headed deeper into the prison. Winding through a series of damp passageways, Yi Fan unlocked cell after cell, freeing many former colleagues. Most were loyalists of the old court. He offered only a brief explanation: the rebels are crushed, the capital is back under the alliance, and let them find their own way out. Deeper still, behind a sealed stone door, were the principals of the great academies and other renowned figures of the capital. Aware of their influence, the rebels had locked them in the very heart of the prison. Yi Fan pushed the door open, looked around, removed his mask, and called out, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry I'm late." The torchlight flickered as everyone stared at the familiar face. Yi Fan. Several voices cried out at once, and the silent cell erupted. A white-haired principal clutched the bars, trembling with excitement. Did you and Ning Xiaochuan defeat the rebels? After months in isolation, they knew nothing of the outside world. The question was understandable, if naive. Yi Fan shook his head. No. After we lost at Xiaoyang Pass, Principal Ning and I faked our deaths and escaped. The court collapsed and warlords rose everywhere. I took command of one faction and joined the anti-rebel alliance. The alliance army has retaken the capital, which is why I could reach you. I see the crowd's excitement faded to melancholy. They understood the wider picture. The imperial court was gone, and humanity was hopelessly divided. A realm united must divide, and a realm divided must unite. The grievances of humankind had long festered, and collapse was inevitable. Yi Fan spoke frankly. Most of the warlords are probably scouring the capital for spoils right now. I've come to ask you to return with me to Nanchuan and help build a new nation founded on our shared ideals. The brightly lit hall, crowded with shifting silhouettes, fell silent at his words. Yi Fan's calm gaze swept across the room as he continued. We've worked side by side before, even under the false regime Headmaster Ning created, so you know who I am. Marshal Yi Mao and Min Rikian already hold the fort, and Nanchuan foundation is solid. All of you are men and women of ambition. If you wish to join me, step forward now and they'll see you safely out of the city. If not, you're free to walk away. For a heartbeat, no one moved. Then hushed whispers passed between them. These were shrewd people, quick to grasp his intent, yet still uncertain. At last a middle-aged scholar strode up to Yi Fan and declared, "I'll go with you." That first spark set off another. A second, then a third person rose, and soon nearly half the hall had chosen to follow. The rest hovered in hesitation, as if bound by invisible cords. Yi Fan pressed no further. Inclining his head, he said, "Thank you for your trust." He directed his aides to escort the volunteers to a side chamber, his expression mild throughout. Those who had not decided were left to make their own choice. Just then, a man who had been standing quietly at the back stepped forward. Yi Fan, I have something for you. The crowd parted to reveal an elderly figure in an academy robe, his face weather-worn. Yi Fan recognized him at once. Headmaster Zhang Yun? You and Ing Sheng once came to Nanchuan to recruit me. More accurately, Zhang Yun replied evenly, this is a relic. He drew a palm-sized ebony box from his sleeve and offered it with both hands. Yi Fan accepted it. The wood felt cool, a faint pulse of energy stirring within. Zhang Yun sighed softly. It's a sword beast egg Ing Sheng left for you. He asked me to give it to you in person if I ever had the chance. A sword beast egg? Yi Fan blinked at the box Zhang Yun was holding out to him. Why are you giving it to me? Zhang Yun nudged the box closer, his voice low but steady. Ing Sheng thought highly of you. You practice the sword-sane arts and you're decisive by nature. He spoke often of taking you as his disciple, saying you were the one most suited to wield a sword beast. This is the very egg he once promised you. He paused, swallowing what sounded like bitterness. When you left for the central martial capital, he kept the egg for you. Later, after he was executed, it ended up with me. It took some effort to hide it until now. Yi Fan brushed a fingertip along the rim of the box, a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Something occurred to him. He turned to a nearby guard. Find out whether Ing Sheng's descendant, Ing Lu, is in the prison. The guard hurried off, but Zhang Yun shook his head. Ing Lu died with Ing Sheng when the rebels struck. Changing the subject, he pressed the box firmly into Yi Fan's hands. A sword beast is truly unique. Ing Sheng chose death rather than let the rebels get the breeding method. He spent his life pursuing the sword path, but fell short of the king rank. This egg holds the last sword beast in existence. Without the method, there will never be another. Let it help you go farther than he did, and you will fulfill his wish. Yi Fan's throat tightened. He tucked the box away with care. I will see that this sword beast shines as it should. You have the talent, Zhang Yun said with a sigh and a nod. Then he stepped past Yi Fan. Yi Fan turned to follow him with his eyes. Elder Zhang, won't you come back to Nanchuan with me? After this battle, the capital will be even harder to hold. Zhang Yun's thin back stayed straight. I'm a nobody who was honored with 30 years as headmaster here. My heart is already bound to this place. The old saying goes, for a peck of grain, repay with 10 pieces of gold. The court may crumble and the capital may fall, but my debt of gratitude remains. It was the answer Yi Fan expected. He bowed deeply. In that case, I won't press you. Take care, elder. Zhang Yun returned the bow. You as well. Our paths differ, may you reach your goal. Farewell. Tap, tap. His aging footsteps echoed down the dim corridor. His gait was unsteady, yet every step landed like a stone. Yi Fan watched until the figure disappeared, emotions churning. At last he flicked his sleeve, turned toward the city walls, and called out. Extermination Corps, hear my command. Hunt down everyone who sided with the rebels, merchants, clans, officials, no matter who they are. Execute them on the spot. Outside the walls, soldiers whispered. Instead of grabbing the spoils, he's busy killing people inside. But the plundering was already done. 1,000,000 troops had entered the capital and stripped it clean in almost no time. King of the Northern Lands and his companions had clearly discovered a route into the human treasury and come away laden with spoils. From their vantage in the sky, they saw Yi Fan's punitive army scouring the land and could not hide their confusion. Do those aristocratic clans have a blood feud with him? He hunts them wherever they go, King Ming muttered, frowning. The king of the northern lands pondered for a moment and pointed below. Look at the banners. He's hitting the strongholds that bleed the common folk dry. Yi Fan targets only the speculators and exploiters. The families who follow the rules are barely touched. So you're calling him a wise ruler? King Ming scoffed. Hardly. Endless killing never solves anything. People are like water too clear, and no fish survive. Better to seize their weak spots, toss them a few benefits, and make them serve us. The king of the northern lands nodded, yet another thought crossed his mind. Still, he does manage Nanchuan rather well. That's only because everyone in Nanchuan fears him, King Ming replied. The moment he's gone, the whole place will splinter. So you're saying Nanchuan has almost nothing going for it? I wouldn't say it's truly dangerous. King Ming waved the idea away, but before he could continue, a shrill bellow rose from below. You two scoundrels, you emptied the entire human treasury. I marched all this way, and you didn't even leave me a sip of soup. How dare you? The coarse, piercing voice sounded like a village shrew cursing in the street, and the two kings exchanged wry looks. The newcomer was Zhao Wang, whose behavior had grown even more erratic since losing her strategist. The king of the northern lands muttered under his breath, if we're splitting the loot, just do it we shout in front of everyone? He quickly replaced his grumble with a welcoming smile and stepped forward. Your Highness Xiao, you exaggerate. How could we know the treasury had been cleaned out? He raised a hand, signaling King Ming to back him up. Yes, exactly, King Ming chimed in. We were just about to ask you why the place was suddenly empty. Elsewhere in the capital, lamps still burned in Yi Fan's camp. After an all-night tally, Yi Mao arrived with a roster. Marshal Yi, a little over 70 people are willing to return to Nanchuan with us. Nearly every officer will follow. Only a handful insist on remaining in the capital. Everyone chooses his own road, let them stay, Yi Fan said, flipping through the list. Suddenly he asked, what about Uncle Li Ming? Yi Mao's face clouded. He was executed. He led the resistance in the prison and was among the first to die. Yi Fan sighed. Li Ming had helped him secure Nanchuan, and, together with Yi Mao, had won countless merits at court. Now nothing remained of him but a mound of earth. Stifling his grief, Yi Fan asked, is Uncle Li Ming's family still in the capital? They are. Li Wushuang was quick-witted. When the city fell, she disguised the family as street vendors. They suffered, but they escaped the rebels. She has always been clever. Yi Fan closed the roster. Once we're back in Nanchuan, I plan to promote her. She'll be an excellent aide. Yi Mao agreed, though regret tinged his voice. We tried to persuade Li Ming to leave first, but he refused. Everyone stands by something, Yi Fan said quietly, then paused. Any word on the Luo family? None, Yi Mao replied. I asked everywhere. Since Ning Xiaochuan took power, no one has seen Luo Qingxian, and no one from the Luo clan has shown themselves. Then they must have taken our advice and left early, Yi Fan nodded softly. Outside the tent, dawn's pale light crept over the roofs. From the high ground, soldiers could be seen hauling supplies through every street of the capital, while the townsfolk watched in fear. Yi Fan tucked the roster away, a touch of melancholy stirring in his chest. The capital was reclaimed, yet before long it might cease to exist altogether. Humanity's future was shrouded in uncertainty. Standing shoulder to shoulder beneath the shattered walls of the old capital, Yi Fan and Yi Mao stared across the scorched earth. Both sighed at the same thought. Warlords had risen everywhere, and the years ahead might be consumed by endless civil war. Civilians would die in droves. Rare ores and spirit materials would feed the forges without pause, and rank upon rank of soldiers would clash at the beat of war drums. Brothers turned enemies. Meanwhile, beasts on the front lines still battered Wangu Bridge day and night, even as the heartland bled itself dry through infighting. It felt like an age of utter darkness, one misstep away from humanity's extinction. Yi Fan exhaled a long, metallic breath, yet his eyes remained steady. The human race will not perish, and chaos will not last forever. Nanchuan's future will put an end to all of this. I believe you. Yi Mao patted him on the shoulder, then asked after a moment's thought, what do we do next? We wait for the conclave to finish. Yi Fan's gaze drifted toward the distant dais packed with the realm's strongest. If the alliance barely holds, each faction still saves some face. If it breaks, endless war will follow. Yi Mao nodded and glanced into the sky. High above, the three kings still guarded the human treasury, their power whipping the clouds into snarling arcs of lightning. He lowered his voice. Yi Fan, will they be Nanchuan's greatest rivals? For now, yes. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, memories stirring. But new contenders will rise. Some are already showing promise, others are still in hiding. We know nothing about them. The three kings are dangerous, but the unknown is worse, so we have to stay alert. What about these newly sworn officers? How will we place them? Yi Mao asked. The strategist can handle that. Yi Fan waved a hand. Domestic affairs are his domain. Will you leave for a while, seek Zhu Zhao and Yuying, or head to Fu Guang Island first? Fu Guang Island. Yi Fan mused. Zhu Zhao and Yuying are too mysterious, and King Ming is a brooding schemer. The island holds an old acquaintance. I can secure a few trump cards there. Once I'm stronger, I'll look for Zhu Zhao and Yuying with better odds. Should we say you're in seclusion? No need. Yi Fan shook his head. When I return to Nanchuan, I'll refine the structure. Everyone reports straight to me, and we've absorbed too many people too quickly, so Nanchuan looks anything but united. From now on, 1. Swan Sanqing handles civil administration. 2. Li Pingon oversees troop deployment. 3. Chen Chongqing leads weapons research. 4. Grandmaster and Master Qiana manage cultivators and generals. For divisions, balancing, and supporting one another. Even if I travel and cede some authority to the strategist, Nanchuan will stay steady. That's practically founding a small court inside Nanchuan, Yi Mao remarked. A court that belongs to Nanchuan alone. Yi Fan smiled. He was about to say more when hearty laughter rang out overhead. Everyone looked up. The king of the northern lands strode through the air, his golden robe snapping in the wind. In retaking the capital, King Yi, you led the vanguard and crushed the rebels, he called. No one can deny you that glory. The northern king laughed off the compliment. The credit belongs to the whole alliance. The hall was brightly lit. Yi Fan gave a slight bow, his voice respectful yet restrained. I owe the northern king every courtesy. I only did what I ought to do. Such modesty. The northern king roared with laughter, slapping Yi Fan on the shoulder hard enough to make his robe flutter. As the laughter faded, his expression tightened. He drew Yi Fan close and raised a hand to cast an invisible barrier that shut out every sound. Kid, I have something big to discuss with you. What is it? Yi Fan, seeing his caution, grew curious. I've found someone in the city, the northern king whispered, eyes gleaming. Someone who could change everything for our people. Rumors of the northern king's plan to rebuild the court flashed through Yi Fan's mind. He blurted out, it's King Ji, isn't it? How did you know? The northern king's eyes widened in surprise. Yi Fan organized his thoughts. The chaos began when the imperial court fell. 3 kings once led it. King Wu is missing, King Wen was taken away by headmaster Ning, and only King Ji is still in the mortal realm. You're astonishingly bright. The northern king exclaimed. If my son were half as smart as you, I'd wake up laughing. Brother Lingbao wouldn't like hearing that. Yi Fan joked, then steered back on course. So what do you want with King Ji? You must have guessed, the northern king said, excitement burning beneath his calm tone. I want him to restore the court. Our people are in chaos. A new court would set many things right. Yi Fan nodded. A reinstated court wins back the old ministers and forces every warlord to pass through that gate. Even if it's only for show, the pageantry must be complete. Exactly. The northern king kept nodding. If the court sits in the north, the 3 Beihai provinces become the new capital, and the Beihai army becomes the palace guard. Marching in the court's name will crush any who resist. Yi Fan saw through the scheme, but sounded casual. So, what help do you need from me? There'll be pushback, the northern king lowered his voice. With stakes like these, King Ming and King Zhao won't sit idle. Of course. Yi Fan gave a self-deprecating smile. But my name carries little weight in Nanchuan. I may not help much. Nonsense. You were the last commander of Xiaoyang Pass. The northern king slapped the table. Show your colors, and many will follow. And didn't you free a number of former officials from prison? If they endorse me, we'll have real power. So that's what you were waiting for. A shadow crossed Yi Fan's eyes. Those officials had followed him because the court was gone. If he handed them over, they might never leave the northern king again. After a moment's thought, he compromised. I can reveal my identity and support you. But I know nothing about rescuing those officials, nor did I order anyone to do it. Still playing dumb? The northern king laughed. I'm not asking for free. My men took nearly 3,000 treasures from the human treasury. 20% is yours if you agree. Temptation flickered in Yi Fan's smile, yet he shook his head. They're tempting, but I truly brought no one out and can't help you there. 30%? I really didn't. You the northern king's brows knit, but he held his temper. They're just officials. Support me, and I'll repay you many times over. Don't forget, I took King Zhao's blame for you. If he learns you killed Lingshan, I regret the strategist's death as much as anyone. Yi Fan cut him off. After a brief silence, he offered a new plan. I have no men to give, but I can persuade the former officials still in the capital. I served in the puppet court, so we're on decent terms. They wouldn't return to Nanchuan with me, but if we're restoring the court, I might convince quite a few. That sounds more like it. The northern king finally smiled again, thumping Yi Fan's shoulder once more. That's the spirit, boy. Help me, and I'll help you. Your title of King Yi lacked legitimacy, didn't it? Once the court is rebuilt, they'll have King Ji issue an edict so the whole world knows of the young King Yi. Thank you, King of the Northern Lands. Yi Fan dipped his head politely, though a shadow flashed across his eyes. Beatty Wong had forced him to reveal his identity and then loudly granted him a title, clearly pushing him into the spotlight. Don't overthink it. I have no intention of harming you, Beatty Wong said, waving cheerfully when he noticed Yi Fan's displeasure. You're destined to unite the South, so an early title won't hurt. As the last human defender and the only youthful king, Nanchuan will find it easier to draw in talent and intimidate riffraff. Yi Fan cupped his hands in thanks, his face composed, yet inwardly he marked the man before him as a threat. This seemingly hardy ruler was anything but harmless. Recent events proved his calculations ran far deeper than simple support. They were both ambitious leaders, and only one would remain standing in the end. Allies today for profit, they would clash tomorrow. The same applied to Ming Wang and Ming Wang. Those seasoned title holders had mastered manipulation to the bone, and a single misstep could leave nothing but scraps. I hope we'll work well together, Beatty Wang said, still smiling as he extended a broad hand. If the court is rebuilt smoothly, we'll have many chances to cooperate. That would be my honor, Yi Fan replied. Their palms met for the briefest instant before parting, both wearing smiles no outsider could read. Beatty Wang then offered a reminder. Winning over the former ministers will still fall largely to you, King Yi. Among the families with the greatest prestige in the capital, keep an eye on one man Ouyangji. His old residence is on Ningdong Street, and he may already be back. Ouyangji? Yi Fan frowned. The name rang no bell. He never held office, Beatty Wang explained after a brief pause. He founded a civil teaching sect and enjoys high regard among rustic scholars as well as many great clans. Is his sect that formidable? Yi Fan asked. It's not the sect, Beatty Wang said, deciding to be frank. He once taught Wen Wang and Ji Wang. People call him the emperor's mentor, the highest honor a teacher can hold. If he's willing to step forward, rebuilding the court will be far smoother. Emperor's mentor. Yi Fan's heart lurched. Wen Wang and Ji Wang were peerless strategists of the human race. Anyone who had taught them carried tremendous weight. Chiding himself for having overlooked such a figure, he merely nodded. He'll visit him personally. Good, Beatty Wang said with satisfaction. He patted Yi Fan's shoulder, studied his face for a moment, then abruptly changed the subject. Boy, have you thought about marriage? I have a young daughter. Am focused on cultivation and have no intention of marrying. Yi Fan interrupted, raising his hands. Hey, don't be so hasty. Let me tell you, my girl's beauty is second to none. I truly have no wish to marry. I can play the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I'm clever, and I even know a thing or two about beast taming. So you two would have plenty to talk about. Honestly, no? Don't refuse him so quickly. Meet him first. Give it a chance. What if something comes of it? That king of the northern lands is downright annoying. After a great deal of verbal sparring, Yi Fan finally managed to fend off the king's proposal for a political marriage and, rubbing his aching temples, landed beside Yi Mao. What's wrong? Yi Mao asked with concern. Just some trivial matters. Yi Fan brushed it aside, then grew serious. Granduncle, have you ever heard of the imperial tutor? What imperial tutor? Forget it. He waved a hand. The king of the northern lands wants me to persuade a few former ministers of the old dynasty. I figured we might as well pay the imperial tutor a direct visit. You're planning to help that king? Yi Mao frowned. Of course not. Yi Fan rejected the idea outright. I want to bring the imperial tutor over to our side. The king has other designs on me. I want strength in his hand. Yi Mao smiled in understanding. Once their destination was set, the two of them shot off into the sky. High above the clouds, the king of the northern lands met the king of destiny once more. You're sending that boy to the imperial tutor? The king of destiny raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid he'll take the man away? The imperial tutor isn't someone just anyone can win over. The king of the northern lands was unfazed. Besides, do you really think he'd work for me? I've been cornering him, even uncovered the tutor's past. He'll only go through the motions at best. Then what's your angle? The king of destiny asked, puzzled. Opportunity. The king of the northern lands smiled cryptically. I have a hunch that kid will become a major variable. Whenever the tutor meets someone, he writes a short appraisal. They'll have the gatekeeper listen in. The king of destiny laughed and shook his head. You're as superstitious as ever. The imperial tutor's just a mortal experienced, yes, but no seer. He seldom writes those notes. Among the modern kings, only the bright king ever got a family of loyal martyrs. You and I have been there many times, yet he wrote nothing for us. Who's ever seen a 200-year-old mortal still alive and kicking? The king of the northern land snorted. Just watch that boy is anything but ordinary. Capital city. Night pressed low. The alley was so quiet that only their footsteps echoed. Pat, pat. Yi Fan and Yi Mao landed at the mouth of the lane and immediately sensed something amiss. The alley had clearly been looted, yet someone had spent the night restoring it. New blue bricks, perfectly aligned joints. This imperial tutor is certainly odd. Alert, Yi Fan slowed his pace. Wisps of incense smoke drifted between the fresh bricks. At the far end stood a weather-worn wooden door, its surface cracked and peeling, while the surrounding wall had been freshly whitewashed, also obviously repaired overnight. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Fan raised his hand and rapped. Soon, footsteps approached from inside. A young disciple in an unfamiliar Taoist robe opened the door, studied them briefly, and smiled. Lord Yi, I presume? My master has been expecting you. Expecting me? Yi Fan was taken aback. Yes. An hour ago, master said Lord Yi would arrive and told me to wait at the door. The young man bowed. Please, come in. Yi Fan stepped over the threshold, Yi Mao right behind. The disciple suddenly raised a hand to bar Yi Mao. Marshal Yi Mao, master says it would be inconvenient for you to listen in on this meeting. Me? Yi Mao looked surprised. Your master knew I would come? Of course. The disciple remained polite. Please wait here for a moment. Left with no choice, Yi Mao nodded and exchanged a glance with Yi Fan. Their departure from camp had been exactly an hour ago, yet the imperial tutor knew every detail. Extraordinary indeed. While waiting outside, Yi Mao couldn't help asking, young man, what cultivation level is your master? Master is only a mortal. He has never practiced cultivation. The disciple smiled and cupped his fists. All things in the world follow karma. The fact that you have come here means there is karma binding you to this place, and master can sense it. Karma? Yi Mao paused in confusion, while Yi Fan fell into thought. After a moment, he waved his hand. Lead the way. Very well. The disciple obeyed and stepped ahead, with Yi Fan and Yi Mao walking side by side. The wooden door creaked open, releasing the stale blend of old sandalwood and dust. Beyond lay an antique hall with a modest shrine at its center. No idol stood inside, only a dozen bronze censers placed irregularly. Ash was heaped high in each one, the charred ends of spent incense crowded together, spilling over the rims and carpeting the altar. The hall's faint fragrance came entirely from this. How strange, Yi Fan muttered, frowning. Would King Yi like to offer incense? The disciple asked, noting his expression. If there's no deity here, who would I be honoring? Yi Fan asked, voicing his doubt. To whomever King Yi believes, the disciple said with a smile. Devotion lies in sincerity, not in statues. When the heart is true, images are unnecessary. Interesting. Yi Fan arched a brow. And if someone believes in nothing at all, may he still offer incense? How could anyone believe in nothing? The disciple shook his head. In one lifetime, everyone believes in something: gods, ghosts, Buddhas, demons, worldly words, or absolute truths, the self, or others. There is always something, even if it has no form. Faith itself is formless. People merely seek a vessel for it, the disciple replied, bowing once more. Yi Fan fell silent, privately admiring the young man's insight. He approached the altar, drew 3 sticks from the scattered bundle, lit them, and set them in a censer. For more than a century, Yi Fan had seldom made offerings. He had little faith in gods or spirits, and when custom compelled him, he was perfunctory at best. Yet now, for once, he was earnest. As blue smoke spiraled upward, faces and scenes flashed through his mind, those who had left the deepest marks on his life. Can King Yi now see his own belief? The disciple asked softly. Yi Fan started and looked down. The 3 sticks he had just placed were already reduced to ash, leaving only short stubs. Remarkable incense, he murmured. The disciple replied with a silent smile, bowed again, and led the way onward. They passed through a side door into a small, open courtyard. The ground was spotless, lush greenery rising beyond the walls. At its center, an old man sat cross-legged, back to them, his posture relaxed as though in meditation. Master, King Yi has arrived, the disciple reported quietly, then stepped aside. The old man did not turn. Yi Fan was about to speak when a calm, yet commanding voice filled the courtyard. If you came to discuss whether I should stay or leave, spare your breath. The words stopped Yi Fan mid-sentence. After a pause, he clasped his hands. Imperial Mentor, your reputation is well earned. I have never claimed that title, the old man answered, still facing away. It's merely what others call me. Very well. Sensing the man's transcendence, Yi Fan dropped all pretense. Since you knew I would come, what is it you wish to say? The old man did not respond. He clearly hadn't expected Yi Fan to change his stance so quickly. In the courtyard, the trees swayed, a cold wind swept along the eaves, and scattered leaves rustled. The elder knew that King Yi's heart lay with the world, yet he kept silent. After a brief pause, the elder finally spoke, his voice low and steady. Your obsession runs too deep. It makes your dealings with the mortal realm too extreme. Master, you can see my obsession? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, half skeptical. What obsession? The death of your kin, your lover, your comrades. With 3 short phrases, he laid bare the pain in Yi Fan's heart. Yi Fan's breath caught. He stared at the elder as if seeing him clearly for the first time. How could you possibly know that? All things arise from cause and effect. Understand that, web, and everything is plain. The elder's tone was calm, his sleeve lifting in the wind. Yi Fan had never believed in fate, yet the truth before him left him shaken. Since you know my obsession and speak of it, what do you want? To persuade you? Nothing more. The old man sighed, his eyes piercing the night. I once met someone very much like you. I kept silent out of fear, and that one misstep helped bring humanity to ruin. You mean Headmaster Ning, don't you? Yi Fan murmured. The elder nodded. If Head applied his gifts to the right path, he would have transcended the ordinary. The same goes for you. Let go of your obsession, and you'll climb to legendary heights. Yi Fan fell silent, eyes flickering. After a moment, he chuckled and shook his head. Without that obsession, my life loses its meaning. I never cared for power plays or deceit. If not for this single driving force, I'd have walked away long ago. Why not try? The elder pressed. Your talent is unmatched. With a quiet mind, you might reach realms no one has seen. But that's not what I seek, Yi Fan repeated. The old man sighed. Your heart is steel, it will not bend. Yi Fan was grateful for the counsel, yet each life has its own course. You fear my obsession will lead me astray and harm humanity. If that day comes, find me in Nanchuan and guide me." The elder fell silent, then exhaled slowly. "I will go to Nanchuan, not for gain and not to lecture. I want a quiet cottage where I can teach on occasion." Yi Fan had only been testing him, but hearing those words he froze, then smiled broadly. This was no ordinary man. Even casual teachings from him could transform Nanchuan. "Very well." Yi Fan agreed and reached out to help, but the elder raised a hand in refusal. "Someone is watching you. If I walk beside you, escape becomes harder. My disciple and I will leave now. By the time you return to Nanchuan, we'll be there." "Very well." Yi Fan nodded. As the elder turned away, Yi Fan remembered the disciple's earlier words and called out, "If you've never cultivated, how will you stay safe? I avoid misfortune and seek fortune." The elder's voice was calm. His figure vanished at the alley's mouth, leaving one last instruction. "Stay here. Leave in half an hour." "All right." Trusting the elder's certainty, Yi Fan remained in the courtyard. Water dripped from the eaves, a quiet rhythm marking the passing minutes. Half an hour later he stepped outside. Yi Mao waited beyond the alley. "Uncle, did you see which way the master went?" "I thought he was still inside," Yi Mao said, puzzled. "I've been here the whole time and saw no one leave." "Remarkable," Yi Fan said with quiet awe. He glanced back down the narrow lane, eyes gleaming with delight. In a world of wonders, no one had ever eluded him like this master. The man's promise to go to Nanchuan was an unexpected boon. Yi Mao asked for the full story, and when he heard it he, too, was impressed. With someone like that in Nanchuan, merely his presence will raise the place's caliber. "Exactly," Yi Fan agreed. Yi Mao then frowned. "One thing still puzzles me. If he can foresee danger and trace cause and effect, how did he get captured when the rebels stormed the city?" "Maybe he let himself get caught on purpose," Yi Mao said. "Everything that happened today feels wrong, even I can't pin it down." "Maybe." Yi Fan paused, then shook his head and dropped the matter. "Once we reach Nanchuan, we need to visit the imperial tutor. I'm convinced he's hiding more than a few shocking secrets." "Fine." Yi Mao agreed. He raised his hand to shut the wooden door but froze. "Yi Fan, why is there a sheet of paper on the door?" "What?" Yi Fan turned and saw a page stuck to the center of the panel. "That wasn't here earlier." Frowning, he peeled it off. The paper was brittle and yellowed, its ink sweeping in bold 8 characters in a single line. "A king yet not a king, an emperor yet not an emperor." Yi Fan stared for a long moment, brow furrowing. "What does it mean?" Yi Mao whispered. "Was this the imperial tutor's verdict on you?" "No idea." Yi Fan shook his head, baffled. He pressed the paper back onto the door. "Well, ask him another day." They left. Moments later, the King of the North and the King of Fate arrived. "Ask the imperial tutor." Outside the door, the King of Fate lifted his hand, but hesitation and a trace of fear held him back. The King of the North hesitated as well, drew a deep breath, and knocked hard. The thuds echoed, yet no one answered. "Where's the page boy?" he muttered, knocking again. Just then, the sheet of paper fluttered down. "What?" He caught it, glanced at the line, and read aloud. "A king yet not a king, an emperor yet not an emperor, take a look, King of Fate." The imperial tutor must have left it as an assessment of that boy. The King of Fate took the page. One glance, and his brow tightened. "Literally, it says he is both beyond an emperor and yet not truly a ruler." "That's your translation?" The King of the North snorted, snatching the paper back. "Then what does it mean?" "I'd say it," he faltered and fell silent. "You're even worse than I am." The King of Fate sneered, reaching for the page. The King of the North pulled it away. "Forget the wording. The point is, that boy carries a ruler's destiny. Then he's our greatest threat." The King of Fate's eyes turned cold. "Exactly." The King of the North smirked, lifting his chin. "Told you he wasn't simple." "Far from simple," the King of Fate agreed, his face darkening. "Oh, hearing Yi Fan has an imperial fate turns you black as charcoal." The King of the North mocked him. "A boy in his teens, and you're already scared he'll seize your throne? Didn't you boast the imperial tutor's divinations never miss? Aren't you afraid?" The King of Fate shot back. "Why should I be? When I didn't know his background, I wanted him on our side. Now that I know the truth, the target is clear as our enemy." The King of the North spread his hands, tone relaxed. "True enough." The King of Fate nodded, then fixed him with a stare. "And you and I will be enemies as well." "Of course." The King of the North smiled faintly, battle light in his eyes. "Old man, we've fought all our lives. Ending yours with my own hand now, that would be fitting. I wouldn't be so sure about who ends up killing whom." Ming Wang gave a cold snort and turned away, his wide black cloak whipping up a gust at his heels. "You're flying high right now, but the enemies you're making are piling up. Don't get yourself cut down by someone else before I even have the chance." Time flew by. During these days, aside from visiting the imperial tutor, Yi Fan practically covered every corner of the capital. He called on every former minister who had stayed behind, laying out in detail the Northern King's plan to rebuild the court. Most of the old officials could hardly contain their excitement. They needed little persuasion before pledging their support. Once Yi Fan finished his task, the Northern King moved without delay. In the shattered old throne hall, The northern king's proposal to move the new court to the northern provinces set off an immediate uproar. Impossible, the court can never be established in the north. Zhao Wang was the first to leap forward, his voice shaking loose bits of rubble from the arches. He stormed to the front, every gesture suggesting he might seize the northern king by the ear at any moment. My lords, please hear me out. The northern king had expected opposition and remained composed. Though the rebels in the capital have been cleared, uprisings rage across the land, and our forces are all but spent. In contrast, the north still fields 1 million seasoned soldiers and enjoys peace within its borders. When choosing a capital, security must come first, and nowhere is safer for our people than the north. I propose moving the seat of government there purely for the realm's future, without a shred of self-interest. Nonsense. Zhao Wang shot back. Your ambition is plain for all to see. Shifting the court north serves you alone. The capital should be in Hexami. Troops are stationed there, and it's the ancestral home of 3 generations of Wen kings. That's where the people's hearts lie. I'm afraid your ambition is what everyone sees, the northern king replied, uncharacteristically firm. By troop strength, Hushi cannot match the 3 northern provinces. The north has only 3 provinces. Hushi is shielded by 7 surrounding territories. Zhao Wang's shout was still echoing when several other contenders rose. If we move the court to Hushi, we'll defend it with our lives. Supporters of the northern king stood as well. If the court is founded in the north, we'll defend it with our lives. As tempers flared, Ming Wang cut in, amusement glinting in his voice. In that case, why not Liang province? We've spent decades stamping out rebels there. If you want safety, Liang is the surest bet. Tension crackled through the hall, but the northern king did not yield. Instead, he played his trump card. Since we can't agree, let the court decide for itself. I've invited back most of the former ministers, along with humanity's last guardian, Yi Fan. They represent the courts, will let them judge. Fair enough? As he finished, Yi Fan entered with the old ministers at his side, their robes billowing. Their arrival met with a chorus of startled gasps. We are unanimous, the court belongs in the north. Dozens of venerable officials spoke as one, leaving Zhao Wang momentarily speechless. Seeing the silence, the northern king smiled and bowed toward the curtains behind him. If that's still not enough, shall we hear from the wisest of the 3 human kings, Xi Wang? With a rustle, the heavy drapes were drawn aside. A white-haired elder stepped forward. Though his robes were worn, they were impeccably neat, and his eyes, deep as the sea, still shone with undiminished brilliance. Xi Wang. The name fell like thunder, stunning every ambitious lord present, for strictly speaking, they were all rebels. Is that really Xi Wang? Whispers spread, yet Zhao Wang alone had the nerve to step forward and face the old man. Zhao Gao, what are you doing? The northern king reached out to stop him, but was a heartbeat too late. Zhao Wang halted before the elder, convinced he was an imposter, and raised a hand to expose the fraud. Instantly, a vast aura surged from the old man, crashing over the hall like a tidal wave. Zhao Gao, why are you always so foolish? The familiar voice cut like a blade. Overwhelmed, Zhao Wang staggered back several steps before he could stop himself, blurting out in shock, impossible, you're the real Xi Wang. Tap, tap. Zhao Wang almost crawled backward, his panicked footsteps echoing through the vast hall, until his back slammed into one of his own guards, and he came to a clumsy stop. What? You don't recognize me anymore? Xi Wang's voice was calm, yet it slid across Zhao Wang's neck like an icy blade, utterly emotionless. I do, Zhao Wang stammered, nodding frantically. All his former swagger vanished. Years ago, while drilling the troops, Xi Wang had coached him personally, and he knew better than to posture before this man. Xi Wang ignored Zhao Wang's humiliation. He raised his eyes and swept his gaze from the doorway to the darkest recesses of the hall, an invisible weight pressing down wherever it passed. Already uneasy, everyone lowered their heads, everyone except the northern king, who stood straight, as if strolling through a garden. The senior ministers, seeing Xi Wang appear, could barely contain their excitement. I want the court established in the northern territories, Xi Wang said, withdrawing his gaze. The hall fell silent. No one dared object. As you command, Lord Xi. The northern king was the first to kneel on one knee, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. The other warlords instantly followed him to the floor. We obey. Xi Wang nodded and waved them off as though the matter bored him. Seizing the moment, the northern king added, since your highness has graced us with your presence, there is another issue to discuss. Speak. Yi Tiangong, lord of the southern rivers, has served with great merit. I wish to grant him a formal title. All the war leaders agree, yet without the court's decree it lacks legitimacy, the northern king declared, his voice echoing between the pillars. Xi Wang paused. Who is Yi Tiangong? I am, Yi Fan replied, stepping forward, removing his mask and bowing. Xi Wang beckoned him closer. His eyes were like deep whirlpools, swallowing Yi Fan whole. The sensation of being laid completely bare sent a chill through Yi Fan's chest. He had felt it only once before, while studying the ancient texts in the Luo family tomb. Is this truly Xi Wang? He wondered. If so, why had he remained hidden when the realm collapsed? Why was he now aiding the Northern King? And why the mask? Your title? Jiwang asked, cutting off his thoughts. Yi, my family name, Yi Fan answered, cupping his fists, his voice steady. Jiwang nodded lightly, paused for a few breaths, and pronounced, granted. Excellent. The Northern King laughed before Yi Fan could voice his thanks. The court is restored, and humanity has gained another titled king cause for the grandest celebration. I propose we hold a feast this very day. See to it, Ji Wang replied. King Ji spoke, his voice calm. I'm feeling a bit weary. As his words faded, the hanging drapes fell once more, screening the dais from sight. King Beatty immediately picked up the thread, his tone both smooth and resonant. King Ji has borne the burdens of our people. He deserves his rest. From this moment on, all matters will be handled by me. Very well, came the brief reply from behind the curtain, followed by silence. After a moment of quiet, the ministers surged toward King Beatty like a rising tide. His own supporters, those of King Ming, and even the once neutral courtiers all understood what this scene meant. A new balance of power had just been announced. King Beatty raised an arm and shouted, "My friends, join me at the banquet." Voices echoed in agreement, and the crowd swept after him. In the vast hall, only King Zhao remained, standing in dejection. He lifted his eyes to the fallen curtain, bewildered and afraid, and muttered, "Impossible, King Ji should have been gone long ago." At the victory feast, Yi Fan became the center of attention. Goblets clinked and compliments flowed without pause. Only when the banquet was half over and the guests began to drift away did a measure of calm return. Yi Mao leaned in and whispered, "I didn't expect everyone to fear King Ji this much." Even King Zhao didn't dare speak. "The reputation of the three kings has been building for years," Yi Fan replied, taking a sip from his cup. "Even if the court collapses, the aftershock lingers. Do you think order might return because of this?" Yi Mao pressed on. "King Beatty may have his own agenda, but once the court is rebuilt there will at least be authority again. It will be no more than a dying flash of light." Yi Fan shook his head. "Everyone has tasted what it's like to be a ruler. Asking them to submit again will be nearly impossible." "Even so, King Ji is still here," Yi Mao persisted. "Someone that brilliant, if he really wanted Tosshold, be able to turn the tide for humanity, shouldn't he? If they truly had a heaven-defying plan, they would have prevented things from reaching this point. There'd be no need for today's performance." Yi Fan's gaze flickered as he recalled the scene earlier that day. "Besides, I suspect something was wrong with the King Ji we saw." "A fake?" Yi Mao asked. "Not exactly a fake," Yi Fan mused. "When he asked why I wore a mask, I met his eyes. He looked overwhelming on the outside, yet the energy within him was faint, not even at king level. Could it be that his realm is so far above ours it hid itself from your senses? Impossible. My breathing technique is extremely sensitive to elemental force," Yi Fan said firmly. Yi Mao pondered. "Then it must have been some kind of avatar?" I leaned toward that explanation. Yi Fan nodded. "Ambition is burning everywhere, and King Ji's manner today felt off. If it was just an avatar, the truth will surface soon enough. That's why I call it a dying flash." Yi Mao withdrew in silence. He knew his lord still hoped to see the court rebuilt for real. Late into the night, as the banquet was winding down, the soft tap of footsteps drew near, and the three brothers from Fu Guang Island appeared. "King Yi, you said you would return to Fu Guang Island with us. When shall we depart?" the elder brother asked. "Right now?" Yi Fan rose and nodded to Yi Mao. Understanding, Yi Mao slipped into the crowd, clearly to gather the troops for the journey. Yi Fan's decisiveness stunned the brothers for a moment, then they smiled. The youngest lowered his voice. "Good, we'll make it in time. 2 days ago our elders sent word that the seal is stirring. The giant has started to breathe and may soon awaken." "Perfect," Yi Fan nodded. "We leave at once." "What about King Beatty?" the middle brother asked uneasily. "Tell him I'm unwell," Yi Fan answered casually. "You can say an elder in your family passed away." "That might not be," the youngest began, but the eldest raised a hand to silence him. Leading the way, he warned, "King Yi, when you face the giant, there is one name you must never mention." "What name?" Yi Fan fell into step beside him. "Ares," the eldest said solemnly. "She was the giant's lover in life and the reason for his fall into madness." "Fall into madness? What did his lover do?" Yi Fan asked, puzzled. "It's a long story," the eldest replied. They reached an open space. He produced a palm-sized miniature boat and breathed lightly on its hull. The craft expanded in an instant, floating in midair like a hot air balloon, complete with deck and masts. "Let's board, first." "What an extraordinary vessel." Yi Fan watched the airship materialize out of nowhere and let out a soft gasp of admiration. Its silver-white hull gleamed, and a faint blue glow pulsed along the underside, marking it as anything but ordinary. Jiang Chao, the eldest of the three brothers, grinned and said, "Fu Guang Island is full of wonders like this. Once you see more of it, Lord Yi, you'll stop being surprised." Before he even finished speaking, he stepped aboard. The second brother, Tian Xun, and the third, Hao Ri, followed, with Yi Fan bringing up the rear. The deck was unexpectedly spacious, large enough to hold 1,000 people, yet it was littered with crates and devices, spoils gathered during the brothers' expedition inland. Jiang Chao swept his gaze over the chaos and frowned. Why is it such a mess? He muttered. Though his tone was casual, the question hit a nerve. Tianchun and Hao Ri scrambled to sort everything back into place. Moments later the deck was clear again. Jiang Chao then produced lightweight metal tables and chairs from a storage unit and invited Yi Fan to sit. Allow me to introduce us properly. Sitting ramrod straight, Jiang Chaos' voice was loud and clear. We're the 3 law enforcers of Fu Guang Island. I'm Jiang Chao, the eldest. This is Tianchun, the second, and Hao Ri, the youngest. Yi Fan glanced at Tianchun and Hao Ri and joked, judging by their names. I swear those two sound even more impressive than you. There are only 3 law enforcers on the whole island. Jiang Chao replied with a shrug. We command the enforcement corps directly. Above us are 6 elders, and below us sits a jumble of minor officials. Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully. Sending all 3 of you to escort me shows considerable respect for the Northern King. But Fu Guang Island is secluded. How did he even make contact with you? Jiang Chaos' expression turned solemn. The Northern King once studied under one of our elders and took away a fair bit of technology. That's how he managed to arm the Northlands. Sensing Yi Fan's concern, he added, rest assured, Fu Guang Island has no alliance with him. It's fine, Yi Fan said with a wave, though inwardly he was shocked. The Northern King, isolated in the far provinces, had still reached Fu Guang Island and perhaps even beyond, into alien realms and beast territories. He forced the thought aside. Jiang Chao steered the conversation back. Let's talk about the giant. How much does Lord Yi know? I only read about him in the Chronicles of the Human King, Yi Fan replied, searching his memory. The Human King called him a formidable opponent. I heard he perfected the path of life and death, but that's all I know. Then I'll start from the beginning. Jiang Chao cleared his throat, eyes drifting toward the distant sea of clouds. When the giant was born, he was a prince in one of the great nations of his star system. He possessed immense natural strength and stood apart from ordinary men. Upon reaching adulthood, he proved himself both wise and courageous, widely hailed as a born ruler. In short order, he united the surrounding kingdoms and founded a powerful dynasty. Under his leadership, the realm flourished, monarch and ministers of one mind, the people industrious. At that pace, a few more years, and he might have dominated the entire star system. Yi Fan suddenly felt a twinge of recognition and sent a silent message with his divine sense. Xiongqi, isn't this your former masters? That fool just lived in the same star system, hardly related to me. Xiongqi snapped back. Oh, Yi Fan refocused and signaled Jiang Chao to continue. Momentarily flustered by the interruption, Jiang Chao cleared his throat. Then disaster struck. The giant had a wife he loved dearly. One campaign took him far from home, so he left elite guards to protect her, yet, despite the heavy escort, his wife was assassinated. After the giant returned, he could not accept his lover's death and has been searching ever since for a way to bring her back. Resurrection again, Yi Fan murmured, brow furrowing. He remembered that the Human King had come here for the same purpose, to revive someone dear. Losing anyone is painful. Losing one's soulmate is unbearable. Jin Chao nodded, his voice heavy. Life and death are separate realms. Reviving a person is almost impossible, even for the giant, whose cultivation draws on the strongest Tao of life and death. The years slipped by, yet his lover never returned. Consumed by obsession, the giant began to unravel. To fashion a body that could hold her lingering soul, he forged a forbidden artifact, the final weapon, planning to sacrifice the entire kingdom to power it. Did he succeed? Yi Fan asked. No. He was a single step away, Jin Chao whispered. A mighty cultivator intervened and sealed him, but the kingdom was already destroyed and most of its people were devoured by the final weapon. Was that cultivator the Human King? Yi Fan pressed. No, someone else. Jin Chao shook his head, his gaze resting on Yi Fan. Oddly enough, that warrior was also called Lord Yi, the same name as yours. The same as mine. Yi Fan blinked. Exactly. Jin Chao offered no more detail. That was the giant's first sealing. The first time? So there was a second and a third? 3 in total, Jin Chao said with a wry smile. 3,000 years later, when the Human King reached the giant's grave, the giant awakened again. The kingdom was long gone, yet he still sought to revive his lover. He reclaimed the final weapon and summoned the dead buried here. And then, the Human King fought him 9 times and lost 9 times. At the final moment, he broke through and reversed the tide, killing the giant again. A few years later, the Human King transcended the stars. My ancestors secretly took the giant's corpse along. Reaching this starfield and sensing his own life waning, he settled here and used the giant's laws to found Blessing Light Island. That's how the giant and the island came to be. Yi Fan now understood. You never expected the giant, having mastered the Tao of life and death, to be truly immortal. 1,000 years later, you found signs of another awakening. That's about right, Jin Chao admitted awkwardly. If he wakes, will he go mad again? Yi Fan asked, uneasy. After 3,000 years, he still wanted to resurrect her. This time it's been even less. He'll be harder to contain. We can't guarantee anything, Jin Chao said, sweat forming on his brow. But we told you. If someone inherits his two daos, the source of his immortality will collapse. How can you be sure an heir will appear? Yifan demanded. Why would an immortal leave a successor at all? Maybe it's inevitable. Jin Chao faltered. Yifan narrowed his eyes. So you're gambling. The heir theory is just conjecture and may not work. You could say that. Jin Chao forced a smile. The records claim the giant was the chosen avatar of a divine beast in that starfield. The beast periodically selects a new avatar, so in theory it works. Whether it succeeds, no one knows. Yifan considered the worst case. How strong is the giant? Peak king, or half a step beyond transcendence? Nominally half a step, Jin Chao said weakly. But each of his daos is perfected at that level, so in battle he's on par with a true transcendent. So stronger than anyone in this world. Yifan dusted off his robe, bowed to Jin Chao, and stood. I have matters at home. He'll be going. Don't go. Jin Chao grabbed at him. The giant may not lose control. Couldn't you at least try? Try? He's basically a transcendent. I'm not trying. Yifan strode for the door. The three elders reached out together, but couldn't stop him. Just as he reached the threshold, Jin Chao shouted, eyes red. If Lord Yi will help, Blessing Light Island will repay you with our greatest goodwill. No amount of goodwill can Yifan began. We can crown you here, and now open the gate of divinity for you in a single day, and lift you straight to the king realm. In a heartbeat, Yifan was back at the table, seated as though he had never moved. He cleared his throat. Ahem, perhaps we should discuss this giant a bit more. What exactly do you mean by this onatary path to kingship? The wind howled across the deck, sails snapping and ropes thrashing. Surrounded by the three brothers, Yifan threw out the question without warning. One day to become a king is literal, Jin Chao answered quickly, afraid Yifan would slip away again. Fu Guang Island has a secret art. Sacrifice a single king-level cultivator to force open the gate of apotheosis. The juniors go in, choose a law, and if the law approves them and they can unfold a domain, they become bona fide kings that very day. Yifan lowered his head in thought. He understood that laws decided most king-level battles, yet the physical body still mattered. After a moment he looked up and shook his head. That kind of king is a counterfeit. Unless the law is absurdly strong enough for the domain alone to crush the enemy, their foundation is hollow. The body can be reinforced later, Jin Chao insisted. Secure king-level combat power first, then stabilize the realm bit by bit. The gap closes fast. It's much like your situation now, except you temporarily can't open a domain. Yifan's eyes flickered, yet he still frowned. You're really willing to sacrifice a king-level fighter? Absolutely, Jin Chao said without hesitation. The island is protected by special laws. Several senior kings have only one breath left. They've been waiting for a crisis. If King Yi can save the island, they're ready to give the rest of their lives. I don't buy it. Yifan lifted his gaze. Swear on your soul, break the oath, and heavenly lightning strikes. Jin Chao froze, met Yifan's unyielding eyes, then gritted his teeth and raised his hand. I swear. A black glow of oath light burst from his palm. You too as well, Yifan said, looking at Tianchun and Hao Ri. With their elder brother already sworn, the other two didn't dare hesitate. One on each side of Yifan, they took the same oath. That's more like it. Yifan nodded. The brothers carried weight on Fu Guang Island. With their oaths, he finally felt secure. I have to become the successor to keep him from going berserk? Yifan pressed. 9 times out of 10, Jin Chao admitted. If that giant lives, he's a constant threat. Even if we put him back to sleep now, when he wakes again, hell'll still be the greatest danger in the starry sky. Maybe there's another way, Tianchun cut in. The giant is looking for his lover, but after so many years he may not remember her. We could find someone to impersonate her, rehearse the story, and fool him. Are you crazy? Haori broke into a cold sweat. He's nearly transcendento. You think he'd forget the woman he loves? If we get exposed, Fu Guang Island is finished. Fine, forget it, Tianchun muttered. Yifan spoke calmly. I wouldn't say it's impossible. See, Yifan's on my side. Tianchun straightened at once. Jin Chao rolled his eyes and faced Yifan. Why do you think it could work? Memory fades with time, Yifan replied evenly. Even the deepest impressions blur. When the giant wakes, we test him first. If he doesn't remember, we go with the impersonation. At least he won't erupt the moment he opens his eyes. It did sound like a workable plan. Jin Chao nodded, then paused and asked, but what if I do remember? Yifan waved it off. If you remember, try inheriting that plan. We'll keep it as a backup. Got it. Jin Chao finally relaxed. Studying Yifan, he added, I once saw a portrait of the warrior who first subdued the giant. King Yi looks almost exactly like him. Inside the sacred hall, the battle was drawing to a close. The descendants of the human king surged forward like a flood, nearly leveling the towering sanctuary. Had the Saint Lord not been sealed, none of them would have qualified to step inside. The Saint Lord revealed his true form, a bizarre dragon-like colossus, held fast by a blazing hexagram array. Around him stood several twisted guardians' bodies split open, blood streaming, yet they clung to their posts, staring down the enemy with suicidal resolve. The human king's clan had suffered losses as well, but their core force remained. Alongside Nyoair and the others was a burly man with a wild beard, muscles like cast iron, and a thunderous aura. This was Jada Loasi, current patriarch of the lineage and father of Jada Bailong. With only a few casual punches, he blasted the Saint Lord's last guardians into the air. Cornered, the Saint Lord bared his fangs and laughed madly. You can't kill me. Heaven itself has chosen me. You will all be erased. Heaven chose you? Jada Loasi snorted, driving his fist through the Saint Lord's torso and punching a bloody hole. What kind of heaven would pick trash like you? I'm evil? Then you're righteous? The Saint Lord roared. Born with ancestral blood, you were stronger from the start. To this starry realm, you are the aberration. Your very existence ruins the balance. Jada Loasi dismissed the words with another punch, tearing a fresh gash in the monster's flesh. He then vaulted into the air, planted himself above the Saint Lord's skull, and raised his fist. Time to end this plague. Boom. His strike fell like a split in the sky itself. Yet, at the instant everyone thought the Saint Lord would be crushed, the creature writhed and laughed. Dong! An invisible, boundless barrier appeared above the Saint Lord's head, stopping Jada Luos's blow cold. Who's there? Jada Loasi felt danger flare and leapt back. Far off, Grandmother Jada sprang to her feet, eyes sharp with alarm. Buzz. No one answered. Only a low resonance pulsed through the air. Looking closer, they saw that the formless shield now enveloped the Saint Lord completely. My turn. Jada Nyoair charged in and threw a punch, but another barrier formed out of nothing and absorbed it. Ours too. The others struck from every direction, yet the shield kept pace, sketching itself ahead of each blow. In moments, the defenses around the Saint Lord meshed into an unbroken wall. Every eye turned to Grandmother Jada. Heaven is shielding him, she murmured, disbelief thick in her voice. A wretch like you, acknowledged by heaven. I told you the real threat to balance is you. The Saint Lord bellowed, his colossal body twisting. Rumble. The ground shook. Chains of light in the hexagram array flared, but cracks spiderwebbed through the pattern, spreading fast. He's about to break free, Grandmother Jada warned, lowering her voice to the younger fighters. We have to leave. Just walk away. Jada Nyoair protested. We're a breath from killing him. With heaven protecting him, we can't kill him today, she said, shaking her head. Next time. Next time Nyoair started to argue, but Jada Loasi clapped him on the shoulder, his voice firm and final. We're leaving. At the patriarch's word, the clan members though reluctant rose into the sky and withdrew. Below, the Saint Lord still battered his seal. Watching the human king's descendants disappear, he let out a shrill laugh. Descendants of the human king, do you still think these stars are yours? This is no longer your realm. Soon a new master will rule this sky. The Holy Lord hadn't been destroyed. Instead, he was showing signs of breaking free from the seal. The Tao of heaven had begun to shield him, and the usual methods could no longer erase his existence. Aboard the airship bound for Fu Guang Island, Yi Fan sat in his cabin, eyes fixed on the latest intelligence scrolling across the communicator, his brow tightly furrowed. He had maintained constant contact with the lineage of the human king. The Alliance's victory at Xiaoyang Pass came only because Yi Fan synchronized their assault with the human king's forces, who stormed the sanctum the very same day. Given their heritage, the human king's bloodline was frighteningly strong, and Yi Fan had believed their well-coordinated plan guaranteed the Holy Lord's death. Yet after a drawn-out stalemate, everything collapsed. Why would the Tao of heaven protect a creature like that? He muttered. Restless, Yi Fan stepped onto the deck. The night wind, heavy with salt, rushed past him. Under the dim starlight, the boundless sea heaved like a sheet of black iron. The vessel had already left human territory far behind. Only the low groan of metal against the wind broke the silence. Lord Yi, what's wrong? Jin Chao joined him a moment later. Yi Fan withdrew his gaze and replied flatly, something's changed. After a pause, he looked up. How much do you know about the Tao of heaven? The Tao of heaven? Jin Chao blinked. It's the embodiment of this starry domain's will. Maybe it has a body, maybe it's nothing but a set of laws. I know that much, Yi Fan said, shaking his head. I'm asking about its traits, what it favors, what it despises. Jin Chao thought for a moment, scratching his head. No one knows its preferences, but the ancestral records say it loathes aberrants and game breakers. Aberrants, game breakers, Yi Fan mused. So it wants to preserve some kind of balance? Not necessarily balance, Jin Chao replied, shaking his head. I'd call it order. Aberrants and game breakers can overturn heaven and earth, so to stave off turmoil, the Tao of heaven quietly suppresses them. That's why prodigies face lightning tribulations far harsher than normal when they attempt to become kings, and why many brilliant, wildly talented people receive a different kind of favor: short lives, early deaths. Hearing this, Yi Fan couldn't help thinking of the people under his command, Swan Sansheng, Chen Chongsheng, and Li Pingan's brightest talents of their generation, yet each burdened with a curse, backlash, frailty, or a heaven-ordained short lifespan. No wonder they say cultivation is a battle against heaven, he murmured, eyes gleaming. After a brief silence, Yi Fan asked, then is transcendence essentially defeating the Tao of heaven? Strictly speaking, It's breaking its shackles, Jin Chao answered. As long as the Tao of heaven exists, every living thing beneath these stars is bound by it. Only transcendence can undo those chains. Yi Fan nodded slightly as the picture sharpened in his mind. The Tao of heaven was shielding the Holy Lord because the two had likely struck a bargain. The Holy Lord would eliminate anyone who might someday transcend. The emergence of Tian had been proof enough everything he possessed was curated to perfection, and if not for his lack of experience, Yi Fan would never have cut him down. Tian had died only because he was still green. If a heaven-born creature raised under these conditions reaches king level, or even half an emperor, it will only become more terrifying. With the Tao of heaven behind it, it could well become the strongest life form in the starry sky, a new embodiment of the heavenly Tao itself. Because of that, Yi Fan merely nodded after reaching his conclusion, deciding it would be the ideal tool for eliminating dissent. At the bow, Tianqin and Haori craned their necks toward the horizon, shouting like excited children, "We're here! We're here!" Yi Fan followed their voices and saw a vast island emerging from the mist at the edge of the sky. So that is Fu Guang Island. Even from afar, he could tell it dwarfed an ordinary city. They've been expanding it for years, reclaiming land from the sea, Jin Chao explained from the rail. The original Fu Guang Island was only half this size. Reclaiming the sea? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, impressed by the scale. This place prolongs life, Jin Chao added with a knowing smile. Many king-class powerhouses have settled here. You might even run into an old acquaintance. Deep inside Fu Guang Island, a grand hall lay shrouded in gloom. Dozens of chairs stood in 2 rows, each occupied by an aged figure, and at the front 6 ornate thrones held 6 more elders. Their loose, folded skin resembled that of centenarians, and though the sun blazed outside, no light reached the hall. With half-closed eyes, they seemed ready to drift off at any moment. The chill silence felt like a mortuary. Tap, tap, the sudden sound of footsteps shattered the stillness. A guard rushed in, dropped to his knees, and broke the oppressive air. "Elders, the enforcement team has brought the suitable air." His words echoed through the vast chamber. The 6 elders on the thrones opened their eyes at once, an unseen tide of pressure surging outward. "Who is he? Does he have a title?" asked the white-robed grand elder in the center, his gentle voice carrying innate authority. "He does," the guard answered, sweating under the weight. "He is Working Zhan Tian's grandson, the only genius of his generation to perfect the Tao." Zhan Tian's grandson. Several elders lifted their clouded eyes. They clearly knew the Working. The grand elder's gaze softened. "Good stock. Heroic blood will not disappoint." The guard nodded vigorously. He held the capital until the rebels breached the last wall, then led the alliance counterattack. For his deeds, he was exceptionally granted the title King Yi, becoming the youngest titled king in human history. King Yi? The name sent another ripple through the hall. "What a coincidence," the grand elder murmured. "The first hero to seal the giant was also King Yi. Now we seek a successor, and again it is King Yi." A raspy laugh came from a corner. "The previous King Yi failed to slay the giant. Now that it has revived, we naturally need a new King Yi to finish the job." Another hoarse voice chimed in. "We've waited so long for this day that half our bodies have rotted away." From deeper in the shadows, an elder spoke urgently. "Honored elders, does the promise you made us back then still stand?" The grand elder nodded. "If you help subdue the giant and allow the air to absorb its laws, I will see that he aids you in turning death into life." "The air may not obey," a venomous voice hissed. "Fu Guang Island survives on the giant's laws. If he inherits them and leaves, the rest of us will finally have to report to the underworld." Another elder snorted. "Why not just kill the outsider? His talent would let one of us reincarnate and cultivate anew." Sensing the unrest, the grand elder raised a hand for calm. "Before the ceremony, I will have him sign a pact ensuring he cannot take the laws away. And if he refuses?" The same venomous voice pressed. "Refuse?" The grand elder was still pondering when the elder beside him snorted. "This is Fu Guang Island. Signing or not is no longer his choice." With a thunderous boom, the starship settled onto Fu Guang Island. Beyond the deck, rows of silver and black-armored guards were already drawn up, their polished lances angled skyward in perfect unison. Yi Fan followed Jin Chao and his 2 brothers down the gangway, and froze at the sight. Before him, towering skyscrapers packed tightly together, sunlight flashing off interwoven steel and glass. The island's main avenue was almost devoid of ground traffic. Instead, small craft darted overhead in every direction. Compared with the massive vessel they had just left, these ships looked like toy fishing boats, radiating an undeniable aura of advanced technology. Because Fu Guang Island was isolated, its inhabitants had poured nearly all their effort into urban development. Noticing Yi Fan's amazement, Jin Chao lowered his voice with a smile. "It's only a single island," he explained. "We have to squeeze every last resource out of it." "That might be for the best," Yi Fan replied, nodding thoughtfully. "If the human realm could channel its resources into building like this, it would already be far more prosperous. But our people have to split their forces to fight spirit beasts," Jin Chao sighed. "Resources never gather in one place. and human nature is too complicated. Without a peerless tyrant to unite us, true cooperation is impossible. While they spoke, a silver-armored soldier strode from the welcoming ranks. The man was built like a fortress, his steps pounding the ground as he called out, Jin Xiao, the Grand Elder orders you to bring your guest to the Elder Hall. The message was blunt, devoid of courtesy. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Clearly, Fu Guang's people were not rolling out the red carpet for him. Jin Xiao hurried to ease the tension. Commander Lin Xiao, our guest has traveled far. Surely he deserves a chance to rest first. Let me arrange quarters for King Yi. The Grand Elder's order is final. I only relay it, Lin Xiao replied, rigid as a spear. The standoff left Jin Xiao in an awkward spot. Not far behind, hot-blooded Tian Chun could hold his temper no longer. What kind of welcome is this? He thundered. King Yi came to save Fu Guang Island, and you greet him with sour faces? So what if you're the Grand Elder? Before the curses were finished, he grabbed Yi Fan's sleeve. Come on, King Yi. They'll find you a place to stay. Second brother, Jin Xiao hissed, but Tian Chun had already stepped forward. Instantly, the surrounding guards snapped their lances upright, cold tips glinting. Lin Xiao moved to block Tian Chen's path. The Grand Elder said the guest goes to the Elder Hall. What's that supposed to mean? Tian Chen growled, fury mounting. Lin Xiao, you looking for a fight? I follow orders, Lin Xiao said coolly, eyes devoid of emotion. My task is to escort the guest. You son of Tian Chen's fists cracked as he tightened them. In his wilder days had pawned his coat for a drink. He wasn't about to swallow this insult now. He drew back his arm, ready to swing. What do you think you're doing? A voice, old yet commanding, cut through the tension. Everyone turned to see an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard. Tian Chen faltered but kept his chin high. King Yi is an honored guest who crossed half the world to aid Fu Guang Island. He barked. How is this any way to treat him? The fourth elder offered Tian Chen a helpless smile, then inclined his head to Yi Fan in apology. The Grand Elder wishes to greet King Yi personally in the Elder Hall, he explained gently. Lin Xiao, you made his intentions sound far too harsh. Lin Xiao stiffened, recognizing his misstep. Lin Xiao gave a curt reply, said nothing more, and stepped back. That's better. Once the commander yielded, the brothers Jin Xiao, Tian Chun, and Hao Ri relaxed, smiles spreading across their faces. So that's Lord Yi from the mainland, right? Someone whispered. With just a few words, the tension dissolved. The fourth elder turned to Yi Fan, his voice gentle. An old friend of your senior lives on Fu Guang Island. They're eager to meet you. Very well. Yi Fan inclined his head, his expression unchanged. Fourth elder, please lead the way. The old man beckoned and set off. The three brothers clustered around Yi Fan, guards lining both sides, while Lin Xiao strode in front, eyes like steel, watching until they disappeared from view. That Lin Xiao is a real emotionless machine, Tian Chen muttered as soon as they left the square. He treats the Grand Elder's words like royal edicts. I'm surprised he didn't cut me down too. Lin Xiao was an orphan raised by the Grand Elder, Jin Xiao explained to Yi Fan. He follows the ancient knightly code, absolute obedience to every order. It's his duty. He could still show some basic courtesy, couldn't he? Dressed in plate, carrying a lance, he actually thinks he's a knight. Tian Chun kept grumbling. Enough. Jin Xiao patted his brother's shoulder, and Tian Chun fell silent. Hao Ri added, I agree. Lin Xiao's too blind in his loyalty no opinion of his own. Enough. Jin Xiao repeated, more forcefully. Everyone lives in their own way. It has nothing to do with us. Can't even talk about it, Hao Ri muttered, but one look at his brother's face made him shut up. Walking in the middle, Yi Fan heard every word. He turned to see Lin Xiao in iron armor, straight as a spear, his indifferent eyes betraying nothing. A flawless guard commander, Yi Fan thought. Nanchuan could use a man like him. Moments later they reached the island's center and stopped before an ancient hall. Amid Fu Guang Island's neon towers, the old palace looked starkly out of place. Fourth elder, the Elder Hall is on the left, the old man reminded him gently. The Grand Elder is waiting. Understood, Jin Xiao replied, and pushed the door open. Creak. The vast hall held only 6 high-backed wooden chairs. A white-haired elder sat in the middle seat. Grand Elder, the three brothers greeted respectfully. The elder nodded, his gaze sliding past them to Yi Fan. For an instant he seemed stunned. You look exactly alike. Alike? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. You and the first Lord Yi who subdued the giant cast from the same mold, the Grand Elder said, raising a hand. A yellowed scroll appeared in midair. On it, a man in his 30s had a chiseled face and steady eyes, weathered yet powerful. That's Yi Fan stared, surprised. It's almost how I looked at 30. I told you the resemblance was uncanny, Jin Xiao said. Aside from age, your features overlap. Perhaps it's fate, the Grand Elder murmured, a complicated look in his eyes. There's no such thing as fate, Yi Fan replied calmly. Elder, let's talk about the giant. The Grand Elder collected himself. Yi Fan, have you decided to become the giant's successor? When he wakes, we'll erect a barrier to hold him, but it will last only a short time. You must earn his recognition before it collapses. I've discussed another plan with Jin Xiao and the others, Yi Fan said, shaking his head. After so long, he may not remember his lover's face. If we can speak to him once he wakes and find him a new companion, Fu Guang Island's crisis might be averted. The Grand Elder stared, then shook his head. When the giant wakes, he will lose control. That plan will fail. Why are you certain he'll lose control? Yi Fan pressed. Has anyone ever seen him fully conscious? Well, the Grand Elder hesitated, glanced at the brothers, and finally sighed. You three wait outside. Let me speak with Lord Yi alone. Shall we excuse ourselves for now? At the remark, Tianqian, Jin Xiao, and Haori exchanged a glance. Tianqian raised an eyebrow. We're all members of Fu Guang Island. What could you possibly need to hide from us? Some secrets are meant for the future heir alone, the Grand Elder replied, calm but unequivocal. Tianqian found himself outmaneuvered. He rubbed the bridge of his nose and let out a self-mocking laugh. So we're not qualified? Fine, we'll leave. With that, he turned around. Jin Xiao bowed apologetically to the Grand Elder, then pulled Haori out of the hall. The vast chamber fell silent, leaving only the Grand Elder and Yi Fan. Can we talk now? Yi Fan broke the silence. The Grand Elder nodded. But for security's sake, King Yi must first swear an oath upon his soul. I can do that. The oath is this. While on Fu Guang Island, you must obey every directive issued by the Elder Hall, the Grand Elder added. Yi Fan, hand half raised, froze. His brows drew together, and he lowered his arm. Fu Guang Island holds no authority over me. The oath is only to safeguard the island's secrets, the Grand Elder said, still composed but unmistakably firm. I trust you understand. Then find someone else. Yi Fan cupped his fist and turned to leave. A low hum filled the hall as a golden domain spread from beneath the Grand Elder's feet, sealing every exit. You will not leave, he declared. Yi Fan snorted. Sigils of Qiongqi, Bays, and Yayu ignited simultaneously, brilliant light coursing over him. Divine pressure like a mountain forced the golden domain to a standstill. The Grand Elder's gaze sharpened. Beast sigils more than one. Fate has clearly chosen you. I bear the title King Yi for a reason, and it isn't luck, Yi Fan said coldly. If this is how Fu Guang Island treats its guests, we're done here. After a moment, the Grand Elder retracted the domain. I was imprudent. Please forgive me. The secret of the giants is too critical. I sought absolute security. I will keep silent, but I will not be shackled, Yi Fan replied, eyes like blades. You asked for my help while acting superior. Is it my age you disdain, or my cultivation? Do you plan to bully me? King Yi, you misunderstand. The Grand Elder lifted a placating hand. Fu Guang Island has never oppressed anyone. If you will not swear, we can still cooperate, but the secret must wait until the right moment. I cannot risk exposure. Do as you please, Yi Fan said coolly. Seeing he had not walked away, the Grand Elder ceased pressing the issue. The giant will not awaken for several days. Until then, you may use any resource on the island. The Jin Xiao brothers will accompany you. Fine. Yi Fan gave the Grand Elder one last glance. That settles it. Very well, the Grand Elder answered with a smile. Yi Fan turned and strode from the hall. Click. As the massive doors of the Elder Hall swung shut, the Grand Elder remained where he was, watching Yi Fan's departing figure. No anger clouded his face. Instead, he produced the portrait he had shown earlier and studied every stroke in silence. Heavy footsteps echoed in the stillness. A gaunt old man stepped from the shadows, his voice raspy. How did it go? The Grand Elder kept his eyes on the painting, inspecting each line. He refused. The thin Elder's brows rose. He refused? Even after you offered such generous terms? He is guarded by more than one divine beast, the Grand Elder replied without looking up. I don't wish to force the issue, so I said little. Protected by divine beasts? The old man was taken aback, then lowered his voice. But doesn't that lay bare our hostility? It doesn't matter, the Grand Elder said calmly, finally rolling up the scroll. If he wants the giant's law, we'll have another chance. He turned to the gaunt elder. Bo Yu, I have a strong feeling this boy is connected to the one who once subdued the giants. The resemblance is striking, the same title, the same encounter with a giant. Such coincidences don't happen. What kind of connection? Bo Yu shook his head. He's no descendant of the War King. He was born under our own stars. That mighty one came from the human king's domain. How could there be a link? My intuition says there is, the Grand Elder answered gravely, his certainty making Bo Yu hesitate. Could he truly be that warrior's descendant? Bo Yu scratched his graying hair. I even suspect a reincarnation, the Grand Elder said, eyes deep. When he faced me just now, the way he looked down on all things, that isn't something an ordinary youth can summon. You're reaching, Bo Yu protested. If reincarnation were real, we would have left Fu Guang Island long ago instead of clinging on. But what if it is real? The Grand Elder's dim pupils seemed to spark. If he possesses the secret of rebirth, and we gain it. Outside on the steps, the Jin brothers craned their necks. Seeing Yi Fan emerge, they hurried over. How did it go? The Grand Elder wanted me to sign a slavery contract, Yi Fan said evenly. Slavery? All three exclaimed. Jin Xiao blurted, impossible. The Grand Elder isn't like that, is he? It's the truth. Yi Fan raised a hand. Ask him yourselves. Tian Shun dashed inside and soon returned, crestfallen. The Grand Elder's gone. Only the second elder was there, he told me to get out. Jin Chao forced a smile. The second elder's always been hot-tempered. No need to worry, Yi Fan said, waving it off. I still intend to inherit the giant's law. Jin Chao breathed out in relief. That's great news. Yi Fan nodded, though his eyes darkened. Those hidden powerhouses on Fu Guang Island, where do they usually stay? All over the island, Jin Chao answered quickly. Most live as ordinary elders and only come to the hall when necessary. I see. Yi Fan fell silent, then said casually, show me around. Of course. Jin Chao agreed. He exchanged a glance with his brothers as they started off, whispering under their breath. Hao Ri frowned. Think the Leaf King is holding back his anger? Tianchen nodded nervously. If he lets that Xiongqi loose, how many people will it eat? We should take him somewhere sparsely populated. Exactly. Their voices were barely louder than mosquito hums. Yet Yi Fan heard every word as clearly as if they were spoken beside his ear. He shook his head inwardly. The three brothers were simple and sincere enough. But if Fu Guang Island only wanted a successor, why be so cautious? Every sentence from the Grand Elder had dripped with probing wariness. What were they hiding that meant so much to them? What could it be? Lord Yi, is there anywhere you'd like to see? Walking beside him, Tianchen asked carefully. Let's just stroll for now. Yi Fan waved a hand and took the lead. The three Jin Chao brothers hesitated, then hurried after him. The bustle of Fu Guang Island washed over them. Wide streets teemed with traffic and airships, shops lined the route, and easy smiles lit most faces, nothing like the tense gloom of the human mainland. How about some noodles? With that casual remark, Yi Fan pushed open the door of a noodle shop, the three brothers close behind. Enforcers. The owner's eyes lit up when he saw the brothers. Long time no see. We were off island for a while, Jin Chao replied. Off island? The owner leaned in, curious. What's the outside world like? Jin Chaos lips twitched, and his gaze drifted toward Yi Fan. Catching on, the owner asked, and this gentleman is? A guest of Fu Guang Island, straight from the outside, Jin Chao introduced. A welcome guest indeed. The owner nodded eagerly. Hello, hello, hello. Yi Fan met his eyes with a smile. If I tell you about the outside world, will that cover my meal? Absolutely. The owner agreed at once. What would you like? I'll cook it myself. Your signature moo beef noodles, Yi Fan said, raising a hand. We'll have the same, the three brothers chimed in. Coming right up. Grinning, the owner dashed into the kitchen. Lord, yes, pretty easygoing, Jin Chao muttered. The owner's the friendly one, Yi Fan replied mildly, then asked, you know him well? We're the enforcement squad, Jin Chao explained. Whenever there's trouble, people come to us. This shop's near our place, so we eat here often. Folks seem to like us. Champions of justice. Yi Fan nodded half teasingly, then scanned the room. The island feels laid back. You still get conflicts? Sure, Jin Chao said with a shrug. Mostly little stuff stalls blocking doorways, shops with the same name. Compared with mainland disputes, it's nothing. Minor scuffles, then. Good. Yi Fan silently surveyed the crowd. The shop was small yet packed. About a dozen tables were squeezed close together. Patrons of various races bent over their bowls, steam clouding the air. In one corner, an elderly man eating alone drew Yi Fan's eye gray at the temples, long hair almost dipping into his soup. One of those retired powerhouses you mentioned? Yi Fan asked quietly. The others looked over. Jin Chao quickly shook his head. A real powerhouse would be older, definitely not this young. This still counts as young. Yi Fan snorted softly and let the matter drop. Noodles up. The owner burst out with a steaming bowl of moo beef noodles. Dig, I made it myself. Thanks. Yi Fan acknowledged. Tianchen frowned. Boss, why is there only one bowl? Huh. The owner scratched his head and laughed. Because only one person's telling stories. Tianchen blinked. The owner laughed heartily. Yours will be ready in a moment. It's the guest's first visit. I wanted him to taste my best. You've got a sense of humor. Tianchen was sipping water when the comment made him choke, the cup thudding against the table. Steam laced with soy sauce drifted through the shabby noodle shop. The owner, rubbing his worn apron, stared eagerly at the noodles Yi Fan had just lifted. As the strands rose into the air, he leaned in and pressed. Well, how is it? Yi Fan didn't answer right away. He chewed slowly, as if weighing every note of flavor. At length he set down his chopsticks and said evenly, I could finish 2 bowls of plain rice with this 1 bowl of noodles. So it's that good? The owner's eyes lit up. Yi Fan gave a faint smile. It's much too salty. Huh. The owner froze, then hurried to taste it himself. The broth barely touched his tongue before his face turned crimson. I haven't cooked in ages, lost my touch. Hold on, he'll make a fresh batch. Clutching the bowl, he dashed into the kitchen, leaving the others exchanging helpless, amused looks. Soon he hurried back with a second bowl, sweat dripping from his brow, and dropped onto the bench. This one's perfect. Try it. Under the owner's anxious gaze, Yi Fan lifted the noodles again. After the first bite he nodded, and the owner finally exhaled. It's good this time, Yi Fan said, laying down his chopsticks. Ask what you want to ask. I just want to know what the outside world is like, the owner said, scratching his head. My family's lived on Fu Guang Island for generations. We've never left, and I'd love to see more. Yifan thought for a moment, then spoke softly. The human realm is vast. To the north is the frontier. Beyond it lies the land of demon beasts. Humans and demon beasts have been fighting for many years. Demon beasts? The owner's eyes went wide. You mean beasts that have been corrupted? More or less, Yifan nodded. They're intelligent, organized, even ruled by dynasties. Fearless and relentless, they try to smash through the frontier every day, push deep into human territory, and wipe us out. They're powerful, and we pay dearly to hold the line. That sounds terrifying. Can humans win? The owner's voice quavered. In the past century, we've already lost a lot of ground. Yifan paused. Worse, rebellion erupted behind the lines. The insurgents toppled the imperial court like your elder's hall. The realm fell into chaos. Ambitious warlords rose everywhere. They joined forces long enough to crush the rebels, then turned on each other. The owner's heart pounded. An enemy at the gates and civil war at home? Aren't they afraid the demon beasts will pounce? There are plenty of troops on the frontier. It can hold for a while. Yifan's tone was calm. The world beyond this island is a mess. Then I don't want to leave, the owner murmured, shrinking back. Fu Guang Island feels safer. Yifan only shook his head. Seeing that, the owner pleaded, why don't you stay too? It's so chaotic out there. Fu Guang Island is peaceful. I can't, Yifan smiled. I'm one of those warlords. If I stay away, my faction will collapse, and those who follow me will die in the turmoil. You're a warlord, the owner drew a sharp breath. Meeting Yifan's mild smile, he found the courage to ask, are you at least fighting for humanity? I'm afraid not. I don't fight for humanity. Yifan shook his head. I have an obsession I need to see through. I'm not sure I follow, the shopkeeper said, scratching the back of his head. That's all right, Yifan replied with a wave. I may not be fighting for humanity, but everyone needs something to live for. As he finished, his gaze drifted to the old man in the corner for a fleeting moment before returning to the owner. I'm done. Thanks for the meal. He rose, pushed the door open, and left. Hey, the three brothers had just been served and grew anxious. We haven't finished eating. Before they could finish, Yifan had vanished outside. They exchanged a glance, clenched their teeth, and hurried after him. Only the confused shopkeeper remained. The old man Yifan had looked at stood up without a sound. Check, please. The owner snapped out of it, saw a few coins on the table, and when he looked up, the old man was gone. A day slipped by, night fell, and Yifan finally found a moment to himself. Will that old man come to see me? He sat alone, waiting in silence. During their brief eye contact earlier, he had sent a silent invitation. With the elder's experience, he would understand, and if interested, he would come. Tap, tap. Midnight had passed, and Yifan was about to enter his beast-taming space to cultivate when a knock sounded. Coming. His spirits lifted. He didn't rise, only said, come in. Swish. The door never opened, yet a domain spread silently, filling the room. It wasn't large, and there was no ice, wind, thunder, or flame, just a cozy cottage complete with table, chairs, and cooking utensils. You have a sharp eye, the old man said as he appeared, nodding slightly. A small trick, Yifan replied with a slight bow. It's my honor that you came. Fate has brought us together, the elder mused. 40 years ago, one of my students taught an elder of your family. May I ask who it was? Yi Mao? Does that make you my grandmaster's teacher? Yifan raised an eyebrow at the old man's words. A master from 40 years ago, his grandmaster was already in his 70s. This visitor was practically ancestral. I'm 111. The old man saw through his thoughts and added calmly, my surname is Fong. You may call me Master Fong. Yifan nodded, then asked in confusion, king-rank cultivators usually live well over a century. 40 years ago you were barely past 80, so why did you come to Fu Guang Island so early? I was poisoned. I should have died long ago. Master Fong spoke evenly, dipped a finger into the celadone fishbowl beside him, and pressed. A bead of ink-black blood fell into the water. The droplet spread, turning the entire bowl dark in an instant. The colorful fish convulsed violently, and, within a few breaths, floated belly up. The black water then began to churn as though an invisible fire were boiling it. What a terrifying poison, Yifan muttered, his pupils contracting. The only thing I know that could fell a king-level cultivator is the Viper King from the secret realm deep in the northern wastes. Were you bitten during a training expedition, senior? You actually know the Viper King? Master Fong looked slightly surprised, then shook his head. It wasn't a battle mishap. Someone poisoned me. Poisoned you? Yifan's thoughts raced through a list of king-rank suspects. Who? My wife. Master Fong gave a self-mocking smile. I don't know who bought her off. Perhaps she simply betrayed me. She slipped the refined serpent venom into my breakfast porridge. Colorless and tasteless. By the time I noticed, it had already reached my heart and lungs. I used my cultivation to hold on for more than a month, then heard rumors about Fu Guang Island. That's the only reason I'm still alive. Poisoned by the one you loved, Yifan frowned. Seeing Master Fang's calm expression, he asked, you don't seem to blame her, Master Fong? Of course I blame her. Master Fong shook his head. But 40 years have worn even hatred thin. He sighed softly. She cooked that porridge for me all her life. I never imagined the last bowl would be poison. In the end, Love and hate just aren't that important. Yi Fan sighed inwardly, thinking Master Fong had transcended worldly emotions. I wouldn't say transcended, Master Fong waved it off. It's simply been so long I can't remember the details. His gaze returned to Yi Fan. I came today to tell you a few things. What is it? Yi Fan straightened. Fu Guang Island didn't invite you to be its successor out of kindness. A chill touched Master Fang's face. This place is a refuge for those of us who should be dead, and the law etched into the giant's body is its lifeline. If you inherit that power, the elders and the remaining masters will do everything they can to keep you here. Then what exactly is Fu Guang Island's secret? Yi Fan pressed. Is it a way to extend life, or something else? It lets people who ought to be dead remain alive. Feng Shi gave a brief reply and extended his hand. Feel for yourself. All right. Yi Fan clasped his wrist. The saintly technique stirred within him, and his divine sense slipped into Feng Shi's body like a silken thread. Hiss. In an instant Yi Fan drew a sharp breath, his eyes changing. Feng Shi's organs had long since rotted into empty husks. No blood or flesh moved. He was a walking corpse. You understand now, don't you? Feng Shi sounded unsurprised, his voice calm. And one of the lucky Anisi still have a shape. The older ones are nothing but puddles of corpse water. We're half-dead things, neither human nor ghost. The moment we leave Fu Guang Island's special laws, we turn into real cadavers. Yi Fan's heart sank. If he inherited the giant's law, every powerhouse on Fu Guang Island would stop him from leaving. Noticing his look, Feng Shi added, more than 100 king-level cultivators are lingering here. If you seize that law, we monsters might come back to life. Good or evil, every one of them will attack you. Why tell me this? Yi Fan asked. Because you invited me, and I want you off the island, Feng Shi replied. I'm guessing the Grand Elder never told you the truth. He didn't, Yi Fan said. He only tried to force a slave contract on me, then told me to wait for the giant to wake. They're searching for another way to break you, Feng Shi said. When the giant wakes, Fu Guang Island will be destroyed. That has nothing to do with the outside world, and you don't need to be a weapon for a bunch of corpses. Yi Fan considered another angle. The giant's power approaches transcendence. If no one stops him and he reaches the human lands, it will be a catastrophe. Maybe we can still hold him back if we fight to the death. Earlier you said you wouldn't fight for humanity, Feng Shi reminded him. Yi Fan gazed into the night beyond the window, his voice low but steady. I still have vows unfulfilled and debts to repay. Humanity cannot fall. Feng Shi paused, then sighed. If that's your path, be careful. I only wanted to show you the island's true purpose. The choice is yours. There are too many strong ones here. I can't stay long. His domain vanished, and the quiet room reappeared. Feng Shi backed toward the door. Yi Fan suddenly asked, don't you want to live again for real? I used to, Feng Shi stopped. Then why not now? Like you said, people need something to live for. He gave a bitter smile. I've kept up with the outside world. My lover is dead, my son is dead, my granddaughter died in the chaos. I have nothing left. Resurrection would be meaningless. Yi Fan fell silent, then thought of the one who tried to poison Feng Shi. Don't you want to know who was behind it? I have a pretty good idea, though I never confirmed it, Feng Shi said lightly. It doesn't matter. He died long ago. His lifespan was shorter than mine, and he never found Fu Guang Island. Yi Fan watched as Feng Shi raised a hand in farewell. You have your choice, and I have mine, Feng Shi murmured. If I can, I'd rather die at the giant's hands. I've admired strength all my life. Ending quietly on this rotten island would be far too dull. Feng Shi's figure had disappeared before his words stopped echoing in the air. Yi Fan stood rooted to the spot, silently tasting the phrase reverence for strength. A moment later he laughed at himself. The same word, spoken by different people, could weigh so differently. The smile faded quickly, replaced by focus on the message Feng Shi had left. Fu Guang Island was a nest of hazards. No one could gauge what a rampaging transcendent might be capable of, and more than 100 surviving king-rank powerhouses were gathered there as well. Yi Fan had to halt the giant's madness, secure the legacy if he could, and slip away under the covetous gaze of those kings. The task verged on impossible. Layer upon layer of deduction only tightened the knot in his brow until danger itself clouded his thoughts. Time for a walk, he muttered. Without further hesitation, he vaulted from the windowsill and landed soundlessly. Night had draped Fu Guang Island in stillness. Street lamps stood like sentinels, bathing the pavement in pale light. Now and then a car rumbled past, its engine note thinned by a sea breeze tinged with salt. No one noticed the lone figure ambling near the curb. The rare lull allowed Yi Fan to savor the solitude. He wandered the streets, finishing one block only to turn down the next. Since his second life began, he had spent nearly every moment plotting, cultivating, or training beasts, seldom relaxing. After several blocks, he caught a familiar outline beneath a lamp. Lin Xiao, the guard captain who had nearly tangled with the three brothers earlier. The man wore no armor, yet his solid frame was unmistakable. What's he up to? Yi Fan slipped into the shadows to watch. In his memory, Lin Xiao was a stickler for rules. Why roam the streets at this hour unless he was chasing a fugitive? While Yi Fan was still guessing, Lin Xiao set off with firm, purposeful strides. Yi Fan shadowed him, staying out of sight and nearly losing him more than once. Soon Lin Xiao halted before a tavern, murmured something to the bouncer, and stepped inside. Drinking at this hour? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and approached the door. The bouncer looked him up and down, palm out. Night cover charge, 300. Really? Yi Fan blinked, then produced 300 Fu Guang coins, the small stash Jin Chao and the others had left him earlier. The guard took the money and moved aside. Yi Fan slipped through the doorway, a flicker of relief crossing his mind. Fu Guang currency was useless inland, so carrying some now was sheer luck. Tap, tap. Entering the building, he found a long, pitch-black corridor that ended in a riot of neon. The heavy bass pounded his eardrums, laced with the shouts of drunks. Yi Fan frowned, but strode on. The moment he stepped into the main room, he froze for a heartbeat. The hall was packed wall to wall with men and women. Tables and chairs lay scattered, the floor strewn with empty bottles. Lights flashed overhead. Dozens of women wearing little more than scraps of cloth writhed against the crowd, letting drunken hands roam across waists and thighs while vulgar words flew back and forth. In the darker corners, silhouettes were locked together, their stifled gasps swallowed by the music. A regular pleasure palace, he muttered. One glance was enough to spot Lin Xiao in the center of the chaos. A man of his rank, commander of the island guard, had no business here, yet Yi Fan still walked toward him. In a dozen steps, he brushed past several dancers. Only quick footwork let him slip through the wall of flesh without touching anyone. Reaching his target, he abandoned all pretense and sat down beside him. A row of dark liquor stood in front of Lin Xiao. He lifted each glass and drained it in one gulp, the high-proof spirit gone before he snatched the next. Under the lights, drunkenness clouded his eyes almost immediately. Yi Fan wondered if the man would make a scene. He didn't. He just kept drinking, then collapsed onto the sofa, head lolling against the armrest, silent. Yi Fan checked his breathing and gave a wry smile. Asleep. After chasing him all night, I end up watching him take a nap? He brushed off his coat and was about to leave when a slender hand holding a wineglass blocked his way. Sir, are you a friend of Commander Lin Xiao? The voice was soft and clear despite the din. Yi Fan looked up. A stunning woman stood in the shifting lights, a flamered miniskirt hugging a startling figure. And you are? He asked, brow furrowed. The owner of this bar, Yu Shizi. She perched beside him, a faint fragrance surrounding her. May I ask how well you know the commander? Not very. Yi Fan's answer was casual, but his guard went up. Beneath her perfume, he sensed a subtle ripple of qisho was anything but ordinary. Yu Shizi swirled her glass and glanced at the snoring Lin Xiao, amusement in her tone. He comes to drink himself senseless 10 or so times a month. I see him more than any other customer, yet he's never spoken a single word to me. Fu Guang Island allows a place like this? And the commander doesn't worry about his reputation? Yi Fan asked. Fu Guang Island worships freedom. Men can keep 3 or 4 wives. Women can collect female lovers. No one cares as long as it's legal. She shrugged. As for Commander Lin, he's peculiar. Passes out before dawn, wakes at 9 sharp, never misses work. Remarkably punctual. Yi Fan nodded, but his attention stayed on her. The depth in her aura clashed sharply with her youthful face. Why do you keep staring at me, sir? You'll make me blush, Yu Shizi said with a light laugh. You're unusual, Yi Fan replied, eyes keen. You're older than you look, and your cultivation is far from ordinary. Jin Chao said Fu Guang Island is full of experts, but I didn't expect to meet one in a bar. With your abilities, why pour drinks for a living? Yu Shizi paused, the flirtatiousness slipping from her like a discarded mask. Her eyes grew deep, her smile calm rather than coy. Kid, you're no fun at all. Hearing that reply, Yi Fan's eyes hardened, and Yu Zai's icy expression shifted at last. It felt as if a thin membrane had sealed off the air around them. Pedestrians remained in sight, but the bustling noise vanished, leaving only their breathing. So you're the giant's heir. Yu Zai's voice was cool as she stepped closer. Boy, you actually dared refuse the Grand Elder? That demand was absurd from the start. Turning it down is my right. Yi Fan's tone stayed calm, ignoring the threat beneath her words. Bold. Her jade-smooth hand rested on his shoulder, fingertips like ice. Do you understand the price of saying no? I don't, and I don't intend to. Yi Fan met her gaze. Fu Guang Island needs me to inherit that law, and you have to help me succeed. Afterward you'll be begging me to stay, begging me to lead you from death back to life. Beg you? Yu Shizi laughed softly, mockery in her eyes. There are plenty of ways to make you obey. I doubt it. Yi Fan loosened his collar, revealing the divine beast sigil on his palm and the sachet on his chest. Enough to protect myself. Push me, and I'll still have time to end my own life. You dare die? Yu Shizi stared at the mark, a flash of surprise quickly turning cold. No one meets death so calmly. You're bluffing. The powers of Fu Guang Island won't gamble on that. Yi Fan's lips curved as he drew a knife and pressed the gleaming edge to his throat. Steel flashed. Smack. Yu Shizi caught his hand, stopping the blade of breath from his skin. Her gaze wavered. You little lunatic. I just know my worth. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Threats don't work on me, senior. Yu Shizi fell silent, her expression growing complicated. What do you want to say? She asked. That depends on you, senior. Yi Fan's voice was even. By the way, how old are you now? 105. She blinked, surprised. Why ask? 105, and you still want to keep that face, don't you? Yi Fan studied her flawless features. If I'm right, that's the skin painting art. Keeping this look must have cost more than a few women their faces. You know skin painting? Her pupils tightened. Who exactly are you? Haven't you been digging for that all along? Yi Fan spread his hands. Relax. I have no ties to your sect. I just ran into some of your people. Why would you meet our people? She pressed. My own business. Yi Fan cut the topic short, then added, since you value beauty so much, I'm guessing you want to truly live again? Of course. Then it's simple. Yi Fan's words quickened. If I inherit the giant's law, I can bring you back to life. And Yu Zai's face stayed unmoved. What's the price? Just pledge yourself to me. Yi Fan smiled. Too many eyes on me here. I need someone on my side. You want to win me over? Upon hearing this, Yushi Zis' eyes widened in disbelief. A kid barely 20 wanted to turn a centenarian king rank expert? She frowned and murmured, Senior, didn't you come to Fu Guang Island just to stay alive? Staying alive is one thing. Yi Fan lifted his gaze, his tone calm. You never swore fealty to the island. So how would this be defection? A hush fell. After a long silence, Yushizi whispered, why should I believe you can survive a siege by more than 100 kings? Why not place our faith in Fu Guang Island instead? I've already explained. Yi Fan's reply was crisp. He twirled his dagger, its edge flashing in the firelight, then pressed the hilt firmly into her palm. You want a life that's your biggest weakness. And that alone lets me keep you in line. With that he rose. His sleeve fluttered, the divine beast sigil on his arm flaring gold and shredding the sound barrier she had laid down. It's late. I need rest. When you figure things out, you'll come to me. The barrier dissolved and the roar of the night market rushed in. Yi Fan did not linger. He stepped into the jostling crowd and soon vanished behind the lanterns. That boy Yushi Z stood rooted, her gaze following his fading silhouette. After a long while she looked down at the dagger in her hand and muttered, does he really dare bet his life? Hey there, beauty, a hoarse, drunken voice cut in. A red-faced man lurched up, eyes greedy. Care to have some fun? A chill flickered in Yushi Zis' eyes, but she answered with a bewitching smile, rising on tiptoe to lean closer. Whatever do you mean, big brother? I don't understand. Fu Guang Island was far from a single, solid block. Inside the beast-taming dimension, starlight shimmered overhead. Yi Fan sat cross-legged on a boulder, eyes closed, reviewing the events of the day. Two king rankers had each provided different information, laying the first stones of his plan. If I can win over a few kings and seize the inheritance, I might control the whole island. Even if not, I can still leave with a cadre of veteran kings. His thoughts sharpened, and he let out a long breath. Yi Fan, quick! Xiongqi bounded over, its tail kicking up dust. That egg you were minding is about to hatch. The sore beast? Yi Fan's eyes snapped open. In a flash he reached the nearby pool. The pool was small, formed from the sap of dozens of rare herbs, its surface shimmering like jade. A jet-black sword beast egg bobbed in the center, fine cracks already veining the shell. It's really hatching. Yi Fan lifted the egg and summoned the sigils of a beast contract. Violet-white light coiled around them as the contract fused. Crack! The shell split, revealing a sword beast 40-odd centimeters long, its body forged from purple steel. Where the hilt would be was a single dark violet eye, cold and razor-sharp. The creature stood motionless, its lone eye fixed on Yi Fan. He met its gaze, unable to hide his delight. Nurturing it in the pool had paid off. The newborn beast's quality already surpassed Shadowstream's blade, nearly reaching the transcendent limit for contract beasts, and it had debuted at high silver rank. Show me your strength. He grasped the hilt. At once the beast's elemental power surged along the contract, merged with his own energy, then flowed back into the blade. Hiss! The beast let out a deep cry as its body stretched, becoming a violet broadsword nearly 1.8 meters long. Incredible! Yi Fan marveled at the seamless union of man and sword. The beast's rank fused directly with its wielder's power. As long as he held it, their strength was one. Let's try a technique. He swung through a few forms, yet the instant cast effect had seen with Shadowstream's blade didn't appear. What's going on? Frowning, he attempted Soaring Lark against still no instant release. Could that ability belong only to Shadowstream's beast? Getting nowhere, he lashed out with a few casual slashes. Suddenly his elemental force was yanked together by an unseen will. Boom! A Soaring Lark arc the size of a mountain roared outward, leveling a huge swath of the herb field. What just happened? Yi Fan stared at the sword in his hands, shock and exhilaration mingling in his eyes. It could actually draw on his own elemental power to unleash the techniques he had mastered. What an extraordinary beast companion. After a brief adjustment, Yi Fan gripped the sword beast and demonstrated several moves from the Sword Saint arts. Sword light sliced through the air, and he finally grasped the secret. Channeling elemental power was only a side effect. The creature's real strength lay in assisting its master to execute sword forms at will. Once a form was performed, the sword beast memorized it. In the next battle, a single thought would let it call up elemental energy and unleash the technique instantly. That was the basis of the Shadow Flow instant strike style. Doesn't it have special forms? Dual blades or something? With no one to guide him, Yi Fan could only rely on fragments of memory. Linking mind to beast, he soon mapped out its form mechanism. 1. At birth it appears in single blade form, much like a one-handed longsword. 2. Upon reaching gold rank it unlocks dual blade form, allowing the master to mirror and synchronize sword techniques. 3. At starshine rank it gains sword shield form, converting part of its offense into defense. Each form favors different tactics. Newer shapes are not automatically better. No wonder the elders say a sword beast suits a sword cultivator better than any other companion. After careful study, Yi Fan sighed in admiration. One sword beast could raise a swordsman's ceiling indefinitely and offer multiple combat styles. If he could nurture it to king rank, combined with his own power, it would rival two kings fighting side by side. Yet its form system also meant it could not advance quickly by devouring spiritual herbs, elixirs, or beast carcasses. Even the spirit-infused pool he had devised was only marginally useful. Before he finished speaking, the napping Baizé opened his eyes, wisdom flashing within them. Without a stroke of fortune, a creature like this will struggle to break past the eternal level. You can read the sword beast that well? Yi Fan asked in surprise. The spirit pool is useless? But it was born at high silver. That benefit applied only before it was born. One shortcut, and no more, Baizé replied calmly. Starting at high silver is already an enormous head start. Ordinarily, climbing to that tier would take years. So apart from amplifying my sword skills, it may not give me a massive inherent boost. Yi Fan muttered. Not necessarily, Baizé countered. Many people miss king rank by 1,000th of a step, and that sliver shackles them for life. In this starry realm where beast companions reign supreme, countless warriors perish at the final bottleneck. The true terror of a sword beast is not merely magnifying swordplay, it can supply that missing 1,000th. Yi Fan fell silent. After all, he was treading the king's path a second time and feared no bottlenecks. Seeing through his thoughts, Baizé added lightly, remarkable, but for you, perhaps not quite as remarkable. Baizé seemed to read Yi Fan's mind. With that unique beast-taming realm of yours and its accelerated flow of time, the sword beast will definitely reach the star glory tier, but pushing it further and faster will be up to you. To keep evolving, what it needs most is a special ore it can absorb, and the amount required is astronomical. Yi Fan mulled it over, then pulled a charcoal gray rock from his pocket, the same piece Hao Ri had once traded for wine. He suddenly realized that Fu Guang Island's remarkable technology must rely on this very mineral. At daybreak the next morning, the three brothers Jin Chao, Hao Ri, and Jin Hui were already waiting at the door. The moment Yi Fan stepped outside, they crowded around him, brimming with excitement. Lord Yi, the elders have signed off. We're taking you hunting today. Hunting? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Isn't Fu Guang Island completely surrounded by the Silver Sea? Hao Ri hurried to explain. The Silver Sea isn't a dead sea. There's life out there. Come with us and you'll see. All right. Yi Fan's curiosity was piqued. The Silver Sea was notorious as a no-magic zone. Without a specialized vessel, even a king-level cultivator could barely cross it. What kind of prey could exist in such an eerie ocean? The three brothers clattered down the stairs and waited at the curb. Moments later, a private shuttle pulled up and whisked them to the edge of Fu Guang Island. Crossing the island took nearly 3 hours, and by the time they arrived, the sun was almost at its zenith. This is the place. A massive black building came into view, shaped like an oversized warehouse. A sign above the gate read Hunting Station. As they approached, helmeted guards blocked their path. Passes. Jin Chao flashed his permit, and the guards stepped aside. After you, Lord Yi. Inside, Yi Fan was surprised to find what looked like an enormous indoor pool built directly over the Silver Sea. The water below glimmered like molten silver, while wide walkways ringed the structure and rows of silver armor hung on the walls. We just jump in? Yi Fan glanced at the churning sea, then at the armor. Not exactly, Jin Chao said. Our ancestors discovered a special ore on the island. Armor forged from it neutralizes the sea's magic blocking effect. Is the ore abundant here? Yi Fan asked, half teasing. Plenty of it. A suit like this barely uses any. Jin Chao didn't notice the undertone. He took a set of armor from the rack and handed it over. Once you're wearing this, you can draw on your elemental power. Just remember, the sea itself won't replenish it, so use it sparingly. The armor was surprisingly heavy. Yi Fan grunted in admiration, then asked, does the hunting station belong to your government? It's run by the Elder Council. Only approved personnel can enter. On the 17th of every month, we hold a public hunt. Official crews and licensed fishermen all go down to restock the island's stores. We figured you might be bored, so we got you a slot. Yi Fan nodded and began strapping on the armor. Hao Ri retrieved several hood-style respirators and earpieces from a corner locker. Masks will give you 3 hours of air. The earpieces keep us in contact. He'll take the earpiece. Need the mask. Yi Fan pocketed one earpiece and produced a tiny blue pearl no bigger than a fingernail. The brothers leaned closer. What's that? A water-repelling pearl. Picked it up from a peddler during a training trip. With that, Yi Fan descended the ladder into the sea. As the water reached his ankles, the pearl glowed a cool blue, forcing the liquid back and forming a thin membrane around him. The three brothers stared from the platform, jaws hanging. Then they looked at their respirators. How Ri finally muttered, the strong use treasures, the weak invent technology. With gear like this, we probably wouldn't even need armor. The Silver Sea's sealing spell reaches several kilometers into the sky, Yi Fan reminded them, snapping the three brothers back to reality. Armor is still a must. Oh, right, makes sense. The brothers muttered as they buckled their plates and followed Yi Fan into the water. Lacking water-repelling pearls, they moved awkwardly, limbs churning up clouds of bubbles like clumsy, stumbling prawns. Yi Fan led the way. The instant his toe touched the silvery surface, an icy chill raced up his body. One glance around, and the view stole his breath. Schools of fish darted above and beside him, silver and blue streaks crisscrossing like a dense meteor shower. So there really is life down here, he murmured, wondering if these creatures were stronger than ordinary sea life. He casually seized a shrimp as long as his arm. Its shell felt like sheet iron. He tightened his grip. The shrimp didn't even twitch. Only when he added more force did cracks spiderweb through the shell before it burst into a mist of blood. The scent drew nearby fish, which shredded the remains in a few quick bites before scattering again. That shrimp was tough, Yi Fan muttered. That squeeze would have crushed the skull of a normal iron-rank beast, yet it only just broke this thing. Third brother, that's an iron axle shrimp, Jin Chao said, tapping his breastplate as he swam over. Its shell is nearly metal hard. The Silver Sea's ban prevents anyone from using or absorbing elemental energy, so most creatures here either have monstrous physiques or armored hides. Interesting. Yi Fan caught an even larger iron axle shrimp and turned it over in his hands. Could Silver Sea creatures be tamed as spirit beasts? In theory, yes, Jin Chao replied quickly, but they're adapted to this environment. Once they leave, they can't even survive inside a beast-taming space. If you really want one, you'd have to keep it in the Silver Sea forever. With an ocean this vast, that's basically the same as not taming it at all. Yi Fan shrugged and released the shrimp, watching the idle fish around him. Are they all this ordinary? Anything truly powerful down here? Plenty. Jin Chaos' speech picked up speed. The sea is deep. Our hunting teams stay within the top 500 meters. The fiercest thing we've met was a sawtoothed shark bites through steel, immune to blades and spears, tougher to kill than most high-star eternal beasts. Only eternal high-star? What about deeper? We've never gone that far. Heard stories. Jin Chao lowered his voice conspiratorially. An elder once dove to 2,000 meters and ran into a whale a kilometer long. It moved like a floating island, its hide insanely tough, its strength near peak radiant rank just shy of glory. Close to glory, huh? Yi Fan stared into the black abyss below, eyes gleaming. 500 meters for eternal, 2,000 for radiant glory. What lives at 5,000 or 10,000? Could there be creatures on par with kings? Lord Yi, don't even think about it. Jin Chao warned. The water pressure is brutal. The deeper you go, the worse it gets. Forget 10,000 at 1,000 meters. It feels like a mountain's on your back. You slow to a crawl, and your heart and lungs strain under the load. Even with armor that channels elemental power, a person's strength is still severely limited in that environment. They say an honor-class giant whale almost cost that elder his life. The reminder made Jin Chao tense up, while Yi Fan stayed relaxed and waved it off. I was just talking. I never seriously planned to dive that deep. Good to hear. Jin Chao let out a breath. We brought King Yi here to sightsee, not to risk your life. If anything really happened to you, we. Halfway through, he patted the pouch at his waist as if remembering something. Wait, I do have a water-repelling pearl. In theory it can counter the pressure, but. I heard you. Yi Fan replied lazily, then narrowed his eyes. Still, if Justify went down and took a powerful sea beast, the payoff could be huge, couldn't it? King Yi. Jin Chaos' voice jumped, but Yi Fan was already done talking. At noon, bright sunshine flooded Fu Guang Island, turning it into a waking giant bathed in golden light, dappled shadows dancing beneath the trees, and the surf rolling in clear and loud. Smack! In a remote corner of the island, a wooden door flew open and Lin Xiao staggered out. After tailing Yi Fan and drinking himself under the table last night, he looked ashen, bloodshot, and unsteady, like a vagrant drunk. I actually overslept. A stabbing headache nearly dropped him to his knees. In more than 10 years as a guard, he had never missed a shift. Even dead drunk, the Ninny o'clock alarm etched into his bones always woke him. Today, it failed completely. Last night's wine bracing against the wall, he tried to piece together what had happened but found only a blur. Reeling and bumping into walls, Lin Xiao finally reached his dorm building. Just as he lifted a foot to climb the stairs, someone collided with him. Heaton. Captain Lin, are you all right? His mind a mess, Lin Xiao reacted on instinct and shoved the figure away. Xiaomo. Snapping back, he saw the little girl on the ground and hurried to pull her up. I'm sorry, I blanked out. It's fine. Xiaomo brushed off her clothes, unfazed by the push. Gripping his hand with surprising strength, she asked in a voice far too composed for her age, "You look awful." "Rough night." "I'm fine." Panic flickered in Lin Xiao's eyes as he slipped past her and hurried upstairs, his footsteps echoing like a guilty child's. Xiaomo watched his retreating figure and murmured, "What's wrong with Lin Xiao? I've never seen him like this." I spiked his drink. A low, sultry female voice sounded behind her. Xiaomo spun around, and her face hardened. "Yushi, what are you doing here?" She seized Yushi's arm and slammed her against the wall with unexpected force. "I told you never to come looking for me." Leaning into Yushizi, Xiaomo suddenly spoke in the husky tone of a grown woman. She half closed her eyes and murmured, "What's the matter? Worried that wooden-head man will find out you're associating with a brothel madam and turn against you?" The air still carried the dampness of rain. Xiaomo's fingertip pressed into Yuzi's shoulder, probing for an answer. Seeing her so keyed up, Yushizi actually laughed. "Give it a rest. In the past 10 years you've paraded around him as a doctor, a teacher, a courier. If he were ever going to love you, he already would. Now you've switched to a child's facito. You really think he's into kids? Ha ha ha. None of your business." Xiaomo's voice turned icy as her grip tightened. "Touch him again, and he'll kill you." "I haven't laid a finger on him. I was teasing. That's all." Yushizi shrugged, still breezy. Before she could finish, Xiaomo clamped a hand around her throat, fingers cold as iron. "Even a tease is off limits." "Fine, fine." Forced to surrender, Yushizi raised both hands. After 2 rough coughs under Xiaomo's blade-sharp glare, she added, "I won't bother him. I'm not interested anyway." Xiaomo eased her hand back, but kept her guard up. After a brief silence, she pivoted half a step and said coolly, "If you showed up here, you'd better have something worth my time." "Of course I do." Yushizi slipped back into her habitual, irreverent smile. "You've heard about the heir from Fu Guang Island, right?" "I have," Xiaomo replied. "The kid who defied the Grand Elder." She seemed to guess why Yushizi had come. "You've met him?" Yushizi admitted readily. "He's ambitious and reckless. He wants to use the fact we won't kill him to challenge the Elder Hall." "Reckless, indeed." Xiaomo's gaze drifted across Yuzi's face. "So you plan to help him?" "I think it's worth a shot." Yuzi's eyes lit up. "I'm tired of letting the Elder Hall pull my strings. If he wins, we shake off their control and he's promised to grant us rebirth, to free us from this half-dead state." "Not interested." Xiaomo cut her off and turned to leave. "Truly not interested?" Yushizi watched her back, as though expecting this reaction. Her voice softened. "Do you really believe Lin Xiao never recognized you? Have you never wondered, does he fail to love you because your roles aren't perfect enough? Or because he's sworn loyalty to the Elder Hall and the Grand Elder?" "What do you mean?" Xiaomo froze for a moment. "If I still have to spell it out, are you really that dense?" Yushizi lowered his voice, each word sharp and deliberate. "As long as the Elder's Hall stands and the Grand Elder lives, Lin Xiao will serve them for the rest of his life. He's stubborn to the core and will never break his code." Unless he paused, eyes turning icy. "Unless the Grand Elder dies and the entire Elder's Hall is destroyed." A glint of frost flashed in Xiaomo's eyes. "Bold as that kid is, I doubt he can pull it off." "Then we gamble." Yushizi shook his head with a helpless sigh. "It's the only path left." "Just the two of us?" Xiaomo protested. "Fu Guang Island has hundreds of kings. We can persuade others." Yuzi's voice was calm. "Some won't accept the status quo. But there are die-hard loyalists. If word leaks and the elders catch wind, the giant will wake soon." Xiaomo cut in. "Even if we're exposed, a bit of stalling will be enough." Yushizi let out a short laugh. "At this point, what can they really do to us?" "Let me think." Xiaomo paced, doubt written across her face. Clack, clack. Footsteps echoed in the hallway. Metal scraped across the floor as a silver-armored knight approached. Xiaomo tensed, ready to melt into the shadows. But Lin Xiao walked straight past them without a glance. "We're finished. He definitely saw us together," Xiaomo whispered, anxiety sharpening her tone. "Don't be silly." Yushizi could only offer a wry smile. "Once he's in armor, he's the captain of the Elder's Guard, the only knight they have. All he sees is the code. Everyone else is invisible." "That's nonsense." Xiaomo snapped. "He greets me every day. That's when he's off duty." Yushizi spread his hands. "Fully armed. Has he ever said a single word to you? Catch up to him and see for yourself." "Fine, I will." Anger flared in Xiaomo's eyes. She took 2 steps. Then Yuzi's words hit home, and she stopped. Conflict flickered across her youthful face. A heartbeat later she spun around, her small frame stretching into that of a slender, striking woman, eyes sharp as blades. "Forget reincarnation. I only need the Grand Elder dead. Lord Yi, we can't go any deeper." Nearly a kilometer below the Silver Sea, his 3 companions gestured frantically in the current. Yi Fan ignored them, shaking blood from his blade. He had just felled a vicious sea beast and continued descending. "Any farther, and we're dead," the second brother shouted. "I doubt it." Yi Fan shook his head, eyes blazing with excitement. Blood sword in his left hand, sword beast in his right, the black sword across his back. He moved through the water like it was air. As had anticipated, the essence of these sea beasts eclipsed that of any common spirit creature. Blood sword drank their blood and turned it into power. Black sword devoured bone and flesh, feeding the dragon spirit within. Sword beast darted around him, letting him fight at full strength even underwater. Refining a single eternal class sea beast was enough to boost a tenth of his current star rating, and the dragon spirit's growth was even faster. In mere moments, his rank had risen from stellar 2-star to stellar 3-star, while the dragon spirit in the black sword had rocketed 7 or 8 stars to eternal 9-star, almost catching up to him. That was only an eternal grade sea beast. Imagine one at the stellar tier or worse, the glory tier. A chance to advance with almost no downside was rare, and Yi Fan had no intention of leaving. He looked back at the three brothers, only to see their faces flushed red. Startled, he asked, "Are your respirators out of time?" "Yeah, Yi Wang," Jin Chao answered with difficulty. "The deeper we go, the faster the tanks drain. Then head up and swap them," Yi Fan said, waving them off. "They'll wait right here." Yi Wang the brothers hesitated, but their timers had already hit 0. As they kicked away, they called back, "Stay put. We'll be right back with fresh gear. Don't wander off." Yi Fan nodded, watched them disappear, then turned his gaze toward the abyss, a fiery light dancing in his eyes. "To me, this place is a gold mine." Before the words had fully left his mouth, he tightened his grip on the blood sword and the black sword, then streaked downward like a bolt of light, the twin blades churning the water into spiraling vortices. Within moments he encountered another sea beast. 1,000 meters down, their strength spiked, brushing the stellar tier. Thanks to the water-repelling pearl, Yi Fan fought with almost no suppression. A stellar-grade beast fell quickly beneath his blades. "A single stellar beast gives me roughly a third of a star. If the dragon spirit reaches stellar tier, that's a full star," he murmured, calculating. As usual, he split the carcass with the blood sword, let the black sword devour the essence, and dove deeper. Kill after kill, the beasts he met were now high stellar. Yi Fan himself rose to stellar 5-star, while the dragon spirit within the black sword surged past him, stepping into high stellar. Boom. Another beast crashed to the seabed, and as the black sword fed, the runes on its surface suddenly flared. Roar. The instant the runes blazed, the dragon spirit broke through to the glory tier and burst from the blade. The massive shadow thrashed through the water, scattering schools of fish and shrimp in every direction. Losing control? It circled, bellowing, clear intelligence in its eyes and clear intent to strike its master. Yi Fan only raised an eyebrow and lifted his hand. In his palm, the Qiongqi sigil glowed with eerie light. The aura of an ancient fiend flooded outward, pressure rolling like a tide. Roar? The dragon's spirit shuddered, circled once more, then obediently shrank into a streak of light and slipped back into the black sword. Trying to rebel? Not on my watch. Yi Fan snorted, tapped the sword's hilt in warning, and continued his descent. Inside the scabbard, the newly sapient dragon spirit curled into a ball, its huge head tucked in like an ostrich, radiating silent grievance. "Got hot, I was going to suffocate." At the surface above the hunting post, the three brothers burst from the water on their last breath and sprawled across the deck, utterly spent. Tianchun and Hao Ri flopped to either side, gulping fresh air. "Swap tanks and get back down," Jin Xiao said, grabbing a spare respirator without pausing for rest. "Give it 2 minutes," Hao Ri panted. Tianchun shook out his numb arms and muttered, "I'm about to drop." A salty coastal wind whipped past, and he grumbled, "Yuang really is insane." He dives into the sea without a hint of fear. Haori yanked off his damp cloak, nodding furiously, eyes round with shock. "What are those weapons of his? One drinks blood, another eats flesh, and the third has an eyeball on it. They look like cursed relics. What Orthodox sect would touch that stuff?" "Exactly," Tianchun lowered his voice. "I didn't think much of it before, but the more I recall, the stranger he seems. And his spirit beast Qiongqi, the fiend that preys on the righteous. If that's his companion, what does it say about him? Quit whispering and move." Jin Chao planted one boot on a reef, waves splashing his hem, his face darker than the night. "Honestly, the signs on Yi Fan don't resemble anyone from a proper sect. The northern lords keep calling him the little madman. Maybe he really is crazy," Haori mused. "See, the boss thinks so too." Tianchun caught Jin Chaos' flicker of hesitation, visibly excited. "I don't," Jin Chao said stiffly, half a beat late. "I just think Heskell." Haori laughed. "A real man should roam free and live loud. Why play the saint? Righting wrongs and drinking hard, that's the hero's way. Wonder feel you're smitten already." Tianchun rolled his eyes. "Why not follow Yuang home? He might give you an official post, and you can guzzle wine all day." "Seriously? You think I could?" Haori's eyes lit up. Before he finished, Jin Chao rapped him on the forehead. "Dream on. If you leave, how will you repay the elders who raised us?" He swept his gaze across the group. "Quit daydreaming. Gear up, get back in the water, and find Yuang." "I was only joking." After Jin Chao, the eldest, tapped him lightly on the head, Haori shrank his neck, reached for the respirator hanging on the wall, and muttered, "But the outside world is really fascinating. Do you all want to spend your whole lives on Fu Guang Island? What's that supposed to mean?" Jin Chao frowned. Third brother, do you really want to leave? No, of course not. I just think it sounds interesting. Haori lowered his voice. Fu Guang Island is too quiet. Outside, human warlords are fighting for dominance, and young prodigies keep appearing, yet nothing ever happens here. But our duty is to guard this island, Jin Chao said solemnly. The elders raised us like their own children so we could become its protectors. Don't forget, we swore before the sacred statue to defend Fu Guang with our lives. I know. Seeing Jin Chao's serious face, Haori waved his hands. I was just speaking my mind. Jin Chao continued. Yes, the world beyond is exciting, but it's also full of treachery. Fu Guang may be uneventful, yet the peace here is something many people would die for. With that, he turned to Tianqian. Second brother, isn't that right? Huh. Yes, absolutely. Startled, Tianqian nodded repeatedly. You too, Jin Chao sighed, fastened his respirator, and was the first to dive into the sea. Tianqian and Haori traded a glance, swallowed their words, and hurried after him. The hunting station was left empty, falling into dead silence. Clack, clack. After a moment of stillness, footsteps echoed again. A haggard old man in a tattered cloak staggered in, his gaze settling on the armor the three brothers had just removed. His raspy voice cut through the air. Inheritance? It's a joke. He bared a chilling grin and headed toward the Silver Sea. I don't care about succession. If I seize that boy's body, why bother with reincarnation? He'll simply live another life. My laws are attuned to water. I once crossed the Silver Sea to get here. Once I take his flesh, they'll leave the same way. Stay here and wait when the giant wakes. You'll all be slaughtered. A string of ghastly laughter echoed through the hall. Boom. Deep beneath the waves, a violent collision sent up clouds of silt. Yi Fan was hurled 100 meters by the tail of an unfamiliar sea beast. Steadying himself, he fixed his gaze on the creaturia monster with a jiao-like head and tail, but a bloated, sack-like torso, no legs. Only thick fins, stretching hundreds of meters long. From afar its dark mass loomed over him like an elephant over an ant. This beast is strong. The power of glory is already brewing inside it. Yi Fan's lips curled into a fighting grin. He charged again and was still knocked back, yet his excitement only grew. With a sweep of his black sword, the blade split open and a dragon's spirit burst forth. After half a day of hunting, Yi Fan had reached Starshine 7 star, while the dragon's spirit, having devoured countless flesh and blood, had barely broken into Glory 2 star. Roar. The dragon spirit's earlier rebellion had long been suppressed. Now it was utterly obedient. It lunged at the sea beast and locked it in combat. Its realm was higher than the creature's, and as a being of unique flesh, it was not bound by the Silver Sea's restraints. The two colossal beasts writhed together, snapping and roaring. Moments later, the dragon spirit curled back to Yi Fan and hovered before him. Half its scales were missing, and its aura had fallen once more to the glory rank. You lost. Yi Fan studied the mangled dragon spirit. Seeing it hadn't the strength to answer, he couldn't help asking. A thunderous bellow drowned him out. In the distance, the house's-eyed sea beast turned into a living iron mountain, cleaving through the current as it charged. Yi Fan didn't back away. He raised his obsidian greatsword and unleashed every ounce of power. Clang! The blade slammed into the beast's brow. Sparks and blood burst out together, yet the rebound flung Yi Fan dozens of meters through the water. He righted himself just as the creature clutched its head and howled, a noise part whale song, part child sob. It's summoning the others? Yi Fan's pulse leapt. Rumble. The water wall beneath him shuddered open. Huge shadows surged from afar, wailing in chorus, their mournful cries hiding a tidal rage. Pack hunters. Yi Fan counted nearly 20 of them. One was twice the size of the rest, unmistakably the leader. Run. The thought barely formed before he spun away, streaking off like a phantom. One glory rank beast was bad enough. 20 plus a leader would give even a king rank expert nightmares. Roar. The leader's howl shook the water for a full kilometer, stacking waves into towering crests. It led the pack in pursuit, ripping long white scars through the sea. Yi Fan relied on his speed to open a gap of several hundred meters, but the distance shrank with alarming speed. Elsewhere, a kilometer from the battle, three brothers still waited on the reef where they'd parted company. Big brother, where did King Yi go? He said head wait right here. Haori slapped the water, sending foam everywhere. Jin Chao peered into the murky depths, voice low. He must have gone deeper. The Silver Sea is endless. Once you lose your bearings, it's hard to find the way back. Then what do? Haori blurted. We told the elders we were taking King Yi out for a stroll. If we lose him, how do we explain that? Tianqian frowned. It's not just the elders. All of Fu Guang Island is counting on him. Without King Yi, the island has no successor when the giant wakes. Enough. Jin Chao cut him off, mind in turmoil. After a moment, he clenched his jaw. No matter how dangerous it is, we have to go down and find him. But we're only at the Starglory realm. Down below, Haori hesitated. There's no other choice. Jin Chao shook his head and drew his weapon. Tianqian and Haori exchanged a look, then bared their blades as well. Rumble. Before they could move, the seabed erupted beneath them, as if a giant hand had stirred the entire stretch of ocean. The riptide flung them about like driftwood. What's happening? Tianqin spun twice in the current, then stared upward in alarm. Did some undersea overlord just wake up angrier than ever? Could Yuang have angered something out there? How his heart lurched. Before he could say a word, the water exploded and Yi Fan flashed into view, after images trailing behind him. Hey, Yuang! The three brothers brightened and raised their hands in greeting, but a heavy, obsidian sword was already crashing down on them. Clang, clang, clang. Three dull blows thundered like buried lightning, hurling the brothers dozens of meters into the air. Their sturdy bodies kept them conscious, but agony engulfed them, and only one question rang in their minds. Why? Yi Fan landed where he had started, too pressed for time to explain. I've got a pack of sea beasts on my tail, 20 at honor level, and a leader that's close to king level. Don't ask, just run. A king level. Terror swept the brothers. Ignoring the pain, they used the momentum of the strike to launch themselves away. Roar. The sea behind them rose in a rolling wall as enormous shadows surfaced. Howie glanced back and nearly lost control of his legs. Those shapes blocked out the sun. Yuang, what were you thinking? Howie screamed. Don't ask. Yi Fan's own composure was fraying. He hadn't expected the beasts to chase him for several kilometers. The four of them bolted, white wakes slicing the water behind them. In the chaos, a gaunt figure suddenly drifted into their path, cackling viciously. Kik-kik-keka. Before the laugh faded, the four of them streaked past him like a gale, without slowing. Are you brats blind? No greeting for your elder? The old man roared, ready to curse them out, when the sea shook again. Boom. He turned instinctively. A wall of waves split wide, and the furious sea beast leader charged straight at him. His pupils shrank to pinpricks, as though a sledgehammer had slammed into his chest. This stretch of water is only a few hundred meters deep. How can there be a king-level sea beast? Rumble. A deafening blast ripped across the silvery sea, and Tsang Ming's expression changed in an instant. The pack of sea beasts that had been pursuing Yi Fan suddenly wheeled around. Spotting the newcomer, they naturally assumed this unexpected powerhouse was Yi Fan's ally. Roar. The leader bellowed first. Its whale-sized body swept forward, raising an angry tide that looked ready to smash the entire expanse of water. Beast, what do you want? Tsang Ming clenched his teeth and met the charge head-on. The laws of water burst from him, torrents rising like walls to collide with the creature's brute force. The explosive impact killed schools of fish and shrimp on the spot. Both sides were driven back. Although the laws clearly outweighed the beast's raw strength, neither could gain the upper hand. The wounded leader's fury spread through the clan. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of sea beasts shrieked and surged toward the old man. The sea quaked, and Tsang Ming's heart sank. He had come only to assassinate Yi Fan and had left behind the special armor that let him command the elements. Time had worn his body thin. He could no longer endure a prolonged slugfest. He forced the laws into play again, blasting several leading beasts away. Yet there were too many of them, fearless and frenzied. In the blink of an eye, another slammed into his chest. Boom. His bones nearly shattered, and a mouthful of black blood sprayed from his lips. In that split second, he grasped the situation. The audacious youth had dived several kilometers beneath the surface, rousing the entire clan of sea beasts. Now the boy was long gone, and all the calamity had landed squarely on Tsang Ming's head. Escape. Daring no hesitation, he turned into a ripple of water and shot away. With mastery over the element, he should have crossed 100 meters in a flash, but why would the beast spare a supposed accomplice? Roar. The leader let out a whale-like command. The entire pack converged into a massive vortex, whipping the surrounding sea into a violent spin. Tsang Ming had scarcely dived for a few breaths before the whirlpool dragged him back into the black depths. No matter how he twisted and turned, the glimmer of the surface was nowhere in sight. Damn these beasts. Swept along by the current, he saw the dense horde churn the sea into a silvery storm, and his face darkened. Unless he slaughtered them all, return was impossible. Yet in this aged body, stripped of elemental reinforcement, dreaming of butchering an entire tribe underwater was sheer lunacy. Must my life Tsang Ming's life of brilliance end in this silver sea? He clenched his fist and stared at the faint shimmer above, unwilling to yield. Even so, as a king-level cultivator, he made his decision in a heartbeat. He pushed the laws once more and charged back toward the swarm below. Spray exploded as he struck, and the beasts met him instantly. The outcome was foregone. An elderly king deprived of elemental aid could only collapse before so many savage monsters. Boom. Within a few breaths, Tsang Ming was already on the defensive. A colossal beast wrapped in raging currents slammed into him and tore off his entire arm. Blood unfurled through the silver water, and the stench drew distant fish and shrimp in droves. Damn it. Tsang Ming already knew how it would end. He didn't curse. He simply lifted his eyes. For an instant, he seemed to glimpse a shaft of light above, and several figures leaning out over the shore. If he hadn't barged in, that kid would have been torn apart by the beasts behind him. leaving nothing but scattered bones, yet somehow Ming had become the one blocking the blow. I won't accept this. I want. His roar split the silver sea, but the rising waves and bestial cries swallowed the sound almost immediately. A heartbeat later the swarm was on him, and in the churning, blood-tinged mist his body was shredded into clouds of crimson foam. What just happened? On the bank beside the hunting station, Yi Fan and the three Jin Chao brothers had already scrambled onto dry land. The four of them stared at the still heaving water, hearts hammering. Those things aren't about to charge onto the beach, are they? Haori muttered. Absolutely not. Jin Chao forced himself to sound calm. They're built for the Silver Sea. Take them out of the water, and they die. Only after saying it did he finally breathe out. Yuang, you've got nerves of steel. He shot Yi Fan a reproachful look. Why pick a fight with something that strong? I only meant to bag one glory-class beast. Yi Fan scratched his nose, looking a little sheepish. I didn't realize that one ran with the pack. Hunt a glory class? Jin Chao almost laughed. Come owner elders nearly kill themselves taking one down at sea. He broke off when Haori suddenly yelped. What the Yuang? You're at Starshine 7 stars. Haori practiced a secret art that pierced realms. If he said 7 stars, it was 7 stars. 6 whole stars in one dive. His brothers gaped. After a long pause, Jin Chao collected himself. Remembering those oddly shaped weapons, he suddenly understood. So that's why you risked it? More or less. Yi Fan nodded. I've got a few special treasures. With the iron helm on, the Silver Sea's suppression barely touches me. A normal glory class beast is no match, and every kill jumps my realm fast. Haori sucked in a breath. 6 stars at a time, one more dive, and you'll be a king. Not that easy. Yi Fan shook his head, though a faint smile tugged at his lips. In theory, I could carve a path straight to king, but the deeper you go, the nastier it gets. Risk doubles every step. Jin Chao hurried to dissuade him. They can think and they remember. You got away today, but next time they'll swarm you. There are king-level beasts down there. Even our elders at full strength can't shake them. You came for the giants, Ewing. I know. I'm done for now. Yi Fan waved him off. What I picked up this run will keep my realm steady for a good while. Thinking back, he suddenly asked, did you notice anyone else in the water? Who? The three brothers blinked. Never mind. Must been my eyes. Yi Fan let it drop. He knew the old man had barged in had been the key to distracting the beasts. The intruder was almost certainly from the elder faction on Fu Guang Island, but had died in the chaos, neatly removing one more thorn in Yi Fan's side. When you fight, fight. Run your mouth and you die. Yi Fan summed up, dusted off his hands, and signaled for them to pack up and leave. Roar. They had barely taken a step when a piercing whale-like cry rose from the sea. An instant later, something slammed into the base of the hunting station, making the whole structure shudder. They're ramming the station. The brothers went pale and clutched one another for balance. Boom, boom, boom. Blows hammered the walls, stripping them to bare steel and bending the girders into grotesque curves, yet the building still held. This place is built like a fortress. Yi Fan eyed the rebar, bent into arcs but miraculously unbroken, and couldn't help admiring it. He was about to step inside and snap off a piece to study when Haori yanked him back, shouting, Yuang, for the love of heaven, stay away from this hunting station. Hurry up, let's take you somewhere else. Forget the hunting lodge. On the busy avenue, the sudden commotion drew every pair of eyes. Tianqin and Jin Chao flanked Yi Fan, while Haori pushed from behind, practically dragging him forward. Passers-by stopped to stare and whisper. I'm not going in, relax, will you? Yi Fan stumbled along, raising a hand in surrender. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, Hey, where's your islands or reserve? Show me around. The unexpected request made Tianqin tense up. His pace faltered. Why do you want to see it? Just curious. Yi Fan waved him off. I won't do anything reckless. You promised you'd wait for us back at the shore, Haori started, but Jin Chao cleared his throat and stepped between them. We can take you to the mines, he said, but you'll have to agree to one condition. What condition? Yi Fan arched a brow. Swear a soul oath, Jin Chao replied bluntly. Promise you won't damage any facilities or do anything that could endanger the island. Yi Fan gave him a probing smile. All that for a mine tour? It's all connected, Jin Chao admitted, rubbing his nose with an awkward grin. For a king like you, that's not too much to ask. Fu Guang Island considers you a friend, after all. Yi Fan thought of the elder who wanted him dead, and the mysterious old man had just appeared. After a moment he nodded. Fine. As long as it doesn't threaten my own safety or interests, I won't harm the island. If that works for you, they'll swear. Deal, Jin Chao said without hesitation. Right there in the street, Yi Fan drew on his soul power and spoke the oath. The air rippled with an almost imperceptible pulse of energy, and Jin Chao finally relaxed. All right, King Yi, let's show you the mine. I've always been fascinated by ores, Yi Fan answered, quietly slipping the sword beast back into his beast space, while everyone's attention was on the oath. The mining site is great. Haori brightened instantly, moving up beside him. They keep a bunch of iron eaters there. They're adorable, round and chubby. Iron eaters? Yi Fan frowned. I've never heard of a beast like that, let alone calling it adorable. They exist only on Fu Guang Island, Haori said, enthusiasm mounting. Wait till you see them. You'll love them. He quickened his pace, guiding Yi Fan through the alleys. Without noticing, the pair drew ahead of Tianxin and Jin Xiao. Watching the two figures walking side by side, Tianxin's heart tightened. He lowered his voice. Why do I feel like our little brother is getting too close to King Yi? What if he actually decides to leave with him? It's possible, Jin Xiao sighed. You know he's open-hearted and craves freedom. The island's rules stifle him, and the elders and I are always on his back. After 1,000 years of the same scenery, he's bored stiff. King Yi is decisive, a leader from the broader world. That kind of excitement tempts him. Tianxin grew even more uneasy. Then what? Are we just going to let him get attached? What if he leaves? Staring at Heor's back, Jin Xiao spoke so softly it was almost a whisper. I don't think he really will. Jin Xiao shook his head. Third brother is a reasonable man. He would never walk away from his duties. The great elder has taken care of us for so many years she could never turn his back on that kindness. As long as the elder draws breath, he'll stay. Along the shore, sunlight glittered across the sea like shards of gold. An old one-eyed man sat cross-legged on a reef, holding a bamboo pole worn smooth with age. His fishing line was as thin as a hair, and it was impossible to tell whether any bait was on the hook. The wooden bucket beside him was so empty it seemed to radiate cold. Not a single fish or shrimp lay inside. Old you, come to stare at the water again today? Another man, also carrying a rod, picked his way over the loose stones. Glancing at the empty bucket, he chuckled. You never bait your hook. Catch a fish like that? Dream on. Why not? Old you replied blandly, his eyes never leaving the water as if the crash of waves could drown out all mockery. The newcomer shrugged and sat down beside him. Compared with Old Yes' simple gear, his own setup was razor to club. A glossy carbon fiber rod and fresh-cut meat for bait, crimson threads of blood sliding off the hook into the sea. He cast his line, and within moments the surface erupted in white spray. A plump fish thrashed its way onto the hook, and his eyes lit up. Great spot. He worked like a machiner bait. Cast, reel. Before long, live fish churned in the metal bucket at his feet, scattering droplets that flashed in the sun. By the time the tide ebbed in the afternoon, he stretched and admired the thick layer of silver scales in his bucket. Another good haul. Seeing Old Yes' bucket still empty, he offered half kind, half teasing, want a few of mine? Sitting here all day with nothing to show can't be any fun. No need. Old You shook his head, expression unchanged. Feeling snubbed, the man muttered weirdo under his breath, picked up his bucket, and turned to leave. Two figures dropped onto the rocks, blocking his path. Yuxizi and Xiaoma. A cold aura rolled off them. Yuxizi spoke first. Put the fish down. The man froze. Xiaoma simply seized the bucket and, in the same motion, kicked him back a step. Now get lost. But those are my. He tried to protest, but their pressure made him retreat in panic. He fled without another word. Xiaoma turned and dumped the entire bucket of fish into Old Yes' pail. Here you go, Old You. The old man acted as though he hadn't heard, still staring at the sea, sunlight catching the gray at his temples. Lowering her voice, Xiaoma leaned closer. Yuxizi and I have decided to help that outsider kid overturn Fu Guang Island. Are you in? Suicidal. Old You finally spoke, the word dripping with scorn. Count me out. Yuxizi moved beside him. That kid's got guts. He might inherit the giant's law. It's true, Xiaoma added quickly. He promised that once he takes the law, he'll send us on to the afterlife, kill the great elder, and topple the elder hall. Haven't you always wanted off Fu Guang Island? He can take you with him. Who says I want to leave? Old You murmured. I've fished here for decades. I'm having a grand time. Xiaoma looked helplessly at Yuxizi. Yuxizi thought for a moment, then smiled and bent to whisper in Old Yes' ear. You still have a grandson alive. Don't you want to see him? The bamboo pole trembled. Sensing the opening, Yuxizi pressed on. He's an official in that boy's territory right now. The human heartland is in chaos. If that kid dies on Fu Guang Island, his power base will be swallowed up. Your grandson's fate might not matter to anyone, but his wife and the child she carries. How do you know about my grandson? For the first time, urgency crept into Old Yes' voice. I've searched for years. No one ever mentioned him. Yuxizi chuckled softly. Have you forgotten who I am? My disciples are scattered throughout the human lands. Didn't the court wipe out your sect as a cult ages ago? What disciples could you still have? Old You pressed. That's none of your concern. Yuxizi arched an eyebrow, smile unbroken. So shall we talk? How are we supposed to negotiate? Yu Laotu replied, his tone no longer placid, though his expression stayed composed. The sea breeze ruffled his graying temples, yet he kept a steady grip on the old bamboo pole without even lifting his eyelids. Just the few of us can't take on that many people, Yuxizi whispered. Didn't the old man bring several disciples to Fu Guang Island too? She edged closer, pitch already prepared. If you give the word, they'll back you. So that's your idea. Yu Laotu cast her a sidelong glance. I speak only for myself. That's fine. Speaking for yourself is enough. Yuxizi waved her hand quickly. What do I get out of it? He pressed, scanning the surroundings. And why are you here negotiating? Where's that kid? What you want is up to you, Yuxizi answered readily. I can speak for him and guarantee he'll agree. You can speak for him? Yu Lao-tu clearly doubted her. Who are you to him? The question caught her off guard, but she forced a smile. Honestly, I'm his grandma's best friend, half a grandma to him, you could say. Ever heard of Zhang Tianwang? A decade ago he swept hundreds of miles of the front line. That monster is the boy's grandfather, she added. I've stayed on Fu Guang Island for years, far from mainland news, Yu Lao-tu mused, shaking his head. Still, heroes raise heroes, he can't be too weak. When this is done, I want to return to the mainland, bring my grandson's family here, and settle them on Fu Guang Island, he stated. Not a problem at all. Yuxizi agreed instantly. Bring the whole clan if you like. The human heartland is packed with beautiful women, take a few along to keep you warm. I'm not like you people, still daydreaming about romance at my age. Yu Lao-tu snorted and faced the sea. Just then, the rod in his hand jerked violently. He can actually hook something? Xiaoyang blurted out. A grin tugged at Yu Lao-tu's mouth as his wrist snapped forward. Veins bulged along his wiry arm like coiled dragons, and the rod whipped upward. Splash! The sea erupted as a dragonfish nearly 100 meters long burst from the water, twisting in midair before crashing onto the shore. Holy just reeled in a sea beast. The thunderous impact startled nearby anglers. They stared, dumbfounded, as the massive creature thrashed on the sand. I told you. Bait's optional, Yu Lao-tu said calmly. He walked over and hooked his fingers into the dragonfish's gill plate. The hulking beast hung in his grasp like a helpless chick. If you need me, come to the east side of the island. Otherwise, don't bother me. With that, he hoisted the dragonfish and strolled away, leaving the other fishermen gaping in the sea breeze. Yu Lao-tu's strength is still terrifying, Xiaoyang murmured, watching him go, heart pounding. He's pushing 200, and that single move left me breathless. No surprise. He walked the path of strength and was a martial king candidate 2 generations back, Yuxizi said, equally shaken. If he hadn't tempted fate and failed to challenge heaven, he'd probably be beyond mortal limits by now. He really challenged heaven? Xiaoyang asked. That's what they say, and I believe it, Yuxizi replied. Yuxizi said that before the man left, even the martial king was beaten into the ground every time they fought. It was terrifying. Xiaoyang understood exactly what the title martial king meant. She could not help glancing at old man Yes back, a ripple of fear rising in her chest. She muttered under her breath, good thing we tracked down his grandson. Otherwise, how would we ever recruit someone like him? Whose grandson? Yuxizi raised an eyebrow. Huh. Xiaoyang froze. Didn't you say you'd found his grandson? I made it up, Yuxizi replied calmly, without a hint of guilt. You made it up? Xiaoyang's face changed. She lowered her voice in a hurry. And you told him you were his grandmother's best friend. Also made up. Yuxizi nodded. You lied to his face? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Xiaoyang's scalp tingled. I'm already rebelling against Fu Guang Island. What's one more risk? Yuxizi waved the concern away. Remembering what Yi Fan had done that day, a vicious gleam flashed in her eyes. Winners don't fuss over methods. As long as we pull him into the alliance, we win. Xiaoyang choked, feeling as if she had boarded a pirate ship with no way off. A ruthless man like old man Yu was someone even the elder Hall hesitated to restrain. They had provoked him with a lie, now all retreat was cut off. You're ruthless, she said after a long silence, forcing herself to stay calm. Then what you told me was that a lie as well. What is there to lie about? Yuxizi countered. If you want to be with Lin Xiao, the elder Hall has to fall and the grand elder must die. Am I wrong? Well, when you put it like that, Xiaoyang hesitated. Something still felt off, but she could not pinpoint it. She lowered her voice. I hope you're not lying to me. I want. We're disciples of the same sect. Yuxizi chuckled and patted her head. Come on, we're short on time. Let's go persuade the next person. Fine. Xiaoyang nodded and turned away. The moment she did, a shadow crossed Yuxizi's eyes. Women blinded by romance are fools, she thought. Lord Yi, this is Fu Guang Islands, or depot. On the opposite side of the island, the 3 brothers led Yi Fan to the collection yard. Instead of the rugged mountains he had pictured, the site sat on level ground, lined with orderly buildings and bustling workers. Fu Guang Island has this many rare ores. Yi Fan had barely stepped inside when he noticed workers carrying huge, multicolored chunks of or towards several growing hills. Many he had never seen before. Well, it is Fu Guang Island, Hao Ri said mysteriously. He picked up a fist-sized piece of silvery gray ore. This is crossing silver ore. It can resist the silver sea's binding arts. The armor we wear in the hunting division is forged from it. Crossing silver? Yi Fan feigned surprise, took the ore, and silently summoned his sword beast closer. Instantly, the beast's desire flared. Good stuff. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes with a smile. Is this or for sale? I'm afraid not, Jin Chao explained, shaking his head. The island's safety depends on the silver sea. If crossing silver leaked out, the island could be in danger. I see. Yi Fan dropped the subject and walked on. Not far ahead, he spotted a pile of fiery red ore, and the sword beast grew even more restless. You want that? He picked up a piece and turned to the brothers. What is it called? Blaze flame or, Hao Ri said, eyes shining. It naturally absorbs fire elements. Mix a little into a weapon and it gains innate fire attacks. Wouldn't it be even better as an alchemy ingredient? Yi Fan asked casually. Lord, you knows alchemy? Hao Ri was startled. I thought alchemy techniques vanished from the mainland ages ago. I have a prodigy in my ranks. Yi Fan answered evenly, then looked at him. Why so curious? The last alchemy grandmaster came to Fu Guang Island. He laid the alchemical array that siphons giant laws from Hao Ri began. But Jin Chao coughed twice, cutting him off. Alchemy weapons haven't appeared on the mainland in years, Jin Chao added, clearly unwilling to elaborate. Is that so? Yi Fan raised a brow, sent Jin Chao a glance, and let it drop. He slipped the piece of blaze flame or into his robe and casually asked, so, can this or be bought? This one will do. This time Jin Chao gave a definite answer, adding that Fu Guang Island conducts a bit of trade with the outside world every year. Stones like this are bought in bulk by the Northern Lord every year. The famous beacon torch of the 3 northern provinces is powered by it. It raises the temperature enough to shield an entire city from the bitter cold. Yi Fan nodded, letting his gaze rest for a moment on the bluish stone between his fingers. So who else trades with you? He asked casually. I'm afraid I can't say, Jin Chao replied, the answer forced but polite. I'm sure King Yi understands. I do. Yi Fan dropped the subject. Though inwardly, he grew more guarded. Clearly Fu Guang Island's friends were not limited to him and the Northern Lord. Lifting another stone, he asked as if in passing, then how do you handle payment? We can discuss the details later, Jin Chao said while leading the way. If King Yi is interested, I can show you a few more ores we export. Fine. Yi Fan followed him forward. After a few dozen paces, a vast exhibition hall opened up. Towering racks glittered with stones that looked like sliced gemstones. There were a bionic ore that can replace human bone, its surface a semi-translucent milky white, an impact ore, black as iron yet light as dust, able to withstand a stellar-grade blast, and a petri dish crystal, its fissures sprouting tiny blades of green that can enhance bodily functions. The dazzling collection left Yi Fan quietly amazed. No wonder Fu Guang Island's technology was so advanced. Looking around, he murmured, where exactly do you mine all this? Right here in the Silver Sea, Jin Chao answered, pointing to a newly revealed metal corridor ahead. We've built extra-long tunnels that reach deep into multiple sea zones, allowing our people to collect ore. Tunnels that far down. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Don't see beasts attack them? These routes were charted over generations and are mostly safe, Jin Chao said, shaking his head. If something does go wrong, we seal the damaged section and dig a new one. We also have independent platforms on the seabed, each guarded by powerful fighters, more than enough to repel sea beasts. Incredible. Yi Fan stared at the passage, his tone light, yet interested. May I take a look? I'm afraid not. Jin Chao waved both hands. It would be far too dangerous now. Too troublesome for King Yi to go down himself. Troublesome? Exactly. Any outsider needs approval from the Elders' Hall. Eager to change the subject, Jin Chao patted Hao Ri's shoulder. Third brother, didn't you tell King Yi about our adorable iron eaters? Why not show him now? Oh right. Hao Ri perked up. King Yi, come. They'll take you to see them. Very well. Yi Fan let the tunnel matter drop and followed Hao Ri away. Only when their figures disappeared did Jin Chao and the others breathe a silent sigh of relief. Hao Ri led Yi Fan through the ore-laden hall to a low building at the side. As soon as the door swung open, the clamor of stone gave way to a wash of green. Before them stretched a lively bamboo grove, leaves swaying in the breeze, the air scented with a faint freshness. Look, King Yet Hat's the Iron Eater, Hao Ri said, pointing ahead. Following Haora's pointing finger, a few black and white creatures wandered into Yi Fan's view. Round and cuddly, they looked like plush toys at first glance. Adorable, Yi Fan thought, nodding to himself. Then he noticed the Iron Eaters happily gnawing on fresh bamboo and frowned. Iron Devourers. Why are they eating bamboo? When Fu Guang Island first found them, they were chewing on ore. Haori scratched his head. Our ancestors found them cute and harmless, so they raised them. Life here must be easy. Generation after generation their tastes changed. They still linger near the mines, but their main diet is bamboo and fruit now. Call it Eusiandisis. Charmed, Yi Fan strolled toward one. The beast let out a soft grunt and clamped onto his trouser leg. Careful, King Yi, Jin Chao warned. These things are insanely strong skin like armor, tougher than many transcendent beasts. Rip. With a jerk, the creature tore off a chunk of Yi Fan's pant leg. Hey, he's our honored guest. Haori lunged forward, trying to pry it loose. Beat it. The animal flailed its chubby paws while Haori wrestled it aside. It immediately tried crawling back, so he gave it a light kick, sending it rolling in a cloud of dust. Realizing something was off, Yi Fan grabbed another cub by the scruff. The brute thrashed so hard his arm grew heavy. Had he not tapped into Starshine Chi, it would have broken free. Secure now, he chuckled. Born with raw power, aren't you? Scanning the bamboo grove, he pictured cavalry charging atop these beasts. If we could ride them, they'd knock mountains down. Jin Chao gave a weary smile. Nice idea, but generations have tried. Iron Devourers hate fighting and are easily tempted by food. A chronicle tells of a warrior who rode one into battle, Halfway through, it spotted roadside bamboo, turned to eat, and the rider was stabbed 18 times from behind. The beast walked away unscathed. Yi Fan sighed, stroking the creature's head. Such strength, what a waste. In all these generations, no special variant? Jin Chao shook his head. They reproduce poorly, 2 breeding pairs for a single cub. Without Fu Guang Island's protection, they'd be extinct. As for exceptional ones, I know one. Haori cut in. Still a cub too. Oh, Yi Fan arched a brow. What's special about it? Come, King Yi. Haori tugged him deeper into the bamboo grove. Behind them, Jin Chao and Tian Chen's faces darkened. Tian Chen muttered, Haori blabs about everything, may as well defect outright. Jin Chao waved him off. Maybe he just wants to show off. It's only an iron devourer. If King Yi wants it, let him have it, call it a gift for the heir. Fine. Tian Chen agreed, though he kept staring at the retreating figures, sulking. That shameless third brother, switching sides so fast, and he doesn't even take me along. The bamboo forest was huge, and Haori, who knew every twist and turn, led Yi Fan through a winding path before finally reaching the den of the special creature he had mentioned. The nest had clearly been arranged by hand-square corners, a floor blanketed with thick dry grass, and a soft pad on top. In the middle, a small iron-eating beast lay on its back, fast asleep. Its chest rose and fell with faint snores. The fur was the usual black and white, but a tuft of bright red down circled its forehead like a mortal woman's vermilion mark, making its difference obvious at a glance. "I'll wake it up," Haori whispered to Yi Fan, then crouched beside the nest and murmured into the beast's ear, "Little by dang, time to get up." Only you would pick a name like that, Yi Fan sighed. The moment the little fellow opened its eyes and saw Haori's face, it shivered, let out a puzzled woo, and hurled a stone at him. "Missed me?" Haori teased, dodging easily and pulling a face. Woo. The tiny iron-eating beast flew into a rage, grabbed another stone, and launched it. Haori darted away while the cub howled, turning the scene into a noisy comedy. After several rounds, the youngster finally snapped, halted, and roared at the sky. As the roar echoed, the red tuft gleamed darkly, and a massive, beastly shadow appeared behind it. In the next instant, it ripped a few iron bamboo stalks from the ground and swung them like clubs at Haori. Whap, whap, whap. The bamboo whistled through the air, but never touched Haori. Playing along, he screamed in mock agony and finally collapsed with a theatrical thud. Seeing its enemy fall, the cub tossed the broken bamboo aside, grumbled under its breath, and lumbered back to the nest. Passing Yi Fan, it gave him a sideways glare and flashed its fangs in warning, then curled into a ball and started snoring again. Haori rolled over, brushed the dust from his clothes, and rejoined Yi Fan. "See, this little iron-eating beast is different. It can even use blood fury." "Agreed," Yi Fan replied, replaying the scene in his mind. When the cub roared and the shadow surfaced, he had recognized the classic sign of bloodline manifestation. Their ancestors were likely a remnant species. The diluted blood explains why the present tribe eats bamboo instead of ore, and why their combat instincts have weakened. If they had already degenerated below remnant species level by the time Fu Guang Island appeared, and with the island's easy life, their fighting spirit would have faded as well. His gaze stayed on the sleeping cub while his thoughts churned. Tap, tap. Footsteps approached, and Jin Chao and Tian Chen soon followed the racket to the spot. "You provoked it again, didn't you?" Jin Chao asked, eyeing the slumbering cub and piecing together what had happened. "Heh, Haori replied, scratching his head with an embarrassed grin. Haori chuckled and kept quiet, while Yi Fan, after some thought, turned to Jin Chao. "ID like that iron-eating cub. Can Fu Guang Island let me have it? You really want it?" Jin Chao had half expected the request, yet his heart still skipped a beat when Yi Fan spoke. They all knew the little beast's origins were extraordinary, although its secrets remained elusive. If even Yi Fan, the man who could tame ancient fiends, was tempted, then it had to be priceless. The thought left Jin Chao a little sour, but he stayed polite. "King Yi is a friend of Fu Guang Island. I can give you the cub as a symbol of our friendship." "Excellent." Yi Fan nodded, stepped up to the creature, and cast a beast-taming contract. "Careful, King Yi," Haori warned. "That bitting is stubborn and almost impossible to tame." His words were cut off by a flash of light. The contract sealed instantly, and the cub vanished into Yi Fan's beast space. Huh. Haori froze. Jin Chao and Tian Chen were equally stunned. "It's already tamed? I've subdued far tougher beasts." Yi Fan withdrew his hand calmly. The three brothers exchanged looks and offered awkward smiles. That was humble bragging taken to an art form. "Anything else worth seeing on Fu Guang Island?" Yi Fan asked after a brief pause. "Something interesting?" Jin Chao thought for a moment. "How about visiting the place where the giant is sealed?" "A giant?" Yi Fan's eyes lit up. "Sounds great. Shall we go now?" "Now I'll need the elder's approval." Jin Chao pulled out his communicator. A reply came quickly, and he smiled wryly. "The Grand Elder says the seal is unstable. We'll need to wait 2 days." 2 days is fine. Yi Fan didn't mind. "Shall we rest for today? We could get a drink," Haori suggested at once. "I know a great tavern." "Drink, drink, drink. That's all you think about." Tianqian interrupted with a frown. Will you die without alcohol? Jin Chao hurried to smooth things over. Let's try a tea house instead. There's one nearby run by an old senior. It's quiet, and after a long day we can put our feet up. No problem. Yi Fan nodded, catching the phrase old senior. This senior? Exactly who you're thinking of, Jin Chao said quietly. But he's temperamental. If you want to talk, tread lightly. Last time Hao Ri got drunk and offended him, he stripped Hao Ri naked, beat him, and threw him into the street. Boss, did you have to share that? Hao Ri exploded. By sunset they reached the tea house Linglong Pavilion. The slanting dusk lit the signboard, its calligraphy bold and carefree. Yi Fan studied the strokes. Looks like the work of a well-read scholar. That senior is no scholar, Jin Chao muttered, leading them inside. The tea house was spacious but empty. Behind the counter an old man sprawled on a tall stool, snoring like thunder. Round face, scruffy beard, hair like a bird's nest radiated rugged nonchalance. Still asleep, Jin Chao hesitated, then tapped the counter lightly. Senior, would like some tea? No response. He tried again, nothing. You'll never wake him like that, Hao Ri said, shaking his head. He stepped forward, drew a deep breath, and bellowed. Oldu, senior, we're here for tea. The deafening shout echoed. The old man's eyelids fluttered open, and at the sight of Hao Ri, anger flared. You little punk again? You dare come back? In a flash he sprang up, iron palm whipping toward Hao Ri. At the critical moment Yi Fan caught the old man's wrist, his spiritual power dissolving the strike. Please don't be angry, senior. We only came for tea. Yi Fan's voice was calm. The old man paused, eyeing Yi Fan with suspicion. Jin Chao stepped in. Senior, this is the guest who has come to inherit the giant's law. The Grand Elder asked us to treat him well. He's heard your tea is unrivaled and came especially for a pot brewed by you. At the words Grand Elder, the old man fell silent. After a long moment he grunted, waved a hand, and said, sit. All right, take a seat. When the old man finally relented, the three brothers Jin Chao, Hao Ri, and Tianqian let out a collective sigh and waved Yi Fan over. The five of them gathered around the square table. The old man ducked into the back room, rummaged out a battered iron kettle still hissing with steam, and set it on the table. Call me if you need more, he said. Then he shuffled back to the counter, settled into a high-back wooden chair, crossed a palm fan on his chest, and drifted off to sleep. Look at the geezer didn't even bring cups, Hao Ri muttered, yet he tiptoed to the cabinet, pulled out 4 blue and white porcelain cups, and set them down as quietly as he could. King Yi, this senior's tea is legendary, Jin Chao declared, lining up the cups and filling them. Give it a try. Yi Fan took a small sip. The liquor was bitter at first, then faintly sweet, but the sweetness vanished before it could linger. As it slid down his throat, the bitterness resurfaced, pricking the back of his tongue. A refined, bitter brew, he remarked calmly, setting the cup aside. Bitter? The three brothers exchanged looks. Hao Ri frowned. Tastes like honey to me, almost too sweet. Don't exaggerate, Tianqian scoffed. At most it's sugary water. Jin Chao scratched his head. All I taste is straight tea. Maybe he slipped in some sugar? Baffled, Yi Fan lifted Hao Ri's cup and tried again, still bitter. Hao Ri grabbed Yi Fan's cup, took a swig, and smacked his lips. Sweet as honey. They traded cups again and again, yet the flavor followed the drinker, not the cup. Each man tasted only what had tasted at first. That's odd. Yi Fan glanced at the dozing shopkeeper and asked Jin Chao, didn't you try this tea last time? We were busy saving our little brother that day, never got around to it, Jin Chao replied. Before he finished, a lazy voice drifted from the counter. It's called 100-flavor tea, the old man said, eyes half closed as he idly fanned himself. Whatever flavor sits in your heart is the flavor in the cup. Flavor born of the heart. Yi Fan paused, took another sip, still bitter, then fixed his gaze on the old man. Senior, what does the tea taste like to you? Plain water, the old man answered, waving a hand and leaning deeper into his chair, clearly unwilling to elaborate. Plain water. Yi Fan pondered a moment, then suddenly asked, Senior, were you once a scholar? And what makes you think that? The old man rumbled. With this butcher's face? Calling me a scholar is a joke, isn't it? Judging by appearances is shallow, Yi Fan said with a faint smile, gesturing toward the entrance. The calligraphy on that plaque says it all. The old man turned, studied Yi Fan for a few seconds, and a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Interesting youngster. With a soft snap, he closed his fan and strolled unhurriedly to the table, his gaze sweeping over the three brothers. Please, sit, Jin Chao blurted, springing up to pull a chair over for him. You brats haven't even grown your first whiskers, yet you think you can share a table with me? The old man arched an eyebrow, his gaze sharp as a blade. Yais, Sir. Jin Chao rose halfway, froze, and forced a sheepish grin while dragging his two companions aside. Please, senior, take the seat, please. Oof, that's better. The old man snorted and sauntered over to the chair. In the corner, Hao Ri sat with folded arms, fuming. He was about to mutter, you old. The old man raised a hand, the air caving in as if pinched. He plucked Hao Ri up like a chick and flung him straight out the door. Brat, I've tolerated you long enough. Boom. A dull thud shook the wooden door. Jin Xiao and the other youth paled and dashed out to check on Hao Ri. The old man, wasting no words, flicked his wrist. Every door and window slammed shut, heavy bars dropping into place. In a heartbeat, only the elderly Zhao and Yi Fan remained. A faint mist seeped from the floorboards, curling beneath the dim lamplight. Yi Fan sat upright, calm. When the elder's gaze settled on him, he cupped his fists. May I ask how I should address you, senior? Buchuan, the old man said curtly, then added, Zhao Buchuan. Zhao? Yi Fan's pupils tightened. An ancient chronicle surfaced in his mind. 4 generations, 3 kings, the first 3 titled Wen Wang, all surnamed Zhao. So the legendary Wen Wang is still alive. It's only a name, nothing more. Zhao Buchuan waved the thought away. He studied Yi Fan and nodded. Solid talent, steady foundation. You'll stand among the best one day. You flatter me, senior. Yi Fan bowed again. May I ask why you remain hidden here? The reason is always the same: you fear death. Zhao Buchuan shook his head, sipped his tea, clicked his tongue, and set the cup down. Years ago, I chased transcendence and failed. I refused to simply fade away. I understand. Yi Fan nodded. Transcendence is a lifelong pursuit for many cultivators. But coming here was foolish, Zhao Buchuan continued. This island is crawling with old monsters clinging to life. The moment you attempt to inherit the law, success or failure, you'll never leave. I know the risk. Yi Fan gave a wry smile. If I stayed away, the giant would awaken, Fu Guang Island would fall, and everything I wished to protect might be destroyed. You worry too much. Zhao Buchuan took another sip. Fu Guang Island has made its preparations. Heir or no heir, the giant will never leave. Doubt lingered in Yi Fan's eyes. But what if something changes? Changes? Zhao Buchuan frowned, pondering. Yi Fan waited silently. After a moment, Zhao Buchan's gaze sharpened. It sounds as if you know something. Or are you the very source of that change? Wen Wang truly lives up to his name. A flicker of unease crossed Yi Fan's heart, but he soon smiled. You could say that. That's why I have to be here. Fair enough. Zhao Buchuan nodded and raised his cup again. The tea tasted even more bitter. Yi Fan noticed. Senior, your tea seems far more bitter than mine. Colorless, tasteless, just something to wet the lips. Zhao Buchuan smiled, then pivoted. Do you know Favanero? Favanero? Yi Fan blinked. Every child does. Would you like a game, senior? No. Zhao Buchuan shook his head. Dipping a finger in tea, he tapped 4 dots onto the tabletop. In black. I give you 4 stones to start, all connected in any direction. How will you break it? Yi Fan studied the pattern, then tapped one of the dots. Turn black to white, sever the link. Not bad. Zhao Buchuan nodded. He added 2 stones flanking Yi Fan's move, then scattered dozens more across the board until black pieces filled the table. 1 stone stands alone. I place 5 and gain 100. Now what? Yi Fan gazed at the formation, then swiftly marked 5 points in one breath. 5 against 5. If I link my 5, whether you have 100 or 1,000 stones, the game is still mine. The 5-fold link. As soon as Yi Fan finished speaking, Zhao Buchuan paused, then threw back his head in laughter that echoed through the room. Interesting. You're a truly interesting young man. Yi Fan remained unruffled. I'm only applying common reasoning, he replied calmly. He looked up at Zhao Buchuan. With your experience, senior, do you think this 5-fold strategy will work? It might, and it might not. Zhao Buchuan lifted his teacup but didn't drink. Instead, he tapped the rim with a fingertip. On paper, your 5-point plan is flawless. In real combat, though, how will you locate those 5 points with precision? Yi Fan understood at once and bowed. Please guide me, senior. I'm afraid this involves more than a few pointers. Zhao Buchuan rapped the table, the dull sound filling the room. Yi Fan took the hint. If you have a task for me, I will do everything in my power. It's easy talking to a clever man. Zhao Buchuan nodded and got straight to the point. You know Zhao Gao, don't you? So it's about Zhao Gao, Yi Fan thought, recalling their brief encounter a few days earlier at the Alliance gathering. As fellow allies, we've met in passing. What do you think of him? Zhao Buchuan fixed his eyes on Yi Fan. Yi Fan considered for a moment, then answered, Brother Zhao Gao inherits the prestige of his forebears. His influence is rising, and he's bound to become a formidable figure. That's not what you really believe. Zhao Buchuan shook his head, then sighed, almost self-mockingly. My grandson is impatient and short-sighted. In peaceful times that might not matter, but in this era of turmoil, he's simply not up to the task. Yi Fan stayed silent. He and Zhao Gao were anything but friendly, and a future clash seemed inevitable. I know there's friction between you. Zhao Buchuan shifted the topic. But he's still my grandson. If, one day, he falls into your hands, I hope you'll spare his life. You overestimate me, Yi Fan replied. Zhao Gao is the Zhao King, followed by countless heroes. I'm merely a small landowner from Nanchuan. That day may never come. So you refuse? Zhao Buchan's voice was gentle, yet carried a chill. If that's your stance, we have nothing more to discuss. You misunderstand, senior. Yi Fan sighed softly. I'm still young, the future is unpredictable. Zhao Buchuan lowered his voice. I understand the logic of cutting weeds and pulling roots, and I know this puts you in a difficult position. But there's no mortal feud between you. I help you once. You repay the favor. Cause and effect. Yi Fan remained silent for a long time, then finally bowed. Since you request it, I'll agree. Good. Zhao Buchuan let out a quiet breath. He wiped away the spilled tea on the table, leaving only the 5 positions Yi Fan had marked, and began to explain. Though the island holds many king-level fighters, their strengths vary widely. Among them are 5 whose names command the greatest respect. Each has disciples and followers, and even other kings rally behind them. If you can spot the solution, they can too. Win their support, and this impossible situation, as you said, may yet be turned on its head. Yi Fan straightened, fully attentive. I'm listening. Yang Su, the pacification king, was the fiercest frontline general a century ago. Zhao Buchuan pointed to the first mark on the map. His name is Jiaorang, he said. Arrogant by nature, he came to Fu Guang Island after failing to transcend, and when an old wound flared up. The man lives for battle. If you want his respect, you'll probably have to fight him heathen. A frontline berserker get it. Yi Fan nodded, committing the detail to memory. Zhao Buchan's finger slid to the next spot. The second is King Feihu Ingmo. He's a master of disguise and transformation. Slick and worldly, but without convictions. Give him enough profit, and he'll bow to you. Money solves that one. Convenient. Yi Fan calculated inwardly. The finger moved again, stopping at the third name. Zhao Buchuan paused, then looked up at Yi Fan. The third has no title when Xuani, once a general on the front lines. He has now shaved his head at Halming Monastery. If you go to him, just reveal your bloodline. A monk? Yi Fan frowned, catching the faint hesitation in Zhao's tone. Does he have something to do with my grandfather? Your grandfather's first lieutenant, commander of the Zhantian army, that was him, Zhao replied with a wave. These 3 are manageable. The difficult one is the 4th. His fingertips settled on the western edge of the map. Li King, Yuning. Ages ago, when he was only at the king stage, he could defeat half-step transcendence. He could have transcended himself, but insisted on challenging heaven. He failed and fell. He's been on Fu Guang Island for 100 years, fishing on the west coast every day. Regret flashed in Zhao Buchan's eyes. No heirs, no desires. After that battle his spirit broke and nothing interests him. Gaining his approval will be almost impossible, yet you must recruit him. A man who nearly transcended. Yi Fan's heart pounded. I thought transcendence meant you could beat heaven. Transcendence lets you leave this starry sky. It doesn't guarantee victory over heaven. Zhao shook his head. If he's with you, even if the plan fails, you'll likely escape the giants. He's the ultimate contingency. Yi Fan nodded, his expression heavy. How do you move a man with no desires? Tell him I can help him defeat heaven? I'm not sure I can. I've told you all I can. You may leave. Zhao Buchuan stood and waved him away. I hope you'll keep your promise. Senior, there's still one name left. Yi Fan rose as well, suddenly remembering there should be 5. Haven't I already named 5? Zhao asked with a smile. Yi Fan froze, then understood the 5th man was standing before him. He opened his mouth, but Zhao raised a hand to cut him off. By now you should realize that even if I tell you, it might do no good. Very well. Yi Fan cupped his fists and took his leave. With a hiss, the mist dispersed and the doors flew open. The next moment Hao Ri kicked the door in, broadsword in hand. Old man, King Yi is a guest of Fu Guang Island. What are you up to? One lift of Zhao Buchan's hand clenched the air. Hao Ri was caught mid-stride, then tossed out of the courtyard like a sack. Yi Fan didn't linger. He walked outside. Hao Ri, still holding his sword, started forward again. Yi Fan explained, Senior Zhao didn't threaten me. He merely shared some cultivation insights. Oh. Hao Ri stopped in his tracks. Jin Chao hastily pulled him back and scolded. A reclusive elder of obvious virtue, how could he harm King Yi? You, on the other hand, were terribly rude. Rude? That old coot, Hao Ri began, but the door creaked open once more, and Zhao Buchuan silently appeared on the threshold. Hao Ri jumped and hid behind Jin Chao. You're rough and ignorant, Zhao Buchuan said blandly, tossing out a scroll. Hey Race Manual. Work on your character. What is it? Hao Ri caught it and looked. The Tao Te Ching? Isn't this children's reading? Old man, you're mocking. He raised an arm to throw it back, but Yi Fan grabbed his wrist and whispered, that's one of the top 10 human breathing techniques. Keep it. Hao Ri froze, then plastered on a smile, stuffed the scroll into his tunic, and bowed 90 degrees. Senior, I can never repay such a gift. Allow me to wish you good health, every success, and longevity equal to the southern mountains, blessings as vast as the eastern sea. Humph. At the doorway, Zhao Buchuan answered Hayor's flattery with nothing more than a cold snort before turning away. From this day forward, the tea house is closed. Don't bother coming back. With a soft thud, he stepped inside and pushed the heavy wooden door almost shut. Through the narrow slit of light, they could just make out Zhao Buchuan smoothing his robia reserved, dignified gesture once reserved for ministers of the former court. Clearly, he had chosen to put that mantle back on and start cultivating fresh alliances. Outside, the 3 brothers traded bewildered looks, all of them staring at the scripture clutched against Hayor's chest. You cussed him out, and he still handed you a cultivation manual? Tianchen frowned, baffled. Does the old man have some odd kink or something? Maybe he thinks third brother's talent is special, Jin Chao offered, though the envy in his eyes was hard to hide. Anyone would be tempted by personal instruction from such a master. Yi Fan was equally puzzled. By temperament, Jin Chao was the best choice, with Tianxin a close second. Yet Zhao Buchuan had given the book to the most unreliable Haori. What was he up to? Could Haori really have something unique? With that thought, Yi Fan's gaze shifted to Haori's face. Haori hugged the scripture with both arms, grinning like a fool. A legacy from a powerhouse. I, Haori, am about to hit it big, hey ha. The sight left Yi Fan momentarily stiff. He could only guess the elder truly did have some eccentric tastes. Shaking off the thought, he patted Jean Chaos' shoulder. Do you know Prince Jingnan, Yangsu? Yangsu. At the name, Jean Chaos' steady expression lit up with excitement. Lord Yi, how do you know our mentor? Mentor? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. He taught you? Exactly. Jin Chao nodded quickly. Master Yang opened a martial hall on the island. When we were kids, he trained the three of us himself. Later he pulled strings all over the place so we could win the law enforcement elections. That's how we beat out the other candidates. So you're on good terms with him. Yi Fan had his answer. Could you take me to meet your teacher? Meet Master Yang? Jin Chao hesitated. We can, but his temper's pretty rough. If Lord Yi, it's fine. Yi Fan waved him off. Just a talk. No clashes. In that case, sure. Jin Chao nodded and glanced at the darkening sky. But it's late. Why don't you rest tonight, and we'll go tomorrow? Works for me. Yi Fan started forward, then doubled back. By the way, that hunting ground of yours, any chance the elders could authorize a trip? Cold sweat broke out on Jean Chaos' forehead. Probably not right now. You just provoked the sea beast colony. If you show up again, they'll hunt you down. Night settled completely over the island. Back in his room, Yi Fan played with the iron-eating beast he had subdued earlier. Whether because the capture went smoothly or thanks to the advice of the senior beast tamers in his beast space, the little creature was unusually fond of him. It flopped into his arms and whimpered sweetly. Good girl. Yi Fan stroked its soft fur while ideas for her future training paths floated through his mind. This beast has incredible physical strength, but that's about all it has going for it. No special abilities, its only attacks are pouncing, biting, and clawing. In a straight fight, it wouldn't have the upper hand. Yi Fan stroked his chin, then added, but it could serve as a decent mount. With that, he gave the iron-eating beast's solid head a light pat. Boom boom boom. In the heavy silence of night, the knocks sounded especially sharp. Yi Fan rose to his feet, eyes instantly alert. Who's there? It's me, Lord Yi. The voice outside was soft and alluring. Recognizing Yushizi, Yi Fan didn't rush to open the door. It's late. What do you want? I have business. Before the words had finished, the door creaked open and a wisp of sheer silk slipped inside. Yu Zai's waist curved like a water snake, her figure graceful, her skin glowing in the lamplight. She was flawless, yet her beauty made no ripple in Yi Fan's eyes. After all, a century-old enchantress is far more dangerous than a viper. Why so cold, Lord Yi? She complained, climbing straight onto his bed. I just did you a huge favor. What favor? Yi Fan frowned. I brought you allies. She waggled a slender finger. While you were wandering the island, I persuaded 4 kings to stand with you. 4 kings? Yi Fan could hardly believe it. How did you win them over? That's my secret. Yu Zai's smile held a hint of mischief. Aren't you curious who they are? Speak. You can ignore 3 of them for now. One will interest you. She lowered her voice theatrically. His surname is Yu. His former title was Strength. King Li Yuning. Yi Fan blurted, shock flashing in his eyes. Yushizi looked surprised as well. So you know Yuning? Isn't he the one Zhao Buchuan called impossible to recruit? How did you pull it off? The man never wants anything. I told him his grandson is living on your lands, married, wife expecting. Yushizi lounged back with a lazy smile. No one is truly without desire. Everyone has a weak spot. How could you be sure he'd agree for his grandson's sake? Yi Fan pressed. Even a butcher with 1,000 lives on his hands still worries about his mother. Family ties are the hardest to sever. She inhaled, catching a subtle scent in the air, then looked at Yi Fan. Blood runs deeper than anything. Yi Fan pondered a moment, deciding her story was mostly credible, yet he remained guarded. Why help me? Because you found my weakness, I fear death. She pushed herself off the bed, leaning so close her breath brushed his ear. And I believe you can topple the Elder Hall. Yi Fan wasn't buying it. His voice chilled. What do you want? You. The word came in a whisper, her fragrance curling around his ear. A man like you, Lord Yi. Her heated invitation and provocative posture washed over him, yet Yi Fan's expression stayed stiff. He shook his head. That's not on the table. Then I want nothing. Yushizi shrugged and flopped onto the bed again, bored. Such a dull little man. Yi Fan stood firm. I serious. I need a real answer. You're too cunning for me to trust your surrender. How can you speak that way to a lady? She rolled her eyes, exhaling a long breath. I just want off Fu Guang Island. Too many old monsters here, their corpse stench is suffocating. That's all. Yi Fan clearly didn't buy it. Of course not. Her gaze flickered as memories surfaced. She hesitated, then asked, have you heard of someone called Marquis Mingjia? Marquis Mingjia? Yi Fan shook his head. The name meant nothing. He's a hero of Eurasia, man among men. Fearless, powerful, the most masculine warrior I've ever seen. He already had a wife, so I could only follow from afar. Then disaster struck and I ended up on Fu Guang Island after all these years. I wonder if his wife is still alive. So you're going back to find Marquis Mingjie? Yi Fan thought he understood, yet something felt off. Hero, human, warlord, strong, surname Ming. A towering figure cleaving enemies with a single strike on the city wall flashed through his mind. Yi Fan's heart skipped. He blurted, "You can't mean the strongest king on the front lines, King Ming, can you?" Ming Wang. When Yi Fan mentioned the name, Yu Shizi hesitated, then curled her lips in self-mockery. Of course. A hero like him was bound to become a king. You plan to go back for him? Yi Fan pressed. To pick up where you left off? We never truly began, so there's nothing to pick up. Yu Shizi shook her head, casting him a sidelong glance. All he ever thought about was wiping out fiends. Head rattle on about the human race's peril and our grand future. Honestly, he was suffocating. Then why? Why did I stay? She looked just as puzzled. I loved to roam when I was young, yet I spent decades on that dull front line after meeting him. I was the sect's youngest prodigy. Without him, I might have won a title long ago. Her words stirred something faint in Yi Fan. So, why come to Fu Guang Island? Because I can't let it go. Yu Shizi smiled, her gaze drifting toward the misty sea. I thought I'd be back soon, but decades slipped by. I used to worry Head died. Hearing he's alive actually lifts a weight off me. There's a chance this Ming Wang isn't the same man, Yi Fan cautioned. No, it's him. Yu Shizi shook her head with certainty. He once said Head use his own surname as his royal title. I see. Yi Fan nodded, thinking, so that was a promise of sorts. Just not a promise to me. Yu Shizi blinked. He made it to his wife. I only happened to overhear. An awkward silence followed. Tell me about him, she said at last, intrigued. He's still the human race's foremost hero, Yi Fan answered. He holds the very front line. He's our strongest border king. He paused, then added, he was wounded, and I healed him. You actually know him? Yu Shizi brightened, then frowned at the rules. But the Eternal Bridge is guarded by powerhouses. Even if I return, I'll never get past them. There's a way, Yi Fan replied, meeting her expectant eyes. I have a military rank at the front. If everything goes well on Fu Guang Island, I can take you across Wangu Qiao. Deal. Yu Shizi extended her hand. They'll help you against the Elders' Hall, and you'll lead me to Ming Wang. Yi Fan didn't take her hand. Afraid I'm lying? She teased. Story not touching enough? Oh, it's touching all right. His gaze stayed on her. But it feels calculated, like you want to look vulnerable, so we'll trust you. Does it work? Yu Shizi asked lightly. Been fooled by a woman before? Mistrust varies by person, Yi Fan said. Someone who can sacrifice so many young girls to refine her body isn't easy to see as a lovesick woman who's waited decades for a reunion. Yu Shizi fell silent, then suddenly laughed. You're a sharp one. She swept her long hair behind an ear, revealing a pale neck. Yi Fan's eyes fell upon a faint patch of decay there. This body of mine is rotting, she said quietly. Yuxizi explained that the people of Fu Guang Island were different from those on the mainland. Their bodies could not be reshaped by her. I have to return to the mainland and hunt down more beautiful women to sustain my looks. I've spent my whole life in pursuit of beauty. I refuse to die as a blotched old monster. Such a brazen motive made Yi Fan pause. It actually sounded more believable than her claims of undying love. Yuxizi raised an eyebrow. You don't believe I'm love-crazed, but you're willing to accept I'm a madwoman who'll do anything for beauty? Neither. Yi Fan shook his head, letting his gaze linger on her face. It's impossible to tell when you're lying. At least our cooperation is real. She gestured lightly. And I am helping you. Yi Fan dropped the interrogation. He still couldn't see through Yuxizi, but a blade that chose to turn itself over was still a blade. Tentatively, Yuxizi extended her hand. Shall we toast to a pleasant partnership? To our partnership. This time Yi Fan took her hand, their palms meeting. Her fingertips brushed across his, and she muttered half-jokingly, for such a little man, your hands are surprisingly smooth. Yi Fan pulled back, but she didn't mind. She turned to leave, adding over her shoulder. Oh, I accepted a few conditions on your behalf from the other defectors. Don't give us away. What conditions? Nothing special. Kill the Grand Elder, level the Hall of Elders, that sort of thing. Yuxizi waved it off with a half-smile. The irony is they joined the Hall in the first place to avoid death. Yet now that they see a way out, every one of them wants the place burned to the ground as though it murdered their families. The night passed quietly. At dawn, Yi Fan headed to Yangsu's martial academy with the three brothers Jin Hao, Jin Chao, and Tian Chun. Hey, huh. Inside the spacious hall, lines of trainees drilled in unison, their stomps and shouts echoing through the sweltering, sweat-laden air. As Yi Fan walked by, he looked them over and nodded slightly. Good bone structure, promising material for future instructors. Teacher Yangsu is picky to the extreme. Anyone without talent never makes it past the door, Jin Chao whispered. One year someone tried to bribe their way in, but before the gift crossed the threshold, the teacher blasted it out with a single spear shot. Yi Fan chuckled. Instruction from a king among elites isn't something money can buy. His gaze swept over the youthful faces, and suddenly he remembered the final years of his previous life. Knowing the imperial ascent was beyond him, he had taken in a bunch of noisy young disciples, only to die before he could teach them a single lesson. Without this reversal, those children would probably have perished in the chaos. Shaking the memory away, he followed the others to a quiet room behind the main hall. The door was shut tight. "I'll invite the teacher for Lord Yi," Jin Chao said, knocking. Almost immediately the door creaked open. An elderly man, temples streaked with white, yet standing ramrod straight, swept the three brothers with hawk-sharp eyes. "Teacher Yang," the three greeted him at once. "You three." Yang Su nodded, then fixed his gaze on Yi Fan. "You wanted to see Mui? I seek your aid, senior," Yi Fan said with a cupped fist salute. Yang Su was blunt. "And why should I? What skills do you have? What sort of skills would satisfy you, senior?" Yi Fan thought to himself that Zhao Buchuan hadn't exaggerated. The old man's temper was indeed fiery. "Beat me?" Yang Su snorted. "If you can defeat me while we stay in the same realm, I'll admit you have skill." "Fine." Yi Fan nodded and gripped the greatsword on his back. Yang Su raised his hand, and a long spear dropped from the air into his grasp, its shaft humming as it split the wind. "Whoa, they're really going to fight?" The three brothers were stunned. Jin Chao blurted, "Your Majesty Yi, what are you doing?" "Just a polite spar," Yi Fan answered calmly. Jin Chao looked at Yang Su, and the old man nodded as well. "You youngsters wait outside. Lord Yi and I are about to start." "Teacher Yang." Outside, at the barked order, the three brothers could only back out of the hall. Boom. The moment the doors shut, an explosion thundered behind them, the shockwave making their legs buckle. They turned in time to see the entire roof whipped off and hurled into the sky by a burst of force. "Does this look like a polite spar to you?" Jin Chao's face had gone stiff. Didn't Lord Yi swear he wouldn't stir up trouble? He promised the hunting depot last night he'd behave. Tian Chun gave a helpless laugh. "The manager told me this morning that the sea beast horde kept ramming the depot's underside for hours after we left, nearly sent the whole place to the bottom." Boom, boom, boom. In the middle of the training hall, Yi Fan and Yang Su fought at close quarters. Their cultivation levels were equal. Yi Fan opened with a 3-foot heavy sword, his momentum rolling forward like a flood, but after only 30 moves Yang Su spotted the tiniest flaw and flicked his silver spear upward. Clang! The heavy sword flew out of Yi Fan's hand and slammed onto the floor. Pulling back, Yi Fan looked at Yang Su, admiration in his eyes. "Master Yang, your techniques are flawless." "Just experience," Yang Su said calmly, shaking his head. "Your sword is too heavy, too cumbersome." "Then I'll try a lighter one." Yi Fan drew a blood-red blade and shot forward low to the ground. Instead of retreating, Yang Su pressed in, spear braced. Cautious after his earlier mistake, Yi Fan tightened his guard. Yet only moments later Yang Su found another opening and sent the blood sword spinning away. "Too light, it holds back the brute strength you naturally wield," Yang Su said, shaking his head again. His gaze lingered on the two fallen blades, his brows pinched. "Weapons steeped in malice, best leave them alone. I still have one left." Yi Fan raised a hand. Beast taming light flared, and a sword beast carved with runes condensed into a razor-edged blade in his palm. "A sword beast?" Yang Su finally looked surprised. "You managed to obtain that?" "Pure chance." Yi Fan cupped his fist. "Forgive my offense, senior." With a thunderous crack, elemental power roared inside Yi Fan. He swept the sword beast sideways, a streak of sword ki tearing through the air. Yang Su whirled his spear in a broad arc, meaning to disperse it, but the ferocious energy drove him back several steps before he could smother it. "Your elemental force is truly vast," he said once had steadied himself, a rare glint of astonishment in his eyes. Both men flared their power again, the air quivering between them. This time Yi Fan no longer lagged behind. The might of his perfect Tao burst forth in full. His techniques were slightly beneath Yang Zu's, but his raw power closed the gap. Sword form final resonance. A phantom mountain erupted into view as Yi Fan dived from above, blade crashing downward. Yang Su met at point first, but the spear shattered under the blow. In the instant that followed, he cast the broken shaft aside and flashed backward, dodging the fading shockwave. Sword form Fong thrust. Yi Fan chased him down, the sword tip turning into a streak of light. With no space left to dodge, Yang Su flicked two fingers like a blade, violent force knocking the sword offline at the last possible heartbeat. It was a fleeting chance. Veins bulged along Yi Fan's arms as he yanked the sword beast back and turned the thrust into an overhead cleave. "What tremendous strength!" Yang Su exclaimed. With no escape, he planted his feet. Golden light exploded from his body, skin taking on the sheen of molten metal. Clang! Metal rang on metal, and both men staggered a few steps apart. The shoulder of Yang Zu's robe split wide, the muscle beneath gleaming like refined steel in the golden glow. A perfected body-forging art, Yi Fan observed, eyes narrowing. Martial cultivation might be waning, and body-refining arts costly and slow, causing most practitioners to abandon them, but Yang Su answered with action alone. If a warrior neglects the body, how can he still be called a warrior? Yang Yi glanced at Yi Fan. You're impressive, worth showing off my craft. The moment he spoke, his aura contracted, then surged. Elemental power erupted like a volcano, forging dozens of spears 10 feet long that hovered around them, their silver gleam lighting both faces. Go. He flicked his right arm, and one spear screamed through the air toward Yi Fan's throat. Yi Fan didn't clash Heaton. He slid aside, letting the icy tip brush past his shoulder. As the spear missed, Yang Yi traced the air with one finger. The weapon whipped around in a vicious arc and came back for Yi Fan. Remote weapon control too? A chill pricked Yi Fan's heart. With a twist of his wrist, he unleashed his core power. Beast Mastery, Enchant, Origin Release. Muscles tightened, movements light as a gibbon. He pushed off the ground, skimming toward Yang Yi in a blurred afterimage. Yang Yi raised a brow, but stayed calm. A twist of his wrist sent 3 more spears leaping from behind to join the first, sealing Yi Fan's path. For cross spears wove a cage of killing light. Space to dodge vanished, and Yi Fan activated a second layer of power. Second release sword armor, deploy. Bones thundered as armor forged from abyssal beast energy wrapped his body, dragon eyes igniting. He no longer backed away. With a sweeping slash clang, he smashed the foremost spear aside, sparks flying. The gap between them vanished. Yang Yi shifted his stance, refusing to be caught. Both palms seized a spear each. The shafts writhed like dragons, cleaving downward with a shriek of wind. The dozens of spears behind him moved as if tugged by threads, fanning out to strike from every side in a 3-dimensional kill zone. Clang, 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 clang. Metal rang again and again, mixed with dull booms as spearheads hammered Yi Fan's sword armor. He abandoned defense, trusting the toughness of his second release to grapple with Yang Yi. Every collision sent chips of stone and clouds of dust flying. Courtyard walls crumbled in seconds. At a distance, 3 brothers who had been caught in the chaos peeked over rubble. How Riss' eyes bulged. Holy crap. Even our teacher can't hold down King Yi. Jin Xiao watched the storm of spears overhead and whispered, "That's Master's own spear command technique. We've only seen him use it once or twice." Tian Chun grew even more curious. What art is King Yi using? That sword style looks terrifying. Sword Saint Sutra, How Ri said at once. Passed down by the Shadow Sword Saint, who fought the giant years ago. Shadow Sword Saint. Tian Chun frowned. Who was stronger, the giant or the Sword Saint? Jin Chao didn't hesitate. The giant, of course. The Sword Saint's greatest feat was blocking an entire dead realm. Yet that realm was just a casual swipe when the giant got angry. In the end, it took the Sword Saint, the human king, and a host of realm-level kings working together to barely put the giant down. How terrifying must that giant be? How Ri shuddered. The elders on our island aren't that strong. Could they really keep a reawakened giant sealed? That's why they need a successor, Jin Chao shrugged. Before he could finish, a spear crashed beside them, spraying dirt and stone. What are you brats still doing here? Didn't I tell you to scram? Move, move, move. Yang Yi's shout boomed. How Ri grabbed the other 2 by their collars and bolted. Those 3 little punks. Yang Yi watched them flee, laughed and cursed, sidestepped Yi Fan's heavy slash, then withdrew and waved a hand. King Yi, let's call it a day. Yi Fan froze mid-swing. Call it a day? Yang Yi let his aura settle, an easy smile on his face. I wasn't giving you a hard time. I just needed to stretch my bone. Shaven had a good fight in years. He pointed at Yi Fan. Old Zhao spoke to me before you arrived. Realization dawned on Yi Fan. Senior, you're willing to help me? I agreed long ago, Yang Yi said, stretching lazily. I just wanted someone to spar with. Don't let old Zhao fool you. If I didn't want to help, I simply wouldn't. Whether we fought or not wouldn't change a thing. Old Zhao's expression told Yi Fan everything he needed to know. These 2 were clearly old acquaintances. You're impressive, Yang Su said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Without even calling on your beast-taming power, you still had the upper hand. Within our realm, I doubt anyone could beat you. Yi Fan returned the courtesy with a cupped fist salute. Senior, your spellcraft is just as exquisite. Few could match it. The fight had been exhilarating, leaving both men with a sense of mutual respect. It's been many years since the human race produced someone like you, Yang Su said approvingly. Your willingness to help is a great honor to me, Yi Fan replied, keeping his tone polite. A trivial matter, Yang Su said, waving it off. I made peace with life and death long ago. If I hadn't escorted old Zhao back then, I'd never have set foot on Fu Guang Island. Escorted Senior Zhao? Yi Fan picked up on something. What exactly happened back then? A confrontation, Yang Su said, his gaze turning distant. The turmoil that's tearing our people apart started showing its fangs, even in those days. A giant hand in the void seeks to wipe out humanity. Old Zhao and the others couldn't stand by, so they rose up against it, were gravely wounded, and had to flee here. So the strings were already being pulled? Yi Fan felt a chill. You've sensed it too? Yang Su arched an eyebrow. Everything's been off lately, Yi Fan said in one breath. The front lines keep collapsing, the sacred hall is mired in infighting, and the 3 kings Wen, Wu, and Zahavi vanished without a trace. They probably want to find someone who can stop that hand, Yang Su answered candidly. That thing seems like a supreme entity born of the starry sky. No one inside the starry realm can transcend it, so they had to seek help beyond. Outside help, Yi Fan murmured, then remembered another oddity. But a few days ago, I met a little girl who has already inherited the current when king's divine eye. What? Yang Zu's brow twitched, his voice dropping. The three kings failed? I don't know, Yi Fan said, shaking his head. The court has collapsed, warlords are rising, and a long, chaotic struggle seems inevitable. With that kind of infighting, how will the front survive? Yang Su frowned. For now, the only way is to vie for the realm ourselves, Yi Fan said firmly. We have to compete with those warlords and end the chaos as soon as possible. Yang Su fell silent for a moment, then looked at him. If you really rescue everyone on Fu Guang Island, a host of king-level powerhouses will return inland. That might not be a blessing for humanity right now. They won't all follow your orders, and you may not be able to keep them in check. Yi Fan paused, calculating, his expression shifting. It was true. Yuxizi and the others were united for the moment because they wanted to overthrow the Elders' Hall and gain their freedom. Once they escaped, would these seasoned veterans submit to anyone's command again? Most who came to Fu Guang Island carried old grudges and unfinished business. They refused to die and chose instead to cling to life here. Yang Su continued, eyes flickering before settling on a firm conclusion. If they leave, even more upheaval will follow. Then what's your view, senior? Yi Fan pressed. The human realm can't take another bout of chaos. Yang Su lifted his gaze, voice low. If they want submit, then kill. The moment the word left his lips, his shoulders tightened, murderous intent flaring like a spear and slicing faint cracks through the air. Yi Fan's chest constricted. He caught a metallic tang of blood. The old frontline warlord was baring his fangs again. A flicker of alarm crossed Yi Fan's mind. You can pull a tiger's teeth, but only a true dragon can tame a nest of flood dragons. He needed powerful allies, yet if he couldn't bind them, today's helpers might become tomorrow's threat. Reading his hesitation, Yang Zu's voice turned harder. If you find it difficult, leave it to me. Call it butchering the donkey after the millstone is turned. If it secures our people's peace, I can live with it. After a brief silence, Yi Fan looked up and answered just as decisively, agreed. He said no more, simply giving Yang Su a long look. Emotions churned inside him, but all he voiced was, thank you for the guidance, senior. Think nothing of it. Yang Su waved it off, about to add something when three furtive figures poked their heads around the corner. Jin Xiao spoke first, voice low but brimming with curiosity. Teacher Yang, are you done sparring? Want us to arrange some food? These rascals. Yang Su sighed, but replied anyway. We're finished. Go book a restaurant. Sure. Jin Xiao accepted. Beside him, Haori stared at the tears in Yang Zu's clothes and blurted, Teacher Yang, did you lose to King Yi? Your clothes are all ripped. Yang Zu's face darkened at once. Tianchun yanked his brother back. What nonsense. Teacher's no youngster. If he can't beat a 20-year-old King Yi, how's he supposed to live with himself? That follow-up was deadlier, and Yang Zu's complexion shifted from dark to purple. Yi Fan stepped in. Senior Yang and I fought to a draw. There was no winner. Really a draw? Haori was still skeptical. You're not just sparing teacher's pride, are you? Enough. Jin Xiao dragged Haori back and shot Yang Su an apologetic smile. Haori has no filter. Teacher don't mind him. We'll arrange the meal and let you know. Carry on, carry on. He hustled his brothers away before they could cause more trouble. When the trio's backs disappeared around the corner, Yi Fan chuckled. Those brothers are quite something. You seem keen to recruit them, Yang Su remarked. I am, Yi Fan admitted. You've taught them. How do you rate them? Of the three, Jin Xiao is unquestionably the most capable, Yang Su said, ticking off points on his fingers. He knows when to advance or retreat, shows proper manners, stays composed, and thinks things through. He'd be an excellent generaler and even better minister. I see. Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully, then murmured, but people like that rarely pledge themselves to a second master. Yang Su sighed. Principles are one thing. The bigger issue is his feelings. Whatever the Grand Elder's faults, he raised him, and Jin Xiao won't turn his back on that debt. He's not suited to leave with you. I understand. Yi Fan caught the unspoken message and offered no rebuttal. His gaze shifted toward Tianchun and Haori. They're all kids with a strong sense of justice, though Tianchun yearns most for a world where everyone lives in harmony. Yang Zu's eyes swept across the camp, where firelight mingled with the sea breeze. His voice was steady, tinged with relief. Haori was born for adventure. His nature suits yours, and he's long wanted to follow you. You must have noticed. Yi Fan lifted a hand to brush aside the strands hanging over his chest and nodded softly. I understand. Senior, whom do you want me to take? If the situation allows, Yang Su sighed, rubbing the rough stone wall beside him. I hope you'll take all of them. He paused, lowering his voice. I have no heirs. For decades these children have been my only concern. If disaster strikes, take whoever you can. With that, Yang Su turned toward the fog-shrouded sea north of Fu Guang Island. Waves roared, but worry clouded his eyes. No one knows the giant's true power, and no one can say whether the king class in the Ren King's world equals the king class in ours. I have a feeling this succession journey will be anything but smooth. Anything but smooth, Yi Fan echoed, his heart sinking. He stared at the great sword planted in the sand, its blade wrapped in a faint silver glow. The silhouette of its former master seemed to flicker there, pressing on him like a weight. Along the way he had heard every tale of the giant, an ancient emperor, undying and indestructible. The Ren King had fallen to him 8 times and had never shaken his immortal body. To overthrow such a being with mortal strength, Yi Fan's path of inheritance sounded like a fantasy. He drew a deep breath and scattered the stray thoughts. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. It was half a verdict for himself. Then he asked suddenly, Senior Yang, if you ever leave Fu Guang Island, what will you do? Yang Su was silent for a moment, then shook his head with a faint smile. I'm not sure. Maybe you'll travel with old Zhao for a while. I see. Yi Fan looked away. His face was calm, yet a complicated light flashed in his eyes. Yang Su and Zhao Buchuan had been friends for years, and Zhao Buchuan was Zhao Gao's grandfather. If they returned to the human realm, they sat together at a table in the restaurant. All over Fu Guang Island the hotels were lined with sharp edges of alloy and glass. Strips of light undulated across the ceiling like waves, while waist-high serving robots glided along tracks, their soft whirring punctuated by the clink of dishes they placed with perfect accuracy in front of each guest. Yefan watched one robot set down a knife and fork and couldn't resist asking, is this an alchemical construct? Technically, it's pure technology, Jin Chao replied, nudging the machine aside with a smile. When our ancestors arrived here, they brought every bit of star-level tech they owned. In that case, do you have weapons as well? Yefan, remembering Chun Pinggan's heaven wrath from his past life, pressed on. We do. Jin Chao pointed toward the restaurant's domed roof. 10 kilometers up are 18 giant black iron blades called the Swords of Retribution. One sword can kill a top king. All 18 at once could wipe out the whole island. Could they threaten a giant? Yifan asked. In theory, Jin Chao said with a shrug, but no one knows a giant's true power. Besides, using those swords would come at an enormous price. They stay sheathed unless we have no other choice. The topic dropped, and everyone focused on the food. Fu Guang Island sits beside the Silver Sea and teems with sea beasts. Steamed, fried, raw, or stewed, the spread had it all, snowy fish, glistening shrimp and crab enough to leave Yefan fully satisfied. After the meal, he found an excuse to send the 3 Jin brothers away, then turned to Yang Su. Senior, are you familiar with Flying Fox King Ingmo? Ingmo? Yang Zu's face darkened. We're sworn enemies. What grudge do you share? Yefan asked. He impersonated my disciple and stole my spear art. Yang Su snarled, slamming the table. If I catch him, they'll shoot him on the spot. He slipped past your disguise spotting skills. Impressive. He's a born con man. Years ago, he used disguises to steal treasures everywhere. After becoming a king, he seized the law of deceit, hiding even his aura. Without an eye like broken illusion, no one can see through him. Yang Su ground his teeth. Yefan knew this would be difficult, but continued. Senior Zhao taught me the 5-child gambit and said Flying Fox King Ingmu is one of its keys. Old Zhao wants you to find that thief? Yang Su frowned, but the name Zhao Buchuan softened his tone. Trying to track Ingmu down is like fishing in the open sea. Still, he's greedy. Flash a rare treasure or unique technique, and he'll come to steal it. Show him something genuine, and he'll walk into your trap. Wave money in his face? Yefan sounded doubtful. Will that really work? You're an outsider, Yang Su said. He's probably keeping tabs on you already. Yang Su swept his gaze across the lobby, where only a handful of waiters remained. It's entirely possible he's hiding among them, he said quietly. Yi Fan followed suit, but his search turned up nothing. After a brief pause, he flipped his palm, and an antique, yellowed Buddhist sutra appeared. Intricate, time-worn patterns edged each page. Would this be considered valuable? He asked, affecting nonchalance. What? Yang Zu's eyes locked onto the book. The title Du glimmered faintly in gold. He gasped, the Demon Ward Du Sutra? And it's the 2nd volume? Exactly. Yi Fan nodded, raising his voice a shade. I have the 1st volume too. Yang Su sensed Yi Fan was baiting him and played along. Where did you get a technique like that? Chance encounter, Yi Fan replied, growing even more flamboyant. I've got plenty of elite manuals tucked away, true masterpieces. As he spoke, he turned his hand again. A talisman scroll floated above his palm, blood-red sigils woven into a formation. This spell, for instance, extracts a spirit beast's bloodline and forges it into runes. One person can wield hundreds of beast abilities. It's top tier. Is it really that extraordinary? Yang Su stared at the scroll, eyes blazing. Never heard of anything like it. How about trading it for my spear mastery? I'm not bragging, sir, Yi Fan said solemnly, then waved a hand in mock humility. Yes, astounding. A technique this profound could rank among the world's top 3, and you're holding it. After parting at the hotel, Yi Fan waited in his apartment for 2 full days, but Sakura never showed. Is he really that cautious? He muttered in the hallway. By Yang Zu's reckoning, the trump cards he had flashed should have lured Sakura out, yet there was no sign of him. Tap, tap. Footsteps echoed in the stairwell, and Yi Fan tensed. A stylish young woman in a short skirt appeared, her features delicate, her stride light. Could Sakura be cross-dressing? Yi Fan fixed his gaze on her until they brushed past each other. Weirdo, she muttered as she walked away. Yi Fan rubbed his nose, laughing awkwardly. Talking with Yang Su has made me paranoid. Now I suspect everyone. He shook off the thought. Time to visit Grandpa's former lieutenant. After a quick wash-up, he headed downstairs alone. The three brothers were busy with Elder Hall business, and Yi Fan was happy to fly solo. The residents of Fu Guang Island were warm and helpful. With their directions, he soon reached Hongming Temple, the place Zhao Buchuan had mentioned. Temple was hardly the word. It sat in the heart of a bustling market. Vendors' shouts filled the air, their stalls crowding the gate. The faded signboard read Hongming Temple, and nearby booths peddled prayer beads, incense, and other trinkets. Tofu rice, 10 yuan a bowl. The moment he stepped inside, an elderly woman holding a wooden placard barred his way, wearing a broad smile. No tolling bells or chanting monks greeted him, only the calls of hawkers. Yi Fan stopped short. Young man, fancy a bowl of tofu rice. It's delicious. He drew a sharp breath. Yi Fan hadn't seen it coming. He slipped out of the old woman's grasp. No, thank you. I'm here to pray, not to eat. Outside the main gate, worshippers mingled with tourists, and tea stalls and vegetarian vendors crowded the stone steps. Hot tea by the brazier. Hot tea. Vegetarian meal, 8 yuan a head. The cries rose and fell, yet the scent of sandalwood was so faint it was almost gone. Yi Fan walked on, hearing nothing but sales pitches and seeing not a single monk. Deeper in stood a bamboo grove. Fallen leaves muffled the gravel path, crunching under his shoes. The rustling bamboo swallowed the noise, and only at the far end did he spot 2 young monks in worn robes. He hurried over. Excuse me, is there a master here named Wenxuani? Wenxuani. The 2 monks looked blank. The friendlier one added, we go by Dharma names here. Wenxuani sounds like a lay name, you wouldn't know him. Oh right, a Dharma name. Yi Fan recalled that Zhao Buchuan had never mentioned one. He tried another approach. Do you have a particularly renowned master in the temple? We do, Master Kongwu. The monk replied at once. Would you like to see him? Yes, please. The monk led the way. They passed through 2 side courtyards and several corridors, wind bells tinkling beneath the eaves. The main hall came into view. In the courtyard, a middle-aged monk in a robe bleached nearly white was helping a male pilgrim stroll along the blue brick path. Yi Fan kept his distance, but his sharp hearing caught their words. The monk quoted scripture in a calm voice. Attachment traps the mind. When a cup is already full, whatever spills over is wasted. He seems to have some genuine cultivation, Yi Fan judged. Before he could think further, the pilgrim bowed over and over as if suddenly enlightened. Thank you, Master Kongwu. I understand now. It's nothing. It's nothing. Master Kongwu replied, palms together. With a light motion he extended an alms bowl. Young friend, you share a karmic bond with the Buddha. For this guidance, simply offer 648 yuan to keep the incense burning. 648. When Kongwu reported the number, Yi Fan's eyelid twitched, and the master image he had just erected in his mind collapsed in an instant. The pilgrim who had been enlightened noticed nothing. As if a sudden realization had dawned on him, he cheerfully pulled out a wad of cash, stuffed it into the alms bowl, and bowed again and again in thanks. After the pilgrim left, Kongwu put the bowl away. Seeing 2 young monks lead Yi Fan over, he paused, pressed his palms together, and greeted them with a smile. Young friend, how may I help you? I'm looking for an elder, Yi Fan said, stepping forward. His secular name is Wenxiani. Wenxian. Kongwu repeated the name, thought for a moment, and shook his head. I'm afraid I don't know him. He's quite old, and should have come here from outside Fu Guang Island. Yi Fan added quickly. Kongwu pointed to the gray-tiled quarters behind him. We have many elders, and in the Buddhist tradition we don't ask about past lives. Most of them are chanting in the rear hall right now. Yi Fan was about to seize the chance to enter, but Kongwu cut him off. A temple is a pure place, untouched by worldly dust. You are not from Fu Guang Island, so I'm afraid you can't go inside. Yi Fan sensed a flaw in the monk's words. Master, how do you know I'm not from the island? I merely felt it, Kongwu answered with the same calm smile. Yi Fan's brows twitched. The man was clearly no ordinary monk. Testing him, Yi Fan grinned. What if I donate 648 as well to continue my karmic bond? Money cannot dictate destiny, Kongwu said gently, shaking his head. How about 10 times that? Yi Fan pressed. Kongwu shook his head again. Your affinity with the Buddha is already strong. There's no need to buy karma with money. As he spoke, he casually produced the alms bowl once more. Of course, if you wish to support the temple, I am happy to accept the donation. Huh. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, stared at him for a moment, then sighed and pulled out a thick stack of bills, dropping them into the bowl. Now can you take me inside? The rules cannot be broken, Kongwu replied, still shaking his head. Then give me the money back. Yi Fan reached for the bowl. With a flick of his sleeve, Kongwu sidestepped smoothly, and the bowl vanished into his wide sleeve. Be patient, young friend. Wait here quietly. When the chanting ends, you will meet whoever you seek. Fine. Yi Fan agreed. Yet the more he studied Kongwu, the more extraordinary the monk seemed. Noticing Yi Fan's scrutiny, Kongwu coughed lightly. If you find waiting dull, feel free to ask me anything. My grasp of the Dharma is modest, but I can offer a little guidance. Planning to charge me again? Yi Fan snorted. This time it's free, Kongwu said with a smile. Free? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, thought for a moment, then shifted the topic. Master, could you quote a few interesting lines from the Diamond Sutra? The Diamond Sutra is deep and profound. It has many interesting passages, Kongwu replied. Just pick the ones you find most interesting, Yi Fan said. Kongwu fell silent for a moment. Just as Yi Fan was about to press him, the monk suddenly chanted, closed his eyes, and said, all conditioned things are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, or shadows like dew or a flash of lightning. Contemplate them thus. Then he added, whatever has form is illusory. When you see that form is no form, you see the Tathagata. A solemn aura settled over him, and he continued in a low voice. First, empty the body. Second, empty the mind. Third, empty the nature. Fourth, empty the Dharma. If you look for me in form or seek me in sound, you walk a crooked path and cannot see the Tathagata. A bodhisattva should give without attachment, giving that clings to no form, no sound, no scent, taste, touch, or Dharma. Each line was distinct, and the temple bell outside seemed to echo his words, deep and distant. Yi Fan secretly clicked his tongue. Kongwu really did sound like a venerable monk. After a long pause, Kongwu opened his eyes and asked softly, well, young friend? I was presumptuous, master. Yi Fan bowed, still showing due respect. No harm done. Kongwu smiled, flipped his hand, and produced an alms bowl. Now that the chanting is over, custom calls for an offering 5 lots of 648. Keep your bond with Buddha. Yi Fan's mouth twitched, but he still paid up. Clang, clang, clang. Time passed. Just as Kongwu was about to ask for the 18th 640th, 3 long peals of the temple bell drifted from the inner courtyard, deep enough to stir the heart. Kongwu put away the bowl. They've finished their recitation. Wait here. I'll have someone inquire for you. Thank you. Yi Fan nodded. Kongwu turned to 2 nearby monks. Help the young man look for Wenchuani. Then, palms together, he added, your affinity with Buddha is deep. If you ever wish to discuss further, come find me. With that, he walked away. My affinity with Buddha? Yi Fan could only watch him leave. Monks who had just finished chanting now filed out. Most wore kasayas, some plain robes, yet all bore a dignified calm. The novice beside Yi Fan stepped forward and called out, elders, does anyone here bear the secular name Wenchuani? A visitor has urgent business. The elders exchanged looks and shook their heads. Yi Fan frowned. Had old Zhao Buchuan tricked him again? Just then, an elder at the back spoke up. Before the abbot took vows, I believe his surname was Wan. The abbot? Yi Fan was startled. The man had become abbot? An elder explained, the abbot's grasp of the Dharma surpasses ours. He entered the temple only 2 years ago, yet the previous abbot felt unworthy and ceded the seat to him. May I see him? Yi Fan asked. He usually cultivates alone. Interrupting him might be unwise, the elder said, thinking it over. If it's urgent, I'll inquire first. It concerns an old friend, Yi Fan replied. Yi Fan, grandson of Yi Zhantian. Yi Zhantian, such a fierce name. The elder murmured, then turned toward the inner court. Before long he returned, smiling. The abbot awaits you in the inner hall. Go straight in. Thank you. Yi Fan nodded, passed through the crowd, his steps tapping on the stone slabs. Beyond a stone archway lay a simple courtyard of gray-blue flagstones and a scattering of meditation cushions, the very ones the elders had used. Inside, a towering Buddha statue dominated the hall. Only a single red cushion lay before it. Seated there, back to Yi Fan, an old man in a yellow robe tapped a wooden fish, each strike slow and even. Senior Wenchuani? Yi Fan ventured. The old man's voice was calm as still water. I left my worldly name long ago. You may call me Zhuyu. Zhuyu? The name alone made Yi Fan feel a twinge of foreboding. The temple bell had just fallen silent, and sandalwood incense drifted through the air. Swallowing his unease, Yi Fan bowed respectfully. Senior Zhuyu, you already know why I'm here. I do. Zhuyu pressed his palms together, his gaze never leaving the gilded Buddha. He sighed. People gather and part like clouds. The world is a dream, and everything changes in a flash. I thought I'd never see an old friend again, yet today I meet his descendant. How lamentable. I didn't expect to find my grandfather's comrade here, either, Yi Fan said, earnest yet urgent. Since you've embraced the Buddhist path, I hate to disturb you, but the world is on the brink of chaos. I must ask you to return. Zhuyu shook his head. His robe rustled as the wooden fish's hollow thump echoed through the hall. I've sinned enough for 10 lifetimes. Taking refuge here is my atonement. Go back. I want join the world's battles again. Senior, you once slew monsters and protected mankind. That's merit, not sin. If that were a crime, every general on the battlefield would be guilty, Yi Fan argued. Ignorance absolves no one, Zhuyu replied calmly. Now that I see the karma of my past deeds, my sin is real and heavy. Yi Fan was stumped when a booming voice sounded in his mind. Kid, my grasp of Buddhist law is profound. Let me handle this. You? Yi Fan blinked, remembering rumors that Xiongqi had once been known as the Three Pure One. He nodded. Go. With a sweep of Yi Fan's hand and a tiger's roar, Xiongqi appeared, tail lashing. Old man. Xiongqi growled. You say your sins are grave. What sins? Killing. Zhu Yu answered, eyes lowered, unfazed by the beast before him. And what is killing? Xiongqi shot back. Does a life lost always mean a sin? Yes. Ridiculous. Xiongqi barked. The Tathagata cut flesh from his own body to feed a hawk, trading human meat for a dove. Wasn't that killing? Yet he still became a Buddha. Zhu Yu arched a brow. Explain. Is a mortal body not a living thing? The Tathagata attained Buddhahood, but the flesh he discarded was dead. Killing didn't bar him from enlightenment. Wine and meat passed through the gut. Buddha remains in the heart. You slew demons to shield humanity. That's good karma, not evil. Zhu Yes brow knit. Xiongqi stepped closer. Cultivation isn't just sitting cross-legged all day. If your earthly ties linger, what use is beating a wooden fish? The descendant of an old friend stands before you, your best chance to settle those ties. My ties are severed, Zhu Yu said, turning away. The past is dust. The past may fade. Its karma does not. Xiongqi pressed, voice ringing through the hall. Before becoming the dragon subduing Arhut, Luohan abandoned wife and home and burned them to sever bonds. Do you think hiding on an island will suffice? This young man's search for you is the karmic fruit of that old bond. Resolve it first, then speak of renunciation. Buddha dwells in the heart. He won't fault you for leaving the meditation hall. Zhu Yu fell silent, sleeves stirring but feet unmoving. At last he murmured, I swore never to break the precepts again. If I fight, isn't that delusion? With a clear mind, where is delusion? Qianqi's voice boomed beneath the rafters. Emptiness has no motion or stillness. It isn't bright when light comes, nor dark when night falls. Light and dark arrive on their own. Trouble itself is Bodhi. The principle is the same. Though delusion and enlightenment appear distinct, the Bodhi heart never wavers. So it is. Hearing this, Zhu Yu fell silent again. His fingertip tapped the meditation cushion, as if he were weighing the scripture's deeper meaning. Yi Fan clicked his tongue in awe. With just a few words, Xiongqi had left a seasoned monk speechless. What monstrous eloquence. No wonder the beast could amass believers wherever he went. After a moment, Zhu Yu rose, drew a long breath, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Very well. Let this worldly karma be settled. He turned to Yi Fan. Young friend, has the old man appeared again? My grandfather died years ago. How could he? Yi Fan shook his head, puzzled. Then it is settled. Zhu Yu nodded, took a warm jade pendant from his sleeve, and handed it over. If danger presses, shatter this pendant, and I will come. Yi Fan stepped forward, accepted it with both hands, and bowed. Thank you, master. Zhu Yu sat cross-legged once more. My mind is unsettled. I must meditate. Do as you please, young friend. Yi Fan bowed and turned to leave, but Xiongqi immediately launched into a barrage. Recite with lips, not heart. How can merit arise from mindless words? Teach with tongue, not deed. How can intentional fault reach perfection? Sit with eyes closed yet heart unstill. When the mind is chaos, whence comes serenity? The line struck like hidden arrows. Zhu Yu had scarcely settled before he had to stand again, smiling wryly. Very well. I will walk outside the temple. Xiongqi pressed on. One who walks the way is like an ox hauling a heavy cart, through deep mud too tired to glance left or right. A monk should see desire as thicker than mud. Keep a straight mind on the path, and all suffering is escaped. Zhu Yu remained silent for a long moment, then said only, young friend, take your beast, and go at once. Outside the gate, Yi Fan at last offered genuine praise. You quote sutras off the cuff, and even rattled the abbot. Where did you learn that? Xiongqi tilted his head, nose nearly in the clouds. In my day people worshipped me. Temples lined up in rows. Mahayana, Theravada monks of every school, chanted to me daily. How could I not learn? Everything I said has a source. I underestimated you. Yi Fan laughed as he stored the beast, then asked, after hearing so much dharma, do you think the Buddha really exists? Xiongqi shrugged. I don't know. But Buddhist sects have produced king-level powerhouses. I've seen men ascend in a day, gain sudden enlightenment overnight, and Buddhist relics truly repel evil. So do you believe or not? Who cares? Xiongqi snorted. By their doctrine, my eating people is mere appetite, an unintentional sin. At worst I drop into black rope hell and get bound in iron chains. Yi Fan raised a brow. Me? By that logic I'd land in the eighth cold hell, Mahapadma, broken into a white lotus? They were bickering merrily when a figure flashed ahead. Master Kuanglay hurried into view, robe still wrinkled from a rush. Master Kuanglay, what brings you here? Yi Fan asked. Kuanglay stopped, pressed his palms together, and smiled. Someone offered a great donation. He went home for his money, but hasn't returned. The Dharma cannot tolerate broken promises, so I went to confirm. With that, he strode on. Watching his retreating back, Yi Fan muttered, that monk is really money-hungry. He tucked Zhu Yu's jade pendant into his shirt, feeling more secure. The next instant his face changed. He slapped his pocket. Where's my scripture? The two manuals he always carried were gone, along with his talismans and wallet. Xiongqi, all my stuff is missing. Xiongqi screeched, my tooth necklace is gone. That was my first fong. In a flash, Yi Fan remembered showing his manuals to Yingmu, and then the sudden appearance of Kuanglay. Realization hit him. Master Konglai's Yingmu. Qianqi's tail bristled. What? That was my first fong. That little bastard. They had stripped Yi Fan of everything, even the small pendant at his neck. He clenched his fists, rage boiling inside him. Beside him, Qianqi's fur bristled as the beast howled. You dare steal from me? Have you lost your mind? He can't have gone far. Whatever he took must be just ahead. Swinging onto Qianqi's back, Yi Fan spurred the beast after Kongwu. Kongwu had clearly planned for this. Sensing murderous intent behind him, he shot forward at full speed, shifting his appearance again and again until he melted into the bustling market. Yi Fan and Xiongqi, however, were blinded by the milling crowd. Qianqi's distinctive form streaking overhead drew a wave of curiosity. Islanders gathered in droves, hemming them in on every side. That mutt's gone to ground. Xiongqi snarled. He lives for deceits stolen from me before. Yi Fan's gaze knifed through the throng, but inwardly he cursed. Now he understood the fury Yang Su had once felt. Kongwu's shape-shifting was nearly flawless, impossible to catch with the naked eye. A single lapse of attention was all it took. Remembering the so-called greedy monk, Yi Fan winced at how thoroughly he had been duped. Staring at the sea of faces, he muttered, his disguise is that good, how am I supposed to find him? I might be able to help, Baizé said suddenly. You can see through it? Yi Fan brightened. Not quite, Baizé replied. But when we were close, I memorized his qi. I can track him by that. Relief washed over Yi Fan. I never knew you had that gift, Senior Baizé. One of my talents is reading a person's qi, Baizé explained calmly. It lets me find a ruler of virtue and sort the loyal from the treacherous. Yi Fan nodded, then looked to Xiongqi. Don't you also tell good from bad? Chin high. Xiongqi snorted, I judge by scent, not by trail. Tracking isn't my game. Then, hearing Baizé, he added with a mocking drawl, sniffing qi? Sounds like a dog. Shut up. Baizé snapped. That skill belongs to auspicious beasts. There you go again, auspicious beast this, auspicious beast that. We're co-workers now. Who cares about titles? Xiongqi curled his lip. I only said you sound like a dog. Why so touchy? If someone calls a handsome man ugly, he laughs it off. Only the truly ugly get mad. If you're not a dog, why fear the word? Were you one before you turned savagekin to the heavenly hound, maybe? Baizé's eyelid twitched, but he let the jab slide. Sharp tongue, empty head. Yi Fan, follow the direction I give. Plop. Tucked between two crowded shops lay a narrow alley. At its end stood a weather-beaten wooden shack, its paper windows torn, dust motes swirling in the air. Inside, the room was nearly bare, furnished with only a wicker chair. A boy of 14 or 15 sat there, hollow-eyed and motionless, staring into space as though blind. Creak. The door swung open. An old man with a head of white hair stepped inside, his boots kicking up dust. He waved a hand. Xiaodo, look what I brought you. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he tossed two books onto the table. The Exorcism and Deliverance Sutra from the Buddhist canon and the Supreme Talisman Art. These two manuals are second to none in the whole world. Huh. Xiaodo pushed himself up from the wicker chair, his eyes skimming over the two ancient scrolls on the table. A trace of bewilderment lifted his brows. Old Mu, did you steal again? Clutching the scrolls to his chest, Yingmu shook his head with righteous vigor. Hey, how can anything a scholar does be called stealing? It's borrowing strictly for research. He shoved the books toward Xiaodo. Take a look. One of them might actually help you. Xiaodo gave the scrolls a single glance and gently shook his head. Old Mu, I'm already dead. No technique can save me. Stop stealing. One day someone will kill you for it. Nonsense, you're perfectly alive. Yingmu waved him off, then drew a grayish fong on a thin cord from his robe and thrust it over. Here, were this fledgling fong of an ancient beast to ward off evil. He'll read to you. He squatted beside the wicker chair, spread open the Exorcism Sutra, and began to chant fluent Sanskrit. Whenever he paused, he translated into plain words. The text was abstruse. Whenever he hit a thorny passage, his brows tightened and beads of sweat gathered on his forehead. Xiaodo said nothing. He simply watched, the dim light of the candle sparking in his already gray pupils. From time to time, he touched his left arm, where a charred lightning scar ran across the flesh, 30 years old and still aching. Back when Yingmu faced his king-level ascension, heavenly lightning struck without warning. Xiaodo had taken the blow for his master. Since then, the old man and the boy had roamed the land, packs on their backs, bluffing and scheming for a living. When the after-effects of the strike flared up, Yingmu fled with him to Fu Guang Island, keeping his mortal shell intact, but unable to halt the decay of death. Determined to grant Xiaodo a proper passing, the old man scoured the world for every arcane art he could lay hands on, borrowing becoming second nature. But bringing the dead back to life is no easy task. At that thought, Xiaodo sighed softly and glanced at Yingmu, guilt chained to the old man's heart like iron shackles. Old Mu, take a break, he whispered. Yingmu didn't react, fingers locked around the pages as he wrestled with another difficult verse. Bang, bang, bang on urgent knock rattled the door. Ingmu, lost in the scripture, heard nothing, so Xiaodo went to open it. The door creaked ajar and a man and a beast squeezed into the moonlight. Qianqi's eyes blazed with fury, and Yifan followed close behind, his face ice cold. You're looking for old Mu? Did he steal from you? Xiaodo asked calmly. Absolutely. Qianqi's gaze fixed on the string of fangs at Zaida's throat. He raised a paw and snatched it away. That's mine. Xiaodo neither dodged nor resisted. Yifan, however, sensed something amiss. His eyes traveled up and down Xiaodo, his brows knit. You are already dead? Yes, Xiaodo replied placidly. I died long ago. Am only lingering here on Fu Guang Island. The answer jolted Yifan. He glanced toward the room. Under the lamplight, Ingmu remained engrossed, oblivious to the doorway commotion. So Ingmu came to Fu Guang Island for you? Yifan muttered. Are you his grandson or great-grandson? Am his disciple, Xiaodo answered obediently. He looked at his master and bowed to the visitors. Ingmu stole from you only to help me move on. He'll make sure he returns everything. Please don't hurt him. If compensation is needed, he'll pay it. Hearing Zaida's words, Yifan paused for a moment and signaled Qianqi with his eyes. Qianqi's demonic markings flickered, and a silent barrier settled over the area. Once the seal was stable, Yifan lowered his voice. How did you die? King Laomu was enduring a heavenly tribulation, Xiaodo replied calmly. A bolt of lightning struck him. I took the hit for him. Ever since, he's been trying to bring me back. He's stolen from a lot of people, hasn't he? Yifan pressed. Sounds like he gets beaten up often. Plenty, Xiaodo confirmed. Everyone he stole from was powerful. Early on, they'd catch him and beat him on the spot. But he mastered every technique he took, so the beatings have been rare these last few years. Yifan felt a mix of helplessness and clarity. Now he understood why Zhao Buchuan had urged him to find Yingmu after stealing and mastering countless peak techniques. Yingmu's strength had to be far beyond an ordinary king. Thinking of Kongwu, Yifan frowned. He even knows Buddhist arts. Did he steal sutras too? Those were the first things he stole, Xiaodo recalled. Later, Senior Zhu caught him and thrashed him. He can recite many sutras from memory, purely on Dharma. He's a Buddhist master in his own right. To save someone and accidentally become a Buddhist master, Yifan clicked his tongue, then lowered his voice. I'm on Fu Guang Island to inherit the giant's law. I might clash with the Elders' Hall and need backup. If you can convince Ingmu to help me, he'll see to your reincarnation afterward. Giant. Zaida's eyes widened. The ancient emperor who defeated the human king? He's about to wake? You didn't know? Yifan nodded. Yes. His awakening is imminent. Fu Guang Island had no choice and invited me inland. Xiaodo fell silent for a long while, then shook his head. I can get Laomu to help you, but I don't want to reincarnate. Why? You died young. You should be curious about the world. I've spent 30 years on Fu Guang Island. I've experienced everything worth experiencing. The child's voice carried an adult's clarity. I haven't learned much. Even if I reincarnate, I won't become some great prodigy. I've lived an ordinary life and seen ordinary lifestyle dull. Reborn, I'd just age into a middle-aged man and walk the same path again. Why bother? But Ingmu wants you back, Yifan said, glancing at Ingmu in the distance. With him around, you could live well. Him? Xiaodo looked at Ingmu, expression complicated. Laomu has worked hard for years. He deserves peace. Maybe your reincarnation is the only peace he can find, Yifan countered. If you disappear for good, everything he's done becomes meaningless. People can't live forever shackled by guilt, Xiaodo said softly. Ingmu is like that, and so am I. Hearing this, Yifan fell silent for a moment, then simply nodded. Then it'll trouble you to win Sakaki over for me, he said to Xiaodo. Sure, Xiaodo agreed readily. At the same time, the soundproof barrier Qianqi had raised dissolved, and the oppressive air vanished with it. With an unhurried stride, Xiaodo walked over to Sakaki, bent down, and whispered in his ear. Sakaki started awake, spotted the man and beast at the door, and instinctively tried to flee. Don't go, Xiaodo said, catching his arm and adding a few more words under his breath. Sakaki's shoulders relaxed. At last he nodded. They spoke for quite a while, and a moment later he seemed convinced and carried 2 sutras he had smuggled out over to Yifan. You can really help Xiaodo pass on? He asked, still wary. Yes, Yifan replied. Sakaki hesitated, then gritted his teeth. Swear on your soul that once you inherit the giant's law, you will guarantee Zaida's rebirth. I can, Yifan said, raising a hand without protest. But Xiaodo cut in. Old Mu, if you trust him, don't question him. A soul oath carries pressure. It'll affect his condition. Sakaki opened his mouth, but finally yielded to Zaida's persuasion. Very well, no oath. I hope we work well together. Yifan offered his hand. Sakaki was still doubtful, but forced a smile and shook it. Then he produced a palm-sized bell. A tool I forged myself. Use it to reach me whenever you need. Thank you. Yifan took the bell, turned it in his fingers, and asked curiously, Senior Sakaki, how many esoteric arts have you studied? And how many have you truly mastered? Sakaki narrowed his eyes. Why do you want to know? This trip will be dangerous. If your strength is lacking, you may not be able to help, Yifan said frankly. Weak? Sakaki snorted. Of all the world's strange arts, I possess 8/10. Could you show me? Yifan pressed. What do you want to see? Anything unusual? I know a few myself, and want to see whether we overlap. The same? Sakaki raised a brow. A moment later he lifted his hand, and a domain unfolded. Space warped. The empty ground filled with carnival ridesa slowly turning carousel, a towering Ferris wheel, roller coaster tracks that twisted like vine sand, entire children's park born from nothing. Thunderstorm, Sakaki breathed. Instantly the clear sky churned with clouds. Thunder boomed. A screaming wind set the carousel creaking and rocked the Ferris wheel's cars. Within a few breaths, rain poured in sheets and lightning clawed across the heavens. Yifan looked up, eyes glittering. A weather-shifting art. Impressive indeed. Sakaki dispelled the display and asked proudly, can you do this? I can't summon rain, but I know another. Yifan smiled, raised a hand, and murmured, rising Sunday. With the word, the heavy clouds seemed set ablaze. Dazzling light speared through, and the entire domain was flooded with brightness. Sakaki's pupils contracted. You also know a spell from the Huangdi canon? The text has been lost for ages. The scattered versions are only fragments. Yifan nodded. The Huangdi canon records 16 world-shifting incantations. Thunderstorm is the rarest. It hasn't appeared for many years, yet you've mastered it. Rising Sun has been absent just as long. Hostility gave way to mutual admiration, and Sakaki's long-dormant competitive streak flared. Then watch this one. He tossed a wooden doll. The moment it touched the ground, he breathed on it. With a series of clicks, it swelled into human size. Sakaki lifted his hand as though drawing invisible threads, and the puppet jerked upright. With each twitch of his fingers, the doll swung its fists and tottered toward Yifan. A puppet control spell? The wooden mannequin crunched across the gravel, its fist howling toward Yifan. He lifted his arm to meet the blow, testing its heft, but the punch that looked flimsy landed with the weight of a mountain. Boom. The impact hurled him backward, a plume of dust exploding at his back. Rolling to his feet, he brushed grit from the corner of his mouth and fixed his gaze on Yingma's fingers. Thin threads ran between them, each tremor in his knuckles pulsing with the same power that drove the puppet. Yifan narrowed his eyes. So the strength of the caster is channeled straight into the doll. Clever. Impressed or not, he had no intention of being pinned down. Yifan flicked his hand. Spiritual energy surged and scattered into thousands of fireflies-sized sparks. The moment they appeared, they darted at the wooden figure, searing the air with a soft hiss. What is this? Ingmu frowned, but didn't rush to pull the puppet aside. A heartbeat later, the sparks clung to the wood, blooming into hot embers. The burn echoed straight through the link, and Ingmu flinched, cursing. A spell that scorches the master through the puppet? Where did you learn that? He severed the threads. Bereft of support, the mannequin shredded into kindling and vanished in flame. 2 moves down already. Weren't you the one who claimed you'd mastered every rare art under the sun? Yifan's smile was faint. Cocky brat. Ingmu stamped the ground. A pale green ring of light burst out, making the air quake. He was done playing. Yifan answered in kind. He drove his heel into the earth, and a crimson halo rippled outward to meet the green. What followed was a whirlwind of arcanatumpists that bent the sky, substitute bodies pulled by invisible strings, instant disguises, soul-boring poisons. Thunderclaps mingled with flashing glyphs, the arena churning like a lake in a storm. Ingmu kept his cultivation suppressed to match Yifan, careful to stay in control even as each exchange grew deadlier. Time slipped by until Yifan shattered yet another of Yingma's spells. A vein throbbed on Yingma's forehead. He suddenly flung up his arm and roared, "Summon the divine." Clouds roiled. A vast river of stars rolled out from the heavens, as though some supreme being were about to descend. Yifan knew the price of this. Arth had cast it once himself, barely surviving thanks to Baize's help. "Senior, don't." Yifan shouted, voice tight. His black sword shot free of his grip and slammed into Yingma's shoulder with a dull thud. The firmament dimmed at once, the hint of a god's descent snuffed out. Yingmu climbed to his feet, rubbing his shoulder, anger gone, shock in its place. How can a kid like you know so many techniques? Even divine summoning? With so many strange arts in the world, it's only natural I've picked up a few. Yifan sheathed his sword, tone mild, a slight smile playing at his lips. He knew his own talent was average. If he wanted a place among the elite, he had to dig deep into every obscure craft he could find. Ingmu gave a helpless laugh, clasped his hands, and bowed. I concede. At this point, I doubt there's much more I can teach you. Spells draw their strength from the caster. In my hands they're nothing special, but unleashed by someone of your caliber, they'd be terrifying. Yifan bowed as he spoke, offering just the right amount of deference. He knew Sakaki was looking for a graceful exit, so he smiled and added, I was short-sighted. I didn't realize how thoroughly you'd studied them. I hope you'll continue to guide me. You little rascal. Sakaki burst into hearty laughter now that he had his excuse. His eyes roamed over Yifan with obvious approval. You're the impressive one here. You've broadened my horizons. You flatter me, Yifan replied, bowing once more. After a round of polite compliments, the two finally parted ways. Yi Fan had only taken a few steps when Sakaki jogged up behind him, handing back the Dao scripture and the talisman manual he had secretly pocketed earlier. Your two manuals. Keep them, Yi Fan said lightly, pushing the books back. They're both fakes. I altered the key sections. With that, he walked off without looking back. Sakaki stood frozen, watching the retreating figure and thinking, what cunning, what insight, what talent. With a genius like this, the human race may truly rewrite the world. Several days passed in a flash. Following Zhao Buchan's plan, Yi Fan recruited the 5 crucial figures and, in his spare time, continued to scout Fu Guang Island. Early one morning, a loud knocking rattled his door. Lord Yi, the elder says you can see the giant today. Hurry up. Hao Ri's voice quivered with excitement. Today? Yi Fan opened the door and eyed the flushed Hao Ri. When do we leave? Right now? Downstairs, Jin Xiao and Tian Chun were already waiting beside a pitch-black, heavy truck whose engine rumbled in a low growl. Lord Yi, Jin Xiao whispered as he helped Yi Fan aboard. The 5th elder is escorting us today. He's very easygoing. The giant's corpse lies in a deep pit at the island's center, so the ride will take a while. Got it, Yi Fan answered, then closed his eyes to rest as the truck pulled into the bustling streets. Buildings streaked past the windows. The nearer they drew to the island's heart, the sparser the structures and the thinner the crowds, until only barren land and militarized outposts remained. The vehicle stopped before an iron fence guarded by heavy troops. We're here. Jin Xiao hopped down and exchanged a few quiet words with the sentries. Moments later, an older man with a calm, steady gaze emerged from the watchtower. This is the 5th elder, Jin Xiao introduced. Yi Fan and the elder met each other's eyes and exchanged a brief nod in greeting. Follow me, the elder said, turning to lead the way. Inside the fence, not a blade of grass grew. The gray-brown soil was cracked like a spider's web, and even the wind felt muffled in the dead silence. Hidden wards and checkpoints peppered the route. As they walked, Yi Fan sensed several powerful, restrained Aurus reclusive guardians posted to this place. After an indeterminate distance, the ground ahead dipped into a massive crater. A semi-transparent shield covered the pit, and thick conduits jutted from its surface like veins, siphoning some unknown energy. A murky gray haze filled the shield, and a chill seeped through its barrier. Lord Yi, the giant is on the verge of waking. Be extremely careful once you're inside, the 5th elder warned solemnly at the entrance. Hao Ri, Jin Xiao, and Tian Chun, both nervous and thrilled, hid behind Yi Fan yet craned their necks for a better look. I understand, Yi Fan replied. Standing at the threshold of the shield, he felt a surge of excitement of his own was finally about to meet the giant. Legendary beings, immortals. No matter how the stories go, they're all myths. Come in. The 5th elder pushed the hatch open, and a wave of bone-deep cold surged out, forcing Yi Fan to cloak himself in fire. He stepped through the transparent barrier, pressing on into the freezing wind. Mist whirled around him, and it felt as if an icy hand were tightening around his heart. Within the shifting fog, a colossal bronze coffin suddenly emerged, so massive that one glance was enough to tell its occupant was anything but ordinary. Xiongqi, base, be ready. Drawing a sharp breath, Yi Fan signaled to the 2 beasts and closed his fingers around the scented pouch. He advanced through the haze, each step ringing off the floor with a crisp metallic clack. When he reached the coffin, he finally saw the giant of legend for himself. The face mirrored the statue in Ming sect almost exactly, yet what lay before him was flesh and blood, unmistakably alive. The giant wasn't absurdly bulky, but every muscle looked packed with explosive power. Though his eyes were shut, his features were gentle, almost kind, yet every faint heartbeat made the entire chamber contract, twisting the very air. This was a true giant. Yi Fan wondered, if this man awakens, how terrifying will his power be? While the thought still lingered, the black greatsword on Yi Fan's back began to tremble, its metallic clanging echoing through the room. He hurriedly unstrapped it, and the vibration eased, but he noticed something alarming. The long dormant runes along the blade were lighting up one by one. An eerie glow flowed over the metal, making it heavier, laden with crushing pressure. Is it sensing its former master? Yi Fan's grip faltered. Clearly, the sword had slept for ages, and the presence inside the bronze coffin had just roused it. Yi Fan, leave now, Baze warned in a low voice. The one in that coffin is far too strong. His consciousness is only half awake. Holding his weapon might bring him back early. Wake him early? Yi Fan's heart pounded. He glanced at the giant's calm breathing and let out a thin breath. Unwilling to test power that could shatter the sky, he forced the sword's frenzy down, bowed to the coffin, and slowly backed away. The fog remained dense. He had almost reached the doorway. His fingers brushed the frame. Who are you? The resonant voice rolled through the sealed chamber like a temple bell. Why do you seek to take my weapon? The sound rang out, and Yi Fan felt his heart clench as his body stiffened. Ashen mist roiled, clinging to his skin like a living thing, while an indescribable pressure seeped into his bones from every direction. Thud-thud measured footsteps echoed through the fog. each beat hammering against his chest. He spun and yanked at the metal hatch, veins bulging, but the door didn't move an inch. The force hidden in the haze sealed the space like iron chains. Baze, Xiongqi, prepare to fight, he whispered, eyes locked on the gray depths. He pulled out a scent pouch and twisted it hard. His pale gold vapor leaked out, pouring king-grade power into his blood and flesh. His heartbeat steadied, yet the tension sharpened. He never should have entered. If the giant woke early, everyone's plans would unravel. Thud-thud, the steps drew closer. Yi Fan crouched low, but as his fingers brushed the hilt of the black sword, a tremendous force tore it away. A puzzled voice drifted through the fog. A moment later, the giant, newly awakened, strode out of the haze. He gripped the black sword in one hand, annoyance flashing in his dark gold eyes. With the other, he pinched the blade. A casual squeeze made the sword tremble, and a massive dragon spirit was torn free. Mountain-sized in its own right, the dragon now writhed like a trapped eel in the giant's palm, unable to escape. Hiding this thing in my sword? He snorted. Pointless. His fingers tightened. Crack. The dragon shrieked, then boom shattered into glittering fragments. Yi Fan watched the giant crush a creature of glorious power, as if it were nothing, his throat bobbing, spine rigid. The giant's gaze settled on him. One look, and Yi Fan felt his heart clamp tight, ready to burst. Are you King Yi? The giant asked, brow creasing. Yi Fan froze, searching for an answer. The giant shook his head. No, King Yi isn't this weak. Those eyes seemed to pierce flesh and soul. You don't belong to my world, do you? No, Yi Fan replied, calming himself while no killing intent showed. This is another star realm. After your last slumber, someone brought your body here. After my last slumber, the giant echoed, sifting through distant memories. He glanced at the now empty scabbard and gave a weary smile. I thought I could finally die. The words carried the sorrow of endless years. You wish for death that much? Yi Fan asked softly. I do. The giant nodded, eyes sweeping the chamber. Soon his brow furrowed. Someone is siphoning my laws. You've slept for thousands of years, Yi Fan said. A group afraid of death is using your power to stay alive. They built this place into an island, and many people live here now. An island, huh? Hearing this, the giant fell silent, a gleam flickering in his eyes. After a brief pause, he suddenly asked, where is Erisi? Erisi, he's beloved. The moment the name left his lips, Yi Fan's heart tightened. Remembering the plan he had prepared, Yi Fan forced himself to ask, what does she look like? The giant frowned, then shook his head. It's been too long. I can't remember her face. Yi Fan was about to invent a description when the giant declared, but I remember her soul. Even if she has reincarnated 10,000 times, I will always know her. Relief washed over Yi Fan, yet the words caught in his throat. They only took my body. Was Erisi brought here as well? The giant pressed. She once possessed someone who followed the Little Leaf King. If she came with them, I have to find her. Who is the Little Leaf King? The human king? Yi Fan was confused, but before he could ask, the giant strode past him. Hey, wait, Yi Fan knew things were about to go wrong, but before he could react, the giant threw a punch. Boom. His fist smashed into the barrier. The entire shield quaked, a massive gap yawning open. Jin Xiao had told Yi Fan this ward could withstand a peak king-level strike. It was the first seal binding the giant. Now it shattered under a casual blow far beyond peak king-level power. Yi Fan lowered his hand silently. There was no way to stop that. Outside the cave, the three brothers stood guard. The violent crash made them shudder. The next instant the giant stepped out, black sword in hand. Holy crap, he's alive. Haori shrieked, turning to flee. Fifth Elder. The giant's awake. Help. All three bolted. The giant found their noise annoying and frowned. Boom, boom, boom. Several aged figures landed in quick succession. Seeing the awakened giant and the black sword in his hand, their faces changed drastically. Giant, did you kill your inheritor? The fifth elder demanded. Inheritor? The giant blinked in confusion. The fifth elder took his silence as admission and said coldly, Fu Guang Island will not allow a creature like you to live. Oh, the giant arched a brow, eyes sweeping over them. You are alive because of my laws, are you not? Yes, the fifth elder replied. An old man beside him stepped forward, utterly fearless. I want to see if the legend who defeated 9 human kings is really that strong. He raised his hand, golden light erupting. The surrounding darkness recoiled, repelled by the sacred glow. Take my fist. The old man shot forward, his punch distorting the air itself, a true king-level expert. Another night of holy light, the giant sneered. He reached out, effortlessly catching the punch in his grip. Thousands of years ago, the greatest knight of holy light was only fit to serve as my guard, he said calmly, then lifted the black sword. Snap! A flash of steel. The headless body thudded to the ground. Mortals, the one you dare defy is a true king. As the voice faded, the 5 elders froze, a sudden fear gripping them. Humph! The giant merely snorted, his gaze settling on the corpse he had just beheaded. He lifted a finger. Rise, and become one of my kin. Gray mist poured from his palm like a tide, swallowing the body as thunder rumbled across the sky. In the blink of an eye, the the headless corpse slowly got to its feet. With a dull thud, the revenant knelt on one knee before the giant, then turned and raised its fist at the fifth elder. Bang! The punch split the air, its power undiminished. The fifth elder's pupils contracted. He can command the dead. Anyone he kills becomes his servant. Even as he spoke, he darted half a step back to dodge the blow and swept his arm outward. A deep hum followed, and a mountain-sized iron wall pangolin appeared in exceedingly rare archaic variant, its knotted muscles bulging, its arms dragging like twin iron shields. Boom! The beast met the revenant Hedon. Its massive arm, wreathed in raging elemental force, sent the corpse flying dozens of yards. Bones cracked, and the body landed at the giant's feet. Seizing the lull, 7 or 8 other ancient kings summoned their own beasts. Time had ravaged their bodies, but their companions remained at their peak, each emerging in a surge of power that tore at the sky. Interesting. The giant watched them draw their weapons yet again, curiosity flickering in his eyes before settling on the fifth elder. Mortal, do you think such strength can stop me? You must remain here. The fifth elder spoke through the crushing pressure rolling off the giant, his voice low. This world can no longer contain your return. I am going to find Ai Ruisi. The giant replied calmly, making no move to strike. Do you know where she is? The fifth elder hesitated. An old man beside him cut in coldly. Ai Ruisi is long dead. The day you took your own life, she followed you. She is dead as well. The giant's expression flickered. I died, shouldn't she have gone on living? She loved you. To her last breath, she refused to leave. An elderly woman's gaze turned icy. Giant, the one you love is gone, yet you rise again. Immortality is nothing but torment for you. Were I you, I would abandon every law and sleep forever. The giant fell silent for a long moment. With a clang he drove his great sword into the earth, sat down slowly, and leaned against the hilt. He motioned for the crowd to step back. Indeed, immortality brings me nothing but endless pain. Seeing him sink into despair, the 5 elders exchanged glances and nodded slightly. The elderly woman spoke once more. Giant, embrace death. Surrender your laws, and you will be free. The giant lowered his head, swallowed by a deep sorrow. After a brief exchange of looks, the ancient kings steeled themselves and edged closer. A glass-like vessel appeared in the fifth elder's hand, clearly forged for this moment, while the others wove the light of their laws around their palms. Tap tap. Light footsteps approached, drawing ever closer. Leading the party, the old woman stepped forward. The instant she faced the giant, her eyes sharpened into a murderous glare. Giant, it's time for you to die? Her rasping shout ripped through the silence like tearing silk. In her withered palm, terrifying power surged forth, interlaced runes of law and splashes of elemental force tangled into a glowing web that pushed the gray mist aside. Die, giant. She struck first, hurling a dazzling beam straight at him. Almost at once, the other 7 or 8 peak kings erupted. Lightning, sword auras, icy gales, roaring flames, every attack melded into a blinding white barrage that illuminated the fog. Boom. A deafening explosion followed. Instinctively, the attackers flung themselves backward, and at the same moment the fifth elder hurled a slender-necked vial. Crimson light burst from its mouth. The shockwave rocked even the sky. Perfect. Someone whispered in giddy relief. Such an ambush could cripple a half-emperor, let alone a target taken off guard. Is he dead? Another asked, eyes glued to the spreading dust. The haze thinned, revealing the giant's silhouette. In the next breath, every face froze. He stood lazily upright, a pale cyan radiance around him like invisible heavy armor, blocking all harm. The vial now twirled carelessly between his fingers, and apart from a faint cut on his neck, he was virtually unharmed. That volley couldn't even break his warding law, someone muttered, voice shaking. Fear weighed the silence. You actually managed to wound me with such a tiny trinket. The giant studied the bottle, curiosity edging toward admiration. Remarkable. Giant, didn't you want to die? The old woman shrieked again, though her voice wavered. You could have died right there. Being slain by insignificant ants like you would be the most humiliating death imaginable. The giant shook his head, a faint smile touching his lips. And who said Ai Ruisi is truly dead? He lifted his gaze, speaking low but clear. I gave her my divinity. The realm of death cannot hold her soul. I command the true law of life and death. She will be reborn again and again until she meets me once more. Straightening, he declared almost to himself, I will wake her. I will raise a mighty kingdom, and she will be its sole queen consort. Tap tap. He stepped forward. Behind him, the enclosing barrier cracked open. Gray mist poured out like a tide, swallowing half the sky in seconds. Kill. The fog had barely spread when the Forbidden Zone garrison charged under their commander's roar. No. The fifth elder blanched, foreseeing disaster. Retreat. If you die here, you'll only become. Boom. His warning vanished in a blast. The mist swept down, and with a casual swing the giant flung his greatsword. It cleaved the air, harvesting lives in an instant. Those consumed by fog or felled by the sword aura clawed back to their feet, eyes vacant. tearing at the nearest living soul. They could no longer be killed. Chaos spread as more soldiers dropped, only to rise again as revenants and lunge at the next victim. The giant's hurled sword was wildfire, and in moments it had set the entire army ablaze. The kings blocking the giant froze in place. Their combined strike had been brushed aside with a single uplifted hand, shattering the last of their courage. More terrifying still was the headless corpse at the giant's feet, blood still dripping from the neck. To fight meant certain death, and death offered no peace. Heh! The giant's scoff rolled like distant thunder. There was once a youngster, far weaker than any of you, who dared challenge me. Compared to him, your cowardice makes me sick. Everyone knew whom he meant, yet none dared speak. None of them were the human king. Even that true ruler, who had subdued magical beasts for a century, needed 9 brutal battles to claim a narrow victory over this same giant. After a long, suffocating silence, the 5th elder forced down the tremor in his throat and bent low to the dust. Great giant, we do not wish to be your enemy. You are a sovereign. Could you spare us miserable mortals? My kingdom has no subjects yet, the giant replied, eyes flat and cold. You will be the first. Despair seeped into the air. At last someone shouted, raising a weapon in a desperate charge. A top-tier king, still fearsome despite the odds. You're too old. The giant didn't bother to dodge. He merely lifted a hand. An instant later, gray mist was ripped from the warrior's body and surged toward the giant like a tide. No. The man's face blanched. Distortion twisted his features. The gray mist was their source of survival. Without it, they were empty shells. Please, giant, I'll serve you. Just spare me. The plea died abruptly. Light drained from his eyes, flesh rotted in moments, and he crumpled at the giant's feet. The giant cast an indifferent glance at the corpse before turning on the others. No, no. The remaining elders screamed, their own gray mist drawn out in thin streams. Life faded from their eyes. Their bodies sagged, then stiffened as the mist rewrapped them. Shaking, they knelt in submission. If you live by another's mercy, remember one day that mercy can just as easily be revoked, the giant murmured, facing the battlefield. In the distance, beneath a shroud of black fog, the once proud army lay dead, now his most devoted wraiths. Countless spirits surged forward, circling the giant, raising their right hands in kneeling devotion. Several lifted his massive sword and offered it to his grasp. Go. The giant's voice cracked like a whip as he leveled the blade at the horizon. Gray mist and fevered spirits poured outward in a tidal surge. Every living creature is my subject. Go bring AI Ruisi back. Thunder rumbled overhead. The sky lay shrouded in gray, and with each sweep of the massive sword the restless dead were cleaved apart, loosing low, savage wails. Gray mist churned while every sound faded, leaving only the giant's footsteps to break the silence. He wore dull gold armor, runes on his pauldrons flashing in the lightning. Lifting his sword, he surveyed the land as though he already ruled it. Suddenly his brow tightened. At the far edge of the fog, a fist-sized orb of light hovered alone, pearl white against the desolation. What is that? He muttered. His thick left leg advanced, sending dust rolling like surf. Step by step he closed in on the sphere, while inside it the 3 brothers stood rigid, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. What do we do? What do we do? How Riss' voice shook as he stared at the orb cradled in Jean Chaos' arms. Big brother, can this thing block the giant's attack? It only keeps out malevolent spirits. It won't stop him, Jean Chao answered through clenched teeth. His thoughts raced for a solution, yet nothing came, and sweat dripped from his chin. Looks like this is really the end for us, Tianchun whispered, eyes dim. Why did the giant wake early? Where's Yi Wang? Was he killed? Very likely, Jean Chao gave a bitter smile. The giant's already taken Yi Wang's sword. Before he finished, the giant seemed to blink into place before the sphere. The half-mental blade eclipsed the brothers' view, its edge flickering with dark red soul flame. Some piece of technology? The giant mused. Seeing the cowering trio through the barrier, his brow rose in mild surprise. Then he lifted his arm and brought the sword down as casually as swatting flies. We're doomed. Haori cried. Crack. Before the blade met the sphere, dozens of black chains shot from every direction, snapping tight around the sword with a shower of sparks. Can you let those 3 go? A weary yet resolute voice called. Yi Fan emerged from the fog, cloak in tatters. His fingers clenched, and the chains poured from his palms, quivering like enraged serpents. The 3 brothers stared in stunned relief. Yi Wang, you're alive. Haori shouted. Yi Fan didn't answer. He remained motionless, eyes fixed on the giant. Royal-grade power from the sachet churned through him, yet the chains trembled as though ready to burst. The giant looked down at them, paused, then jerked his arm. The chains shattered with a metallic roar. Boy, you're not qualified to bargain with me, he said coldly. You might have fled, and, if I were in a generous mood, lived. Instead you anger me for the sake of a few insignificant ants. Foolish. Yi Fan wiped blood from the corner of his mouth. You're strong, but am not without cards of my own. Green light flared in his palm. Xiongqi and Baze appeared at his side, their roars tearing through the fog. So this is the so-called perfect Tao cultivator who can rival a transcendent. Xiongqi grinned, bronze fangs reflecting the giant's image. Let's see if the legend of the giants holds true. Roaring, Xiongqi lunged, its tiger-like body a streak of fury, talons sharp enough to rend a mountain. Humph. The giant slipped aside and swept his sword. Clang. The impact rang like iron thunder, and Xiongqi was flung back along its own path. Thud. It crashed beside Yi Fan, gouging a deep pit in the earth. Shaking its paw, a welt rising on its brow, Xiongqi rasped, "He is formidable indeed." Bai Zhe fell silent, then muttered to Yi Fan, "He's almost at the transcendent level. If we fight him Heathen, we may have no chance at all. We still have to try." Yi Fan looked up. Light flared in his palm as a stack of talismans appeared, and he hurled them into the sky. The talismans exploded one after another in midair. Gold, violet, and black light poured down like a waterfall, and an immense beastmaster's energy flooded into Xiongqi and Bai Zhe. Their auras surged higher and higher. Shockwaves ripped a spiderweb of cracks across the ground, and their killing intent swept out like a raging tide. The giant watched quietly and gave a slight nod. Courage must be matched by strength. He opened his huge hand, inviting Yi Fan to strike. Very well. Sword beast flashed from its sheath. With a thunderous boom, Yi Fan shot forward like a bullet, Xiongqi and Bai Zhe roaring at his sides. Sword form draw. It was his most familiar opening, but with the sachet and all the buffs layered on, this slash seemed to cleave the heavens. The giant, equally skilled in swordplay, raised his great sword to meet it. Metal clanged. Yi Fan was blasted backward, while Xiongqi and Bai Zhe crashed into the giant, biting and ramming as they locked him in combat. Beast Mastery Enchant. Regaining his footing, Yi Fan unleashed the Little Lion enchantment first unlock, second, third. Boom, boom, boom. 3 thunderous blasts erupted in succession. His aura swelled again, and he charged the giant. Blades clashed. He was knocked back once more, but as he fell he flung a brilliant arc of sword ki. The strike hit the giant's chest dead center. It didn't pierce him, but it made him pause. That sword style feels familiar. The giant swept his blade to drive Xiongqi and Bai Zhe away and locked eyes on Yi Fan. "You know that old man's sword art?" "I do." Yi Fan answered tersely, coiling for another attack. "You're remarkably calm," the giant said, a smile tugging at his lips. "No mortal has ever stayed this calm before me, not even that kid. I accept your challenge." Boom. The giant vanished and reappeared beside Yi Fan, greatsword raised. Yi Fan fired chains of light to block him and slipped aside, though the shockwave still knocked him back. Spinning, he slammed finale against the massive blade and was flung away again. "Kid, look out." Xiongqi barreled in, shielding Yi Fan from a blow he couldn't evade, only to be smashed into the ground. Roar. In the next heartbeat, Xiongqi leaped up again, fearless, holding the giant for an instant. This Xiongqi Yi Fan's heart stirred. A second later, Xiongqi was blasted away again. "Brat, attack." Xiongqi roared. "You aim to transcendent die here." "Got it." Yi Fan hesitated no longer and darted forward. On the other side, sacred light burst from Bai Zhe's horn, instantly healing Qianqi's wounds. Ribbons of light linked Bai Zhe to Yi Fan. "Kid, I'll give you everything I've got." Power flooded into him. Yi Fan felt his strength soar once more, as if brushing the edge of some limit. 100 Beastmaster buffs, triple unlock, past life sachet, auspicious beast arts with all of it stacked on my full form. Is this the peak? The thought shook him. The giant's greatsword came down again. This time Yi Fan didn't back off. Sword beast braced to meet it. Clang. The deafening crash rang out, yet Yi Fan didn't budge. "Push." Yi Fan roared. Veins bulged as he shoved, forcing the giant back a full step. Holy Qiongqi stared in disbelief. It knew how monstrous the giant's body was and what kind of power it took to move him even an inch. "He's only 20. Qiongqi looked at Yi Fan, eyes blazing. If the boy survived, he would surely transcend. The thought flashed past. Qiongqi pivoted to face the giant, its killing intent flaring. The giant's blade descended. Qiongqi opened its jaws. Black energy condensed into a massive cannonball, darkening the sky. "Touch my master and die." Boom. A blast of energy crashed against the giant's torso, the signature move of some fearsome beast. Even his massive frame staggered under the impact. Blinding white light erupted, carving a shallow yet shocking gash across his chest. Interesting. The giant licked the wound, his eyes blazing with excitement. Again, before the words were finished, he wiped a hand over the cut. Fresh flesh knitted together in an instant, and he lunged forward to resume the fight with Yi Fan and the Qiongqi. Yi Fan was fighting at peak condition, bolstered by powerful buffs, while the Qiongqi harried the giant's flanks, intercepting any counterstrikes. Man and beast actually dragged the colossus into a deadlock. Sword met talon, shockwaves tangled with gray mist, and within seconds the fissured battlefield was torn beyond recognition. Inside the glowing or barrier, the 3 brothers stared, transfixed. Holy Yekin can solo the giant. How Riss' eyes were round with awe, his voice trembling. Why inherit anything? He could just clear the dungeon alone. Solo? Get real. Gene Chaos' face stayed grim. The giant's holding back. He's only using raw strength and swordplay to wear Yeking down. And Yeking's burning a forbidden art. He can't keep this up. He won't last long. How Ri felt a bucket of cold water douse his excitement. Watching the fight again, he saw Yi Fan's speed and power visibly waning. If this goes on, it's suicide. Tianchen shrank his neck. We can't even get close. While they're locked up, why don't we run? At least wed live. What are you saying? How Ri roared. Yeking's risking everything to save us, and we just bail? Have you no conscience? I do. Tianchen's protest dropped to a whisper, but we're useless here. If we escape, maybe we can bring help. Jin Chao thought for a moment, then nodded. Makes sense. But if we all leave, it feels wrong. You two fetch reinforcements. They'll stay and look for an opening. No way. They shouted together. Tianchun was frantic. The giant can swat top-tier kings like flies. You won't survive the fallout. The elder gave me a few purifying orbs for protection. Jin Chao pulled 4 or 5 softly glowing spheres from his pack. They counter gray mist and can shield me. If I'm lucky, they might even aid Yeking. It's still too risky. Don't hesitate. Jin Chaos' tone was firm. The Grand Elder taught us to repay kindness. Yeking's in danger for our sake. I want retreat. As he spoke, he shoved his brothers toward the exit. Go now. Take a sphere each and find the elders. Big brother pushed to the threshold. They stopped arguing. Grabbing 1 orb apiece, they plunged into the gray haze. The soft glow forced the mist back, opening a channel wide enough for them to sprint away. Locked in his brawl with Yi Fan, the giant had no time to notice the fleeing brothers. After they'd run some distance, Hao Ri and Tian Chen still glanced back. Amid the raging shock waves, Jin Chaos' slender figure stood like a fragile yet stubborn arrowhead, nailed to the ground. Yi Fan's attacks were visibly slowing. His body kept tilting backward, as though the next second he would be torn apart and devoured. At that moment, even the ever-optimistic Haori could not help crying out in despair. How is this catastrophe supposed to be stopped? Wait, why had the sky suddenly gone dark? On the main street of Fu Guang Island, leisurely strollers looked up to see rolling gray mists billowing in like the jaws of some colossal beast, blotting out the clear blue in an instant. Sunshine ruled these shores year-round. Storm clouds were almost unheard of. Faces tilted skyward, full of confusion. What's happening? Before the question could land, ranks of revenant soldiers burst from the haze. Rust-flecked armor clanked, bare bones scraped against the fog, and hollow eye sockets blazed with ghostly green fire. What are those things? Help! Don't kill me! Screams drowned the avenue. Unarmed townsfolk were lambs before the slaughter. Crimson splashed across stone pavements while wails and roars ricocheted between buildings. After millennia of quiet seclusion, Fu Guang Island tasted an unprecedented brew of terror and bloodshed. What on earth had happened? Above the Elder Hall, clouds churned. Doors flew open as elders hurried out on foot or rode in on clouds, converging on the central plaza. The Grand Elder stood with staff in hand, silver hair whipping in the gale, impossible to miss. Wasn't 5th Elder scheduled to take Yi Fan to observe the giant and then capture him? How did it come to this? Could Yi Fan have awakened the giant? As voices overlapped, one elder shot into the air and scanned the island. A moment later his face turned ashen. The revenants are massacring the city. The giant is awake. I swear it. The words rumbled like distant thunder. Everyone had heard the stories of the giant's horror. To face it ahead of time magnified their unease tenfold. We have no choice but to fight. The Grand Elder drew a deep breath and spoke over the wind and thunder. This day was bound to come. The giant is terrifying, yes, but it is also our only hope for rebirth. We fight. The phrase rebirth reignited the last embers in their chests. Damn it all. A burly elder stepped forward, veins bulging across both fists. I may be old, but my beast-binding arts are at their peak. We have 100 king-tier cultivators on the island. Surely we can subdue a giant that has slept for millennia. Another added, we don't even know if those legends are true. Fight. Their fighting spirit roared like wildfire, yet the Grand Elder did not release them at once. He raised a hand, and attendants carried out a chest of silver helms. We survive by the giant's own laws, sustained by the gray mist within us. If the giant seizes control of those laws, it could strip that mist away. These helms will lock the mist in place and shield you. Wear them and fight without fear. Helmets snapped into place, arcane sigils binding the mist tight. Already resolved to die, the elders felt their morale surge higher still. Led by the Grand Elder, more than 100 king-tier auras streaked skyward, rushing toward the city's heart in blazing arcs of light. Never in Fu Guang Island's history had so many kings flown together. Yet a small group remained before the Elder Hall, among them Zhao Buchuan, who had secretly aided Yi Fan. What now? Yu Shizi blurted, beard quivering. Wasn't King Yi supposed to inherit the giant's legacy? How did the legacy fail and the giant wake instead? We're half in the grave already. How can we face that monster? Zhao Buchuan, once titled the Scholar King, kept his gaze unervingly calm. We're not weak. Even if we can't win, we may still resist. The real question is whether King Yi is alive. He looked up at the sky, ablaze with battle lust, and his voice sank. He is the linchpin of everything. If he's dead, every plan we made is dust and none of us will survive. That's the hardest truth to swallow. Yes, Zhao Buchan's words silenced the crowd. The gathered kings had hoped reincarnation would free them. Some cared little for rebirth and only wanted a land where they could truly be free. Is that kid really dead? Yuxizi spoke first, eyes gleaming as he peered at the distant ruins. He's too crafty to die that easily. With his hands clasped behind his back, old Yu stood as his gray-white top-knot swayed in the wind. In the face of absolute power, strategy is meaningless, he said in a low tone. Bold men rarely meet good ends. I'm heading back to my fishing. Good luck. Before he finished, he stepped forward and vanished like a fading afterimage. That old man Zhao Buchuan stared at the empty space, helpless. With their strongest fighter gone, everyone else began to waver. In that case, they'll leave too. One king clasped his fists, turned into a streak of light, and disappeared. The giant's strength is unmatched. I doubt the Elder's Hall can win. Several more kings withdrew in quick succession. The atmosphere sank, the very air turning viscous. Let's go take a look. In the silence, Xiao Mo's voice was crystal clear. She tightened her grip on her sword, eyes stubborn. Whether King Yi is dead or not, we still have a chance. The Elder's Hall has deep reserves. The giant might not win outright. If both sides are hurt, that's when we strike. I agree, Yuxizi said, linking arms with a nearby king. We need the Elder's Hall and the giant to destroy each other. Zhang Xian, don't you think so? Embarrassed, Zhang Xian glanced at Yuxizi and nodded. That's right. So what do? Yang Su hefted his silver spear, armor plates clicking into place. His rough voice held a thrill of excitement. I'd love to test myself against that giant. First, we watch, Zhao Buchuan replied, scanning the few companions left. He frowned. Where's Ingmu? He learned all sorts of arcane arts, and he's the only living man among us should counter the giant. He probably fears we'll hold him accountable, but he'll show up when it matters, Kong Wu said, palms together in a quiet chant. When Xuani once stayed at my temple gate, he keeps his word. He keeps his word? Yang Su snorted. When he was my apprentice, he said I had no sons and promised to care for me in old age. Kong Wu was momentarily speechless, then forced a laugh. Maybe he meant it. You're past 100, and when Xuani isn't yet a century old. This time Yang Su fell silent. He glared at Kong Wu and squeezed out a single word. Fine. Let's move. Zhao Buchan's tone was firm. As Yuxizi said, dead or not, King Yes' fate doesn't decide ours. We've lived long enough time to gamble. Boom. A thunderous crash rattled the central ruins. Yi Fan swung his great sword, shattering a massive boulder, but the protective light around him dimmed. Dropping to one knee, he could no longer rise. Xiongqi and Bei's flanked him. Without runic support, their scales were dull, their breathing ragged. They could barely face the giant. Thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed through the dust. The giant strode over scorched earth, ash curling at his feet, and stopped before Yi Fan. He gazed down without striking again, eyes fixed on the great sword and its mirrored reflection. His towering frame weighed like a mountain. From that lofty height, he watched, a faint hint of judgment in his stare. Something else is driving you. You're not fighting me just to save those 3 kids. The giant's voice was a low, unhurried rumble. Night wind whipped up the sea mist, and the rocks of Fu Guang Island gleamed with a damp, icy sheen underfoot. Yi Fan looked up, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. His chest heaved, yet his back stayed straight. A sachet glowed softly between his fingers, his last chance to turn the tide. You're right. He wiped the blood away, eyes stubborn and unyielding. You can't defeat me, the giant sighed, reading Yi Fan's thoughts. You have talent, one day you might match me. But now, even if you use everything you have, you can't win. I know. Every muscle in Yi Fan's body stayed taut. He had already realized the giant was nearly invincible with nothing but his flesh and great sword, a being close to transcendence far beyond his initial estimate. Instead of striking, the giant asked with curiosity, why are you so determined to fight me? Are you a saint who can't stand to see mortals die by my hand? I've slaughtered plenty myself. Yi Fan shook his head. Then why stop me? I can't let you leave Fu Guang Island, Yi Fan said, gaze unwavering. Deep in human lands there is my Ares. Your Ares? The giant paused, then understood, eyes shifting. She's still alive? Alive, but she no longer remembers me. Why? A twist of fate, Yi Fan said simply. We loved each other once. She died because of me. I was allowed to live again, but she returned with no memory of our past. Live again? The giant thought for a moment, then caught the implication. So you were reborn? Something like that, Yi Fan admitted. No wonder you're so calm. The giant nodded, recalling something. I once cut down a legion of afterlife soldiers. They all crawled out of their coffins. He let the memory drop and studied Yi Fan. If resurrecting the woman you love required the lives of an entire kingdom, would you accept? Of course, Yi Fan replied without hesitation. I've tried countless methods before, many of them cruel and vicious. You don't find that too ruthless? The giant was surprised by his candor. To me, she outweighs an entire kingdom. Yi Fan shook his head. The same goes for my parents and my closest friends. The giant's gaze grew more complex. He sat down cross-legged. I've asked many people that question. They either rejected it with righteous indignation or dodged it. Only you embraced it outright. It seems you're the only one who understands me. He even patted Yi Fan's shoulder. Then you support me bringing my own Aries back, yes? I don't oppose it, Yi Fan answered honestly. If our goals don't clash, I have no wish to stand against you. But hasn't your goal been fulfilled? Your lover is alive, you could just go to her. I want. Yi Fan shook his head. Human lands are steeped in chaos and mystery right now. I intend to cut through it all and restore stability. Why? The giant was puzzled. You just said she matters more than mere mortals. You've been reborn. She lives, you should be reliving your romance. The past can't be replicated, and old feelings can't be transplanted. Yi Fan met the giant's gaze without fear. What I love is the time we share the one version of us that existed. She no longer remembers, and I carry too many dangers. Why drag her back into this? The giant fell silent, his eyes clouded. Sensing it, Yi Fan asked, Giant, if you resurrect Aries and she no longer remembers you or your past, will you still do it? Why wouldn't she remember me? The giant frowned. Time, Yi Fan said, as if looking straight through him. You've said the centuries have blurred her face in your mind. You can only recognize her soul now. And you are immortal. She is not. Time washes a soul clean. After thousands of years, couldn't it make an ordinary person forget everything? I don't think she'll ever forget me. The giant stood silent for a long time. Only when the night wind stirred the dust at his feet did he finally speak. Weariness weighted every word. Yet when he raised his eyes to Yi Fan, he managed a faint smile. This mortal had stirred his sympathy. Go. I don't want to kill you. Your face, your story, they blunt my killing intent. With that, the last hint of murderous will scattered like dust. Yi Fan slowly reined in the power raging inside him. I know you held back, he said. At my current level, I'm still beneath you. Perhaps when I reach the peak of the king realm, we can truly fight. He straightened and bowed. But I'll keep standing in your way. Many beyond the island want you dead, but I only want to keep you here on Fu Guang Island. If I can find Iaruzi, I'll have no reason to leave. For now, I'm still in control. The giant waved the words away and pointed at several king-level cultivators slumped on the battlefield's edge. Immortality is torture for me as well. I once slit my own throat, hoping for release. I awoke beneath another sky. Other than reviving Iaruzi, I have no reason to exist. Is there truly no way to kill you? Yi Fan asked. Some inherited law, perhaps? I have no divine seed, the giant replied. My laws come from the sacred beast that chose me. They can't be passed on. He glanced at his chest, then raised his wide greatsword. I even forged a weapon meant to end me, and I used it on myself. But you still woke up? Yi Fan said, staring at the warped blade. It only put you to sleep. Maybe if someone dismembered me while I slept, the giant said with a bitter shrug. But my body isn't ordinary flesh. Even in slumber the laws surge, sealing every wound the instant it appears. And if a scrap of me remains, it will grow whole again. His voice trailed off, bronze eyes swirling with emotion. He looked at Yi Fan and gave a thin smile. You see, eternal life is the cruelest curse. Yi Fan fell silent. On Fu Guang Island, countless people would do anything for a handful more years. Yet the one who actually has eternity is miserable. He realized that life needs a purpose, love, ideals, wealth. The giant had only one goal left, bringing Iaruzi back. That love was also the only thing anchoring him to existence. Yi Fan sighed. Then I'll take my leave. He knew every person has reasons, and his own reasons demanded he stop the man before him. Suddenly the giant flung his great sword high into the air. Take my sword. Yi Fan caught it one-handed. The weight dragged at his shoulder, and his eyes filled with questions. With his own eyes closed, long hair swaying in the night, the giant murmured, I hope that one day you can use it to kill me. The giant answered, but his smile was laced with an indefinable complexity. Many will die by my hand. Among them might be someone's lover, someone's parents, someone's dearest friend. Countless people will hate me. If one day you have the chance, consider it avenging them. I am a king, and I will accept death only from an enemy who meets me openly. Understood. The weighty greatsword in Yi Fan's grasp rested against the ground, its edge quivering while an inexpressible tremor swept through his chest. He drew a deep breath and gave the giant a slight wave. If we can avoid fighting, I would much rather you truly bring Iaruzi back. What a troublesome foe. At the city's center, the gray mist surged like a tide, only halted when several ancient king-level warriors arrived. Yet even they could not fully extinguish the wraiths inside. We need holy rites to banish them, Zhao Buchuan said, standing at the mist's edge while urgently deploying his forces. On the other side, Yushizi tugged Master Kongwu's sleeve. Master Kongwu, start chanting. It's useless. Kongwu shook his head, raising a palm seal. A burst of Buddhist light shattered a clutch of charging spirits, yet they reformed within the gray fog. His brows knitted. Strange. These wraiths are clearly malevolent, yet Buddhist arts can't sever their roots. Maybe your Buddhism is the problem, Xiaomo arched a brow. Or your heart is crooked and you've strayed from the path. Buddhists do not utter falsehoods, Kuanglay replied, face darkening. I've cultivated orthodox teachings for many years. Then why doesn't it work? Xiaomo pressed. Before she could finish, a squad of soldiers strode through the fog wall. At a glance she recognized their leader Lin Xiao. Danger up, the warning reached her lips, but she swallowed it after recalling her own identity, fixing her gaze on Lin Xiao and readying herself to assist. Lin Xiao did not pause. He and his soldiers formed ranks at the front. Glass bottles, clay jars, metal cases, containers of every kind were produced one after another. What good are a bunch of household items? Someone muttered. Seconds later the answer appeared. The gray mist and its wraiths were drawn toward the containers and sucked inside. The Elder's Hall has developed weapons against the giant, Zhao Buchuan exclaimed. More soldiers arrived, each carrying additional vessels. Though small and varied in shape, their sheer number was astounding. In moments, more than half the gray mist was gone. Stripping the giant of his most terrifying weapon was as good as severing an arm. Morale sword. If the giant himself is all that's left, he's not so frightening. Boom, a deafening crash rolled from deep within the remaining fog. He's broken through the second defense gate. The Grand Elder at the forefront blanched. Lin Xiao, pull back with the mist-collecting troops. Yes, sir. Lin Xiao stowed his containers in his pack. Just as he turned, a jet-black sphere of energy exploded toward them, swallowing the entire battle line in an instant. Hearts froze. When the smoke cleared, nothing remained but shattered fragments of glass. The gray mist billowed up again, and the wraiths reassembled. Lin Xiao. A piercing scream rent the air. Xiaomo's mind went blank as she sprinted toward the blast zone. Xiaomo, stop. Yu Shizi reached out, but Xiaomo tore free, unleashing a storm of spiritual power to force her way into the fog, desperate to reach the spot where Lin Xiao had stood. No. The ground lay empty, not even ashes left behind. She dropped to her knees, clawing at the earth until her nails split, as though she could dig Lin Xiao out from below. Her sudden wail left everyone speechless. Many knew her past, and a shared fury ignited in their chests. The Grand Elder's expression was equally rigid. Lin Xiao, the young man who upheld chivalric ideals, cautious and disciplined for years, was more than his most loyal subordinate. He was like a son. Now the giant had erased him with a casual blow. Giant, you deserve death. His voice was low, each word laced with thunder. He lifted his gaze to the fog, rage finally unbridled. Fu Guang Island will see you dead. A pack of mortals thinks it can kill me? A deep, mocking chuckle drifted from the mist. A colossal figure stepped forward, heavy armor grinding with a dull metallic scrape. He spread his arms, eyes roaming the gathered king-level warriors as if greeting a long-awaited feast. It seems I haven't had a proper fight in many years. Giant, give Lin Xiao back to me. Xiaomo roared and charged first. For years she had changed identities again and again to win Lin Xiao's love. Now that he had fallen, she lost all control. Raging elemental force crackled from her fingertips, turning into wild torrents that shot straight at the giant. The giant merely blinked, raised a hand, and stopped the onslaught. His fist then boomed through the air, shattering Xiaomo's power and closing around her slender throat. You're not even qualified to fight me, he growled, lifting her like a rag doll. As her breathing grew ragged and her aura dimmed, the onlookers could no longer stand idle and struck together. The warriors from the Hall of Elders attacked most fiercely. They cared only for longevity, and right now their single thought was to kill the giant. Ants, the giant muttered, eyes cold. His cultivation stood far above the king realm. Ordinary experts could not last even a few blows. A few standouts could tangle with him for moments, but none survived for long. The scene looked like hunters surrounding a berserk beast. Wherever the giant's fist landed, spiderweb cracks spread through heavy armor. Once armor shattered, gray mist swallowed the wearer and claimed another life. We need the half-emperors. Yang Su, closest to the fight, was blasted away by one punch and tumbled across the ground, his aura flickering. Cradling the newly rescued Xiaomo, Yushizi looked anxiously at Zhao Buchuan. Senior Zhao, you have to act. On Fu Guang Island, half-emperors were rarer than phoenix feathers. Zhao Buchan's gaze swept the Hall of Elders. There's one half-emperor over there, he said. With me that makes two. Unless old Yu shows himself, we can't stop him. Old Yu already fled, Yushizi replied bitterly. Watching the giant hold his own against a crowd of kings, he felt his scalp prickle. If this dragged on, everyone would become shades in the gray fog and Fu Guang Island would be doomed. Zhao Buchuan sighed, then looked again at the Hall of Elders. The Grand Elder met his eyes and nodded in silence. Giant, you've spilled enough blood, Zhao Buchuan said. He took one step forward, and his aura erupted. A Taiji diagram rose beneath him, black and white swirling as the world's energy paused. The way of balance? Interest flashed in the giant's eyes. He swung a casual punch, the shockwave making the air buzz. Redirect, Zhao Buchuan whispered, meeting the blow. Law power coiled around his arm. With a slight twist he sent the force skidding aside. The giant's punch tore open the air, yet recoil made him stagger. With a grunt, he spun and struck again. Zhao Buchuan raised a palm. The 8 trigrams bloomed before him. Borrowing, turning, and pushing, he forced the giant back several steps. Clack, clack, the giant's boots slid across the ground. Zhao Buchuan pressed on, never giving him room to breathe. Each time he absorbed the giant's strength, redirected it, and countered. Fist and palm collided, whipping up a howling gale. Within a few breaths, the giant was driven into disarray, retreating again and again. Someone who can bear the title of king when truly is extraordinary, a spectator murmured. Yushizi and the others were overjoyed at the sight. The battle had raged for so long that hope was wearing thin, but at last someone managed to withstand the giant's crushing power. Until now, anyone who charged in was knocked aside within a single exchange. Surrounding the monster was out of the question, and even defending was nearly impossible. Now, a true powerhouse held the giant in check. While he pinned the colossus down, the others seized the opening. Blades flashed, swords slashed, lightning crackled, and fire roared, weaving an airtight web of destruction. Even the giant's unmatched flesh began to tear under the onslaught, dark blood sliding down his slate-gray skin. "We've got a chance," the crowd shouted. Inside the Elder's Hall, the Great Elder stared at the battlefield through a shimmering screen. Watching the giant falter, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. One more decisive push might end this nightmare for good. At that moment, the gaunt figure who had appeared earlier stepped forward, a cold light in his pale gray eyes. "Great Elder, we can activate the Sword of Judgment now." "Why use it?" the Great Elder growled. "We clearly have a chance to beat the giant Hedon. If I join the fight, and that man named you lends his strength, victory is within reach. The sword would make no real difference." Yu shook his head, voice hoarse and edged with cruelty. "Great Elder, have you not noticed Zhao Buchuan and his followers? They've suddenly clustered together, and their intent is obvious. The giant must die, and so must they. Fu Guang Island can't risk more instability. This is the perfect moment. While they're locked with the giant, we trigger the Sword of Judgment, kill the monster, and wipe them out in the same strike." The Great Elder hesitated. There are still many people on the island. He looked up, as if seeing through the clouds to the blades stationed deep in the starry sky, and muttered, "Let me think a little longer." Gray mist churned while Fu Guang Island's soldiers battled the restless dead. Having narrowly survived, the brothers Tianchun and Hao Ri felt dread settling in. The giant was gone, and Yi Wang and Jin Xiao were missing, most likely dead. Damn it! Hao Ri crushed a specter's skull with a rage-fueled punch. The mist swirled, and the broken pieces reformed. He exploded. "What kind of disgusting power is this? How do we even win?" "Who says you can't?" A sudden voice made Hao Ri jolt. A short, sly-looking old man had appeared beside them. "Who are you?" Hao Ri demanded. "I'm a helper of Yi Wang," the old Ming replied. He raised a communicator, and fire blossomed in his other palm. "Yi Wang sent me. He wants you to pull back and wait outside. He has a task for you." "Yi Wang sent you?" The brothers gasped. "He's alive?" "He is, and your big brother is too." Ingmu nodded. He flicked his hand, sending flames surging ahead. Specters recoiled. The slow ones burned with shrill screams. "You can fight the gray mist," the brothers exclaimed. "I'm leaving right now," Hao Ri declared. Tianchun hesitated. "But the elders haven't ordered a retreat. The elders are almost being beaten to death by the giant." Hao Ri rattled on. "Who knows how long we'll wait for them? I trust Yi Wang." After a pause, Tianchun nodded. "All right, let's go. Stay close, or you'll never get out," Ingmu warned. Fire cleared their path, and in moments he guided them to the mist's edge. Breathing easier, the brothers asked, "What does Yi Wang want us to do?" "Go to the Elder's Hall and bring out every vessel that can store the gray mist," Ingmu said. "The giant won't fall anytime soon, so Yi Wang plans to use those containers to build a refuge on Fu Guang Island." "A refuge? Yi Wang thinks the elders will lose today?" Hao Ri's voice tightened. Before his words faded, a shrill tear ripped through the sky, as though the heavens were being sliced apart. All three looked up. A black speck appeared overhead, swelling at terrifying speed. Hao Ri's face drained of color. "The Sword of Judgment. The elders have activated the Sword of Judgment." Insane. The instant they recognized the descending weapon as the Sword of Judgment, Hao Ri and Tianchun felt their hearts freeze. They had witnessed its destructive power before, enough to flatten an entire city, and even a king-class warrior would be vaporized at ground zero. Are the elders trying to die with the giant? Why? Tianchun's mind raced with questions. Sakuraji was equally baffled. He glanced up at the plummeting speck, thinking it was nothing more than an oversized iron blade. Could it really be that terrifying? Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures burst from the gray fog and vanished in a heartbeat, the Grand Elder and his hunchbacked attendant. Sakuraji frowned, sensing trouble. Before he could speak, the Sword of Judgment blocked out the sky. Only then did he see it clearly, an enormous blade the size of a hill, its surface covered in glowing runes, an alchemical weapon forged solely to slay giants. He jerked backward, but had taken only half a step when the sword slammed into the ground. Boom! A scorching shockwave erupted outward, flinging everyone through the air and tearing huge gaps in the heavy mist. Thud thud. The group rolled across the ground. Tianqian smashed into a boulder and passed out on the spot. Haori staggered to his feet, stunned. Why activate the Sword of Judgment? Everyone here will die? That old bastard never had good intentions, Sakuraji snapped, yanking him away. Forget it. Do what Lord Yi said, evacuate now. We're still supposed to steal something? Haori pointed at the smoke and flames. The sword already hit. The giant must be dead, right? Well, that's true. Sakuraji halted, eyes fixed on the billowing dust. Thud thud. Footsteps echoed as Yushizi and the others emerged, supporting a blood-spattered Zhao Buchuan. You're alive. Sakuraji shouted with relief. Where did you run off to, you coward? Yushizi scolded. I didn't run. Lord Yi sent me a message. Sakuraji protested. Lord Yi? He's still alive? They all stared at him. Alive. He escaped the giant and is setting up a shelter. Before Sakuraji finished, Zhao Buchuan grabbed him. Sakuraji, take us to him. He collapsed before finishing the sentence. Sakuraji was completely lost. So did we win or not? Win my ass. Yang Su, wounded as well, cursed. We had a real chance. The Grand Elder bailed on us and secretly triggered the Sword of Judgment. Now most of us are injured and plenty are dead. That's brutal. Where's the giant? Sakuraji asked. The giant Yang Su began, but a heavy tread echoed from deep within the dust cloud. Reflexively, Sakuraji looked up. His pupils glimmered, piercing the haze, and he saw the giant striding forward through the gray fog. He was wounded, yet his stride never faltered. A massive sword one Sakura recognized at a glance resting on his shoulder. He had actually caught the Sword of Retribution? Gulp. That single sight made Sakura's Adam's apple bob as he forced down his saliva. Move, move. He's coming after us. The entire group tensed at once and broke into a faster run. Clack, clack. The footsteps behind them halted abruptly. The giant stood at the edge of the gray fog. The mist stopped at his feet, as though he had split heaven and earth in two. If they could truly fight with one heart, they might still have had a chance to stop me. He lowered his gaze to his bull-bronze torso, fissured all over, then lifted his eyes to the Sword of Retribution in his hand and sneered. Mortal's pathetic. With that, he turned toward the ruins behind him, his expression softening. Since I have awakened, this place will do for a palace. Rumble. The words seemed casual, yet the fog churned in answer. Wraiths emerged from the mist and began hauling rubble, as if a palace were genuinely about to rise from the ruins. South of the city, Creaking Moo pushed open the door of a shattered house. The moment everyone saw Yi Fan sitting beside Xiao Dou in a corner, they exhaled in relief. Yushizi clapped Yi Fan's shoulder with a grin. Kid, I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Pure luck, Yi Fan replied. He had already heard the uproar from the battlefield. Seeing the room filled with wounded companions, he frowned. The giant was already beyond us. What were the elders thinking? When Xian wiped sweat from his brow, his voice low. Maybe they realized what we intended and tried to wipe us out along with the giant. If the giant hadn't caught the Sword of Retribution himself, that blade might have killed us all. He really caught it barehanded? Yi Fan felt a chill. From the pressure he sensed at distance, he had judged the alchemical weapon its gravity core, runes, and tech layers combined could cripple a half-sovereign, maybe even kill one. Yet the giant had stopped it with his hands. He drew a breath. First we need a secure base, then we plan. His gaze fell on Zhao Buchuan, gravely hurt on a cot, and Yi Fan sighed helplessly. A half-sovereign who could clash head-in with the giant was down, and Fu Guang Island had lost most of its strength. Stopping the giant would now be even harder. The air turned heavy. Everyone recalled the terror the giant had shown, flesh like an iron bull, spells of a grandmaster. Every art and beast-taming technique dismissed with a wave, and their hearts sank. Lord Yi, we found them. The three brothers burst in, followed by a team, and dumped all sorts of gadgets onto the floor with a clatter, devices identical to those Lin Xiao's group used to absorb the gray fog. Jin Xiao beamed. They were in the Elder Hall. We grabbed everything that wasn't bolted down. Good. Yi Fan nodded. Did you see the Grand Elder on your way back? No. Jin Xiao shook his head blankly. I figure the Grand Elder must have had a reason to launch the Sword of Retribution. He wouldn't just run, right? Yi Fan's voice cooled. I'm afraid that reason won't hold water. He picked up several devices, examined them, and handed them to Ingmu. Take these apart and see if we can replicate them. Use the rest to enclose a few nearby houses. As long as the giant lives, he'll send the mist to search the island. We need shelter. Understood. Ingmu accepted the parts. At that moment, Haori edged closer, scratching his head. Hey, Ingmu, where's that fire of yours? The one that burns wraiths. What fire? I don't have anything like that, Ingmu denied flatly. You do. I saw it with my own eyes. Haori's voice shot up. Everyone stared at Ingmu. He hemmed and hawed, refusing to budge. Yang Su finally lost his temper. Didn't you promise to look after me in my old age? Now you won't even hand over a flame? I don't. Feeling awkward under everyone's gaze, Ingmu cupped a small, flickering flame in both hands and lowered his voice. I stole this spark from the Mingxin sect. It's not a spell or a technique, so there's no way to teach it. You actually stole from the Mingxin sect? Yi Fan arched an eyebrow, surprised. Where exactly did you get it? From the pool, Ingmu said, scratching his head. I dove to the very bottom and saw statues of the human king and his beast. The beast had this flame in its mouth, so I swiped it. The human king's beast, the one that spits fire. Yi Fan pictured the scene at Golden Scale Pool and the strange clans they'd met back then. He clicked his tongue in admiration. You've got guts, trying that in a place crawling with masters. Watching the flame in Yingma's palm, he thought, if the human king's beast could suppress the gray mist, maybe this was one reason the king beat the giants. Mind if I take a look? Sure. Ingmu hesitated but handed it over. Catch it with your hand, don't touch the flame itself. Yi Fan extended a hand. The spark rolled into his palm like thick egg white, its warmth gentle, almost like warm jade. He channeled elemental energy into it. The spark ballooned to several times its size, yet still wasn't hot. No heat at all, Yuxizi marveled, reaching out a finger. The moment she touched it, a tongue of flame jumped onto her hand. What the? She blanched as searing pain shot through her. It hurts. Put it out. Everyone scrambled, but the fire wouldn't die. They had to keep passing it to tools until they finally coaxed it onto the ground. Good grief, Yuxizi panted, disheveled, a long black streak marking her arm where the flame had crawled. The others backed away fast, wanting nothing to do with that fire. That flame's terrifying, Yi Fan said, equally shaken. He noticed the spark had shrunk. It burns itself up, Ingmu explained. So I barely use it. A lone spark won't stop the giant's ghost army. Yi Fan shook his head. As he moved to return it, Baize's voice sounded in his mind. Let your fire-type beast absorb it. That spark is an advanced relic bloodline. Yi Fan's eyes lit up. Instead of handing it back, he pocketed the spark. Ingmu, can I have this? I need it badly. But I went through a lot to steal you. Find it, Ingmu said, still wavering. He'll trade you the Rising Sun method from the Huangdi Classic, Yi Fan offered. Rising Sun? Yingma's interest spiked. Yi Fan's earlier display of it had left a deep impression. Still, the spark was priceless. It'll add 3 more forms: Sandstorm, Tide Flow, and Whirlwind. Yi Fan cut off his hesitation. All 4 for the spark. Deal. Ingmu agreed instantly, changing his tune so fast the others could only roll their eyes. Give me a moment. Yi Fan fetched brush and paper, wrote down the 4 techniques in a flowing script, and handed the pages to Ingmu. The characters were exquisite. Admiring the secret formation manual in his hands, Ingmu couldn't stop praising it. He dragged Xiaodo over and urged, Xiaodo, take a look. Are these any use? Xiaodo still shook his head, and Yingma's excitement faded. Yi Fan had time only to ask them to watch the wounded, then pushed through the inner door, leaving everyone in the great hall behind. The hall was a ruin of shattered timber, cracked stone, bloodstains, and scorch marks. Zhao Buchuan and several unconscious companions lay sprawled on the floor, their ragged breathing hanging in the air. Nobody knew what to say. The giant's terror had shredded their confidence, and now every shred of hope rested on the young man who had just shut himself inside that room. Among them, only Yuxizi managed a trace of optimism. Staring at the closed door, he told himself that Yi Fan would turn the tide. Lin Xiao? The sudden scream split the silence. Xiao Mo jerked awake, eyes blood red, mind still trapped in agony. She stared around in confusion, then scrambled to her feet and rushed toward the exit. I have to find Lin Xiao. Find Lin Xiao. Don't be reckless. Yuxizi caught her arm, but she tore free, blue elemental light exploding in her palm. Clang. Yang Su swung his staff in a clean arc, tapping the back of her neck. Xiao Mo went limp and collapsed again. Let her cool off first, Yang Su sighed, lowering the staff. Yuxizi gathered the girl into his arms and shook his head. Lin Xiao's death had pushed her to the brink, and he had long feared that a loyalist like Lin Xiao would die for the Grand Elder, just hadn't expected the giant to snuff him out so casually. Most people are slaves to emotion, physician Wen Xian murmured, chanting a brief Buddhist verse. He glanced at Xiao Mo, frowning. That obsession will bring new trouble one day. Beast realm. Old Qi. Old Qi. Yi Fan's shout echoed through the empty stone cavern as he cupped a flickering ember in both hands. In a corner, the Jilin bird lay dozing. Startled awake, it blinked golden eyes in annoyance. Can I nap in broad daylight? The look seemed to say. Come here quick. Yi Fan beckoned, unable to hide his excitement. I found a flame that might let you evolve, maybe stronger than a relic strain. Old Kai's curiosity stirred. It padded over and dabbed a talon into the fire. Humph. The blaze leapt up. Squawking, the bird rolled across the ground to shake off the flames, its claw charred and smoking. Squawk. Old Qi glared, wings pointing accusingly at Yi Fan. Were you trying to roast me alive? Relax. It only burns when it meets open flame. See, I'm holding it just fine. Yi Fan jiggled the ember. Swallow it and you'll be safe, I swear. Nonsense. Feathers bristling, Old Qi hopped 3 meters back. You're not tricking me. The standoff dragged on, stray sparks scorching several spirit herbs. Hands on hips, Yi Fan panted, helpless against the cowardly bird. A warm breath brushed his hand. The Hellfire Hound had crept up, nudging him with its nose. Its red-brown coat gleamed in the firelight. "Am all right, little flame." Yi Fan patted the hound's head, about to scold Old Chi again when inspiration struck. Old Chi was a wind-fire duel type, but this ember was frighteningly pure. The one who truly fit it was the hound, a creature of undiluted fire. Yi Fan had spent weeks gathering evolution materials for his early companions. As regional overlord, he had almost completed 2 upgrade paths for the Hellfire Hound, the Undying Divine Wolf and the Flame Chelan, lacking only a high-grade beast bloodline as a catalyst. The ember left behind by the Human King's beast would serve perfectly. Decision made, Yi Fan dragged 2 long-stored piles of materials into the open space, then set the ember carefully between them. "Little flame, take a look and decide which evolution path you want." The 2 piles of materials in front of it radiated waves of scorching heat, and the hellhound of devouring flame froze in place. It had been Yi Fan's first contracted beast, but as its master advanced at breakneck speed and recruited ever stronger companions, the hound had long since been relegated to a mount rather than a frontline fighter. Now, at last, the chance for a long-awaited evolution was within reach. The hound trusted Yi Fan implicitly. After hesitating for only a heartbeat, it lowered its head, sniffed both piles, then bared its fangs and swallowed the entire left-hand heap in one gulp. It turned and consumed as well the second item, a seed of blue-white flame, the true fire essence of the Undying Divine Wolf. "The Undying Divine Wolf," Yi Fan murmured, his eyes narrowing as he watched Little Flame's choice. Dogs descended from wolves. Following that primal evolutionary path suited its nature perfectly. Roar. The moment the materials reached its stomach, a pain like 1,000 needles stabbed through Little Flame. It threw back its head and howled, claws digging into the ground as it writhed. A dazzling cocoon of silver fire erupted around it, sealing it from sight. "I hope it inherits every ounce of that flame's power," Yi Fan muttered. Formulating evolution mixtures was his forte. What worried him now was the looming battle with the giant. As Little Flame evolved, Yi Fan calculated rapidly. The giant was a true transcendence-level being. Matching it required at least half Emperor strength. The sachet in his hand could be triggered only once more, and even at full power it would barely brush that threshold. Among the existing half-emperors there were only Zhao Buqiuan, Old Yu, and the Grand Elder Zhao was already gravely wounded. Old Yu had fled, and the Grand Elder could not hold the battlefield alone. Yi Fan himself could mobilize only 30 king-class combatants. To win, the Council of Elders would have to step in. The more he thought about it, the deeper his frown became. Fu Guang Island possessed its own special laws, and without the drain from the Sword of Judgment, they might not have lost to the giant. Yet the sword had struck, failed to kill the giant, and instead shattered the council's credibility and morale. Rallying the masses now would be almost impossible. At this rate, he would have to watch helplessly as the giant went after Ai Ruisi. He was nursing a headache when his gaze landed on Little Lion not far away, and his eyes lit up. "Little Lion, you're almost at glory rank?" "Yes, father." Little Lion laid down the long sword and walked over. After years of tempering, the first-generation phantom beast had shed its immaturity. Beneath its leonine head was the upright, muscular body of a young man, shoulders squared and presence imposing. "Have you learned the 4th unbinding?" Yi Fan asked with concern. Each unbinding Little Lion mastered gave him another burst of power. At the Starglow tier, he should have unlocked the 4th long ago, yet he had never used it during this recent period. "I have," Little Lion answered firmly. "Really? Show me." "All right." As soon as the words fell, Little Lion raised a palm toward the sky without hesitation. First unbinding, origin release. Boom, his body swelled in an instant, muscles bulging like boulders, his mane whipping in the wind. Second unbinding, sword armor unfold. In a flash, gleaming blades and heavy armor covered his entire form. Next, third unbinding, bloodline overdrive. Scalding blood roared through his veins, unlocking even more of his physique. Xiaoshi's third liberation was nothing like Yi Fan's. The dormant, mottled bloodlines inside its body awakened all at once. Claws, a tortoise shell, sharp horns, and layered carapace burst through its hide in turn, shaping the phantom beast into a near-perfect yet unsettling patchwork of the finest constitutions ever seen. Yi Fan had watched this scene many times, but it still drew a quiet gasp of awe from him. As the 3rd stage ended, Xiaoshi gathered its strength, raised a paw, and triggered the 4th Liberation Infinite Domain. Centered on the beast, a compact circular array flared open, barely 10 feet across yet large enough to envelop it completely. Pale gold light coursed along the ruins, dyeing its hybrid body a blinding gold. "A special buff? A domain skill?" Yi Fan muttered, frowning. Without further thought, he gripped his sword beast and called, "Xiaoshi, give me a couple of moves." "All right." Xiaoshi answered, hefting the great sword Yi Fan had prepared. 2 enormous blades left their sheaths almost simultaneously. Clang. Sparks scattered as Xiaoshi's sheer power from the 3rd liberation pushed Yi Fan half a step back. In strength, speed, and intellect it ranked among the best of all phantom beasts, and the compound abilities of its many bloodlines made it the tamer's version of Yi Fan utterly flawless. Clang, clang. They flashed past each other inside the beast-taming space. Yi Fan relied on the exquisite technique honed through a century of combat, yet every heavy strike from Xiaoshi forced him to retreat. The walls hummed with the impacts while sword aura and golden light intertwined in dozens of exchanges within a heartbeat. Across the space, old Qi, who had been seeking a bit of peace and quiet, poked his head out to watch. Seeing Yi Fan driven back again and again, he instinctively shrank his neck. That lionhead freak is way too fierce. He had once been the first relic of this space and acted with overbearing pride. But since Qiongqi broke the stalemate and Bai Zhe and Yuyuo ancient divine beasts arrived, he had been suppressed repeatedly. Now Xiao Shi's brilliance eclipsed him completely, standing above him through sheer variety of transcendental bloodlines, swapped mystic eyes, and its shameless chain of liberations. Old Qi glanced at the Shurian hellhound wrapped in an evolving cocoon of light nearby and felt a sudden chill. What if that fire mutt ends up stronger than me too? At this rate, I'm a dragon. Yet someday, I might be good for nothing but serving as a mount? Boom boom boom. Deep within the Elder's Hall, in a dim chamber, two elderly men sat facing each other. The newcomer, coated in travel dust, was Grand Elder Jingmu, his brow lined with fatigue and worry. "Bo Yu, our plan failed," Jingmu said quietly. "The giant didn't die. Instead, we slaughtered several kings of Fu Guang Island. The giant is immortal. If we try again, no one will believe us. Fu Guang Island is finished." Opposite him, Bo Ye's gloomy face was half hidden beneath a dark robe, looking strangely delicate in the shadows. His voice quivered with remorse. "Jingmu, I only wanted to silence the dissenters. I thought the sword of judgment could kill the giant. I never expected." Tears welled up, the sobs of a centenarian giving the moment a twisted air. Jingmu showed no surprise. He reached out, drew the other man close, and gently patted his back. "It's all right, Bo Yu. I don't blame you. I never meant to harm you." "I know." Jingmu nodded, voice soft, though a chill flickered behind his eyes. "When we were 16, we snuck out and rowed across Silver Sea. You joked the world held only us. Later our families came after us." Bo Yu continued, gazed him. "Their boat capsized. They drowned in Silver Sea. From that day on, the world really did hold only us." Jingmu's tone was low but resolute. "So I always trusted you. The sword of judgment simply wasn't strong enough. That isn't your fault." The words eased Bo Ye's guilt a little. He hesitated, then whispered, "What do we do now?" "We still have more swords of retribution," the Grand Elder said, eyes fixed on Bai Yu with a chill in his voice. "A giant may block one or two, but we still have 17. Bai Ye's brow twitched. He reminded him quietly, "If we unleash that many swords of retribution, Fu Guang Island will be destroyed as well. Are we planning to die here with it?" "We won't." The Grand Elder shook his head, tone low. "I've learned something else. The outsider boy is still alive." "You won't." Bai Yu blurted out. "Impossible. How did he escape the giant?" "That's irrelevant. What matters is that he's alive." A sinister light flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes. "He must possess a rebirth technique. Tell me, how does an ordinary teenager rise to power in a few short years, think circles around his elders, and wield so many strange arts? Coincidence doesn't stretch that far." Bai Yu drew in a breath, understanding at once. "You want to seize the technique from him?" "Exactly." The Grand Elder's knuckles whitened around his cup. "We're fighting the giant for the chance at another life. Whether Fu Guang Island survives is meaningless. Our own survival is all that matters." "Very well." Bai Ye's voice steadied. "We'll either win his trust or strike first. He's building a refuge and needs manpower," the Grand Elder added. "If we offer a convincing reason, people will still believe in us, and we can rebuild. He seems compelled to fight the giant. If he wants to win, he must rely on us." "Agreed." Bai Yu nodded. "We'll set our terms quietly. The rebirth technique stays hidden from everyone else." With only a few words, the plan was set. After a century together, the two childhood companions, now secret lovers, were ruthless in equal measure. Dim light filled the basement. Leaning against the cold wall, Bai Yu asked wistfully, "Jingmu, do you think we can really gain rebirth? What will we do afterward?" "So many things." The Grand Elder Jingmu looked his arm around Bai Yes. "Didn't you once say that in your next life you'd like to be a woman?" "I did." Bai Yes' throat tightened with excitement. "Then we could have a child of our own, watch them grow up, marry, and have children of their own." "Jingmu, if we had a child, what would you name them?" "I don't know." Jingmu watched the hope in Bai Yes' eyes, then rose and shook his head gently. "If I could choose, I'd name the child Jing Tian Tian, as in heaven." He turned to head upstairs. In that instant, a fleeting chill flashed through his eyes. Boom. Golden light burst across the beast domain. After yet another exchange, Yi Fan halted, gasping for breath while sweat dripped from his jaw onto the scorched floor. Opposite him, Little Lion rested, a great sword on his shoulder, still wrapped in golden radiance, and looking almost untouched. What a terrifying fourth release. By now Yi Fan had seen just how formidable Little Lion's fourth release was. In a straight fight, Without calling on other beasts or tricks, the cub's power already surpassed his own. The golden aura surrounding Little Lion continued to draw elemental energy from every direction. An invisible array worked like a vortex, channeling that power straight into its flesh. While its infinite domain lingered, each wound sealed almost instantly, and its stamina never dipped. Compared with the Abyss Beast, which only shared its master's burden, this all-purpose supply line felt like a supersized and far stronger version of the same trick. The lone catch was the need for a rich elemental environment. Massive boosts, monstrous bloodline, near-perfect regeneration. Fan weighed the facts. In its fourth release, the cub could already suppress relic beasts of the same tier. Add Sword Eye and the Sovereign Gaze, and it might crush them outright. Once it reached Glory, or even King rank, and unlocked a fifth and sixth release, it could become his ultimate ace. While he pondered, Little Lion sensed no further orders, calmed its battle aura, and patted over. It bowed its head, the twin divine eyes flashing with different colors, lending it an extra dose of majesty. Father, are you alright? I'm fine, really. Fan wiped the sweat from his brow, about to praise it again when a distant howl split the air. Oh woo. It worked. He spun around. At the far edge of his vision, a jet-black wolf strode forward on pillars of flame. Blue fire curled from its claws to its spine, its presence crushing as a mountain. The devouring flame hellhound had finished its metamorphosis, evolving into an undying divine wolf. A beast that had climbed from the bottom ranks to relic class now stood at the summit. Fan caught a subtle shift in the fire's hue and waved it over. Xiaohua here. The undying divine wolf leapt once and landed beside him, brimming with enthusiasm. Give me a burst. Fan pointed at the pure flame that had scorched Lao Chi earlier. Rawr! The giant wolf opened wide, a geyser of blue fire roaring out. It met the older flames without the slightest rejection and fused at once. Fan stepped closer to inspect, then called to Lao Chi, come try it. Again, Lao Chi muttered, but still vaulted 10 meters high and plunged into the fireball. When the creature touched down unharmed, Fan nodded. Knew Idiyu inherited it. He must Xiaohua's fur. With you here, we can handle giants. Without the gray mist, their strength drops by at least half. Woof. Xiaohua knew nothing about giants or gray mist, but sensed his master's joy and happily drenched Fan's face with drool. Straightening up, Fan looked over the wolf's blazing coat and felt a swell of pride. He had personally raised a relic class beast, one more dream fulfilled. Soon it'll be your turn too, he said, eyeing Death Hawk, Devouring Beast, and the other longtime partners exercising nearby. Ambition surged in his chest. In building a true relic army. A relic army? Xiongqi wandered over, swept a glance around, and snorted. Relics are weak. Raise divine beasts instead. When you hit king rank, march in with a legion of divines and steamroll everything. Still bragging? Baize teased. You just got pounded by a giant, and now you're talking about steamrolling? I said in the future, got it? Xiongqi snapped, turning away with a huff. And you support type divine beast, save the sarcasm. When we fight, you just watch from the back. Do you even understand auspicious beasts? Baize flared. Spreading fortune for all is my duty. Understand? No. Xiongqi scoffed. Your eldest brother Qinglong is an auspicious beast, and he's strong. Baihu is an auspicious beast, and he's fierce too. But you? In a fight all you can do is yell I bless you. A walking target. If Qinglong or Baihu were here, this skirmish would have been over long ago. It actually works. Along the outer shoreline, Fan stood with Xiaohua at the edge of the gray mist, testing the power of the pure flame. It was the second day since the giant had awakened. Contrary to everyone's fears, the giant had not used the mist to massacre all of Fu Guang Island after his victory in the final battle. The boundary of the mist was exactly where it had stopped on the first day, hovering quietly without spreading any farther. The flame's effect was obvious. Wherever the fire burned, the mist recoiled, and when the tongues of flame touched the vapor directly, they burned it away completely. King Yi, looks like we still have a chance, Hao Ri said, his eyes bright as he watched the opening carved in the fog. He lowered his voice, though excitement leaked through. Could this fire hurt the giant himself? I don't know, maybe, Fan answered, though inspiration flashed through his mind. He could draw beast abilities through enchantment. If Xiaohua's pure flame could be woven into one, then combined with the incense pouches, it might deliver enough damage. The idea died just as quickly. Without the boost from the Little Lion's fourth release, he could barely survive the giant's raw strength. Anyone below half-emperor level would be courting death. Half-emperor was the minimum threshold for facing the giant Heathen. Jin Chao, who had been silent at the side, spoke while thinking aloud. If we can tie the giant down and let King Yes Beast strike, we could have a shot at wounding him badly. We'll see how things unfold. Fan agreed, adding, I also have to keep the giant from noticing my beasts. Right? Tianqian said, leaning in to inspect Xiaohua. A normal undying godwolf is only extraordinary grade, but yours is clearly relic grade already. That's because of the flame, Fan replied. All the materials I prepared in advance were relic grade. As he spoke, He looked toward the rolling gray wall. It blocked their view, but metallic clangs rang from somewhere beyond. What's the giant doing? Yi Fan muttered. No idea, Hao Ri said. He reached out to probe the mist. The instant his fingertip brushed it, a chorus of wailing souls erupted and a skeletal arm shot out. Mother! Hao Ri yelped, stumbling back several steps. The mist lunged with him, only to slam into Xiaohua's flames, screech, and withdraw in panic. Boom boom boom. Even that brief contact seemed to alarm the master of the fog. The wall trembled, then slowly peeled back to create a straight corridor. Yi Fan's view cleared. At the end of the passage loomed a vast palace, its silhouette dim yet towering, swathed in endless gray vapor. Ranks of spirits hauled bricks and stones, apparently erecting ornate halls for the structure. Before the palace, a colossal throne of bone stood still. The giant sat upon it with the sword of retribution at his side. Across the distance, his gaze met Yi Fan's and locked at once onto Xiaohua and the unusual flame. The pure flame? The giant spoke, a strange look crossing his face as he stared at Yi Fan. You actually managed to obtain pure flame in this timeline? Just a stroke of luck, Yi Fan replied calmly. Confronting a being capable of destroying worlds, his gaze was steadier than before. What puzzles me is that when Fu Guang Island fell, you didn't simply sweep everything away. You can't stop me. The giant snorted, his voice rolling like thunder. Those mortals will never again summon the courage to confront me. I can level the island whenever I please, but first, I want to build a palace for Eris. So you really do love Eris? Yi Fan acknowledged the obsession and lifted his chin. But I have no choice except to stand in your way. Perhaps you should help me instead. The giant shook his head, an inscrutable smile curving his lips. Our struggle doesn't have to end with one of us dead. Once I find Eris, he'll stay on Fu Guang Island forever. How will you find her? Yi Fan pressed. Are you certain she's somewhere under these stars? Absolutely, the giant said with conviction. She took my divinity. Her soul is bound to eternity. No matter how many times she's reborn, she will return to me. What distinguishing trait does she have? Yi Fan asked, searching for a loophole. She will be kind, the giant answered, leaving Yi Fan silent. The cosmos is vast beyond measure. Even Fu Guang Island alone holds tens of millions of lives. Trying to locate Eris with only the word kind was almost impossible. If you can't find her, so be it. The giant sounded indifferent. My army will search. Wherever the gray mist spreads, no humans survive. When the world lies in ruins, shall stand before me. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. In that case, we fight to the death. He clasped his fists in salute. I'll gather every force I can and challenge you as soon as possible. Do it before I kill everyone on Fu Guang Island. The giant waved, dense gray mist twisting to seal the passage. Hurry up, boy. I can't wait for you to try killing me. The shelter was cramped, its walls glowing red from the residual pure flame. All the king-level powerhouses who had chosen to follow Yi Fan were present, the burning fire lines carving out a ring of safety. Yet many of them looked dispirited. To them, since the giant couldn't be beaten, it was better to hide inside the fire zone and survive. Even the usually bold old Yu declined to fight again. You can't inherit the giant's loss, he said. If all we can do is die, I'm not joining you. At the center of the hall, Yushizi spread the latest intelligence across a stone table, but everyone's spirits were low. The giant's looming threat hung over them like a dark cloud. Still weak, Zhao Buchuan coughed twice, his face ashen. Last time we actually had a chance, 3 half-emperors. 100 emperors' strength like that appears only once in centuries. It's all that bastard Grand Elder's fault. Yang Su slammed the table. He's unstable, always pawing at Baiyu. Makes me sick every time I see it. A pervert over 100 years old. Dong, dong. 2 streaks of light tore through the sky and crashed before the doors like falling stars. Who is it? Everyone tensed and rose. Zhao Buchuan frowned. Jingmu, why are they here? The Grand Elder? The doors swung open, revealing the Grand Elder and Baiyu. Already seething, the crowd fixed their eyes on him. Why did you activate judgment? The Grand Elder raised a hand to cut off the question. I've come to bargain with King Yi, he said quickly, as though afraid of being drowned out. If you hope to challenge the giant, you need my help. A brief silence followed. From the back of the crowd, Yi Fan let out a soft laugh. Grand Elder, Fu Guang Island is yours, yet you speak as if it belonged to me. Don't forget, I'm only a guest. If King Yi wishes, the island is yours, the Grand Elder said earnestly. Control of the island, our technology, or whatever you want, it's yours. Yi Fan lifted an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on Baiyu. Why should I trust you? What leverage do you have? I have plenty. The Grand Elder cleared his throat. High above, dozens of streaks of light shot skyward, forming ranks among the clouds. There are still those who believe in the Elder Hall, and their number is no less than the forces under you. Yi Fan scanned the newcomers and counted more than 20 king-level fighters. Quietly, he calculated. If he added his own followers and persuaded Old Yu to return, they could nearly restore their previous peak strength. If so, they might truly be able to confront the giant. What are your terms? I need a place where I can speak with Lord Yi in private, the Grand Elder said calmly. Absolutely not. Yu Shizi snapped. Before his words had even faded, Yang Su stepped forward, eyes blazing. You're a treacherous scoundrel. If we let Lord Yi be alone with you, you'll definitely try something. What could you possibly need to discuss in private? Yu Shizi pressed. Unless, of course, you're up to no good. The Grand Elder ignored their protests and kept his gaze fixed on Yi Fan. Let Lord Yi decide. I trust his judgment. Yi Fan had plenty of cards up his sleeve, so he wasn't afraid. He rose slowly. Fine. A pitch-black sphere appeared in his palm, the spatial artifact had obtained after slaying the Mirage Beast. If the Grand Elder wants privacy, we'll have privacy. The orb flared with faint golden light, forming a swirling vortex that swallowed them both into an isolated pocket realm. Silence fell. Only soft threads of spiritual light drifted through the air. The Grand Elder glanced around, genuinely impressed. Quite the setup. Let's not waste time, Yi Fan said coolly. What do you want? The art of reincarnation, the Grand Elder replied without hesitation. I want your method. Reincarnation? Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. You think I'm reincarnated? What else could explain you? The Grand Elder's tone was casual but certain. You rose from obscurity yet possess unmatched talent and a meticulous mind. I've investigated you 20 years old, with strength, aptitude, and composure beyond belief. Reincarnation is the only explanation. Yi Fan stayed silent for a moment. A faint smile tugged at the Grand Elder's lips as he pressed on. An ordinary man would deny it or panic, but you remain calm. Too many coincidences. Perhaps you are the very Lord Yi from that ancient painting. Yi Fan sighed, half resigned and half guarded. If I were that legendary Yi, I'd have crushed the giants already. In his previous life, had only just reached the pinnacle of beastmasters. How could he match that myth? You're shrewd. After a brief pause, Yi Fan looked up, a small smile mirroring the elders. You're right. I do know the art of reincarnation. I knew it. The Grand Elder's composure cracked, his voice trembling. Give me the method, and he'll give you anything or manpower, even the whole of Fu Guang Island. Yi Fan remained unhurried. And what will you do with it? Hoping to rise as a new star in the coming chaos? The Grand Elder rubbed the withered skin on the back of his hand, desire flickering in his eyes. I'm tired of this broken, aging body. Watching yourself decay and die is the cruelest torture. I've been trapped on Fu Guang Island my whole life, and there's still so much I haven't seen or done. Reincarnation is my chance to finally live. Yi Fan nodded. I can teach you the reincarnation art, but only if you help me bring down the giant. The Great Elder immediately extended a hand. Give me the art first. He'll do whatever you say. Silence fell. Yi Fan eyed the outstretched hand, one brow arched. Do you take me for a fool? Hand it over before the job is done? The Great Elder coughed, withdrawing his hand, but he persisted. I still need a guarantee. He'll swear a soul oath, Yi Fan said calmly. The moment the giant is defeated, the reincarnation method is yours. Very well, the Great Elder agreed. Swear it. Yi Fan made the oath on the spot. A transparent soul seal flashed between his brows, and the tension eased. From now on, we follow King Yes' command, the Great Elder said, bowing at last. May our partnership prove fruitful. Fine, Yi Fan replied, then added, Jin Chao tells me there are 18 swords of judgment. In the fight with the giant you used only one, correct? At the name of the swords, the Great Elder stiffened, then forced a smile. Correct. King Yi is interested in them? I am. I want control of the other 17. The Great Elder hesitated. The swords of judgment are Fu Guang Island's greatest weapons. Their power is immense. You can't entrust them to an outsider. Yi Fan's face darkened. A moment ago you said that if I gave you the reincarnation art, even the island itself could be mine. The island is negotiable, but the swords aren't? Sounds like you're holding something back, Elder. Grinding his teeth, the Great Elder relented. Very well. You may command them. He drew a palm-sized black controller from his sleeve, tapped it rapidly, and handed it over. I've wiped my imprint. Add a drop of your blood, and you'll control the swords with a thought. Yi Fan examined the device, but didn't add his blood. He slipped it into a pocket. Then we have a deal. May our cooperation be pleasant. The Great Elder hesitated, still forcing a smile. Pleasant indeed. They left the chamber together and stepped into daylight. Yu Shizi and Yang Su hurried over. I'm fine, Yi Fan said, lifting a hand. The talk went smoothly. From now on we'll fight side by side. Side by side. Faces tightened, but no one spoke. The Great Elder addressed them as well. There were misunderstandings earlier. Let's set them aside. The giant will awaken soon, and unity matters most. The group remained cool, offering no reply. The Great Elder cupped his fists again. He'll prepare at once. If King Yi has orders, send word. Understood, Yi Fan said, watching the Great Elder and Bai Yu leave in haste. As soon as they were out of sight, everyone crowded around. King Yi, that old fox is plotting something. Why cooperate with him? Last time he stabbed us in the back. Yi Fan raised a hand for silence. The Great Elder has a weakness, and I've seized it. He produced the controller and passed it to Zhao Buchuan. Elder Zhao, he says a drop of blood activates it. I can't read the seal, see if anything's wrong. Zhao Buchuan studied it, face darkening. A dead soul curse is embedded inside. The instant you add blood it latches on, torments the victim, and lets him control you. Yi Fan's expression cooled. I knew that snake was up to no good. Is the controller genuine? He asked. Zhao Buchuan hesitated. It should be, but without seeing the original, I can't be certain. Then well treated as a fake, Yi Fan said with a cold laugh, eyes hard. Genuine cooperation with the Great Elder was still a long way off. For now, we just need his manpower. Having run through the worst-case scenario, he let the matter drop. Light flared in his palm. His sword beast spirit artifact appeared, edges gleaming. He wants to cheat me? I'll pay for it. Bring that pile of, or over, too. Inside the ore depot, Yi Fan stood surrounded by mounds of mineral as tall as small hills. The sword beast hovered in front of him, its body glowing faintly like a giant energy magnet, pulling in and devouring the light from one heap of, or after another. It seemed to have no bottleneck at all. Give it, or, and it would keep absorbing. In mere moments, its rank shot up to eternal, and with a soft pop it unlocked its dual blade form, instantly mastering twin word techniques. Yi Fan gripped the sword beast, feeling its surging power. A slight smile tugged at his lips as he gestured for it to keep feeding. The price of such rapid growth was staggering. Each of these stones would fetch a fortune outside. Yet here an entire pile had to be tossed in for a single level, and the higher the rank, the more the or needed multiplied geometrically. It was outright extravagance. Not far away, the three brothers Tianchun, Hao Ri, and Jin Chao watched, their eyelids twitching. Tianchun clutched his chest and muttered, I don't think this is worth it. Even Hao Ri, normally Yi Fan's most loyal supporter, wore a pained expression. He knew the ore's true value. Any random heap could support the islanders for a year, yet now it was nothing but snacks for a bonded beast. All that, or just to reach eternal. Maybe it should eat me next. This creature is something else, he whispered. Jin Chao saw the bigger picture. He narrowed his eyes at the glowing sword beast, secretly stunned. So this is the fabled sword beast, able to add its elemental power directly to its masters. Don't call it slow. Every rank it gains shoves its master past a bottleneck, almost erasing the swordsman's own limits. It's absurd, really. Tianchun leaned closer to his brothers. At this rate, ITLL chew through every last rock, and still never hit stellar. Haori shrugged. It's fine. King Yi is boosting Fu Guang Island strength. A little, or doesn't matter. Jin Chao was about to nod when something struck him, and his face stiffened. Didn't the Grand Elder say Fu Guang Island already belongs to King Yi? Haori asked, eyes on the sword beast, but noting Jin Chaos' hesitation. Big brother, you're not seriously thinking of going back to the Grand Elder, are you? The Grand Elder raised us. Jin Chao answered softly, torn. His mind was chaos. The Grand Elder had betrayed so many, while Yi Fan, a total outsider, had just saved him from the giants. Gratitude for upbringing couldn't erase cruelty, and he knew it. He only raised us to use us, Hao Ri said bluntly. Honestly, Teacher Yang Su treated us better. Let's just follow King Yi. Tianchun nodded. The Grand Elder already saw us working for King Yi. If we go back, he'll never trust us. But Jin Chao looked at Yi Fan in the center of the depot, recalling the moment in the gray mist when Yi Fan stepped in front of him, then the decades of the Grand Elder's guidance and trust. I don't know what else to do. He closed his eyes and slowly shook his head. Even if the Grand Elder is wrong, I can't betray him. I've done all I can here. You two stay and serve King Yi. I'm going back. With that, he patted his younger brothers on the shoulder and slipped away without a sound. Big brother, Tianchun cried, reaching for him. If you're leaving, I'm coming too. You too. When Tianchun prepared to leave with Jin Chao, Haori hesitated. He took 2 steps as if to call them back, but stopped when the pair disappeared from sight. The refinery was small. In a blink the 3 brothers had gone their separate ways, and the busy smelters barely noticed. Haori remained where he was, shoulders sagging. The sorrow plain on his face. Knew brothers must part someday, yet the truth still hurt. Don't be sad, Haori. Yangsu appeared at his side and patted his shoulder twice. We get one life and live it for ourselves. You have reasons to stay, they have reasons to leave. No one's wrong as long as their conscience is clear. Teacher Yang Haori looked up, hesitated, and voiced the question in his heart. Will you follow King Yi too? No. Yang's reply was unexpected. He paused, then added, I'm tired of following anyone. If we really beat the giants and leave Fu Guang Island, I just want to accompany an old friend back to the mainland and visit former comrades and their descendants. That's my greatest wish. I see, Haori murmured. His gaze shifted to Yi Fan in the distance, and he lowered his voice. Teacher Yang, is King Yi worth following? I've heard a lot about him from old Zhao. If you must follow someone, he's a good choice. Yang Su nodded, eyes still on Yi Fan. But chaos is coming, and every power will rise. He means to claim the realm. Stand with him, and you'll face endless trials. You're impulsive. If you do go, take care and don't chase glory rashly. Deep in the ore depot, Yi Fan gripped the sword beast, brow nodded. For an entire day, he had drained almost half the warehouse, yet the weapon remained at eternal 9-star on step from Starlight. Crossing that step would unlock its sword shield form, but brute force couldn't push it any farther. He tried every kind of, or until the sword beast refused to absorb more, then had to quit. Let's check the boost. He lifted the weapon, channeled elemental power, and felt his realm edge forward by a full star. Silently, he judged. If he reached starlight, he might ignite glory power at ninth star. No price was too high for perfection and an early coronation. The hunting grounds. Resolved, he thought of the island's other treasury and arena that raised cultivation quickly with almost no side effects. A little more strength would tilt the odds against the giants. King, yes, heading back to the hunting grounds? Haori hurried over. Sea beasts could still be lurking below. It's fine. Yifan shook his head, a cold light in his eyes. I left safeguards last time. This time I'll kill them outright. Feeling his resolve, Haori stopped trying to dissuade him. I'll take you there. Where are your brothers? Yifan glanced around. Haori was alone. Haori hesitated, then forced a smile. They went to see the Grand Elder. Yifan only nodded. Everyone has a path. I won't interfere. Lead the way. Right away. Haori moved to the front. Yifan followed, and a cluster of guards closed in around him. Ironically, these monarch-level veterans, each nearly a century old, now pinned all their hopes of survival on Yifan. Elsewhere, Zhao Buchuan, Yushizi, and the others discussed the coming battle. Old Zhao, shouldn't we find a way to bring old Yu back? Yushizi frowned. If we're really fighting the giants, he must join us. He became a king on raw strength and once neared transcendence. Even wounded, he's far stronger than an ordinary half-emperor. With him, our burden lightens. He left on his own last time. Getting him back won't be easy. Zhao Buchuan sighed. I'm afraid, King, you will have to ask him personally. If King Yi goes, will he definitely agree? Yushizi asked. Can't we ask him ourselves? Absolutely not. Zhao Buchuan clearly knew old Yu well. That old fellow pries his face. You called once, and he turned away. Call again, and he can't swallow his pride. Only if King Yi goes in person, with flattery enough, might he grudgingly accept. Might? Yushizi still doubted. There's no guarantee. Zhao Buchuan shook his head again, then added meaningfully. It depends on how silver-tongued King Yi proves to be. He still hadn't touched the controller. Inside the Elder's Hall, every lamp had long since gone dark, and heavy shadows draped over the gathering like a curtain. The elevated seats that usually held rows of elders were empty now. Only 2 chairs remained, hanging in isolation at the center, their wooden arms reflecting a faint, icy gleam. Has he figured it out? Someone whispered. That kid's always cautious. Hell, sweep the place again and again, another replied. Zhao Buckens with him, a third added. That old man's sharp enough to notice something. Even if he does, it changes nothing, the Grand Elder said coolly. His raspy voice carried clearly across the hall. He wants our alliance, so he already assumes I won't commit my full strength. It's an open bargain. If he needs us, he accepts our tactics. A chorus of voices answered. The Grand Elder is wise. Those still at his side were the true loyalists. Some remembered how Fu Guang Dao had rescued them in their darkest hour. Some owed the Grand Elder for spotting their talent. Motives varied, yet together they stood remarkably unified. They'll keep setting traps for him, the Grand Elder continued. He's admitted the rebirth technique exists. Once we secure it, we'll share it with all of you. Excellent. Stifled excitement erupted in the dark. Rebirth shed this rotting body at last. I could start over and master the highest arts. Pleasure. If I'm reborn, I'll live like a libertine. Click. A door opening cracked through the hall, and every voice fell silent. Dozens of eyes glinted like startled wolves as they turned toward the entrance. Jinchao? Tianchen. Seeing who had arrived, the Grand Elder frowned. What are you doing here? Under the crushing stares, the 2 young men looked uneasy. After a pause, Jinchao stepped forward. Grand Elder, I'm still a member of the Elder's Hall. Oh. The Grand Elder's lids drooped, no welcome in his gaze, only suspicion. You've been following Yuan all this time. Why come back now? My brother can't forget the debt he owes you for raising us, Tianchen answered quickly. A debt, the Grand Elder echoed, eyes boring into Jinchao, as if to unpack every flicker of emotion. If you wish to return, why not sooner? Jinchao had his answer ready. Yuang set up a refuge in the city to protect the people of Fu Guang Dao. He needed help, so my return was delayed. The Grand Elder stared at them a long while, then asked, where is Haori? Haori? Jinchao hesitated. He stayed to aid Yuang. I see. A chill flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes before he turned away. No matter you're back, that's what counts. Thank you, Grand Elder. Jinchao exhaled in relief and moved to leave, but the crowd had already closed in. He bowed again. Then well withdraw. Not so fast, the Grand Elder cut in lightly. Word just came that gray mist is leaking on Jinyan Street. Find a few city guard squads and bring it back with the containment gear. It sounded like a casual errand, yet Jinchao and Tianchen went rigid at once. They knew perfectly well what gray mist signified. Everyone had seen it clearly when Lin Xiao died. Without the giants, the souls lurking in the gray mist were already deadly. Sending them there now was no different from marching them to their graves. Tianchen could no longer restrain himself. His voice shook with anger, yet it was still pleading. Grand Elder, why are you doing this to us? We truly wish to repay you. The Grand Elder's face was unreadable as his gaze settled on Jinchao. I'm not making things difficult for you. Jinchao, Do you remember the words you spoke when you first took office? Jin Chao tightened his fists, answering in a low voice. We swore to guard Fu Guang Island. By this point, even the slowest mind would have grasped the Grand Elder's real intent. Do you truly want Jin Chao to go? Tianshan asked in a hushed tone. The Grand Elder shed his mask of kindness and nodded coldly. Of course. Grief and determination welled up in Jin Chaos' chest. He drew a deep breath and bowed his head. Very well, then he'll go. On the shore, the surf roared. Yi Fan slipped off his outer robe and gripped a faintly glowing water-repelling pearl. However, he followed close behind, worry etched on his face. Lord Yi, please be careful. If it gets dangerous, take the two seniors down there with you. The limits the Silver Sea imposes on them are too great. Yi Fan refused, stepping onto the stone stairs. The water climbed steadily, soon reaching his chest. Suddenly he glanced back and added, they'll carve out a safe zone with purifying flame. Stay inside it and organize the people. The gray mist is lethal, and panic spreads fast. Don't lower your guard. Haori blinked. All right, but Lord Yi, why the sudden? It's nothing, Yi Fan said, eyes distant. Once I defeat the giant, they'll take you inland, give you an army, and let you pour your ideals and passion onto the battlefield. The words left Haori speechless. Stay with me, and it'll make you shine. Yi Fan nodded, said no more, and slipped beneath the waves. Haori stood on the shore for a long time, staring after him. Clang, clang, clang. Deep within the gray mist, tireless souls stacked brick upon stone until a vast, somber imperial palace stood complete. The giant, sword in hand, gazed up at the steps and towering walls, murmuring, Ares will love this palace. Beside him knelt several formidable souls he had once slain, one knee to the ground, awaiting his command. He turned, his presence that of a monarch on his throne. Souls of the netherworld, heed my call. Boom. The mist churned. Legions of spirits took form, ranks precise despite broken armor. Left knee down, right fist to breast, Platithine knelt like knights before their king. The giant nodded, satisfied. It is time to see her. He raised his hand. Just then, clear footsteps echoed across the silent sea of fog. Plap, plap. The giant paused and looked toward the sound. An old man with a fishing rod slung over his back ambled forward, lazy in bearing yet steady in step. He passed between the spirits. None tried to stop him. The giant arched a brow. When the old man finally halted before him, he rumbled, have you come here to die? I'm not sure, the old man replied, shaking his head. He craned his neck to take in the towering figure, curiosity sparking in his eyes. They say you're powerful enough that no one can defeat you. Who are they? The giant curled his lips in contempt, as though a mortal's frightened question were an insult. You're proud, the old man said calmly, lifting his fishing pole. Let's hope your power matches that pride. Boom! Before the words faded, an invisible storm erupted beneath his feet. A law called the domain of strength flared open. The old man's withered frame seemed pumped full of steel and fire. Muscles swelled like rolling stone, veins bulged across his arms and brow, and the earth cracked beneath a sudden, crushing force. Still scornful, the giant's voice boomed. You live by my power yet dare to defy me? He raised his hand. Ashen mist, heed my command. At his order the old man jerked. Pale gray threads seeped from his pores, as though being ripped away. Humph. He slammed a palm against his chest. The muffled thud shook the air. A strange force burst outward, forcing the mist back into his body. For the first time, the giant frowned. No one had ever broken his grip on the mist by brute strength. You interest me, he said, lifting the dark, massive blade in his hand, the sword of judgment. Boom. Steel met bamboo. Infused with the law of strength, the fragile fishing pole turned harder than tempered iron. Giant and old man both staggered back. The giant steadied himself and charged. The old man slipped away, flicking the pole from his fingertips. Strength, suppress. The domain slammed shut around the giant. A crushing weight pressed on him. Every step cost staggering effort. In that frozen beat, the pole extended dozens of meters like a falling star, crashing into his chest and driving him backward. Boom, boom, boom. The old man's onslaught became a downpour. In his hands the pole morphed, now blade, now spear, now hammer, each strike layered atop the last. Forced deep inside the domain, the giant endured both the crushing gravity and a master's flawless weaponcraft. Dong, dong, dong. Blows rang out as his guard crumbled. The old man seized an opening, flicking the pole upward. Clang. The sword of judgment spun skyward and slammed into distant rubble. The pole shot forward, piercing the giant's chest and striking his heart. Thud. Rigid, the giant dropped to one knee. The world fell silent. Within the gray mist, countless lost souls gazed up, confused. Their king had bowed, yet they did not know their fate. Born of the mist, they would vanish with it if their monarch fell. My name is Ning, the old man murmured, more elegy than boast. Once, they called me invincible. He shook his head. Fighting full force again left sweat on his brow. Gripping the poles, but with both hands, he prepared to pull it free. Plop. A hand closed around the fishing pole, and Ning froze. At that same instant the giant, who had just bowed his head, opened his eyes. You're impressive. A deep voice rode in on a gale. Boom. The giant's fist smashed into Yu Ning's chest, hurling him away like a kite with a cut string. The giant straightened, the pole still buried upright in his chest, yet only a few drops of blood seeped out, cold and unnerving. How is that possible? Staring at the unharmed behemoth, Yu Ning's pupils shrank. Do you not have a heart? I do. The giant lowered his gaze to the pole, his tone indifferent. Booty cannot die. With a squeeze of his hand, crack, the pole snapped in two. Your strength has earned my recognition. The broken shaft slid from his fingers as he added coldly. I should have driven it straight through your skull. That savage aura surged again. Facing this monster, Yu Ning forced down his terror and unleashed his domain a second time, force, suppression. Silver ripples fanned out as though the air itself were being hammered. The same technique descended, yet the giant merely curled his lips and opened his arms. Old man, do you want to see my full strength? Boom. The earth resonated and shockwaves rolled. An eerie, melodic peal of bells and drums echoed overhead, as if from heaven itself. Behind the giant, two colossal shadows shot skyward, pale blue and dark red lights intertwining, splitting the sky in half. He's inherited two first-generation variant bloodlines at once. Yu Ning's heart pounded. No, he's even more terrifying. This is a human with two super variant abilities. The giant spread his arms, and with that single motion it seemed he held up the world. The flawless pressure made Yu Ning's skin crawl. Your name is Yu Ning, isn't it? The giant asked softly. Before the words had faded, he slowly raised his right hand. Nothing rested in his palm, yet the sky above tore open in an unnatural rip. The air looked coated with a translucent film, as if an invisible colossus were being clenched in his fist. What? Alarm shot through Yu Ning. He pressed a palm to his temple, golden light flashing from his eyes. When his gaze pierced the void and saw into the giant's hand, his body trembled. That's the realm of death? You're holding up the entire realm of death. Yes. The giant's reply was cold and certain. As his arm descended, the sky overhead plunged, and the shadow of death pressed on every breath. To die beneath my full power is an honor for you. Boom. Elsewhere across the ocean, waves roared. Yi Fan leapt forward with his black sword, cleaving downward. An honor-class sea beast shrieked and collapsed, its massive corpse throwing up a towering spray. At the same time, Yi Fan's life level climbed to the peak of Starlight class. Another few kills, and I should break into honor class. He hovered in midair, feeling the torrent of power within him, fingers tightening around the transformed black sword. Since the giant fully awakened it, the sword had doubled in weight and razor edge. Its swings lacked the fluid grace of a sword beast, but every strike was brutally overwhelming. Had the evolving dragon spirit inside not been crushed by the giant, the boost would have been even greater. I need to speed this up. The surge in power didn't calm him, it made him more anxious. He had exchanged blows with the giant and knew the Titan's true limit was nowhere near what he had shown. No one could guess where that ceiling lay. 3 half-sovereigns defeating the giant, it's only a theory. Thoughts raced through Yi Fan's mind. Even among transcendents, there are tiers. If the giant equals 1, which tier does he belong to? Rumble. Driven by urgency, Yi Fan headed for the deeper waters once more. His progress was surprisingly smooth. The sea beast pack he had met before never appeared, and after crossing the patrol line, he didn't see another creature. The ocean felt eerily empty today, the currents so still it was as if all life had been drained away. A vague uneasiness gnawed at him, yet he kept descending. After another kilometer, the water around him was still deserted, and the uncanny calm finally made him stop. He raised a hand and pulled from his belt pouch the prawn he had captured in the shallows. Contract runes flared at his fingertips, and in a heartbeat the beast-taming pact was forged. Skreek. Summoned, the prawn hovered before him, its compound eyes blankly fixed on Yi Fan, oblivious to its new status. Since the Silver Sea had opened, no beastmaster had ever wasted a contract slot on a prawn, especially one no bigger than a child's palm. Yi Fan, however, had a plan. He drew out a talisman inscribed with the words Spirit Sight. The paper burst into blue-white light that wrapped around the prawn. The moment the spell took hold, the prawn froze like a crashed program, then, guided by Yi Fan's will, began swimming toward the depths. Yi Fan stayed where he was, scanning the water with heightened alertness. The sea remained silent, and he couldn't help but wonder, still nothing? Through the shared vision, he watched the prawn inch forward. It was painfully slow. After a long while it had barely covered any ground, let alone found a target. He withdrew the spell, returned to the shallows, and captured a swift-swimming fish. Casting the same Spirit Sight talisman, he sent it racing into the abyss. Time dripped away until the scene in his mind finally shifted. At the edge of the murky water, a hazy silhouette emerged. That's Yi Fan sucked in a sharp breath, his heart pounding. On the seafloor stood a palace, and the sea beasts seemed to be worshipping something within. Deep beneath the waves stood a palacino, a whole complex of palaces. How could that be? In the shallows, Yi Fan hovered motionless, guiding an ordinary fish with his spiritual sense toward structures no human should ever see. Rumble. Above the palaces, schools of sea beasts floated in rigid ranks, arranged by the strength of their auras. Hundreds of king-class creatures clustered at the front, rift-toothed sharks, demon whales, and a hulking dragon-like leviathan whose bulk warped the surrounding water and space. The hidden power of the Silver Sea's beast clan made Yi Fan's heart skip a beat. Without realizing it, the fish he controlled had drifted close to the formation. With a casual sweep of its tail, a beast stirred the current. The fish was flung aside, and Yi Fan's remote view shook violently. He frowned and released another talisman. A streak of gold formed the sigil beast command, shared sound, adding audio to his clairvoyant feed. Just a little closer, let's see what's inside. The thought barely formed when a deep buzz drilled into the fish's senses. It is the hour of pilgrimage. What minnow dares trespass here? The image froze. The dragon-like giant spiraled its tail, locking the fish in an invisible grip. Yi Fan cursed inwardly. Once the creature was captured, both the visual and audio traces would be exposed. Who dare spy on us? The next instant, the fish burst into blood-red mist. A roar shook the sea. Find him. Hundreds of beasts fanned out toward their territories, reading every ripple for clues. The surface quaked. In moments they pinned down Yi Fan's sector. He's here. A colossal lobster spotted him first. Its shriek rang like a war horn, and the entire host wheeled toward its prey. Yi Fan darted back, but in the Silver Sea, king-class beasts closed distance almost as if teleporting. Curiosity kills the cat. 3 leaders arrived ahead of the pack, forming a triangular trap. Yi Fan didn't hesitate. He summoned Xiongqi and bays at light speed. This seawater is sealing my power, Xiongqi growled through clenched fangs. Even my body feels chained. Am unaffected, Bays replied calmly. The Silver Sea suppresses vicious beasts more than benign ones. The sudden appearance of 2 divine beasts checked the pursuers for a breath. The dragon-like leviathan fixed its gaze on Yi Fan, its voice like a tolling bell. Who are you? And why do you pry into our pilgrimage? I meant no offense, Yi Fan answered, clutching a perfumed sachet as sweat beaded on his brow. I wandered in by accident. This was the beast's domain. Their numbers were staggering. If battle broke out, escape would be anything but easy. I don't mean to intrude. Yi Fan's words made the dragon-like creature hesitate, but before it could reply, a sea beast behind it let out an angry whale-like cry. It was the very beast Lord Yi Fan had fought days earlier, and his face darkened the instant he recognized it. You've been slaughtering our kin in these waters? The dragon-type asked, its golden vertical pupils gleaming with cold light. Killing my kind is a mortal sin. The razor-toothed shark beside it roared, jaws gaping wide enough to swallow Yi Fan whole. Yi Fan raised a hand to show he meant no harm and forced down his irritation. I never intended to massacre sea beasts. An island above hosts millions of humans, and a terrifying cultivator has appeared there who plans to wipe them out. To stop him, I had to hunt sea beasts and raise my strength quickly. I had no other choice. You want to fight a powerhouse? What's that to us? The dragon-like creature sneered. We've never been enemies of those islanders. For peaceful coexistence, the queen even lets you fish here once a month. The word caught Yi Fan's attention, and he pressed on. I admit the killing was wrong, but that man's power is monstrous. When he finishes with the island, he'll come for the sea next. Huh. The MO whale, silent until now, laughed with a strangely childlike voice despite its size. Human, do you know how vast the Silver Sea is? One person thinks he can wipe it out? Ridiculous. He really is that strong enough to rival a transcendent, Yi Fan insisted. More than 100 kings on the island fell with one strike. Transcendent? The sea beasts exchanged uneasy looks, though suspicion lingered. I say he's lying. The razor-toothed shark slapped its tail. The queen warned us shamans are deceitful. Let's eat him now. The queen must know about this cultivator. Yi Fan cut in. If I can speak with her, she'll understand. See the queen? Keep dreaming. The shark snarled, but the dragon-like creature's eyes flickered as if remembering something. Human, do you truly want to meet the queen? I do, Yi Fan said solemnly. That cultivator threatens both island and sea. If the queen and I join forces. That's not what I mean, the creature interrupted. We haven't seen the queen in a long time. What? Yi Fan blinked. Why? We don't know. The dragon-type's voice grew low. The queen founded the Silver Sea. She's human, but without human treachery, and she raised us all. Every year on this day, we'd visit her palace, and she'd come out to play with us. But for years now she hasn't appeared. The revelation shook Yi Fan. The Silver Sea existed long before Fortune Light Island. If the queen truly founded it, she might have lived for thousands of years. I can try to bring her out, he offered at once. I'm human too. Maybe I can enter the palace freely. Insolence. You'd barge into the queen's palace, the shark began, but the dragon-like creature by long cut it off. Let him try. By long. The MO whale and the shark growled together. I'm worried about her, By long said, eyes troubled. Last time we saw her, she looked unwell. At that, both the MO whale and the shark fell silent. I'm skilled in medicine, Yi Fan added quickly. Among humans, my healing arts are top tier. The two beasts exchanged a long look. At last the Mo whale nodded, while the shark snorted, you'd better succeed, or I'll swallow you whole. Move. The Mo whale gave the order. Several lobster-like sea beasts scuttled over, clamping Yi Fan between their heavy shells and escorting him into the deep. Hemmed in by armored creatures, Yi Fan felt no fear. Excitement welled inside him instead. What kind of human could survive here for millennia? Who forged the vast silver sea? Was she merely transcendent or something even greater? Could she stand against the giant? Splash. At the palace gates, a pack of sea beasts hauled Yi Fan forward. Hurry, call for the queen. Lychee Shark advanced, half his bloody maw agape. If she doesn't come, we'll eat you. He'll try. Yi Fan drew a deep breath and examined the towering doors. Their intricate patterns made it clear brute force alone wouldn't open them. Your Majesty, Yi Fan of the Outer Realm requests an audience. His voice rang through the silent water, but the palace stayed mute. Just eat him already. Lychee Shark bared his teeth, their tips cold and bright. Patience. Yi Fan stayed calm, shut his eyes, and guided his spirit along the elemental currents seeping inside. The elements extended his sight. Moments later he detected signs of human life: powdery ash, a faint whiff of gunpowder, the unmistakable breath of fire and smoke. He called out again, Your Majesty, a human from beyond seeks counsel. Still nothing. Yi Fan stepped forward and set both palms on the doors. Creak. To his surprise, they eased open beneath the lightest push. Beyond lay a pitch-black hall upheld by a barrier that kept every drop of seawater at bay. Mind if I take a look? Yi Fan glanced back. The three beasts exchanged unreadable looks. Go, Bai Long said, flicking his tail fin. But disturb the queen and you'll die without a grave. Understood. Yi Fan crossed the threshold. Behind him, the doors shut silently, isolating the palace from the sea outside. Think that kid can really summon the queen? Lychee Shark sneered. Feels like he's bluffing. At least he made it inside. Imo Jing rumbled, his voice like a muffled bell. If he can enter the palace, he can meet the queen. Bai Long gazed toward the surface, worry deepening. What's happened to Her Majesty? She has never refused us. The boy claims a supreme power has appeared on the island and trouble is coming for the sea. If the queen isn't here, how strong can a land dweller be? Lychee Shark scoffed. A few years back, one of the top 3 humans showed up. Didn't we beat him senseless? If this one dares step into the sea, the 3 of us can make sure he never leaves. No queen required. Boom. Before his words faded, the seabed heaved. A colossal surge of energy swept through, sending shoals of beasts fleeing. What's shaking the sea? All 3 braced themselves, senses expanding. Lychee Shark darted to the surface, then returned, the scorn gone from his eyes. It's from the island. Someone's fighting. What kind of battle can reach us out here? Mo Jing stared at Bai Long. Is that the powerhouse the boy warned about? Most likely, Bai Long muttered, vigilance and dread swelling in his chest. An impact this strong, that fighter has to be a transcendent. Hasn't this world already become too small to hold beings who transcend it? At the center of the churning gray fog, the ground had been blasted open, leaving a lightless crater. At its bottom, a giant, clad in shattered armor, stood with his feet pinned into the cracked earth. Opposite him, an old man hunched forward, his broken fishing rod bent like a war bow. Blood seeped from his mouth, nose, and ears, yet he still forced himself to stand. I never thought anyone in this world could withstand that strike of mine. The giant surveyed the desolation around them, then let his gaze settle on Mo Ning, a rare glimmer of admiration in his eyes. In a human body, you've already pushed to the brink of what humanity can reach. One more step, and you might have touched the threshold of the gods. You're not a god either, Mo Ning rasped, blood pouring down his chin. He knew the battle was lost, but he refused to accept it. You've never transcended, yet you're stronger than those who have. You're mortal. Why are you stronger than me? I reach perfection. The giant offered only those 3 words, yet they struck Mo Ning like a thunderclap. The path of perfection I see. Mo Ning let out a low, bitter laugh. Flecks of blood spattered the ashen ground. In the end, I never achieved perfection. Before the last syllable faded, his knees buckled, and he collapsed. For a man who had once ruled the pinnacle of the law of strength, defeat in open combat was a bitter pill indeed. You have earned my respect. This time the giant didn't scoff. He slowly raised a hand. Rest here. You want drift as a wandering soul like the others. Whoosh. Gray mist burst from Mo Ning's body, surging toward the giant like a tide. Mo Ning could no longer resist. He merely watched as his life ebbed away with the fog. Casting one last look at his trembling hands, he managed a weary smile. I truly thought I'd never lose again. Thud. His body toppled forward, raising a cloud of dust. The giant turned, tightened his grip on the sword of judgment, and in the next instant a torrent of screaming spirits poured from the fog, their wails shattering the air. No one can stop me now. Iaruzi, we're destined to meet again. Clack, clack. Yi Fan's footsteps echoed through the empty palace, each one jarring in the silence. Endless corridors stretched before him. Head ventured deep into the maze, and still seen no living soul. Did I misread it? Did the queen leave long ago? Unease gnawed at him. He crossed another dim passage, and the final great door loomed ahead. Pressing himself to the wall, he held his breath. His sharpened senses caught restless, uneven breathing on the other side. Something's off. His brow furrowed. True masters breathe as softly as silk, but inside, the breaths were ragged and shallow, like those of a mindless child. Could someone else be in there? The thought flashed by. Yifan hesitated, then, wah wah. An infant's cry tore through the stillness, making his heart leap. He shoved the door open and froze at the sight within. The hall lay in ruins, dust motes swirling in the gloom. Beneath the shattered throne sat a stunning woman, cradling a swaddled newborn. Her skin was chalk white, utterly lifeless, like a wax effigy. The queen, she's already dead? A chill spread through Yifan. As he stepped closer, dread tightened in his chest. The baby was still connected to the queen by the umbilical cord, its blood long since dried. Wah wah. The infant met his eyes and cried, even louder. Yifan knelt to examine the scene and pieced together a cruel truth. The queen's lifespan had ended, yet she had suddenly conceived. Desperate to preserve her bloodline, she poured her remaining power through the cord to the child, forcing herself to live just long enough to leave the palace. She was queen of the seas. Why not entrust the child to sea beasts? And who fathered a child in this secluded palace? Questions swirled. Yifan fixed his gaze on the baby and reached out to lift it. The instant his fingers touched the soft skin, a jolt like lightning shot through him. He jerked his hand back, eyes sweeping the hall, and snapped. Who are you? Why are you hiding inside this child? Wawa. The baby's cry burst through the damp, empty hall, its echoes rolling like waves. Startled, the little girl flailed her fragile limbs, fingertips slicing the cold air. Show yourself. Yifan's gaze sharpened, his voice colder than seawater. If your host dies, you'll die too. The infant only wailed. No spirit appeared. Yifan said nothing more. He hoisted the child overhead, muscles tense as though ready to hurl her onto the stone steps. Hey, a weary sigh drifted from inside the baby, gossamer thin yet clear enough to shatter the silence. Why is it that wherever I hide, someone still finds me? The voice was distant and airy, like a masterless ghost wandering the clammy palace walls, sending chills down the spine. Who are you? Yifan kept his arm raised, still on guard. The speaker faltered after a single word, then sounded lost. It's been so long I can't remember who I am. How long? Yifan pressed, brow furrowed. Hundreds of years? Thousands. Perhaps 10,000. Everything is a blur. The spirit's tone was dazed. I just keep settling in one body after another. When a host dies, I drift off to find the next. An immortal soul. Alarms rang in Yifan's mind. Are you Ares? Ares? Who is that? The answer left Yifan silent. He scanned the algae-covered reliefs, his suspicions growing stronger. I've been trapped near this island, unable to leave, the spirit murmured. I've witnessed too many deaths, and I'm tired of them all. I finally slipped into the sea and clung to this little one, yet you still caught me. Yifan compared the tale to the giant's report. Ares' soul was forever bound to him. The details matched almost perfectly. You truly wish to die? He asked. After a beat, he added, if that's true, why fear I'd kill the child? You can't kill me. I'm no ordinary wraith, the spirit sighed. I just don't want an innocent baby dragged into this. The words stirred Yifan. He cradled the infant and patted her back to soothe her. His gaze shifted to the cold corpse of the sea realm queen nearby. What happened here? Why is the queen dead? I don't know. She was already gone when I arrived, the spirit answered honestly. Silence returned, broken only by waves slapping the palace walls and water dripping from the vaulted ceiling. Yifan looked at the sniffling baby, thoughts racing. The queen was dead, outside help unlikely. If this spirit was truly Ares, handing the child to the giant might avert disaster provided the giant kept his promise to remain on Fu Guang Island once he found her. Do you remember a giant? Yifan asked, searching for final proof. A giant. The spirit hesitated, rummaging through ancient memories. I think I met one. He was kind to me, yet terribly cruel. I can't quite recall. That's him, Yifan decided. The giant had arrived only after falling asleep. Almost no one else could have met him. This memory had to belong to Ares. Do you want to see him? Yifan's voice dropped. He's lain dormant for ages, searching only for you. And now he's ready to slaughter everyone on this island. Why is he looking for me? The soul wondered. You were once his beloved, Yifan said. He loved you to the core. Every time he wakes, it's to find you and bring you back. Every time he's forced to sleep, it's because he slaughtered countless lives in the attempt, and the world united to put him down. He can't be killed, only sealed. Then he wakes again and starts the search. This is the third cycle. It sounds as though he loves me deeply, the soul murmured after a pause. But I remember nothing. Love and hate are both gone. I can't answer his feelings. They'll only make his pain worse. Ares had existed in spirit for ages, yet those few words made Yifan's heart tighten. The giant had pined for her through uncounted years. If he found out she had forgotten him, what then? Rage, silence, or suicide? Yi Fan felt certain things would spiral out of control. He sighed. Cause and effect were impossible to predict. In a past life, someone else had faced the giant. This time the burden fell to him. The giant's power was terrifying, emptying all of Fu Guang Island's millennia of reserves might still not be enough. If the giant broke free, the war-scarred human continent would add corpses without number. One step across the Wangu Bridge, and he could summon an army of spirits with a wave. I can try, Eri said suddenly, sensing Yi Fan's unease. Innocence shouldn't die because of me. He'll try to answer his love. Her voice was light, yet hollow, tinged with longing. It's been so long, maybe seeing him will bring something back. Is that kid going to manage it or not? Outside the palace, a vast host of sea beasts waited. The rift-toothed shark flicked its tail impatiently. He's not just hiding in there, is he? It stretched its massive head toward the gate, which looked tiny before it. If you ask me, we should smash the door, grab a few shrimp soldiers and crab guards, and find the queen ourselves. Rift-tooth, show some respect, the white dragon snapped. The queen is like a parent to us. No one enters her palace unbidden. You're starting to sound like a human, the shark muttered, but it backed off. I agree, the demon whale rumbled. If he fails, we break in. We won't let a human who butchered our kind cower in the queen's hall. Letting an outsider inside was disrespectful enough. The white dragon went quiet, but after a glance at the gate it still insisted, wait a little longer. He might truly find her. The demon whale fell silent. Before leaving, the queen had appointed the white dragon guardian of these seas. A rule thousands of years old still held the beasts in check. Time slipped by. At last the palace doors opened. Eyes brightened then widened in disbelief as Yi Fan stepped out, cradling a swaddled infant. Where's the queen you were supposed to find? And whose child is that? The queen is dead, Yi Fan replied calmly, gazing at the baby in his arms. I found her child beside her body. Liar. The white dragon roared. The queen's life is bound to the silver sea. She cannot die. Yi Fan had expected this. He drew a corpse wrapped in white cloth from his spatial ring and uncovered the face. The air froze. The sea beast stared at the familiar, lifeless features as though struck by lightning. Impossible. The rift-toothed shark lost control and lunged at Yi Fan, jaws gaping. You killed the queen and stole a baby to cover it up. Treacherous human, you planned this all along. He'll avenge her. The sea trembled. The sawtooth shark clearly meant to kill Yi Fan, its gaping maw lined with teeth, like rows of steel saw blades. Sensing the murderous intent, Yi Fan hesitated no longer. He raised a hand and summoned Qiongqi, and Bei's 4 words alone would never get the girl in his arms out of these waters. With a thunderous boom, the silvery ocean erupted. Qiongqi's massive form dropped down and slapped a paw at the mountain-sized sawtooth shark. The pressure of the silver sea forced Qiongqi back, yet its iron-hard limbs still hurled the shark into the waves. Your queen's power far exceeds yours. How could I possibly have killed her? Yi Fan said coolly. At the same time, the white dragon barred the way, holding off the demon whale and the sawtooth shark. The two sides locked in a tense standoff, while the entire sea shook at the news of the queen's death. No one took it harder than the white dragon. Instead of raging, it stared at the queen's drifting corpse, trapped in a waking nightmare. After a long silence it shook its head and rasped, You didn't kill the queen. Nonsense. The sawtooth shark roared and lunged, only to be smashed back into the water by a flick of the white dragon's tail. Sawtooth, I told you, he didn't kill the queen. A brief, deathly hush settled over the surface. In the moment they lost their sea monarch, the usually gentle white dragon's voice turned icy as its vast body coiled upward. Scales flared open like rolling breakers, and golden filigree sigils wound around its trunk, flaring with a terrifying light fueled by its rage. Even the ferocious sawtooth shark fell silent before those glowing patterns, a distinctly human fear flickering in its pupils. The queen had chosen the white dragon to lead the seas because of power, not affection. White dragon, we all trust you. The demon whale rumbled, retreating behind the dragon. Their concession did nothing to ease the dragon's grief. It kept its gaze on the queen's body for a long time before finally turning to Yi Fan. Fixing on the child in his arms, it said in a muffled voice, the queen's offspring and a girl at that. Give her to me. She will become the new queen. No. Yi Fan had expected the demand and refused without hesitation, holding the girl even tighter. An ancient soul lives inside her, the very one the giant on the island is searching for. I must hand her over to him in exchange for the safety of the seas and the human lands inland. In exchange, the white dragon's eyes moved between the girl and the faint soul within her. Can the soul be extracted? It's difficult, Yi Fan replied truthfully. It would probably kill them both. Impossible. The white dragon shook its head sharply. The girl must not die. She is the queen's legacy, and I can't let you give her to the giant. If we refuse him, he'll come to the sea sooner or later, Yi Fan countered, seizing a slender chance. Unless you join the fight. Defeat the giant, and every problem disappears. Defeat him. The white dragon fell silent again, while behind it the demon whale and the sawtooth shark began to waver. Transcendence. The farther you go, the more you grasp the weight of that word. A white dragon drifted in silence, silver-white scales glinting with a ghostly sheen. From the depths a demon whale surfaced, waves tumbling around it, while a timid little girl clutched the seagrass toy in her hands. The whale opened its mouth to speak, but a voice as deep as thunder rolled from the white dragon, vibrating through the water and across the entire sea. We will lay down our lives to protect the flame the queen left behind. The ocean stands ready to fight. As the words fell, hidden currents roared across the seabed as if answering the pledge. The tremor beneath the sea had barely subsided when Fu Guang Island was thrown into chaos. Ash-gray mist surged through the streets like a reversed tide, swallowing houses one after another. Daylight vanished in an instant. Amid the fog, vengeful spirits grinned and swung broken weapons, harvesting the living in neat, merciless rows. What is that? No, stay back. Screams overlapped, and the once sun-soaked island plunged straight into an apocalypse. Rank after rank of soldiers charged into the haze, spearheads flashing coldly. Yet the moment they stepped inside, they vanished like stones tossed into the ocean. None of the elders appeared. Without their protection, the mist reaped lives with ease. Despair spread, and that despair in turn fed the fog until its pallid shroud grew even thicker. All of you, follow me. A cracked, yet ringing shout cut through the weeping. Heads snapped up to see an elderly man, robe torn but posture straight, standing at the front line of the fog. In his hands burned a sphere of crimson flame, held aloft like a torch. Beside him stood a cold-faced woman, a monk with prayer beads, and a sharp-eyed old rogue whose lips curled in a carefree smile. Where the flame passed, the mist was cleaved apart. The other three swept their sleeves, letting fists, blades, and Buddhist seals intertwine, shattering swaths of wraiths. The Elders' Hall has joined the fight. Someone burst into tears of joy, yanking a fallen child to his feet. We're saved. Roar. A sudden spirit lunged out of the fog, blood-red blade whistling toward a mother and her son. The woman gasped, instinctively hugging the boy, but the brush of cold steel rooted her to the spot in terror. The great blade rose overhead. She shut her eyes. Clang. A deafening metallic crash, yet no pain followed. She opened her eyes to find a lithe Taoist standing between her and the wraith Yuxizi. Bending low, the Taoist scooped the child up. In the blink of an eye, the ghost's sword shattered. Cute kid you've got here. Elder, the woman sobbed. Yuxizi placed a finger to her lips for silence and returned the boy. Hold him tight and stay with us. Turning to leave, she paused, then looked back with a grin. By the way, we're not from the Elders' Hall. We serve Yuang, so quit calling us elder. Yuang. The woman blinked. Who is that? You'll meet him soon, Yuxizi said with an easy smile. He's the new master of Fu Guang Island. At that very moment, inside the Elders' Hall, Great Elder, it seems the giant has begun attacking the rest of the island, a guard reported breathlessly. The gray fog is clearing a path. No sign, yet if the giant has left the central district. Zhao Buchuan and the others are evacuating civilians. They've found a way to restrain the mist, set up shelters, and are taking refugees in. I understand. The Great Elder waved him away. Restlessness rippled through the hall. The fog is rampaging. Shouldn't we intervene? Our soldiers are already out there, the Great Elder replied, his tone flat. Once the giant shows itself, Yuan will come to us. But if we don't act, the islanders may all be slaughtered. Their lives mean nothing to us, he cut in coldly. We have come too far to turn back. Our only concern is securing the secret of reincarnation from Yi Wang's hands. Silence followed, then nods of agreement. He's right. We're here for rebirth. Ordinary people, well, let them die. How many people are left in the shelter now? Within the circle of pure flame, Zhao Buchuan hurried back with the others, sweat beading on every brow. Xiaodo, in charge of the head count, was soaked as he threaded through the crowd with his ledger, panic bright in his eyes. Refugees packed shoulder to shoulder, their clamor rising and falling. Peaceful Fu Guang Island had never faced a calamity like this, nor had anyone seen an enemy so terrifying. The gray mist still dared not breach the fire barrier. That was the one scrap of good news. Yuxizi allowed herself a small exhale, yet Xiaoma beside her stood blank-eyed and motionless. For days they had taken turns consoling her. She no longer tried to charge the giant and even pitched in when asked, but whenever she was idle, she drifted into a stupor. Is Lord Yu back yet? Zhao Buchuan steadied the crowd and looked to Ingmu. You sent for him, didn't you? I did, but there's still no word, Ingmu answered, brow tightly furrowed. Most of the islands shrouded in misty don't know if the messengers can get through. And old Yu? Any sign of him? I sent a few monks to his quarters, when Xiani reported. The place was empty. Neighbors say he left several days ago and never returned. Several days ago, Zhao Buchuan muttered, frown deepening. With the gray mist rampant, every key figure was missing. Yi Fan was at sea. Old Yu had vanished. The Elder Hall was silent. The shelter was bursting. The mist kept slaughtering, and the situation was slipping beyond control. The only grace left was that the giant had not yet acted. He drew a slow breath, forced calm into his voice, and began to give orders. Ingmu, you're our quickest link. Work with Xiaodo and regroup the people. The barrier's large enough. If we squeeze, we can take more in. If there's still room, send teams to pull in anyone outside. Yuxizi, take Xiaoma to the south flank. There's a gap in the flame barrier there. Whatever happens, keep the mist out. Wen Xian Yi. Your Buddhist practice is strong. Chant a few passages of the Diamond Sutra and settle everyone's nerves. Wen Xianyi hesitated, then inclined his head. On the far side of the island, the gray mist roiled. Bone and blood shadow twisted together, and each victim became a new wraith in an instant. Deep in the ocean, several sea lords surrounded Yi Fan, their breath stirring dark currents. The scout beasts had already returned with news. Just as he had warned, things were worsening. Once they conferred, the white dragon's stance softened, its golden eyes fixed on Yi Fan. How do we strike? I'll lure the giant into the sea, Yi Fan replied, glancing at the child in his arms. But I need proof of her identity. The soul within the child spoke up. I can provide that. A silvery strand drifted from the girl's forehead, glowing softly. This is shaped from my soul. If the giant still remembers me, it will sense it. Yi Fan tucked the strand away and offered the child to the white dragon. Hide her somewhere safe. I understand. The dragon rumbled low, releasing a gentle radiance that wrapped around the child, drawing her into its belly. The light closed, sealing her within. Maybe the Silver Sea can pin that giant down and drag him straight into the water. Is the Silver Sea really capable of that? Having witnessed the giant's terrifying power, Yi Fan still had his doubts. The white dragon lowered his head in thought, then sighed. It should work. If the queen were still here, it would be a certainty. The Silver Sea is the physical embodiment of her domain. Even if the giant barged in, she could suppress him. A domain can take physical form? Yi Fan was stunned. In his understanding, a domain was only a projection of laws, something like a spiritual construct that couldn't truly exist. Now, an entire boundless sea was an extension of the queen's domain. The revelation filled him with awe and reverence. Someone that powerful, how could she still have died? The white dragon half closed his golden eyes, his voice echoing beneath the waves. The queen had lived for too long. I believe she grew so strong that life and death meant almost nothing to her, yet the material form of her domain bound her here. Across this vast ocean, aside from us sea beasts, no other intelligent life remains. I think the endless loneliness finally wore her down while we were unaware. She casually saved a drowning human, then slipped alone into the realm of death when no one was watching. His deep rumble could not hide the sorrow it carried. The white dragon had been taught by the queen herself and understood human emotions better than any other sea beast. Perhaps death is another kind of freedom. In the body of a child, Eri spoke softly. Cursed to linger between life and death, she felt a kinship with the queen's solitude, an endless night with no dawn. Yi Fan fell silent. Talk of life and death always set the mind adrift. None of us choose how we arrive in this world, yet we can choose how we leave. He straightened his robe and looked up. Enough. I'm going up. The giant is strong. This battle concerns not only Fu Guang Island, but the entire sea. Do your best. With that, he turned into a streak of silver and shot through the water. Compared with the colossal sea beasts, he looked like a nimble silver fish. When Yi Fan was gone, the demon whale and the ripsaw shark finally swam back to the white dragon's side. The earlier pressure had kept them silent. White dragon, are we really going to work with humans? The ripsaw shark muttered. The queen once said humans are the least trustworthy race. I wouldn't, unless we had no other choice, the white dragon replied, shaking his head. But we must protect the queen's bloodline and see her rule restored. That child is human too, the demon whale rumbled. She's not the queen. The queen transcended everything. She was a god. That child has human blood, the ripsaw shark snapped. What are you implying? The white dragon's displeasure showed as his massive body coiled, runes flashing on his scales and forcing the demon whale to back away. The sea should be ruled by sea folk, the whale insisted. The sea folk owe their very existence to the queen, the white dragon growled. Her bloodline deserves our eternal allegiance. Say another word like that, and I'll have no mercy. The runes flared brighter, and the whale fell silent. I pledge my loyalty to the queen's bloodline, the ripsaw shark said quickly, though worry still clouded his voice. But I don't trust that human. The giant is a transcendent being. To beat him, we'll pay dearly. When the war ends, the sea will be weak, and humans will seize the chance to invade. For years they've plundered the ocean's resources and butchered our kin. If the queen hadn't left the Silver Sea as a barrier, they would have broken into the depths long ago. The white dragon had no answer. He did not hate humans, yet he could not deny their aggression. After a long silence, he finally spoke. We need a contingency. Ripsaw, hide near the sea's edge. The land will be the first battlefield, and their casualties will be no less than ours. If that day truly comes. His voice sank, firm and cold. If it does, kill every human who dares set foot in our waters. Thunder rolled overhead. Billows of gray mist clung to the defenses of Fu Guang Island. The soldiers hacked at it desperately, yet the undying, unfeeling wraiths pressed them back step by step. Even the two commanders were swept up in the retreat, and the line was on the verge of collapse. Crack! A sharp snap of metal rang out at the front, and every head jerked up. Through the haze a wraith loomed, gripping a colossal axe. In front of it stood Tian, frozen, his long sword snapped in two, the blade still dripping blood. The wraith itself was not especially powerful, but the axe radiated ancient savagery, each swing seeming to split the air. Tian, on the far flank, Jin Xiao roared, vaulted onto his armored rhinoceros, and charged. Clang! The beast slammed into the axe wraith, driving it back and spraying shards of bone. Jin Xiao caught Tian in his arms, but when he looked down his eyes went scarlet. The axe had nearly cleaved his brother from chest to belly, entrails spilling, blood soaking the armor. Big brother go. Tian managed the ragged plea before he collapsed. No. With his youngest brother dead, the usually composed Jin Xiao went berserk. He snatched up bag after fragile vessel meant for trapping the mist and hurled them at the wraith. You cursed fog, give me my brother back. Glass and clay shattered, fragments rattling against bone armor. A faint flame flickered in the creature's hollow sockets, unable to fathom human rage. Then one thought reclaimed its mind. Kill every living thing. The wraith raised its giant axe. Jin Xiao lifted his warhammer. As the eldest and strongest, he wrapped himself in fury and leapt forward. Axe blade met hammerhead. Blow by blow he smashed the skeleton to splinters and dust. Thud, thud, thud. The wraith collapsed in a heap of white bone, yet Jin Chaos wrath lingered. He swung at the axe that had slain Tian. A common hammer could not harm such an ancient weapon, and repeated strikes ground the hammer to powder. Only when the head was gone did he pause. Then his gaze fell on Tian's cold corpse, and rage surged anew. He snatched up the giant axe, mounted the armored rhinoceros, and plunged alone into the roiling haze. Commander Jin Xiao. The soldiers started after him, but a colossal hand shot from the mist. In an instant the charging commander was clamped in its grasp. A vast silhouette pushed through the veil and stepped onto the field. The giant, sovereign of the gray mist, had arrived. The giant. A voice trembled. Steeled as they were, the soldiers drew a sharp breath under that crushing presence, yet not one stepped back. Thud! The giant, indifferent to blades and terror alike, tossed Jin Xiao at its feet, looked down at the mortals, and whispered in a rasp, I believe we've met before. Jin Xiao gave no answer. The giant noticed the fury on his face, then let his gaze drift to Tian's lifeless body. So that was your brother? No wonder you're ablaze with anger. His smile was faint, tinged with curiosity. That kid once challenged me for your sake, yet his leader still sent you all to the front lines to die. Why? Jin Xiao clenched his jaw and forced out a single line. I don't serve King Yi. Then whoever you do serve is the one who condemned you. Realization crossed the giant's face, quickly turning to scorn. Your rage shouldn't be aimed at my soldiers, but at the leader who threw you and your brother into the meat grinder. Have you chosen the wrong target for your hatred? If it weren't for you, Fu Guang Island would never have suffered this disaster. Jin Xiao spat, grief and fury tangled in his voice. He raised his blade and stepped forward. I swore to defend Fu Guang Island with my life. Utter folly. The giant shook his head and walked past without so much as a glance. With a lazy wave of his hand, gray mist swallowed Tian's corpse. When it cleared, Tian had become a wraith, kneeling on one knee at the giant's feet. You'll pay for this. Jin Xiao roared and lunged. Clang! The sword of retribution flicked aside his weapon, the shock wave hurling Jin Xiao back into the mist. If I were you, the giant said coolly, I'd have dragged my brother to the ends of the earth before the army of the dead arrived, instead of dying together for some pitiful show of loyalty. Mortals love to revel in their own sacrifice. To me, your stubbornness is just pathetic. Outside the shelter, the giant halted. In the darkness, the unbroken wall of fire looked like a burning dragon. He frowned. The boy really thinks he can defy me? He thrust a hand into the flames and pinched out a tongue of fire. A breach opened. Wraiths howled through, and panic swept the refugees inside. Giant, stop! Several sharp attacks forced him half a step back. Zhao Buchuan and a handful of allies appeared. The giant's gaze settled on him. You again? The old man who used the Inyang balance trick last time? Me, Zhao Buchuan confirmed, wounded yet steady. Giant, why are you here? To slaughter you. The giant spoke casually, eyes sweeping the group. You beat me once, but now you're fewer and weaker, yet you still stand in my way? Absolutely. Zhao Buchan's voice was firm. King Yi is bringing back the island's strongest human. When they return, your reign ends. The island's strongest human? The giant raised a brow, half amused. You play mind games well, mortal, but I've already met that so-called strongest. A fishing rod materialized in his hand, and he tossed it at their feet. Everyone stiffened at it. Was the rod old you used every day by the sea? You killed Yuning? Yu Shizi gasped, her voice trembling. He once fought on par with the transcended. How? He was indeed powerful, worthy of strongest human. The giant shook his head, but arrogance fooled him into believing he could beat me alone. You heard the giant's offhand remark, and everyone fell silent as helplessness washed over them. Without Yu Lao Tu, they had no chance at all. You really are fragile. The giant swept his gaze across them, reading the despair in their hearts, and shook his head. Step aside, and ill forgive your insolence. Tap, tap. He withdrew his gaze and strode deeper into the shelter. Gray mist billowed up behind him in heavy layers, like a moving wall that pressed on everyone's nerves. They hovered between retreat and resistance, yet no one dared move. The giant ignored their hesitation and walked straight past Zhao Buchuan. As he was about to brush shoulders with him, a pebble whistled through the air and smacked against his shoulder. Giant, you want to destroy this island. The childish yet resolute voice pierced the silent sight with Xiaodo. Xiaodo, what are you doing here? Ingmu spun around, ready to shield him, but she froze. Xiaodo stood quietly, and beside him almost every surviving king-rank fighter had gathered. Most striking was Feng Shi in his turquoise robe. We are still willing to fight alongside King Yi, Feng Shi said, his eyes locked on the giant and his hoarse voice burning. If this is our last moment, let us burn away the last of our strength. I crave an honorable death, and if I can do one more thing for Fu Guang Island before I fall, that will be perfect. His words streaked through the night like a flame and ignited the crowd. The king stepped forward, shoulders squared, flanking Zhao Buchan's group. Some summoned their beasts, others tightened their grip on their weapons. Zhao Buchuan was slightly stunned. He had once served under King One, but it had been a long time since he had seen such unity among the strong. In the human heartlands, the king rank had long since ascended in a single step, and the old camaraderie was rare. A routed army dares to challenge me again? The giant sighed, lifting the sword of judgment. Very well, they'll crush you once more. Boom. The battle erupted in the next heartbeat. Gray mist flooded every corner of the shelter, and the remaining troops charged again. The kings tangled with the giant, and Zhao Buchuan was still their mainstay, but his previous wounds severely hampered him. He raised the divine 8-trigram mirror. He managed only a few beams of light before the giant shattered it with a single stroke. The giant's power was still terrifying. In just a few exchanges, one king after another was cleaved from the sky. Blood splashed across the ruins, mingling with the clash of steel and furious cries. Yin and yang spun, heaven and earth inverted. Zhao Buchuan clenched his teeth and unleashed his domain. An enormous taiji diagram unfurled beneath his feet. Clang! The sword of judgment came down. He caught it squarely, but when he tried to counter, a violent tremor ripped through the blade, wrenching it from his hands. Cold steel brushed past his head. Before he could react, the keen edge sliced down from his shoulder. Thud! The severed arm hit the ground amid a spray of blood, and Zhao Buchan's face went deathly pale. Cries of alarm rang out as comrades shielded him and dragged him to the rear. The last time you stopped me was because I used my fists, the giant said coldly, staring at those now blocking his path. Then his gaze shifted to Zhao Buchuan. Old man, your combat strength is weak. You must have been a civil official in the past. Zhao Buchuan did not answer. He pressed the wound, staunching the flow of blood. Wen Wang was, after all, the chief of all civil officials. No one can stop me. You're nothing but a disorderly rabble. The giant stood in the center of the ruins, gazing coldly at the front line below. His eyes swept across the defenders as if he had already grown bored with their resistance. Killing you is tedious, yet you insist on throwing away your lives. He raised the sword of retribution with lazy ease. A flash of steel and a howling gale forced everyone to fall back. You mortals always overrate yourselves. Do you think a savior will appear every single time? Clang, clang, clang. Each swing of the colossal blade rang like a blacksmith's hammer, and every collision split the ground apart. Though the defenders joined forces, the aftershocks still churned their blood. A moment's hesitation meant a crippling wound. He'll do it. Zhao Buchuan charged again before the fighters could regain their footing. For a breath, the giant's movement slowed under the renewed assault, but then his massive arm exploded forward and suppressed the crowd once more. Boom! Another downward strike. Zhao Buchan's other arm was severed at the shoulder, blood spraying as he staggered out of the fray. In the end, this is all I can manage. Gray miasma crept in, and anguished screams rose behind him. Zhao Buchuan dropped to his knees, unwilling to accept the dwindling numbers around him. When his old friend Yang Su was torn apart, he finally roared, "Where is King Yi? Why isn't he back yet? We're on the verge of defeat." "I'm here." The calm reply exploded in everyone's ears. 3 streaks of light ripped through the sky, heading straight for the heart of the battlefield. Clang! A muffled boom sent a savage shockwave outward, driving the defenders several steps back. When they saw who now blocked the giant, their spirits soared. Yi Fan, flanked by Qiongqi, and Bei's empowered by talismans. "King Yi, I was delayed on the road," Yi Fan said, eyes locked on the giant. A corner of the giant's mouth lifted. "So you've come to stand in my way. Do you think you have the strength to defeat me now?" "No." Yi Fan shook his head and produced a single strand of glowing green hair. "But I brought this. That's Arceus' hair." The giant froze, then grew agitated. "You found Arceus? Where is she?" He reached for the strand, but Qiongqi and Bei's snarled him back. "Where is she?" he repeated, voice ragged. "Deep in the Silver Sea, inhabiting a child," Yi Fan replied. Will you follow me there? Of course. Take me now. Very well. Yi Fan agreed and began to withdraw, luring the giant away from the battle line. The defenders exchanged bewildered glances. No one had expected the fight to turn out like this. As the two figures receded, their anxiety only grew. If Yi Fan failed to pacify the giant, Fu Guang Island was doomed. Elder Zhao, what do we do? Yuk Zizi steadied the grievously wounded Zhao Buchuan, pushing aside grief for the moment. I don't know. Zhao Buchan's mind was blank, but then a message burst inside his consciousness and made him tremble. Yi Fan says he is allied with the sea's great beasts and will draw the giant into the Silver Sea for a decisive battle. He wants us to follow. This is our last chance to defeat the giant. On the island, Yi Fan did not enter the Silver Sea through the hunting post this time. Instead, he led the giant straight to the shoreline. We're here, he said quietly. A night breeze skimmed the silvery gray water, which undulated under the moonlight and stretched without end. Yi Fan stood on a reef, eyes locked with the horizon, and stopped walking. The ocean? The giant's towering figure stood beside him, bare feet planted on the slick rock. The moment he arrived, an innate intuition stirred inside him. Before taking a single step, he sensed the lingering pressure in the Watera forbidden field a powerful cultivator had cast while alive. That cultivator is dead, leaving only the Silver Sea, he murmured, and the tense undercurrent in his voice tightened Yi Fan's nerves as well. Yi Fan remembered the woman had left a child, and I Rise now dwelled within that body. Fine. At the mention of I Rise, urgency flared in the giant's eyes, though he forced it down. Say no more. Take me to her. Yi Fan nodded, drew a water-repelling pearl from his belt, and an azure halo enclosed them both. He stepped onto the sea as though it were solid ground. The giant followed, using no artifact at all, yet a translucent membrane rose over his skin to ward off the freezing water. This guy can actually ignore the Silver Sea suppression, Yi Fan thought, though he also noticed the dreaded gray mist had not appeared. The giant, it seemed, could not summon it here. Layer by layer they sank into the frigid depths. Sea beasts cruised at a distance, unwilling to approach. The giant glanced around and sighed. It's been ages since I entered the sea. In the pitch-black water his memories surfaced. Many years ago, you led an entire ocean's creatures against me. Me? Yi Fan was startled. Oh, not you, King Yi, the giant corrected with a smile, studying Yi Fan's face. You look so much like him. If I treat you as him, at least I won't be alone in this world. Yi Fan laughed helplessly, yet the words touched him. As they continued to descend he asked, by the way, giant, what's your name? They call me AZ, the giant said with a shrug. But a name hardly matters, does it? Fair enough, Yi Fan replied. Yi Fan. I know. AZ nodded, then suddenly asked, have you built your own empire in this world yet? No, Yi Fan said, shaking his head. It's an age of upheaval. Warlords divide the land, and I'm merely one of them. A chaotic era sounds entertaining, AZ grinned. With your talent, you may yet bring peace. Maybe. Yi Fan pondered, then looked up at him. I've read the Human King's biography. He said you could have been the greatest ruler of all. Did you truly end the chaos? Of course. AZ could not hide his pride. I was a prince of a tiny kingdom. From the day I took command, enemies quailed at my name. I ascended the throne at 20, unified the continent by 25, and forged the strongest kingdom in history. Under my rule the people prospered, and my ministers were of one mind. Water roared past their ears, and Yi Fan's voice escaped in a stream of bubbles. Yet even so mighty a kingdom fell once its king died. So many dynasties end with their rulers. If you could live forever, perhaps you could build an eternal empire. But the one I loved is gone, and everything turned to ruin, AZ said, shaking his head, sorrow clouding his face. I understand your thought. I once had the same idea. But when I watched my beloved die, I realized the most important thing in this world is people, or rather, the feelings that exist because people do. Whether it's a kingdom, influence, or wealth, if there's no one to share it with, none of it really matters, does it? The giant was moved, yet he still shook his head. To many people, power and money are worth more than feelings. Yi Fan replied coolly, I once met a city official who, in a time of chaos, tried to curry favor with a man-eating warlord. He boiled his own parents into a stew for that monster, then stripped his wife and daughter naked and handed them over to another man. Clearly, what most people do isn't always what's right. The giant shook his head again, stubborn but unconvinced. I still believe most people are capable of loyalty and love. On my way here, I met the two boys you saved. They refused to bend the knee, yet their chief sent them to die. I despise such blind devotion, but I don't find it laughable. Jin Chao and the others. A shadow crossed Yi Fan's eyes before it softened into a sigh. If they'd followed me, they might have shone brilliantly. Instead they chose to die for their ideals, die while standing against me. There's nothing tragic about that. The giant fell silent, then murmured his agreement. By now they had reached the deepest part of the sea. The water was silent and pitch black, completely devoid of life. Only an ancient palace stood on the seabed. Gazing down, the giant's sharp eyes saw a great distance and sensed the murderous intent swirling around them. He turned aside, resignation flickering in his gaze. You're rallying the sea clans against me again? Talking was just to buy time. Our chat was pleasant, Yi Fan said, his voice calm in the currents. In another life we might have been friends, even comrades. But as we agreed, right now I still have to stop you. He took a slow step back. Massive sea beasts drifted out of the darkness. A small sachet appeared in Yi Fan's hand. The moment he opened it, a blessed fragrance burst into glowing motes that scattered on the tide. Beast mastery, enchantment. Golden light surged in his eyes. With a flick of his wrist 100 talismans shot forth, summoning Xiongqi and Bai Zhe in blazing runes. Swarms of ocean creatures closed in, sealing every exit. Giant, you have nowhere to run. At the same time Zhao Buchan's group arrived, clad in new silver-white armor designed to withstand the silver sea's corrosion instead of gray mist. From every direction, the sea gathered all the forces it could muster. The final battle, is it? Someone whispered. Even surrounded, the giant showed no fear. He locked eyes with Yi Fan and suddenly smiled. I wonder if he'll win this time. Boom, boom, boom. The clash erupted in the silver sea. Shockwaves hurled walls of water toward the coast. The island rocked like a lone skiff on a volcanic crater. After years of calm, Fu Guang Island seemed on the verge of being swallowed whole. They're fighting at sea. Inside the Elder's Hall, someone felt the tremor first. Why the sea? Does it weaken the giant? Bo Yu scanned the room anxiously. King Yi told us nothing. Maybe he found new allies or maybe he just doesn't trust us. The Grand Elder's face darkened. Perhaps his talks with me were only a stalling tactic. He didn't want to cross us before the giant showed up. Then we won't get the reincarnation method? Should we help him? No, someone objected at once. Even if he wins, it'll be a costly victory, and then he'll be at our mercy. That won't work. The Grand Elder shook his head. If he loses, we'll have to face the giant ourselves. Would lose the method in our lives. Silence fell. Bo Yu frowned. Feels like he's cornered us into helping. He was the one who needed us. Now we need him to win. He holds the reincarnation method, so of course he's confident, the Grand Elder said, finally steady. Come on. We help him, kill the giant, and take the method. But if the giant is dead, what good is reincarnation? Someone asked. It matters, Bo Yu said, eyes blazing. Reincarnation would give us new lives. This life is riddled with regrets. If we could start over, would we make the same mistakes? He glanced at the Grand Elder. Those who knew their bond felt a jolt, yet under the Grand Elder's rallying gaze their passion ignited. Kill the giant. Seize the reincarnation method. Your Majesty, we've lost contact with Fu Guang Island. A blast of icy wind swept through the palace doors, making the coals in the brazier crackle and spit. Draped in a thick wolf pelt, an inner court guard knelt on one knee, frost still clinging to his lashes. Around the desk, the strategists formed a half circle as the burly man eating from a wooden bowl. The king of Bida lowered his brows. Fu Guang Island, he muttered, letting the rim of the bowl rest against his lips. Their technology is far ahead of the mainland, and their transmitters are always reliable. How could we lose the signal? The guard bent lower, voice trembling. Sire, at dawn I tried to confirm this year's or shipment. At first the line connected, but all we heard was static. Moments ago, I tried again, nothing at all. The king tapped the table, eyes gleaming. What's happened over there? A few days ago that young man set out with people from Fu Guang Island. Thud, thudern-shod boots pounded up the steps outside. An armored general burst in, his plates glinting with frost. A blazing red celestial wolf strained at the chain in his fist, its breath steaming. Your Majesty. The general saluted, voice like a bell. Xiaoyang has launched a surprise attack on Shangjing Valley and has already taken Mingzhou City. Crash. The pottery bowl shattered. Rice and meat splattered as hot steam was snatched away by the cold wind. The king's eyes widened with rage. Zhao Gao, that whelp, how dare he strike my Mingzhou? Still kneeling, the general panted white mist. It happened so fast we didn't know how to respond. Zhao Wang has brought 700,000 troops and 7 or 8 allied lords. He claims he's here to hold your Majesty to account. Zhao Gao? Who does he think he is, to judge me? The king strode toward the door, then doubled back, dumping the leftover food into a bowl and refilling it before marching off again. Beatty is the new capital of the human realm, and he dares act so brazenly. They'll report this to the court at once and see him branded for treason. His curses echoed down the corridor until his figure vanished. Firelight flickered across the hall. The counselors exchanged uneasy glances and fell silent. Behind the high-backed chair meant for Zhao Wang, Ji Wang sat motionless, his face unreadable. A chill crept over the strategists. If Ji Wang was still here, which court could the king possibly be going to consult? After a moment, an elderly advisor sighed. With that move, Zhao Wang is sure to set the lords ablaze again. Ever since he lost his strategist, he's been reckless. Another chimed in. Tensions were already at the breaking point. Playing the vanguard, he'll suffer sooner or later. Still, it suits Ushi's provocation, gives his Majesty a righteous cause to march. Once Zhao Wang is crushed, Beatty will have no rival and can surge south. The southern forces are weak, and the Mingxin sect keeps out of worldly affairs. If our lord pushes south first, 2/3 of the realm will fall into his hands. Once Ming Wang is subdued, the land will be unified. The counselors grew increasingly animated, as if they could already taste the glory. His Majesty enjoys heaven's favor and the people's support. Destiny is on our side. Exactly. Unification is within reach. That isn't so certain. A thin, youthful voice cut through their excitement. In the corner, a slender young man set down his feather pen and raised his eyes to the map crowded with military markers. His name was Jean Bishing. Usually silent, he now met their gaze with steady determination. Brows furrowed across the room. One advisor snapped, "Jean Bishing, what's your view? Do you doubt His Majesty's ability to unite the realm?" Jean Bishing shook his head, humble yet resolute. "Not at all. I just think the path to unification is far less simple than everyone seems to believe." Jean Bishing spoke bluntly. "The very idea of marching south shows how badly you've misread the situation." The atmosphere in the council chamber tightened at once. Every advisor bristled at the rebuke and fired back. "Exactly where are we wrong? Explain yourself." Jean Bishing surveyed them. "If our lord means to unite humankind, King Zhao is a mere detail. The real contest is with King Ming. Though he rules the east, his realm lies in the northern frontier. Defeat him, and our lord controls nearly half of humanity's lands. The south is chaotic. We should approach it slowly." "How laughable, boy!" A white-bearded elder snapped, rising with a swirl of his sleeve. "King Ming's power is vast. A direct clash would cripple the north. Why not first seize the comparatively manageable south instead of hurling ourselves into an early death match?" Jean Bishing gave a chilly smile. "Why on teams with heroes and ambitious lords, which only makes it more chaotic? Their numbers are great, but none can withstand northern steel." The elder stroked his beard. "If His Majesty leads a grand army south, who dares block him? Where, exactly, is our judgment flawed?" Jean Bishing pointed to the stack of bamboo slips on the table. "Do you not know that the Lord of Nanchuan is close to the master of Mingshin's sect? Mingshin spans the central plains and, for 2 months now, has quietly severed north-south routes. If a southern campaign were truly viable, why would King Zhao confront our Lord Heaton? Is he blind to our surging momentum? Mingshin is barring northern warlords from heading south?" The elder froze. "Since when? Why have I heard nothing? If I told you immediately, what would the intelligence be worth?" Jean Bishing tapped the slips in frustration. "Since early spring, has any northern warlord crossed south? All those scholars visiting Mingzindo, you really think they went just to study?" The elder fell silent, and the other advisors traded uneasy looks. One voice still argued, "Perhaps they truly went to study. Maybe the timing simply isn't right. Mingshin might not interfere at all." Debate flared anew. Jean Bishing turned to the window, his face darkening. While they quarreled, a thought he had never known arose. Is the Northern King really heaven's chosen? It was raining again. Ping City. Black clouds pressed low, rain spilling from every eave. Under Chen Peng's guard, Swan Sanqing stepped onto the slick flagstones, holding the folding fan Yi Fan had given him. The kitten painted on the fan had grown into a live little creature, now resting on his shoulder. "This longevity cloud is tough to replicate," Swan Sanqing said, gazing at the heavy sky. "The Institute is repairing it for the 4th time, right?" Chen Peng, umbrella in hand, managed a wry smile. "Yes. Chen Chongsheng is buried in 2nd-generation beast control tech and can't break free. No one else grasps the longevity cloud's core structure, so everything keeps going wrong." Rain hissed steadily. Watching water gather at a street corner, Chen Peng sighed. "Today's the 16th. It's rained 15 straight days in Ping City. If we can't fix this, we'll have to start flood preparations." Swan Sanqing nodded, issued a few flood control orders on the spot, and continued strolling. With support from Cloud City technology, Ping City now bustled with shops, and steam rails stretched beyond its walls, hinting at a second Cloud City in the making. "If King Yi could see this, he'd be pleased," Chen Peng said, glancing around, his love for his homeland plain. Swan Sanqing looked over, amused that Chen Peng still invoked Yi Fan's name as often as ever. Meanwhile in the south, Nanchuan's strength was swelling explosively, already ranking among the top 3 powers. Many had changed in that torrent, yet Chen Peng and the other veterans remained the same, hoping every day for Yi Fan's return. "He's already raised Nanchuan's banner and cleared the way for us," Swan Sanqing thought, nodding softly. Even in his absence, Nanchuan could now run on its own, moving forward just as he once envisioned. "Not here." The words put Chen Peng on instant alert. He frowned at Swan Sanqing beside him. "Strategist, don't say that. Talk like that is bad luck." Swan Sanqing shook his head, his voice low and firm. "I don't care about luck. There's something I never got the chance to tell you." For the first time a clear worry darkened his deep eyes. Yuan went to Fu Guang Island and ran into a transcendent. "If I'm right, they'll fight to the death today." "A transcendent?" The unfamiliar term made Chen Peng pause. "How strong is that?" "Strong beyond anything you can imagine." Swan Sanqing stared ahead, speaking slowly. "Take the frontline strongest. Ming Wangha probably wouldn't last 10 exchanges against that man." Ming Wang wouldn't last 10 exchanges? Chen Peng had heard of Ming Wang's fame. The The comparison tightened his chest and dropped his voice. And Yi Wang is taking on someone like that? That's far too dangerous. It is, Swan Sanching sighed. Shin Peng fell silent, then seemed to understand. So even if Yi Wang really dies out there, we still have to follow his wishes and keep moving forward? Exactly. Swan Sanching nodded, his calm gaze resting on Shin Peng. Isn't that what you thought too? I hadn't thought that far. Shin Peng scratched his head with a wry smile. I just hope Yi Wang comes back safe. You're thinking simpler than I am. Swan Sanching curved his lips in self-mockery. I have too much to worry about. That's not worry, it's doing your job. Shin Peng patted his shoulder, then suddenly asked, is that devotion because the Lord once saved your life? At first, yes. But later on, Swan Sanching broke off and stopped walking. His eyes settled on a small vendor setting up a stall by the street. Baskets of oranges were neatly stacked, and a small wooden sign read, free for soldiers, commanders served first. I think Yi Wang set him up here. Yunqing wasn't right. So he moved him to Pingqing. Shin Peng began, but the vendor was already hurrying over with an armful of oranges. Greetings, officers. Fresh oranges, no charge. The vendor beamed, thrusting the fruit into their arms. I could settle in Pingsheng thanks to the commander and all you officers. Without your help I'd never have a life like this. He bowed repeatedly and hurried back, gratitude and respect all over his face. Holding the heavy oranges, Shin Peng stared blankly at Swan Sanching. Swan Sanching only smiled, peeled one, and the sweet scent drifted out. That, he said, is the reason now. Boom. Out at sea, gales whipped up dark red waves. Days of brutal fighting had dyed the water blood-colored, and the corpses of countless sea beasts bobbed between the swells. Another thunderous crash rose from the ocean floor, blasting out a bottomless crater. The fighters hovered above it, more than half dead or wounded. This time he has to be dead, right? Yushizi edged up to Yi Fan and whispered. Her torn cheek revealed mottled, aging skin, but the usually vain woman ignored it, eyes glued to the black abyss, nerves taut. I don't know. Yi Fan's answer was steady, but he too kept his gaze on the pit while sweeping the shattered battlefield around them. The attackers had silently divided into 3 factions. Yi Fan's unit had taken a brutal beating. Zhao Buqian was almost cleaved in 2 by the giant and could no longer fight, leaving barely 10 survivors. Feng Shi, Yang Su, and countless others were already dead. The Hall of Elders was the last to arrive. Although their ranks were comparatively intact, nearly half had still been lost. The Grand Elder's entire arm had been hacked off, and he now clutched the stump, gasping for breath. The sea that served as the main battlefield was a scene of horror. Schools of sea beasts floated in bloody swells. The corpse of a demon whale sprawled across the waves, and thick black blood churned to the surface. When the giant sensed Eruis's presence, he almost tore out the white dragon's spinal cord. With such a terrible cost, and so many mighty warriors falling in an instant, even the battle-hardened Yi Fan felt his heart race. At this point, surely the giant had to be dead. Standing at the edge of a vast crater, he looked down, his greatsword still buried in the giant's heart. Thump, thump, thump. A sudden heartbeat echoed from the pit, dull as a drum, striking every chest. A moment later, the giant's hoarse voice rolled out. You still cannot defeat me. Covered in cracks, the giant dragged himself from the hole, the sword still lodged in his chest, and dark red blood dripping along the blade. He too was spent, unable to keep the silver sea at bay. His body was wrapped in gruesome wounds. Yet each staggering step made those before him instinctively recoil. We've given everything. Why can't we kill you? Giant, are you truly invincible? Someone cried, on the verge of collapse. Love makes me unstoppable, the giant replied, advancing. Everyone froze, forced to watch him approach the white dragon. He lifted a hand and opened his palm. Give Eruisai back to me. The plea was weary, yet firm as steel. The white dragon remained silent. It had sworn to die for the royal bloodline, yet faced with the giant's unyielding devotion, even it began to waver. The wall of flesh built to halt him had been crushed, all for the sake of reclaiming Eruisai. The dragon suddenly wondered whether they, the ones blocking his path, were the true villains. Take her, the white dragon whispered, defeated. It parted its jaws and released a gentle ball of white light. The radiance dispersed, revealing a little girl. Eruisai? The giant's gaze softened instantly. Rough fingertips trembled as they reached for her. We finally meet again. You are the giant? Eruis's voice quivered. She had witnessed the entire slaughter. I am Az, he answered softly. Has that boy been right all along? Have you really forgotten me? Az, the strange syllables stirred her soul. Blue crystals coiled around her fragile spirit. She stared at him, confusion giving way to feeling. I think I remember you. Which reunion is this for us? I don't know, the giant said, his expression tender. But seeing you again is enough. Do you still want to bring me back to life? She took in the wounds that covered him, her voice complex. Your love has damned me to eternal restlessness. I cannot even die, he murmured. He stepped forward and bent his fingers as though embracing her very soul. Eruisai did not resist and closed her eyes. No one knew how much time passed before the giant spoke in a hushed tone. What a pity. This time, I still can't revive you. A warm smile touched his lips. Eroisai, there will be a next time. Wait for me. One day, I will bring you home. With a thunderous crash, the giant fell. He's dead? The sea seemed to quake as the giant fell, and everyone stood in stunned silence. Waves battered the shattered deck, the air thick with smoke and blood. Yet the crowd remained motionless as if they had glimpsed light at the bottom of despair, but dared not reach out to touch it. The giant's body sprawled across the water, his black blood blooming in an inky stain, and no one dared step forward to see if he still lived. Was it that great sword? Yi Fan was the first to recover, his gaze fixed on the broad iron blade lodged in the giant's chest. The giant had once said he forged that weapon to kill myself. In the end, the sword couldn't truly end his life, but it was the only thing that could force him back into slumber. So this is victory. Yi Fan looked around and finally let out the breath trapped in his lungs. Fu Guang Island and the entire sea had paid a brutal price for this triumph. Countless warriors and sea beasts floated in the bloody surf, the cost of stopping this ancient emperor. No one is truly invincible. Even a giant can weaken, can fall. Perhaps he only climbed out of that pit to see Iaruzi once more. Maybe he never needed to descend into madness at all. Did you see his face at the end? It was so gentle, Yushizi whispered, almost inaudible. If we'd given Iaruzi to him from the start, maybe. He stopped himself. Everyone had reasons to fight. Until that final moment, none of them believed the giant still held any tenderness. Yi Fan shook his head in silence. Felling the giant brought none of the thrill that followed defeating heaven, only a heavy knot in his chest. As the giant said, immortality is an unbreakable curse. He seeks to revive Iaruzi, and others rise to stop him. The curse coils, circles, and never ends. 1,000 years from now he will wake again, trying once more to resurrect her, and someone else will oppose him. The water surged, drawing them to the seabed. Yi Fan stood beside the giant's massive corpse. Across from him, Iaruzi's spectral form drifted in silence. She said nothing, eyes lowered to the great body, nostalgia and struggle flickering in her gaze. What do we do now? The few remaining companions gathered at Yi Fan's side and spoke in low voices. At once, the atmosphere shifted. The Elder's Hall was watching them. The giant had fallen asleep, but Fu Guang Island was still in peril. King Yi, where is the reincarnation technique you promised me? The Grand Elder thrust out his lone arm through the fractured seawater, voice hoarse, yet edged with menace. Give it to me now. You're in quite a hurry, Yi Fan replied coolly, a fleeting shadow in his eyes. The Elder's Hall should have done much more. We've already done enough. You never called on us. The Grand Elder shot back, his tone icy. A subtle ripple of spirit power carried his threat. Members of the Elder's Hall closed in, ready to strike. Yi Fan's allies formed up instantly, the two sides locked in a tense standoff. White Dragon stood between them, stunned. Moments ago they had fought side by side, and now they were ready to cross blades. I can give you the reincarnation technique, but not now, Yi Fan said, his voice low, easing the tense air by a fraction. The gray miasma still rages. I need Fu Guang Island secured before I hand it over. You said it yourself. Fu Guang Island is mine now. Hand over full control. Yi Fan surveyed the scene. Weary survivors and blood-spattered reefs met his eyes. The great elder fell silent, reluctance etched across his brow. Still, he could not ignore the battered warriors behind Yi Fan, blades clenched despite their wounds. Everyone was spent. Another clash was impossible, and the sea beasts circling nearby were still hungry. As you wish, he sighed at last, flicking his sleeve. We'll revisit this in a few days. With that, the elders' party helped their injured and walked off across the waves, leaving Yi Fan's group alone on the shore. Yushizi watched them go and snorted. They've dumped the whole Fu Guang mess on us. Leaning on a broken mast, Zhao Buchan's breath came hard, but his gaze stayed razor-sharp. They're buying time. Once both sides recover, he'll try to force you to hand over the reincarnation art. We'll deal with that later. Yi Fan motioned for his comrades to carry off the giant's corpse. You still need his laws to stay alive. I can't grant rebirth anymore, but I can keep you breathing. Zhao Buchuan looked over the wreckage and sighed. The splendor we knew may never return. True. Yi Fan remembered his first day on Fu Guang Island, when its dazzling technology had seemed like a dream. Now everything lay in smoke and ruin. No one spoke. They quietly tended to the aftermath. Yi Fan stored the giant's body, but left the heavy sword embedded in its chest. Waves rolled in. Fallen comrades were laid out on the rocks. Feng Shi, Xiao Mo, and Yang Yi, who had died earlier ashore, each loss a fresh weight on their hearts. Bai Long approached, scales cracked, dragon breath faint. Kid, thank you for protecting the Sea Queen. The Sea Domain saved me too. Yi Fan nodded, glancing at the small girl beside Bai Long, her face serene. If I get the chance, he'll try to separate their souls. Shared spirits can't last forever. Bai Long thanked him again, then dropped his voice. Those people look restless. One day they may come for you. What's your history with them? Just the usual scheming. Yi Fan's tone was flat. Weren't there 3 sea lords? Where's Lai Chi? Bai Long hesitated, then answered. I feared the war would cripple us, so I told Lai Chi to stay hidden one last fallback. Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully. I've seen it with beast clans hurt the leader, and the underlings revolt. Lai Chi may not stay loyal. Be ready. Bai Long fell silent, then nodded. He had noticed Lai Chi and Mo Jing's small conspiracies. Were left no room to act, but Yi Fan's warning struck home. Yu Shizi approached. King Yi, everything's ready. We can return. Landbound wraiths are still an issue. I don't know if they'll fade now that the giant's gone. Their minds are weak. We'll handle them. Yi Fan turned to Bai Long. I'm heading back. Understood. Bai Long curled up, seawater seeping through gaping wounds. Once brilliant scales now dull and peeling. Yi Fan's group stepped onto the teleportation array. Bai Long stretched his battered body and called out, Kid, if you need help, come to the sea domain. Boom. After shattering yet another king-class wraith, the group finally exhaled. Without the giant's control, the spirits drifting in the gray mist had become pitifully weak. The nightmarish ability to reform after being smashed was gone. One strike now sent their chalk-white bones clattering to the ground, never to rise again. Perched on Yi Fan's shoulder, the little salamander spat pure flame. The mist burned away in broad swaths, shrinking into a tight pocket that kept collapsing inward. Victory had come suddenly, but at a terrible cost. No one knew how many of the broken wraiths had once been the survivors' friends and relatives. Zhao Buchuan stood beside Yi Fan, catching his breath while he surveyed the scene in silence. Ruins lay everywhere. Soot-blackened walls were streaked with dust and blood, and piles of bleached bones formed small hills. Even the sea breeze carried a faint metallic tang. Yi Fan and the others had assumed command of the few soldiers still alive. Their numbers were small, yet enough to organize civilians, tally supplies, erect shelters, and sketch out a plan for rebuilding. Healing the island's wounds, however, would take far longer than a few days. While driving the mist farther back, Yi Fan sighed. Let everyone rest first. The Elder Hall is watching us. They won't give us much time. Damn those elders. Yu Shizi spat. If they'd stepped in earlier, we wouldn't have paid such a price. Sakuraji, the vanguard who had survived unscathed thanks to his strange arts, leaned closer. We actually had plenty of chances. If we'd all been there for the first fight, if old Yu had shown up for the second, if during the third. No more ifs. Zhao Buchuan cut him off, eyes fixed on the churning gray veil. A thought struck him. But I never saw old Yu's body. Didn't the giant turn him into a wraith? No idea, Yu Shizi answered, face paling. Honestly, the giant never went all out. If we'd faced him on land while he kept summoning wraiths, we would have stood no chance. He was always arrogant, Yi Fan recalled. Worst case, he could have wiped out Fu Guang Island in that first battle. Yu Shizi nodded. Exactly. We were routed that day. If Head pressed the attack, nothing here could have stopped him. Yet he let us catch our breath. What was he doing? Yi Fan spread his hands. During that lull he had the wraiths build a palace getting ready for Ares to come home. What Yu Shizi was speechless. At that moment the mist abruptly parted, revealing a vast, blackened crater. It plunged so deep that no bottom was visible, and a frigid wind howled up from its depths. What is that? They gathered at the rim, staring into the darkness. Shall we go down? Zhao Buchuan asked. Let's move, Yi Fan said, jumping first. The others followed. When they landed, they found old Yu lying motionless on the ground, his chest forever still. Old Yu had indeed been killed by the giant. Yuxizi stared at old man Yes' body and sighed. Even someone this strong, how had the giant managed to kill him? Maybe it was that move from the Chronicles of the Human King hurling the Death Realm, she murmured. Zhao Buchuan, standing nearby, rubbed his chin. The giant didn't use that technique in our last fight. If he had, he could have wiped out most of us and shattered our joint attack. That means he couldn't cast the Death Realm again so soon. Yi Fan walked to the corpse. Had never known old man Yu. Yet even in death the elder's muscles were taut, like a bull ready to charge. Yi Fan thought. A man this proud must have gone into the gray mist alone and challenged the ancient giant feared by all kings. The giant fell, but old man Yu must have paid dearly. Yuxizi crouched beside the body, eyes troubled. Is there any way to bring them back? Dying like this feels incomplete. Let it be. The voice was young yet firm. Xiaodo, always at Yingma's side. He had relied on the gray mist for years and saw things differently. Not everyone fought for rebirth. Many just wanted a heroic end. Better to die battling a giant than cling to half-life in the mist. I think it's already perfect. Days passed in a blink. Once the gray mist lifted, Fu Guang Island knew brief peace. The Elder Hall was licking its wounds. No elders appeared to cause trouble. Yi Fan's group took advantage, designating the former refuge zone as their new headquarters. Instead of a high-rise, they chose a quiet courtyard said to have belonged to an elder. King Yi, the South District cleared the rubble today. We can start rebuilding tomorrow. Haori pushed open the gate, arms full of documents. Both his older brothers were gone, and after days of mourning, he suddenly seemed much older. Give it all to old Zhao, Yi Fan said, shoving the work at Zhao Buchuan. With spirit herbs pouring in from the beast-taming space, their wounds healed quickly. Within days they were nearly recovered. and Yi Fan had even grafted 2 beast arms onto Zhao Buchuan to replace his severed limb. Zhao Buchuan flipped through the papers, chuckled, "You brat," and soon shook his head. This plan's off. The former Wen King's knack for logistics was uncanny. A few words, and the entire reconstruction outline was clear. Haori listened, nodding and taking notes, then left to carry out the orders. Watching him go, Zhao Buchuan nodded. "He's impressive. I always thought Jin Xiao was the steady one, but the younger brother has it too." Yi Fan agreed. He always had talent. He just never needed to use it while his brothers shouldered everything. Now hardships forcing him to grow thoughts a legacy. Mentioning Jin Xiao still stung, but he fell silent. A hologram of Fu Guang Island glowed on the table. Reconstruction markers lit up one after another, and Yi Fan nodded. Technology was astonishing only days after disaster. The East and West districts already stood again, unfinished but far beyond expectations. Fu Guang Island still wields great power. "I can't move people out yet, but it's the perfect backup base for South River's rise," he muttered. Zhao Buchuan nodded. "Exactly. With Fu Guang Island here, every faction needing ore or tech will come to you. Play it right and South River becomes the most unique force around." His eyes brightened and he laughed. "Kid, you really do look touched by destiny." "Spare me, old Zhao. Destiny's too big a hat," Yi Fan said, waving him off. Mid-sentence, the markings on his arm pulsed. The beast-taming space was calling. Instinctively, he focused inward, and his whole body trembled. The fortune fruit had ripened a second time. "What's wrong?" Zhao Buchuan asked when he noticed the change in Yi Fan's expression. "It's nothing, just a hiccup in my cultivation." Yi Fan waved it off, forcing a relaxed smile even as a sudden disturbance stirred restlessly inside him. More than 3 years had passed since that fateful demon-binding ritual laid the groundwork for his perfect path. Now the signs of full maturation were back, and they might trigger changes he couldn't yet foresee. "Elder Zhao, keep an eye on the island for me. I have to deal with this, and it might take a while." Yi Fan rose, giving casual instructions. "If the Grand Elders show up, make them wait. Now that you've recovered, they won't dare cause trouble. Go on, go on." Zhao Buchuan waved him off. Although worried, he asked no further questions. Yi Fan strode out of the courtyard almost at a run. The others watched his departing figure with varying degrees of concern. "That kid had better not get himself killed. What would we do then?" Yu Shizi muttered. "Maybe I should follow him. I know some medicine," Ingmu volunteered. "He'll come too," Yu Shizi said, lifting a foot. "Hold your horses." Zhao Buchuan pressed them back into their seats. "King Yi knows what he's doing. If you really want to help, Senwen Zhuanyhe can chant the Great Compassion mantra, and if things go sideways he can perform a passing-in ritual for Yi Fan. You've got a real sense of humor." Ingmu rolled his eyes but had to admit they would be useless. The youngster knew more than any of them. "Fine." Yushizi sat down again. "By the way, where's Wenxuani? Why isn't he at this meeting?" Yushizi suddenly asked. "He went back to his chanting," Zhao Buchuan replied. "His debt to Yi Fan is settled, so he's returned to Buddhist practice. From now on we should call him Master Zhuyu. He got hooked on that worn-out scripture?" Ingmu clicked his tongue, thinking, "Give me 2 days and I'll pay his temple a visit for alms. We're all exhausted and you're still talking about begging for alms." A faint voice sounded beside him. "Ingmu, about that secret formula you stole from me years ago, you still haven't returned it." "A what formula?" Ingmu's smile froze. "The one for guaranteeing a male heir." The man slapped the table. "Do you know how hard I worked to get it? You swiped it, and now I have 8 daughters. Daughters are wonderful lucky girls." Ingmu backed away guiltily. He had taken only 2 steps when another person stepped in front of him. "Ingmu, you also stole my family's rice dumpling recipe. I haven't tasted a proper zongzi in more than 20 years. Zongzi aren't healthy, better not eat them." Ingmu stammered, trying to slip away, but everyone closed in. After decades on Fu Guang Island, the debts head racked up were finally coming due, and the courtyard devolved into cheerful chaos. "This guy steals everything." Zhao Buchuan chuckled at the spectacle and reached for the prayer beads on his wristonly to find his arm bare. He frowned, then looked down at the empty skin. Zhao Buchan's face darkened. He slapped the table and shot to his feet. "Ingmu, you had the nerve to steal from me, too? That bracelet was a gift from my granddaughter. Hand it over, you thief." And it's the second time. Inside the beast-controlling realm, Yi Fan picked the newly ripened fruit of creation, barely able to contain his excitement. "What on earth is this?" he muttered. Before he could get a good look, several of his beasts pressed in around him. Xiongqi, its tiger head stretched the closest, flared its nostrils, and took a deep whiff. "Smells wrong, probably poisonous. Let me eat it. My body can handle it, and you'll dodge a disaster. Loyal as ever, huh?" Yi Fan laughed, pushed Qianqi's head aside, and tossed the fruit into his own mouth. "Hey!" Xiongqi stomped in frustration, but the fruit's power exploded inside Yi Fan. A gentle radiance surged forth, wrapping him in waves of light. "This brat's guarding his food." Xiongqi swiped at empty air, grumbled to itself, licked its lips, yawned, and lumbered beneath a nearby tree. No sooner had the shade reached its eyelids than Baize's sharp rebuke rang out from the other side. "Your snoring's unbearable, get away from me." Xiongqi cracked one eye, only now noticing Baize behind the trunk. After a brief pause, it shut its eyes again with perfect composure. Hey, Baze's temper flared at the blatant disregard. A few angry mutters later, the rolling snores only grew louder, forcing Baze to rise and pace. A dignified, auspicious beast, and I have to put up with this oaf, and he's still snoring. Outside, the squabbling went unheard. Having swallowed the fruit, Yifan once more found himself in that strange star-speckled realm. Countless stars hung above him, each representing a beast talent, some near, some distant, some tiny, others blazing like jewels set into the night. Closer this time, he noted, fixing on several colossal suns burning overhead. The larger the star, the better the talent. With experience from his first visit, he stood calmly and waited for a star to answer him. Time slipped by, months seemed to pass in a blink, yet no point of light drifted toward him. Last time a talent chose me almost right away. Frowning, he scanned the sky. Nothing moved. Did the fruit of creation fail? Or can a human only have two beast talents? He remembered the fruit could fail, and that no beast master had ever gained a third talent. The thought that he might have waited 3 years and wasted the fruit tightened his chest. Instinctively, he began to pace. Then Froza could move freely in this realm. The space no longer binds me. The light flooded him. Striding forward, he stopped beneath the nearest star. Let's see if I can take this one. He reached out and touched it. The star quivered, seeming to agree, and started to descend into him. Suddenly, he jerked his hand back. No, I'm just testing. The star, offended, shot away in a streak of light and dwindled in the distance. After several attempts, Yifan pieced together the rules. With the second fruit, had earned the right to choose a talent himself. The first time he could only move his arms. Now he had full freedom to approach any star. Yet acceptance still hinged on the star's own will. So in that case he halted, took a deep breath, and set his gaze on the few stars blazing like miniature suns. Let's see what you've got. A god-blessed talent. Eyes fixed on the suns ahead, Yifan strode forward, a fierce light dancing in his gaze. He had already learned how terrifying a beastmaster talent could be during his fight with the giant without its boost. The still wounded Xiongqi and Baze would have been crushed in a single blow, and even with the scent pouch in hand, he would never have survived a single exchange without enchantment. Boom! A deep rumble echoed from the silent void, as though this realm had never met anyone so determined to force his way in. Since ancient times, almost no one had stepped into this place a third time, and certainly no one had chosen to explore it while awakening their beastmaster talent back. Then they were only teenagers, trembling with fear. We're almost there. Yifan moved with incredible speed. In a few breaths, he was close to the floating suns. Strangely, he felt no heat at all. Perhaps these suns were simply larger, brighter stars. Just as his hand reached out, a louder roar erupted. A sphere of light, slightly larger than its neighbors, surged upward and blocked his path. It didn't seem to be drawn by his aura so much as stepping forward to take the blame for the suns, determined to keep him away. Oh, even the stars have intelligence? Yifan studied the newcomer. Though smaller than a sun, it far outshone the other stars at least a grade, maybe even the peak of a grade. Boom! The distant suns quivered again, their resonance urging him to retreat. A sharper glint flashed in Yifan's eyes. These stars were clearly sentient, nominating an grade champion to stop him. So if I give up now, I walk away with a top-tier grade talent? Turning back would earn him an almost flawless grade gift. Any talent born this close to God-blessed rank could not be ordinary, and if it belonged to the enchantment branch, it might be worth serious consideration. He scratched his head, then lifted his gaze to the suns once more. Even without another grade talent, he would be fine thanks to rune talismans. He could copy talents indefinitely. As long as he gathered them, grades were at his fingertips. But no god-blessed talent had ever appeared in the world. Xiongqi and Baze had both described its horrifying power, and rune talismans could never clone its spell compendiums held no entry for such a gift. Time to gamble. Decision made, he took a single step, a stride that seemed to shatter space itself, placing him directly in front of the suns. 5 blazing suns now hung parallel at arm's length. Their light was blinding, yet no heat escaped, and Yifan reached out. The trembling ceased, and the stars seemed struck dumb by the single step Yifan had taken. He thought back to the brief, yet violent resonance a moment ago. It had to be a test. Now the void was deathly still, yet Yifan could feel countless stars watching him in silence. He'll try you first, he muttered, fixing on the leftmost sun-like phantom blazing with white-hot light. He raised his hand and placed his fingertips against the burning sphere. Boom! At the instant of contact, an even stronger tremor erupted. The other stars resonated in response. Lights surged through the void, then vanished all at once. In the darkness, lines of radiant text flared in his mind. Enshrinement. You may confer a title upon one of your spirit beasts. Each beast produces a different enshrinement ability. Its power depends entirely on the beast itself. So this is a divine grace talent? Yifan studied the words, caught between excitement and doubt. Enshrinement was already a high-level promotion, But the clause about abilities determined by the beast hinted at something far deeper. He refrained from confirming it. Patting the glowing sphere that stood for enshrinement, he shifted his gaze to the next. He reached out again. Before his fingertip touched the light, the void shook. Fresh information flooded his mind. Amnesty: when you activate a beast talent, every talent below divine grace within range is instantly nullified. The target beast loses its own talent, and 3 of its skills are sealed at random. Brutal. The description was short, yet Yi Fan's expression tightened. To most, it was simply overpowering, but for someone who cultivated sigils, it was a natural nemesis. He frowned and had little need for this power, yet couldn't deny its tactical value. If a latecomer obtained it, they might become trouble. But if someone claimed it now, time would still keep them from threatening him anytime soon. Let's keep looking. After a brief pause, he approached the third sun. The motion was already familiar. His palm brushed the sphere. The same tremor surged, but the message was different. Only blankness, with characters so black they were unreadable. Rumble. The sun trembled, its light snuffed out, and it went still. Did it reject me? Or did someone get here first? Yi Fan wondered. Finding no answer, he turned to the remaining 2. The fourth sun yielded the same result. A tremor, blurred black text, unreadable. His brow furrowed deeper. The last one. He stepped to the rightmost sun, drew a deep breath, and pressed his hand against it. The sphere flared, flooding the void with light, and new, unmistakably clear words formed in his mind. Nirvana. When a bonded beast is on the verge of death, you can sacrifice 5 years of your own life to let it undergo rebirth. The beast returns with a fresh lifespan, a higher rank, and a bloodline elevated by 1 tier. The name was almost casual, yet it made Yi Fan's heart jolt. According to its description, Nirvana ignored a beast's current level, whether it was a crippled throwback or a legendary primordial terror. As long as it hovered at death's door, it could seize a new life, a stronger bloodline, and greater power in exchange for 5 years of its master's life. By comparison, the other 2 divine-grade talents Yi Fan had glimpsed among the 5 suns were equally formidable, but clearly restricted. 1. Canonization. Grants tailored enhancements to each beast. 2. Absolution. Within a set area, seals every beast's talents and skills. 3. Nirvana. Trades 5 years of the master's life for a beast's second, stronger life. Stacked side by side, Nirvana matched Yi Fan's needs best. Canonization was still worth weighing, while absolution was set aside for now. Yet questions gnawed at him. How exactly would 5 years be taken? Would he suffer rapid, irreversible aging? Did Nirvana happen instantly, or require a drawn-out ritual? How great was the boost to bloodline and rank? The cascade of unknowns held him in thought. Even so, Nirvana's lure was the strongest, though its sparse description demanded caution. Yi Fan raised his eyes to the 5 blazing suns suspended in his mindscape. Letting his gaze drift among the 3, he understood. After a long hesitation, he locked onto the first sun in the line. All right then, canonization. Yi Fan reached out and pressed his hand against the first sun. The molten gold orb jolted, its hum rolling like distant drums. This time he hesitated no more, his palm pinned down the sun that embodied the power of enshrinement. Thunderous rumbles rose as waves of light surged. A few breaths later, blazing streams climbed his arm, wrapping his skin like warm water, while the sun itself visibly dimmed. A rush of euphoria welled up inside him, like the surge of spiritual energy after breaking through a realm. The warmth raced along his meridians and spread through every limb. A low moan slipped from his lips. The light cut off at once, and the warmth vanished with it. Is it done? He flexed his fingers. The authority to wield the beast-taming talent enshrinement was now etched clearly within him. He was about to test it further when the space around him peeled away like a retreating tide. In the blink of an eye, he was back in the familiar beast realm: green grass, blooming flowers, a murmuring stream, and several contracted beasts snoring away. The sudden shift left him slightly dazed, and his arrival alerted the beasts at once. Roar! Little Fire pounced first, as always. Overflowing with enthusiasm, the pup clung to Yi Fan's leg and licked furiously, its hot breath soaking his hair. All right, quit it. You're drenching my hair. Yi Fan laughed, easing the pup off. The other beasts crowded in. Well, did you get a divine grace talent? Qianqi's eyes shone with concern. How do you know I got one? Yi Fan asked. Xiongqi blinked. I was just guessing you actually did. Really? Yi Fan nodded solemnly. I don't buy it, Xiongqi scoffed. I know you. You probably drew some lousy talent and won't admit it. So you're Beastmaster Art, Enshrinement. Yi Fan raised his hand. Without any build-up, a complex sigil leapt into being, silver light shooting forth. His aura skyrocketed. He suddenly seemed a sovereign who ruled eternity, and the simple lift of his palm made every beast's heart sink. Let's test it on Little Fire. He followed that razor-sharp sense of command and casually pointed at the pup. Swish! The same array blossomed beneath Little Fire, a pillar of light, swallowing it whole. An instant later, terrifying power detonated inside the beast. Its crimson flames ballooned, the heat soaring so high it could melt metal and shatter stone. Ruhar. The bellow shook the air. Little fire spewed a tornado of flame, tearing a colossal wall of fire across the sky. Searing heat waves rolled outward. Mother of. Under a distant tree, old Chi had been lazily gnawing on fruit. Seeing the fire wall surge toward him, the old dragon shuddered, tossed the fruit aside, and bolted. Whoosh. The blaze swept past, grass and trees charring in an instant while scorched smoke filled the air. Old Chi barely dodged the inferno and was about to curse. You damn mutt. Bullying a dragon. He never finished. Bluish ghost fire now wreathed Little Fire's entire body, making it look like a flame demon striding out of the abyss, murderous aura billowing. Old Kai's jaw dropped. The anger froze on his face, was completely stunned. Xiaohua could no longer be described as a mere throwback breed. It was a blazing mass that made anyone flinch on sight. Brother Go, why are you cracking jokes in broad daylight? Lao Chi forced a grin, then sidled away anyway. Yi Fan laughed at the sight, but his focus soon returned to Xiaowothis was what true, God-blessed pressure felt like. With a single seal, any beast of the same rank would be scared out of its wits. The seal lasted 12 hours, and the cooldown for the same beast was also 12 hours. Yi Fan closed his eyes, sensing the details and quickly sorting everything out. 1. Casting a seal consumed elemental energy, the amount depending on the beast's rank. 2. Sealing a beast of the same tier cost about 1/5 of his total energy. 3. That energy could be fully restored with devices like the Abyssal Beast Elemental Flask. 4. Aside from Qiongqi and Baze, his two top-tier beasts, he could now seal almost every combat beast he had. In other words, from this moment on, his beasts could spend half their time under the seal's buff. The thought alone set Yi Fan's heart racing. Xiaohua's seal had clearly strengthened its pure flame, so what about the others? His gaze shifted to the Reaper Hawk, a speed-type beast that had won countless battles for him. Seal. The formation flared. The hawk let out a sharp cry, its wings beating in the blink of an eye it vanished. Hundreds of meters away it reappeared, wheeled around, blurred again, and landed in front of Yi Fan. That wasn't mere speed, it was momentary space shift. No external force, just a genuine leap through space terrifying. Yi Fan sucked in a breath. Next he turned to the Devourer beast and waved a hand. Boom. The beast's chest swelled, and dozens of elemental shells erupted at once, detonating in brilliant bursts in the distance. The seal had upgraded its multi-element cannon to instant volley. Yi Fan drew another sharp breath. Finally his eyes settled on Lao Chi. What happens if I seal a dragon? Rumble. The array rose. Lao Kai's body expanded, his scales turned pitch black, and blue flame patterns identical to Xiaohua's glowed along his tail. Roar. He stomped, and the ground quaked. A gigantic dragon phantom surfaced behind him, its aura a perfect match for the legendary dragon beneath the human king's throne. Yi Fan froze, then grasped it at once. Lao Kai's Horsito dragon evolution had begun with the golden scale stone, and this seal had awakened that bloodline even further. Yi Fan, kid, how about this for power? Supercharged by the seal, Lao Chi puffed out his chest and flexed. Check out these muscles, one punch, and I could flatten 3 flame hounds. You little rascal. Yi Fan shook his head at Lao Kai's clowning, though most of his mind was still immersed in the incomparable rush that came with an investiture. His gaze shifted to the palm-sized iron-eating beast he had picked up not long ago. Investiture. A blinding pillar of light crashed down, swallowing the tiny creature at once. Before it could even blink, a torrent of wild energy surged through its body. Roar. A crimson sigil ignited on its forehead, burning like living flame. From that mark a towering phantom of a ferocious beast sprang up, casting a deep shadow over the ground. In a flash, its gray-black fur hardened like forged iron, overlapping in plates that rang with a crisp metallic chime, and its body swelled until it stood level with Lao Chi. It was still only at gold rank, yet its presence now shook the air. Now that's a real, iron-eating beast. Watching its bloodline fully awaken, Yi Fan couldn't hide his excitement. Turning stone to gold was incredible, but an investiture was every bit as astounding. Right? Speaking of bloodlines, a sudden thought struck him, and he looked at the little lion who had been quietly observing. The cub caught on instantly and bowed respectfully. Thank you, father. No need for formality. Yi Fan raised his palm, and radiant light gathered. An intricate array bloomed beneath the cub's feet, yet when the brilliance faded, the little lion hadn't changed at all. Huh, the investiture doesn't work on you? Yi Fan was stunned. Seems like it doesn't. The cub closed its eyes, sensed for a moment, then nodded seriously. Definitely doesn't. So a phantom beast hybrid can't be invested? Why? His face twisted with confusion, and he prepared to try again. Just then Baizé spoke in a quiet voice. That familiar of yours already carries the blood of 100 powerful beasts, was born with 2 divine eyes, can learn human spellcraft, and even wields a unique taming skill no one else has. Now you still want to pile your monstrous investiture bonus on top of all that? Don't you think you're going a bit too far? A Baze's mildly resentful quip made Yi Fan freeze for a heartbeat. Baze had a point. There had to be a reason why Xiaoshi still couldn't be consecrated. Yi Fan lifted a hand and gave the young lion's solid shoulder a gentle pat, his eyes thoughtful. By now he had grasped most of the rules behind consecration. It took one outstanding trait and raised it to an extreme. For Xiaohua, it had pushed his pure flame into a peerless elemental cannon. For the old Shirtai beast, it had boosted its bloodline across the board. For Si Shining, it had simply granted an extra power outright. Xiao Shi was left out, most likely for the reason Bays had just given too many strengths and no single best. To put it bluntly, the lion was Yi Fan's mirror among beasts, almost flawless. Then can you consecrate me? Xiongqi stuck his tiger-like head forward, his tail whipping through the air. Of course I can, Yi Fan answered, then added, but your level's too high. With my current cultivation, the element cost would be massive. Oh, Qianqi's enthusiasm died at once, and he turned away lazily. I'm going back to sleep, then. Changes his tune faster than flipping a page, Yi Fan muttered, though a smile still tugged at his lips. The battle on Fu Guang Island had cost him dearly. His sachets were empty, he had burned through hundreds of talismans, and after defeating the giant had come away with nothing but a broken greatsword. The appearance of consecration was finally some recompense. Once he settled things with the Great Elders faction, he could focus wholly on his strength. With that plan in mind, Yi Fan took out the sword beast. According to the timeline, it would soon enter its sword shield form, and when it did, he would be only one step shy of the glory tier himself. At that point, a normal king-class foe would no longer intimidate him. Bays was still clicking his tongue at the confidence a Shenin-grade talent provided. Bays's gaze drifted from the beast to the herb garden and landed on several eye-catching plants. Hey, Yi Fan, don't you still have an advancement fruit? One's already ripe. Why haven't you used it? Only then did Yi Fan remember. Unlike the fortune fruit, an advancement fruit gave no warning when it matured, so he had simply left it alone. He had obtained it in a trade with dynasty operatives inside a secret realm, one that opened only once every 50 years, which translated to just over a year ago in real time. By his reckoning, it had ripened right around the days he was fighting the giant. He walked over, carefully picked the heavy fruit, and considered the possibilities. What talent would it grant this time? A brank comprehensive enhancement, or a special crank enchantment? With talismans in hand, a general boost won't do me much good, he decided, and without hesitation he tilted his head back and swallowed the fruit. A warm light wrapped around him, fading almost as quickly as it came. When it cleared, a sharp gleam flashed across his eyes. The brand new enchantment talent drain had taken shape. He raised his hand. Thin threads of light shot toward Xiaohua. Drawn by those threads, the fiery beast dissolved into a streak of flame and streamed straight into Yi Fan's body. Boom. Azure flames burst from Yi Fan without warning. In that instant, every shackle fell away. He raised his hand, and a tornado of fire roared into the distance. Inside the blaze, he clearly felt information pouring through him, could now tap directly into his beast's traits, innate talents, and special skills. Compared with enchantment, siphoning gives me more power for less cost. It's a complete upgrade, he judged, nodding in satisfaction. If this talent could evolve again, its potential would be limitless. Baizé observed in silence, voice grave. You're too unusual. For most, this talent would help only a little, but with your beasts it rivals a divine blessing. A sudden thought struck Yi Fan, and he turned to the little lion. The cub's mismatched gold and silver eyes sparked a new idea. Could Siphon let him use the cub's goatees himself? I'm willing to lend father my power, the cub answered without hesitation. Beast Mastery Siphon. Silver light wrapped around the lion, yet the fusion was agonizingly slow. Yi Fan's brows knotted, his body trembled, and pain doubled him over. Another failure? Baizé frowned. If the goatees could pass through this talent, it would be heaven-defying. But if even the upgrades still couldn't handle this strange beast, it might weaken Yi Fan instead. It's not a debuff, Yi Fan growled. He looked up, and each of his eyes shone with a different light. At that glance, the beast realm itself seemed to whip up a gale. You actually siphoned the goatees, Baizé sucked in a breath. Farther off, the resting Qiongqi shuddered. 2 goatees, transplanted into the cub, had now been drawn into Yi Fan. More frightening was their origin. The sword eye, paired with sword beasts and sword arts, would thrust Yi Fan straight to sword mastery. The supreme pupil could instantly cut any foe human or beasto half-strength. First release, second, third, fourth, the power stacked layer by layer. It was monstrous. Qiongqi bared his fangs in excitement. Kid, you're destined to break every limit, I'm sure of it. I think so too. After so many lucky encounters, Yi Fan could no longer hide his soaring confidence. He walked to Baizé, but Baizé eyed the road ahead. Your king rank lightning tribulation will be the fiercest yet. The more heaven favors someone, the harder it is for them to ascend. You've gained too much. The Tao won't let you pass easily. Heavens will again. Yi Fan shrugged off the threat. He could already slay kings and duel half-emperors. If the coronation tribulation was so harsh even a transcendent couldn't survive, he'd just drag out that giant to take the hit. In his mind, only one danger remained. After tallying his gains, he nodded in satisfaction. While planning his next move, a ripple passed through the beast realm. Someone was knocking outside. So they're here. He had expected this. Days must have passed outside. His consciousness snapped back to reality. The door rattled under heavy knocks. King Yi, are you still alive? I brought Wen Xian the healer. If you're dead, we can start the funeral right now. Yu Zai's voice carried through the door. Damn this guy. Hearing the urgent shouting outside, Yi Fan sighed, got to his feet, and opened the door. Yu Shizi was standing there alone, his face etched with worry. King Yi, you're alive. I told you, I was just in seclusion. Yi Fan answered offhandedly. His eyes swept the corridor. Seeing only Yu Shizi, he asked, didn't you say Dr. Wen Xian was coming too? Why are you here by yourself? I made that up. Yu Shizi forced a rueful smile and grabbed his arm. The Grand Elder arrived yesterday with his people. They've been facing off with us ever since. Elder Zhao is holding him back, but the Grand Elder's furious. He said if you didn't appear today, he'd break in himself. The Grand Elder showed up yesterday? Yi Fan frowned, then said coolly, all right, let's go now. Right. Yu Shizi led the way, and the two of them hurried off, soon reaching the familiar courtyard. Inside, the standoff was clear. Zhao Buchuan and his followers guarded one side, while the Grand Elder and his contingent held the other. King Yi. At Yi Fan's appearance, Zhao Buchan's group brightened and clustered around him. Across the yard, the Grand Elder's party watched with grim eyes. I hear the Grand Elder is looking for me. Surrounded by his men, Yi Fan's tone was still light. Sorry for keeping everyone waiting. The rebirth technique. Hand it over. Scowling, the Grand Elder stepped forward and spoke coldly for all to hear. You promised it to me. I did, but you didn't do your part, either. Yi Fan was ready to bargain when the Grand Elder suddenly raised a small, pitch-black controller. It had only one button, yet everyone's heart skipped a beat. Don't. Grand Elder, calm down. Zhao Buchuan and the others tried to intervene, but the guards behind the Grand Elder had already gone pale. They knew that device commanded the sword of retribution. What are you doing? Yu Shizi and Ingmu panicked, rushing to restrain him. Give me the rebirth technique, or we all die together. The Grand Elder tightened his grip on the controller, eyes fixed on Yi Fan. One press and Fu Guang Island is gone. No one escapes. I want the technique now. Why are you so agitated? Sensing his loss of control, Yi Fan grew suspicious. He scanned the crowd and quickly noted one person missing. Bai Youth Grand Elder's cherished companion. He remembered Bai Ye's grievous wounds from the battle with the giant. Staring at the Grand Elder, Yi Fan asked slowly. He hasn't been cured, has he? None of your business. The Grand Elder's voice was icy. The dead can't use the rebirth technique, Yi Fan said, enunciating every word. Answer me. The Grand Elder was silent for a moment, then murmured, no, but soon. I can't let him die. He's that important to you. Yi Fan pressed on. Which matters more, the technique or his life? Both. The word had barely left his lips when the Grand Elder's domain burst outward, a crushing force sweeping over them. Impossible. Zhao Buchuan stepped forward, holding back the Grand Elder's domain, while the others retreated to Yi Fan's side, their auras flaring. During the brief standoff, the air felt like a bowstring pulled to its breaking point. Ingmu strode to Yi Fan, patted him lightly on the shoulder, and whispered, King Yi, as long as we're here, no one can touch you. The unexpected pat made Yi Fan pause, but he finally nodded without the sachet. Facing a half-emperor alone would indeed be dangerous. To break the deadlock, Yi Fan opened the private space that belonged only to him. A pale golden screen spread from his palm, enclosing himself, Zhao Buchuan, and the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder offered no resistance, letting the scene change in an instant. Everything else fell away until only Yi Fan and the Grand Elder faced each other. Zhao Buchuan half a step behind, his killing intent locked on the Elder. Silence stretched before the Grand Elder spoke, his voice shaking with suppressed emotion. Bai Yu is dying. I need a method of reincarnation to keep him alive. He lifted his bloodshot eyes to Yi Fan. Bai Yu has been with me for 100 years. He is not only my lover, he's the only family I have. I won't let him die. As the Grand Elder of Fu Guang Island, he had power, wealth, and Bai Yu his eternal lover. During that century, he had grown weary, even planned to reincarnate and leave, but when death truly loomed, he realized that without Bai Yu nothing else mattered. On the verge of collapse, he roared, I must obtain the reincarnation method. Yi Fan listened for a long moment, then shook his head. I don't have it. Lies. The Grand Elder barked. You're a reincarnator. You admitted it yourself. I did experience something that could be called reincarnation, but that process can't be duplicated. Yi Fan's gaze was calm. Have you heard of the space-time dragon? The legendary beast that controls both time and space. The Grand Elder frowned. Exactly, Yi Fan said. I launched a self-destruct attack against it and survived by sheer luck. Its unique nature likely caused my rebirth. The Grand Elder's expression froze. Is that true? Every word, Yi Fan replied. So you're just a lucky survivor, not someone who mastered reincarnation? The Elder's voice trembled. Then why trick me? You assumed I had the method, Yi Fan sighed. If you insist on one, it's simple, blow yourself up in front of the space-time dragon. Feel free to try. Liar. Despair morphed into madness. The Grand Elder drew a controller from his sleeve. If I can't have it, we all die together. Click. Click. Only 17 punishment swords remained, yet he pressed the button 100 times in a frenzy. Ha ha. Everyone dies. His face twisted with hysteria. Boy, you wanted Fu Guang Island. Wanted to be island master? Now you get nothing, everyone dies. Yi Fan watched his hysteria with chilling calm. He pointed at the man's palm. Care to check your controller? What? The Grand Elder looked down. The casing was different. It was the empty shell Yi Fan had given him earlier. In a flash, he recalled the moment Ingmu had approached. Ingmu had switched it. Ingmu, you bastard. He snarled, but it was useless. You're quick on the uptake, Yi Fan said softly, a hint of regret in his eyes. Grand Elder, we didn't have to end up here. He raised his hand. Beastart, drain. Pale gold light burst from his fingertips, and the very heavens seemed to spiral into an unseen vortex. Zhao Buchuan stepped forward, ready to strike. The Grand Elder, however, stood frozen, for within Yi Fan's pupils, two utterly different divine sigils flashed at once. His Adam's apple bobbed. His voice broke. Impossible. How can you possess two divine eyes? There are far too many impossible things in this world. Yi Fan stood in the center of the Elder's Hall, his gaze steady, as though he were voicing a truth everyone already accepted. The Grand Elder wavered under his unruffled tone, and a heartbeat later the formless pressure of the Supreme Eye exploded outward. The air contracted as if gripped by an enormous hand, and even Zhao Buchan's expression tightened. The Supreme Eye, the man who bore it, is dead. I killed him with my own hands, the Grand Elder murmured. Yi Fan didn't move. He simply stared, and as the pressure mounted, the Grand Elder's aura visibly collapsed. The Supreme Eye worked on him. Elder Zhao, do it, Yi Fan said softly, deepening the mental clamp. Zhao Buchuan hesitated no longer. His domain burst open, and with a single stride he was upon the Grand Elder. Conspiracy. The Grand Elder roared. From start to finish, boy, it was all a conspiracy. Even under suppression, he reacted with the speed expected of a half-emperor. Before his words died away, the mark of the beast tamer flared, and a black-scaled lizard materialized. Its sweeping tail stirred a razor wind. You won't succeed. The lizard bellowed, claws biting into the floor, venomous fangs flashing. In a clash between half-emperors, victory is never easy, yet the Supreme Eye weighed on the Grand Elder like an unseen mountain. His movement slowed, and after only a few exchanges, Zhao Buchan's fist crashed into his chest, sending blood spraying. Jingmu, you chose the wrong path. Zhao Buchan's voice held the weight of their years together, but his hands did not stop. If you had worked with King Yi from the beginning, none of this would be happening. Why should I work with him? On what grounds? The Grand Elder staggered, mouth full of blood. Without my permission, what right did he have to step on a Fu Guang Island, let alone lay claim to anything here? You stubborn fool, Zhao Buchuan sighed, shaking his head. Utterly obstinate. Outside the hall, cultivators on both sides stared at one another in uneasy silence. Affairs within the Elder's Hall had always been ruled by the Grand Elder, while Yi Fan's followers took orders from Zhao Buchuan. Now that all three were locked in combat, both factions found themselves headless, forced to watch from afar. Even their enmity seemed to dull in the long wait. Oldly, have you found your grandson yet? At length a cultivator from Yi Fan's camp called across to a white-haired elder. I thought I saw him a few days back. I did, old Zhao. Oldly waved. He's in that new high-rise your people put up in the east. Then he asked in return, what about your grandson? Any luck? My grandson, old Zhao's voice dropped until it nearly vanished in the wind. He's gone. Gone. Old Li's eyes widened. He started to offer comfort. It's all right, your son can still. My son is dead too. Old Zhao shook his head. So is my daughter-in-law. In the last of my line now. The air fell utterly still. Old Li opened his mouth, but found nothing to say. Around them, everyone fell silent. Since coming to Fu Guang Island, many had brought their families along. The giant cataclysm had swept away everything. Even among the strongest of humanity, more than half had perished, let alone their defenseless loved ones. For many here, the family line ended with them. Old Li, why don't you come to the Elder's Hall? Old Zhao rasped suddenly. Once the Grand Elder gets the reincarnation right, we can be reborn together. He paused, then added, or you could beg King Yiskim for a copy. Reincarnation? At the word, Old Li lifted his eyes to old Zhao and to everyone in the Elder's Hall. Old Li, haven't you had enough of living? How could anyone ever feel they've lived enough? Lao Li looked puzzled, while Lao Zhao simply shook his head with a faint, bitter smile. Besides, I'm talking about reincarnation, about starting over. How could that ever be enough? I've already tasted every joy and sorrow, every parting and reunion, and I've seen the world in all its forms. Doing it again would be meaningless. Imperfection is the norm. If I start over, it will still be imperfect, and he'll still be unwilling to accept it. When his words faded, the room fell silent again. Having lived far too long, everyone present was exhausted, and even the meaning of life itself had grown blurred. Thud, thud. Heavy footsteps shattered the stillness as an armored soldier burst into the room. Sweat dripped from his chin, and Ignoring the powerful figures gathered there, he ran straight to Ingmu. Ingmu, Zaya do some things happened to Xiaodo. What? What's wrong with him? Ingmu, who had been smiling at the others' debate, leaped to his feet, his voice cracking with fear. Under everyone's gaze, several soldiers hurried in carrying a stretcher. When the stretcher stopped beneath the lamplight, everyone gasped. Xiaodo lay motionless, a fist-sized hole gaping in his chest, gray mist seeping from the wound as his life ebbed away. Who did this? Ingmu exploded like a maddened lion, seizing the messenger by the collar. Such fury had never before shown on his face. I don't know, it wasn't us. The soldier babbled, feet dangling above the floor. We found him like this. No one went in or out of his quarters. We pulled the nearby surveillance. Get out. Ingmu roared, flinging him aside. He threw himself beside the stretcher, palms glowing with spellcraft as he thrust them toward the horrific wound, trying to stitch the torn life back together. Thud. Before his hands could touch, Xiaodo weakly raised his own and caught them, shaking his head with a rasp. Old Mu, don't save me. No, I have to save you. Ingmu shouted, trying to press down, but Xiaodo clamped his wrists with all his remaining strength. Xiaodo, you can't die? Do you hear me? If you die, what am I supposed to do? I should have died long ago, Xiaodo whispered, barely audible. It was me, I killed myself. Ingmu froze, murmuring, why? I promised I'd send you to school, let you grow up, get married, have children. But I never agreed. Xiaodo managed to lift his hand. The gray mist dispersed completely, and his arm fell limp. I can keep him alive a little longer. Someone burst from the crowd, grasping Zaida's hand. A surge of golden energy poured in, and Zaida's fading heartbeat flickered back. Ingmu, if you have something to say it now. I can't hold on for long, the stranger urged. Realizing the true end was near, Yingmu's eyes reddened as he gripped Zaida's hand. Why are you leaving me? Is it because I couldn't find a way to let you pass on? No, Laomo. A shaft of golden light dropped from the sky, the final spark the powerful warrior had wrung out for Xiaodo. The radiance fell across their faces. The 15-year-old lifted his eyes to Ingmu, his rims quietly reddening. Lamu, you're not a dead man. You can leave Fu Guang Island and do something that matters. Yingmu's voice came out raw, almost a growl. Without you, none of it matters to me. He shook his head violently, his ragged breathing tearing open the silence. Xiaodo, you're 15, there's so much you haven't done yet. Laomu, I'm 45. Xiaodo answered calmly. He no longer hid what lay in his heart. His gaze was clear and steady. You're my Shifu. During that lightning tribulation, I stepped in for you of my own accord. I never blamed you, never regretted it. Night wind swept through the ruined hall, carrying away the charred scent still clinging to the eaves. Xiaodo went on. Laomu, you can't live forever under the weight of guilt. It's been 30 years. In all that time you stole from me, took beatings from me, tried every cure you could imagine. But in the end I'm already dead, and that cannot change. I want you to live again. Even now, Ingmu could not accept it. We defeated the giant. We still have time to find a way to send you on. Xiaodo sighed. Laomu, you never asked whether I wanted to move on. Ingmu froze, a slab of ice wedged in his chest. Memories surged. Zaida's soft sigh when Ingmu was beaten, the resigned look when Ingmu rushed back with a new technique, the shake of the head after every failed trial. Each fragment lodged in his throat, stealing his words. His obsession with Zaida's rebirth had shackled them both. To the outside world, Xiaodo remained 15 forever. For Xiaodo himself, the years had ground on, and his soul was now 45. Xiaodo Yingmu's voice trembled. Lamu, it's time we said goodbye. The golden beam above them was fading fast. It was the last moment the warrior had purchased. Xiaodo looked at Ingmu and let a relieved smile curve his lips. Yuang is a good man. I've heard him speak of the world beyond. With your talent, if you follow him, you'll shine brighter than ever. Only a few threads of light remained, and the boy's figure grew thin in the wavering glow. It's time, Lamu. Live for yourself now. As the last words faded, the golden glow dimmed, and the light in Zaida's eyes went out. The child Ingmu had cared for all her life ended his days in this quiet, cruel way. Ingmu shed no tears. She knelt on the ground, arms rigidly wrapped around Zaida's cooling body. Her throat tightened so much that not a single word could escape. Yushizi and the others stood quietly to one side. They wanted to comfort her, yet had no idea where to begin. The same tightness clogged their chests. Zaida's final words were meant for them, as well every soul lingering on Fu Guang Island was bound by some attachment, and because of that, none of them dared to take the last step. Confronted with Zaida's passing, they wondered, when their own Xiaodo is gone one day, what will they do then? Reincarnation may not be as wonderful as it sounds, old Li from the Elder Hall faction suddenly muttered in the silence. Without my grandson, what meaning would another life have? His words fell like muffled thunder, making everyone's heart jolt. In that case, why not do something that truly matters? Sensing the shift in mood, Yushizi lowered her voice but spoke firmly. Tell me, is there anything more meaningful than building a brand new nation with your own hands? Her gaze swept slowly across the crowd before she brought Yi Fan into the conversation. King Yi carries the world in his heart, and you have all witnessed his potential. One day he may end this age of chaos and even reach true transcendence. Fu Guang Island lies in ruins. What better moment to realize our ambitions? If we lend him our strength now, then when he unites the realm and steps into transcendence, he may indeed find us a path to the afterlife. Before her words had faded, quite a few elders already looked shaken. Yushizi pressed the advantage. King Yi cares nothing for background. He will welcome anyone who shares his vision. My friends, it is not too late to pledge yourselves. She spread her hands and waited. After a brief hush, several people edged toward Yifan's side. One after another 7 or 8 elders joined them in silence. And in the blink of an eye, the two camps were nearly, even clearly, not everyone longed for reincarnation. Among those who still hadn't moved, someone shouted, "This life has been far from perfect. We've tiptoed through danger at every step. There's nothing wrong with wanting another chance. Without the Grand Elder, we would have died in the chaos long ago." Another voice echoed, "Repaying kindness with loyalty. Standing with him now is the least we can do." "You are not wrong," Yushizi conceded without argument. Looking at those opposite her, she gently reminded them, "But in the end, Fu Guang Island can have only one master. We were once colleagues, yet for the sake of our principles we may soon be forced to cross swords. Such is the unavoidable way of things." With that, she clasped her hands behind her back, making no attempt to disturb Ingmu in her grief, and motioned for her followers to line up behind her. Watching the numbers even out so quickly, Yushizi allowed herself a faint smile. "It seems I'm still rather useful," she murmured. From the very beginning, she had been the first to be won over by Yifan. Once she decided to follow him, her dedication never wavered. She recruited crucial allies for him and anticipated his needs at every turn. "For all the merit I've earned, if that kid really builds an empire one day, I ought to be hailed as a founding hero." Cough, cough. Inside the strange gray-white void, the fight was almost over. The Grand Elder, body spattered with blood, leaned against his beast mount. Each ragged cough sent fresh crimson flying, while tendrils of gray mist seeped from his wounds, devouring the last of his life like living things. Yui hacked up more blood, but kept his gaze locked on Yifan. "I will never let you walk away unscathed. Sometimes you're simply too stubborn," Yifan sighed. "By now, if you'd chosen reincarnation and worked with us, you might still be alive, and we wouldn't have had to fight to the death." The Grand Elder snorted, offering no explanation. Right and wrong no longer mattered. "Kill me. You control Fu Guang Island. You have everything you came for." Yifan nodded. "An opponent he could not use must not be left behind. I've been Grand Elder for a century and poured my heart into this place. The people prospered. We forged alliances with the outside world, and that's why Fu Guang Island took a great leap forward." His voice was hoarse, but carried pride. "Boy, can you really do better than I have?" Yifan paused, staring at him. On the brink of death, the man who had ruled for 100 years seemed to replay his past. Merchant ships coming and going, treaties sealed, the populace thriving. Without the rampaging giant, Fu Guang Island might soon have stood before the world. "Maybe I won't be as meticulous as you," Yifan admitted after a moment, a faint smile on his lips. "But if the giant wakes again, I will never hole up in a cabin while gray mist slaughters my people." The Grand Elder froze, then gave a bitter laugh. "You mock my hesitation and cowardice at the end. Years ago, I'd have charged in too, heedless of the cost, but time changes everything." "I don't believe that," Yifan said evenly. "If you truly love this land, how could you abandon it?" "I loved it once, but love has a shelf life," the Grand Elder chuckled. "You're lucky you've been reborn. You're young and fervent now, yet one day you'll tire of this place, tire of everything well see." With that, he raised his chin and relinquished his final resistance. Zhao Buchuan looked to Yifan, awaiting judgment. "Any last wishes?" Yifan asked. "Shall I bury you with you?" "Fine," the Grand Elder agreed, then closed his eyes. Yifan hesitated for an instant, then nodded. Zhao Buchuan stepped forward, domain power flaring. Light danced between his palms as he murmured, "Jingmu, farewell." Rumble. The space quaked, and Yifan and Zhao Buchuan returned to the real world. The crowd instantly swarmed around them. "Where's the Grand Elder?" someone from the Elders' Hall demanded, sensing something wrong. "Right here." Yifan turned his hand over, and a still bleeding head dropped into his palm. The Grand Elder was dead. The stark fact drew a sharp collective breath. The elders who had clung to him instinctively fell back. With the sole half-emperor now siding with Yifan, he could crush them at will. The outcome was settled. No one dared ask for details. The result lay before them. They no longer had any bargaining power. Fear and unease rippled through the hall. Some tensed to resist, some quietly scouted escape routes. Others turned pale, ready to beg for mercy. Reading their faces, Yifan spoke in a calm, yet unassailable voice. "Fu Guang Island is in ruins and needs your strength. If you'll follow me, I'll accept you." No one answered. His gaze grew colder. "Of course, if you'd rather not, you can join your Grand Elder in the realm of the dead. I'm a democratic man's choice is yours." That was almost too democratic. After hearing Yifan offer everyone the freedom to choose, The people in the Hall of Elders looked at one another in confusion. Their loyalty had always rested on power and profit, and with the Grand Elder dead, the backbone of the faction had snapped in an instant. Most of them felt hollowed out, too nervous to throw their weight behind Yi Fan, yet too embarrassed to cling to their former stance. King Yi, would you be willing to share your method of reincarnation with us? Someone finally asked, summoning the courage to speak. Of course, Yi Fan replied without hesitation. Then he added, but it's priceless knowledge. You'll have to earn it. Once I'm satisfied with your contributions, you'll receive the complete technique. We can obtain the reincarnation method too. The words struck the hall like a hammer. Wavering hearts swayed once more, and even people already in Yi Fan's camp felt their eyes light up. Reincarnation was a temptation no cultivator could resist. If the entire island learned the secret. Standing behind Yi Fan, Zhao Buchuan felt the lure as well. He studied the young man's earnest profile, suddenly unsure whether Yi Fan truly possessed such a secret art or was simply mesmerizing the crowd with clever words. If he really was a reincarnator, then Zhao's earlier doubts were laughable. If he was bluffing, his audacity was just as frightening. This kid Zhao Buchan's heart jolted. He realized he could no longer see through Yi Fan. In terms of resolve, Yi Fan could rival 10 Zhao Gaos, and now his momentum was astonishing. If Zhao Gao ever had to face him, he'd be reduced to crumbs. At that thought, Zhao Buchuan made a silent decision. Tomorrow he would write to Zhao Gao, telling him to go home and farm. This power struggle was no place for him. Scanning the big picture, strong foes in the south, natural barriers in the north, and now control of Fu Guang Island with its rare resources and technology, Nanchuan's rise seemed unstoppable, all revolving around Yi Fan. While hesitation filled the air, an elder stepped forward and accused, but you killed the Grand Elder. You're an outsider. What gives you the right to rule Fu Guang Island? What gives me the right? Yi Fan's smile was faint as his gaze shifted to Zhao Buchuan. The half-emperor caught the cue, stepped forward, and unleashed a sea-like aura that made everyone's breathing falter. The reason is simple, Yi Fan said quietly, yet his words echoed through the hall. Right now, I hold the power. You have no choice but to submit. Before his voice had faded, a white-haired elder dropped to his knees with a thud. I submit. He surrendered so quickly that those nearby froze. Surely a man could hesitate before switching sides. I submit as well, a second elder said, forced to follow. One capitulation led to another, and the remaining elders set aside their pride, kneeling one after another. The hall filled with the sound of bodies hitting the floor. Yet a handful of stubborn men kept their backs stiff, glaring disdainfully at their colleagues. We will never submit, they shouted, necks straining as they hurled the words at Yi Fan. If the Grand Elder could see that loyal followers still stood by him after his death, he would surely be moved. Smoke and the acrid stench of scorched stone hung over the shattered hall, and the walls still trembled faintly. Yi Fan withdrew his gaze, a trace of a smile flickering across his face before he turned toward Ingmu, who was lost in grief. He'll leave the rest to you and Elder Zhao. The moment the words fell, Zhao Buchuan and the others understood. They stepped forward in unison, forming a semicircle around the last few survivors. A pale gray barrier erupted and folded over them like something solid. Boom. A short, muffled rumble, then silence. Those dragged into the domain offered little resistance. The moment they chose to fight on, they had already accepted death. Only the faint tang of blood and broken echoes remained inside the ruined hall. The other king-rank cultivators stood where they were, staring at Yi Fan in silence. At their age and at their level, all of them knew what happened to anyone who refused to surrender. Root and branch brutal, but the cleanest way to reshuffle the deck. In their place, they probably would not have left the Grand Elder's remnants even the slim chance they just had. Yi Fan walked to Ingmu and looked down at Xiaodas' already cold body. The small figure was laced with charred cracks left by lightning and flame, yet still lay curled up as if asleep. Old Mu, are you all right? Yi Fan laid a hand gently on his shoulder. Yingmu's voice caught in his throat. If I'd known it would end like this, I should have died myself during that lightning tribulation 30 years ago. Yi Fan patted him. The dead are gone. Regret is useless. Xiaodo forced you to let go of your obsession with his own death, and he wasn't wrong. I understand his reasons, but I can't accept them. Yingmu's bloodshot eyes lifted to Yi Fan. Now I can understand how the giants felt. If I get the chance, I'll bring Xiaodo back. Yi Fan pondered for a moment. Perhaps one day there really will be a chance. For now, keep his body safe. If we find a way to revive him, we'll bring him back as a true person. I think he would like that. Yes, yes. Ingmu clutched at the hope like a drowning man to driftwood. He produced an ornate deep blue cloth, wrapped Xiaodo carefully, then placed the small body in a dedicated storage ring. When he finished, the ash in his eyes was replaced by a glimmer of light. Yi Fan saw it clearly and felt a surge of complicated emotions. Bringing back the dead was as hard as climbing the heavens. But at this moment Ingmu needed that seemingly impossible goal to keep his will intact, and Yi Fan needed this genius of 1,000 strange arts to stay clear-headed. During the earlier chaos, Ingmu had switched out the Grand Elder's controller. giving Yi Fan the chance to tear off the mask and seize Fu Guang Island once and for all. At least there's still a sliver of hope. Yi Fan sighed inwardly, giving Yingmi's shoulder one last pat before turning away. A moment later, Zhao Buchuan and the others reappeared from the domain, the blood and cracks on their clothes telling the story. King Yi, save for Zhao Buchuan, the other king-rank cultivators knelt, voices low and in unison. We are willing to follow you. Rise. Yi Fan lifted a hand. His eyes swept over the aged and the young among them, and he felt a ripple of emotion. If he could take them off Fu Guang Island, he could sweep across the entire human realm. Unfortunately, the island's rules bound them. They could never truly leave. Even so, you can still shine within these bounds. His tone grew firm. We'll need every one of you to rebuild Fu Guang Island. And there's more good news. I've already made peace with the sea territory, so we may be able to open up new avenues of cooperation. The sea territory? Yux's eyes lit up. We've been at odds for so long, we never explored it properly. With King Yi behind us, we can finally stretch our wings. If we can secure more ore and resources, added one of the king-rank researchers, almost trembling with excitement. Our technology, though advanced, has always been limited by supply. Now, with the population reduced and consumption down, we can finally tackle the bottlenecks that held us back. Fu Guang Island might step into an entirely new era. Faces around the hall brightened with excitement and anticipation, and a long-absent vitality began to rise. Yi Fan nodded but poured a necessary dose of cold water on the mood. Of course, our demands can't be limitless. We will have to negotiate with the sea territory as equals. They'll definitely say yes. Inside the council hall, a cultivator spoke first, his voice still hoarse from the battle they had just fought side by side. We risked our lives together. That counts for something. And if they refuse, so what? Another man said, brushing off his sleeves. His tone was edged with steel. In my opinion, we should march straight into the sea territory. We know their strengths and weaknesses, and right now they're nowhere near our level. Strike while they're weak, swallow the whole realm, then pledge everything to King Yi. Wouldn't that be satisfying? I agree. Well said. Cheers rose around the hall. One cultivator added, the sea beasts are many, but after that last battle, there's a gap at the top. The Silver Sea does restrain us, but if we're willing to pay the price, the sea territory is ours for the taking. He looked toward the head of the room and raised his voice. King Yi, what do you think? The discussion tempted Yu Shizi as well. He stepped beside Yi Fan and murmured, the Silver Sea and Fu Guang Island were once one. If we conquer the sea territory, Fu Gang's expansion will face no barriers. Even if we're trapped here, our influence will reach far beyond. Pull that off and Fu Guang could become terrifyingly powerful. That would help you immensely. I want to attack the sea territory, Yi Fan replied, shaking his head with firm resolve. I gave my word. Everyone exchanged looks of surprise. Someone clicked his tongue. Now you remember your promises? Didn't you also swear to give the Grand Elder a reincarnation method? Yi Fan raised a hand to quiet them. The sea territory isn't our mortal enemy. If we sit down and talk, cooperation won't be hard. Conquest won't necessarily bring better results. Besides, Fu Guang Island has only just stabilized, don't need another war. Silence settled over the hall. Seeing Yi Fan's stance unchanged, the crowd finally nodded in reluctant agreement. Yi Fan then reorganized Fu Guang Island's administration. He would not stay on the island permanently, so he handed overall command to Zhao Buchanance, the king of letters whose talent for internal affairs was unrivaled. The former Elder Hall was dissolved. Its members each took charge of a district. Yi Fan's earlier followers were reshuffled as well, 2 or 3 to a team, and stationed across those same districts. Every steward was responsible only for his own territory. Yu Shizi oversaw intelligence. All reports went to him first, then to Zhao Buchuan for final decisions. For the moment, Sakura held no post. Yi Fan intended to take him off island later. When the assignments were finished, Yu Shizi blinked and laughed aloud. That puts me at number 3 in the chain, doesn't it? Rest assured, I won't shortchange you, Yi Fan replied with a smile. Suddenly, Zhao Buchuan spoke up. Yi Fan, we're basically Fu Guang Island's new leadership. Is an Elder Hall a bit outdated? New era, new name, Yi Fan agreed, nodding. But nothing comes to mind. Suggestions? How about Heavenly Court? Zhao Buchuan lifted his chin, eyes bright. Would be the Heavenly Court of Fu Guang Island. Every official would be an immortal, the rank and file would be heavenly soldiers, and the commanders, heavenly generals. With us here, Fu Guang Island will always have a sky of its own. The Heavenly Court, huh? Sounds a lot like an imperial court. Yi Fan mused for a few seconds, then waved casually. It's a bit strange, but sure. All right, everyone welcome to the Heavenly Court. Rumble. Far below the waves, 2 titans clashed, churning the sea and staining the water red for hundreds of meters. The white dragon and the razor-toothed shark, once joint rulers of the deep, were now ripping scales and flesh from each other. White dragon, today you die? The shark's voice boomed through the water. Razor-tooth, you traitor. The dragon roared back, its body covered in wounds, old scars torn open and blood pouring from broken scales. You dare try to kill the queen? Queen? She's just a wretched human. The shark scoffed, its rows of teeth gleaming. White dragon, you're a fool. The sea belongs to sea beasts. We don't need humans, neither that runt, nor the queen you worship. Insolent cur. The dragon charged again, its glowing body dimmed, but its battered frame couldn't overpower the shark. After a brief clash, half its tail was bitten clean off. The dragon cried out, frantic. Where are the others? Help me kill this traitor. Booms rolled through the deep as massive shadows closed inanely to stop and watch from a distance. The shark laughed. We're sea beasts. We follow the strongest. You're no longer the ruler, so you answer to me. Rubbish. The dragon roared. While the queen lives, we obey only her. Stubborn to the end. At the shark's signal, several leviathans swam to its side. Luke Thief, already chosen. You wretches. The dragon howled. We swore to protect the queen. Have you forgotten? Moments ago we fought the world's strongest humans for her. That was your choice alone, the shark replied coldly. The whole sea paid dearly for it. No beast wants to die for a human spark. They followed you only out of fear. Now what? The ocean nearly perished. Humans broke into the depths and learned our secrets. Do you know how ruthless they are? Soon they'll make a list, put a price on each of us, and hunt us down one by one. You lie? The dragon tried to refute him, but the words stuck. History showed humans cataloging their kind, assigning value, jotting down a few cold lines. You know it's true. The shark bared glinting layers of teeth. White dragon, you're the real traitor. Today I purge the sea. No more queen, no more bending to humans, you'll see them all dead. That's wrong, the dragon hissed. The queen believes that if both sides try, sea and humankind can live in peace. Queen? I told you there is no queen here. The shark lunged, unleashing its fiercest assault. The watching giants, seeing the dragon falter, joined the attack. The dragon was still mighty, but it couldn't hold. In moments its flesh was torn in several places, white bone laid bare. At this rate, it would soon be stripped to a skeleton. That kid was right after all, the dragon thought as crisis closed in, recalling its talk with Yifan. It looked at the attacker skin who once followed it without fear, even when facing a mountain-sized giant. Now, like land beasts, they bowed only to raw power. When it was strong they rallied. When it grew weak, they rushed to tear it apart. I thought you were like mewling to give your lives to protect the queen. Why is the ocean so restless? Kelp swayed around him as Yifan drifted downward, the water shivering with every pulse, as if an invisible leviathan were churning far below. He frowned. This vibration was anything but normal. To be safe, he caught a translucent shrimp no bigger than half his palm, branded it with a beast-taming seal, and sent it ahead as a scout. Driven by the contract, the shrimp shot downward like lightning, but before it covered 30 yards a savage current tore it to shreds. First probe failed. Yifan tried again, this time with larger fish and even 2 mid-sized sea beasts. Every creature met the same fate, reduced to pulp the instant it touched the lower layer. The only image that ever made it back showed several bizarre sea beasts savagely tearing at each other, split into 2 clear factions. Are they fighting amongst themselves? The warning in his mind flared brighter. After a moment's thought, he summoned Xiongqi and Baze. Together, the 3 plunged deeper. Rumble. The sea roared against his eardrums. Before long they crashed straight into the melee. Dozens of massive bodies writhed together, fangs and serrated fins flashing while blood clouds dyed the water crimson. Yifan quickly picked out the sides. One group was thick-bodied with knife-sharp teeth, the other, sleeker and faster, brandishing sawtooth fins. The sight instantly reminded him of the razor-fang shark. Just then a fresh surge of power rolled up from the abyss. A pack of truly formidable sea beasts burst from below, fixing on Yifan the moment they arrived. Without any warning, they attacked. What in the world? Yifan's heart jerked. He could only dive faster while ordering Xiongqi and Baze to cover the rear. Blades of pressure collided in the dark, and one carcass after another sank toward the lightless deep. Yet the farther he went, the more united his pursuers became. They no longer fought each other. Every beast threw itself forward with a single goal: stop Yifan's descent. Wave after wave crashed in. Experience points poured in as fast as the attackers, and his level surged past the glory tier. The breakthrough, however, didn't ease the siege. The circle merely tightened. Weariness set in. If this dragged on, he would be ground down. Most likely those 2 leaders are fighting for dominion, Baze murmured. After its battle with the white dragon, the razor-fang shark senses weakness and wants the throne. The beasts under its sway already hated humans. I was thinking the same. Yifan nodded. In just a few days, waters that had once been almost friendly had turned lethally hostile disturbingly fast. One conclusion was obvious. He needed reinforcements, and he needed to save the white dragon. It was the linchpin of peace between the Sea Realm and Fu Guang Island. With the decision made, he pulled back his killing intent and started to rise. He had barely moved when a roar powerful enough to tear eardrums apart shook the entire sea. White dragon, you're not going anywhere. That little girl and you, both of you will die. Boom. The sea convulsed. At the edge of his vision, the white dragon surged toward him, its huge body battered, scales cracked and oozing blood. Behind it, the razor-fang shark opened a maw of jagged teeth, leading an elite horde in relentless pursuit, murderous intent flooding the water. The white dragon. The moment he saw what was happening, Yi Fan acted without hesitation, ordering Xiongqi and Bei's to strike. The two ancient beasts had fought side by side for ages, and their coordination was seamless. Bei's instantly released a blessing, while Xiongqi opened its jaws and fired a colossal elemental cannon. Boom! The blazing torrent grazed the white dragon's scales and smashed into the oncoming lychee shark's head, sending up a fountain of blood. Curse you, human! The lychee shark roared. The pain drove it into a frenzy. Its massive tail swept across the sea, churning the water into a raging uproar. The white dragon, its body webbed with cracks, swam to Yi Fan's side and spoke in a low, urgent voice. Human, the seas are erupting just as you said. They want to kill the queen, and they want me dead as well. Survival first. Talk later, Yi Fan replied crisply, calling for a full-speed retreat. Behind them, the shark's bellow echoed across the crashing waves. White dragon, still claiming you haven't sided with humans. Countless leviathan sea beasts surged after them, a tide of hulking forms that even made Yi Fan's heart pound. He pushed his speed to the limit. But no land creature could outswim a born sea beast. Within moments, deep gashes appeared on Qianqi's flank. Someone has to hold them off, Bei said anxiously. Yi Fan, can you reach anyone topside? I tried. No signal underwater. Then he'll stay, Bei's decided. I'm an ancient divine beast. Even in death I can cocoon and revive. Go get help and come back for me. Yi Fan frowned. Cocooning still needs at the very least. He'll stay? The white dragon suddenly halted, turning to Yi Fan. I'm at half-emperor level. If I self-destruct, I can cripple the shark and buy you time. If you die, the seas and Fu Guang Island will be sworn enemies. They want. The queen's bloodline lives on. The dragon opened its jaws, releasing a gentle white glow that cradled an unconscious little girl and floated her to Yi Fan. The sea beasts are too dull to stand with humans. She carries the queen's blood. Protect her for me. When she's grown, help her reclaim the seas. Yi Fan stared, then nodded. They'll keep her safe. And if you survive, we might become friends. I thought the same, yet Lychee still dared to strike me. I should have guarded the queen's blood myself. A new tidal wave slammed into the dragon, knocking it askew. The dragon's roar shook the seafloor. Its eyes blazed crimson as it faced the pursuers. Traitors who defy the queen, you will not touch her blood. An instant later, blinding white light burst from its body, swelling like molten rock about to burst its banks. Go! Yi Fan clutched the girl and fled with Xiongqi and Bei's. A half-emperor's self-detonation could upend the entire region. You're insane. The lychee shark shrieked. Stop it, keep it away. Sea beasts surged forward to block the path, but the white dragon pushed through them in a desperate charge straight for the shark. Lychee, you want to escape? Stay back. The shark lost all composure, thrashing backward only to realize, horrified, that the dragon was even faster. No. A thunderous blast erupted. The shark's roar was swallowed by a shockwave that felt like a chain of underwater explosions tearing the sea apart. Thud. Yi Fan dragged himself onto the shore and spat a mouthful of blood. The surf hammered the rocks, scattering the crimson spray, and the aftershock from a half-emperor's self-detonation still racked his body. Without the protective sachet, his already fragile flesh felt paper-thin. Even though Xiongqi and Bei's had shielded him from most of the blast, his bones were cracked and his organs churned. The waves had barely settled when several sharp whooshes cut through the air. Zhao Buqian and the others, waiting farther up the beach, sensed the disturbance and closed in, surrounding Yi Fan. King Yi, were you attacked by those sea beasts? Yuxizi asked, fury flashing when he noticed the blood at Yi Fan's lips. No, not the beasts. Yi Fan wiped his mouth, pale but composed. A civil war broke out beneath the waves. The white dragon was already weakened from our earlier fight. The razor-toothed shark seized the chance to rebel and rallied the other powerful creatures. I tried to rescue the white dragon but ended up trapped. To protect her bloodline, she chose to self-destruct and buy time. As he spoke, he turned his hand, revealing a silver-haired girl of 5 or 6. Exposed to air for the first time, she blinked, then burst into loud sobs. The shrill wail echoed across the empty beach, leaving the onlookers staring at one another in surprise. What's our next move? Yuxizi murmured after a moment. The sea realm is vulnerable right now. Do we strike back? Not yet. Yi Fan's chest heaved as he coughed up another thread of blood. I'm in no shape to fight. Give me a few days. Understood. Yuxizi hurried to steady him. Beside them, Ingmu produced several thumb-sized, pitch-black pills and held them out. King Yi, I found these while searching for medicine for Xiaodou, Ingmu said quietly. They're called Overlord pills, taken from a strong man's tomb. Legend says they can restore life to the dead. Xiaodou survives on gray mist and can't use them, so I kept them. Maybe they'll help you. Pills that powerful? Yi Fan accepted the medicine, the acrid stench making him frown. He glanced at the group, then flicked a sliver of the coating into a nearby puddle. Pop, pop, pop. The fragments hit the water, which instantly boiled and turned black. Within seconds the puddle evaporated, leaving charred, cracked earth. Poison. Yi Fan's pupils contracted. Ingmu, you've got some nerve. Yuk Zizi seized Ingmu by the throat. Trying to kill King Yi? I swear I wasn't. Yingmu's face reddened as he struggled. I really took them from a tomb. The epitaph said they could save lives. Since when do you trust random epitaphs? Another member of the celestial court snarled, grabbing Yingmu's shoulder. It's poison, plain and simple. Probably the tomb owner's final joke, Yi Fan said, motioning for calm and handing the remaining pills back to Ingmu. Next time, verify anything of unknown origin more carefully. Ingmu cradled the pills, red marks still on his neck, and looked at Yi Fan with a mix of shame and gratitude. After a moment's thought, Yingmu's eyes lit up. He slapped his forehead as if he had just rediscovered a hidden treasure, then reached into his robe and pulled out a fist-sized white pill. Smooth and snow-white, it gave off a faint, pleasant fragrance. Right, I still have this. Ingmu waved the pill enthusiastically. It's a 10-essence tonic pill I obtained it from an old Taoist priest. Lord Yi, give it a try. Ingmu, don't you dare. An angry shout cut him short. Everyone rushed forward at once and pinned him to the ground. Scheming traitor. Trying to kill Lord Yi, are you? Where do you find all these mystery pills? I'm telling you, this one works. Ingmu kept struggling, arms stretched high to offer the pill. Amid the scuffle, it slipped from his grasp and rolled to a stop at Yi Fan's feet. 10-essence tonic pill? Yi Fan bent to pick it up. A rich herbal scent filled his nose, mild and mellow. Nothing like poison yet, the earlier Overlord pill still made him uneasy. Old Chi can test it first, he's poison-proof. Having decided, he summoned Old Chi and scraped a bit of the pill's coating for the dragon to try. A red glow flashed and a small dragon landed on his shoulder. What's that? It asked suspiciously. You're feeding me, so readily plotting my demise. Quiet, it's good stuff. Yi Fan pried open its jaws and shoved the fragment in. Assault on a venerable dragon. Old Chi thrashed, but once the bit touched its tongue it swallowed reflexively. The dragon froze, then licked its lips, eyes sparkling. Hey, that actually tastes pretty good. Good enough for me. Yi Fan nodded, sent Old Chi back to the spirit beast space, and popped the entire pill into his mouth. The moment it reached his stomach, warmth surged through his limbs like a bubbling spring. His injured organs knit together at visible speed, and even his cultivation edged upward. So it really is a 10-essence tonic pill, he murmured. Seeing his color return, the others finally released Ingmu. Told you. Ingmu leaped up, hands on hips, triumphant. Why would I ever harm Lord Yi? At least you still have a conscience, Yu Shizi muttered before turning to Yi Fan. Those sea beasts are bold. We wanted peaceful coexistence. Yi Fan nodded. For now we'll have to subdue them by force. They respect strength. With the white dragon gone, we must kill Splittooth and choose a stronger beast from those willing to submit. His gaze drifted to the little girl beside him, quietly clutching his sleeve, Eris' soul still residing within her. When she's grown, we'll entrust the sea realm to her, he added softly. Her? Everyone followed his gaze, expressions turning curious. If we can conquer the sea beasts ourselves, why put someone else in charge? Someone muttered. Yi Fan pondered. We can't rely on force forever. His thoughts were already reaching far beyond the present moment. The endless conflict between humans and beast folk has drained rivers of blood that might have been spared. Fu Guang Island, battered and broken by the calamity, can no longer survive another drawn-out war. If we can raise a sea queen ourselves and end the strife once and for all, that would be ideal. But how do you raise a child? Confronted with this practical question, Yu Shizi's brow tightened. I don't see the problem, Zhao Buchuan said with a grin, sweeping his gaze across the room. There are so many of us here. Are we saying we can't teach one child? Each of us is a master. If we pass along even a single skill, shall have more than enough to grow strong. I agree with Elder Zhao, someone replied at once. The rest quickly echoed the sentiment. With little else to occupy them, treating the girl's upbringing as a serious mission felt like a welcome purpose. When she leaves our care, shall be the disciple of all of us, another added. When she rules the seas one day, shall still be one of Fu Guang Island's own. Yi Fan clicked his tongue in silence. With so many top-tier elites teaching one child, never mind a child, even a pig would become a super pig. And this was no ordinary child. The blood of a transcendent flowed in her veins. He crouched, patted the little girl's back, and spoke lightly yet solemnly. Kiddo, you're lucky. From today on, you're not just the queen's daughter, you belong to all of Fu Guang Island. Let's give her a name, Zhao Buchuan suggested suddenly. She doesn't have one yet, does she? Probably not, Yi Fan said, shaking his head. A memory flashed of the monk who had once given him half a scroll of the scripture of banishing evil. Mo Ning, born in chaos, destined to know no peace. He murmured, then looked up. Let's call her Mo Ning. Mo Ning? What an odd name. Yuk Zizi muttered when he heard the one Yi Fan had just come up with, but his hands never paused. Smiling, he lifted the swaddled baby girl and teased her softly. Mo Ning, little Mo Ning, from now on you'll have plenty of godfathers and godmothers. I get to be the first godfather. Ingmu crowded in, arms spread to take the child. Ahem. Zhao Buchuan cleared his throat quiet, yet sharp enough to freeze Ingmu mid-step. Remembering the old man's presence, Ingmu sheepishly withdrew his hands. Fine, you can be the first godfather. He'll be the second, okay? How about I knock some sense into you instead? Zhao Buchuan rapped him on the head, then smoothly gathered the baby into his own arms. I'm the first godfather, obviously. Hey, Ingmu rubbed his forehead, disgruntled but helpless. All right, he'll be number 2. He rummaged through his robes, pulled out a gleaming longevity lock, threaded it onto a fine chain, and fastened it around the baby's neck. Here, a little gift from your second godfather. Even without cultivation, this will keep you safe and sound for 120 years. The moment the lock clicked into place, the previously timid Ning settled down, her eyes bright and clear. The charm really did seem calming, and combined with her extraordinary bloodline, she looked like a porcelain doll so much so that even the hardened elders around her felt a surge of affection. Humph, a first godfather's present has to be just as good. Zhao Buchuan flipped his palm, revealing a pair of jade bangles that glimmered like water. Guardian bracelets let them bear your illnesses and misfortunes. Third godmother has something too. Yuxizi produced a pair of exquisitely tiny boots. Heavenwork, boots wear them, and you'll run like the wind. They grow as you do, so one pair lasts a lifetime. Then I'm the fourth godfather. Another elder chimed in, brandishing a box of shining gold mahjong tiles. If you ever feel like playing, these tiles guarantee victory every time. Fifth godmother has a gift, as well more elders crowded forward, turning the scene into an impromptu gifting ceremony. In the blink of an eye, Ning was draped in trinkets of every kind, and what couldn't be worn was stacked neatly in front of her, dazzling to behold. You lot. Yifan shook his head with a laugh. Their enthusiasm partly stemmed from currying favor, but motive hardly mattered starting today. Ning's advantages would dwarf those of her peers. Dozens of king-rank powerhouses, plus one half-emperor, would all share in her training, a privilege almost unheard of in history. He'll leave Ning's education in your hands. Yifan clasped his fists in thanks. Then his tone sharpened. Rest up for a few days. After that, we take the sea region. Good. The battle-minded elders roared their approval. Fu Guang Island had coveted those waters for ages. Claiming them would be a dream come true. Zhao Buchuan stepped to Yifan's side and lowered his voice. King Yi, when will you head back inland? In a few days, once the sea is secure. Yifan outlined his plan. The human territories are in turmoil. I can't stay away from South River for long. When I get back, I also need to link Fu Guang Island with our forces there. That does make sense. Zhao Buchuan nodded. With Fu Guang Island in your hands, you found the perfect refuge. Exactly, Yifan replied, his gaze gentle yet resolute. No one in the human realm can shake Fu Guang Island's standing, battered though it may be. Even so, Elder Zhao, be cautious when you head back. My good-for-nothing grandson might still pick a fight with you, Zhao Buchuan sighed. He'll honor our original agreement. Rest easy, Yifan promised, putting the old man at ease. At that, Zhao Buchuan finally allowed himself a smile and nodded. That's a relief. He meant to stop there, but the northern situation weighed on him. Yifan spoke first. Whatever sparks fly between us, it won't be fatal. I've got Mingxin's sect behind me in the south. For a year or two the two regions won't clash. The north, though the king of fate and the northern king are ambitious predators, unmatched in schemes and troops. If you cross them, he left the warning unfinished. Yet Zhao Buchuan understood and sighed. The Zhao clan has produced only a single heir for generations. I don't want the line to end with him. Under the walls of Mingzhou City, low clouds gathered and a cold wind whipped the dust. Armored head to toe, the northern king arrived at the gates with more than 10,000 elite cavalry. Banners snapped behind him. Bowstrings were already drawn. Zhao Gao, get out here. He bellowed from horseback, his voice rumbling across the plain. You dared raid my fief right under the court's nose. By order of the king of wisdom, to seize you, rebel. Quit hiding. He brandished a gilded decree, each word blazing. On the rampart, Zhao Gao finally appeared. His robes flapped in the wind, his face steeped in disdain. Mingzhou is my rightful fief. I've come to reclaim it. What's wrong with that? Since when did it become yours? The northern king's expression soured. You're not even a titled lord. Where would you get a fief? I didn't have one before, now I do. Problem? Zhao Gao spread his hands, utterly shameless. You lords may have fiefs, but I can't. My land was granted by the court, properly recorded. The northern king shook the gold leaf decree. You're a rebel. The court has issued a suppression order. Come dawn, every warlord will march on you. Prepare to die? Laughable. Zhao Gao snorted and stepped aside, revealing several allied chiefs beside him. A court with only the king of wisdom left dares order me around? Gasps went up. The northern king quivered with rage. How dare you claim the king of wisdom can't speak for the court? The kings of culture, war, or wisdom, any of them may wield royal authority. You flout the law and sneer at the court, your treason is plain. Spare me the lecture. If you've got the guts, come in yourself. Zhao Gao turned on his heel and left. Take that traitor down. The northern king roared. Cannons thundered. Elemental blasts wove a web of light, the dim sky, flashing bright and dark. Neither commander showed on the front line, yet corpses already carpeted the field and banners lay shredded. Zhao Gao never reappeared. Certain the northern king wouldn't raise Mingzhou, he left the common troops to slug it out. That Zhao Gao's fearless bordering on insane. Night fell. The northern king pulled his army back to camp, shrugged off his cloak, and strode into the command tent. His anger vanished, replaced by eager anticipation. Did you get it all? He asked the soldier manning the image recorder. Every word, my lord. Faces and voices clear. The northern king took the device, checked it twice, and smiled coldly. Tomorrow I'll spread this footage across the realm. Let everyone see Zhao Gao's true colors. Once his name is mud, no one will follow him again. He ran a palm over the sand table of Mingzhou City, eyes glinting. Steal my city? He'll ruin you first. King Zhao is driving himself into a corner with this move. Inside the command tent, a sand table stood at the center. Torches sputtered and popped as a ring of advisors gathered around it, showering the king of Beatty with praise for his latest maneuver. With a fool like Zhao Gao, I can have him dancing in the palm of my hand, one advisor exclaimed, slapping the table in excitement. The king of Beatty merely snorted, his eyes cold. Since joining forces with King Ming, he had never once regarded King Zhao as an equal. In these chaotic times, anyone who dared claim a throne usually fought for it with strength and cunning. Yet King Zhao survived solely on the prestige of his ancestors. In the past, the Beatty king had shown a measure of restraint out of respect for the Zhao clan's 4 generations and 3 kings, but the balance of power had shifted since the warlords convened and the court moved north. Now that he stood at the height of his influence, he had no intention of enduring Zhao Gao any longer. My lord, in my view we need only wait for the other warlords to arrive, a silver-bearded strategist said, bowing. King Zhao has already thrust himself into the limelight. We don't have to force a battle. If we spread the footage and let public opinion ferment, the situation will settle itself. We agree, the other advisors chimed in. Perhaps, the Beatty king replied coolly, then turned toward a corner of the tent where Jean Bishing stood, a sharp light in his eyes. Bishing, what do you think? Jean bowed and spoke in a clear voice. My lord, I believe we should strike first. Absurd, came a chorus of protests. Attack now? Nonsense. The Beatty king raised a hand for silence and asked in a low voice, why take the offensive? State your reasons. He valued Jean's counsel greatly. On their travels, this young-looking strategist had impressed him with a keen grasp of the world's balance of power, earning a place at his side. Differing opinions did not shake that respect. If we wait for the warlords to gather, your responsibilities will multiply, Jean said, meeting the Beatty king's gaze. Though Zhao has courted several lords, his strength is limited, and our army can break him. Spreading the footage takes time, and so does rallying the other warlords. In politics, delay breeds uncertainty. I suggest we fight Zhao first. Whether we rout him outright or seize his cities, we will drain most of his strength. My lord is both a true sovereign and the recognized leader of the alliance. You know full well how the other kings regard Zhao. If he still appears formidable, they may hesitate even after seeing the footage. But if you humble him, first make the tiger fall from the mountain, everyone will gladly follow your lead and ride the tide of history. The tent fell silent save for the crackle of torches. The Beatty king lowered his eyes, deep in thought. Though many advisors still disapproved, they held their tongues while their ruler deliberated. At length he looked up, his gaze like a blade. Very well. We do it your way. Spread the footage tonight. At dawn we march on Zhao Gao. A wise decision, my lord. The advisors shouted, their voices echoing against the canvas roof. Jean Bishing allowed a brief smile, gave a respectful bow, and withdrew into the shadows. My lord, we believe this is ill-advised. In the spacious royal tent the brazier crackled and popped. The 2 strategists exchanged a look, then forced themselves to speak again. We're about to fight Zhao Gao to the death. Perhaps we should. I have made my decision. The king of Beatty lifted his eyes, their chill as sharp as ice. Do you question me? The oppressive aura made both men's spines stiffen. Born in blood and steel and now holding the court hostage, the king of Beatty understood better than anyone the weight of authority. Never, never. The 2 advisors bowed at once and fell silent. He snorted, flicked his sleeve, and turned his back on them. Humph. A pair of useless drunks, not even as good as some 20-year-old child. Thunder rumbled in the distance. A few days passed in a blink. Once Fu Guang Island had been reorganized, Yi Fan rallied his people, and the fleet cut through the waves toward the deep sea. The surface was calm. As they slipped beneath it, not a single mature sea beast appeared. Fish and shrimp filled the water, yet nothing carried a powerful aura. Yushizi moved closer and lowered his voice. Could that crafty rift-toothed shark be setting a trap? When the white dragon was wounded, it managed to turn half the sea against us. It's no simple creature. Whatever scheme it has, we're taking this domain, Yi Fan answered, eyes steady. 2 of their strongest are gone, and the white dragon's self-destruction crippled the shark. We have a whole cadre of kings, and even a half-emperor on our side. They can't stop us. His confidence boosted everyone's spirit, Their momentum surged, and they pressed on. Yet the farther they dived, the stranger things became. Scattered sea beasts darted away in panic, showing no sign of forming ranks. They seem terrified of us, Yushizi said, puzzled. Are they not going to fight back? Go all the way down, Yifan warned. Don't get careless. This is still their home turf. The seabed was pitch dark. They landed in the same crater where they had once battled the sea giant. Suspended above the abyss floated a massive corpse. The rift-toothed shark? Yifan stopped cold. It was the last of the 3 sea overlords, the one that had risen in rebellion when the white dragon faltered. He drifted closer. The shark's skull was bored clean through. Its brains were gone. Bite marks covered its body. White bone jutted out, and organs drifted like debris in the murky water. A horrific sight. Zhao Buchuan joined him, studying the wounds. Xiongqi and Baize blasted its head open with the first shot. When the white dragon blew itself up, the shock reopened the injury. That hole was what finished it more or less. Everyone nodded now that the apex predators were dead. No king remained to challenge Heaven's court. Then why are we even here? Yushizi asked. The strongest beasts are gone. Shouldn't we slaughter a few elites to make our point? No need, Yifan replied, watching the fleeing creatures. They're already terrified. They won't rise again. We'll leave a Heaven's Court detachment down here to keep the peace between Silver Sea and Fu Guang Island. Yushizi frowned, disappointed. But we hope to cooperate with them. If we don't cull them and they lack true intelligence, how do we impose order under the waves? The ones left are mostly simple brutes. Killing more would accomplish nothing, Yifan said with a sigh, turning toward the darker currents. As for cooperation, that will be up to little Mo Ning. That's our only option, someone agreed, and the group lapsed into a brief silence. They had set out brimming with confidence, rallying one another for a decisive fight. Yet the true overlord was already dead, and the sea held only a few panicked underlings scattering in every direction. Landing a heavy punch on nothing, but air left them all strangely deflated. And it wasn't just the rending shark, Zhao Buchuan added. That blast from the white dragon probably took a slew of other sea beasts with it. Most of the bodies were picked clean by their own kind, but the rending shark status made it untouchable. No creature dared be the first to gnaw on it until days later. In mere days, the power structure of these waters had collapsed. Almost every beast worthy of the word mighty was dead or dying. Compared with Fu Guang Island's losses, this sea looked far more tragic. Standing on the shore, Yuxizi sighed. One overlord fell when we fought the giant. 2 more died in the civil war that followed. As for the royal class and ordinary beasts, there's no counting the dead. She paused, hesitation flickering in her eyes. If we'd known it would end like this, maybe handing over allies back then. She caught herself and shook her head. Surrender might have spared lives today, but it would have meant abandoning not only the fight, but also their faith and their dignity. She had witnessed too many battles where people, certain of defeat, still chose death over submission. The white dragon was that kind of soul. Even at the moment of self-destruction, it shielded the queen's bloodline, refusing to let the giant seize little Mo Ning without a struggle, fully aware that ripping out her soul could kill her. The dragon's resolve was almost human. Yifan shook his head with a sigh. It was too good-hearted, assuming every beast shared its loyalty and compassion. But the world rarely rewards goodness. Kindness is easily exploited, trust easily betrayed. Good rarely meets good. It usually has to clash with evil first to learn caution. He gazed at the rending shark's enormous corpse and murmured, if only the white dragon had left remains. I'd have built it a tomb, something to remember its sacrifice for these seas. Then he waved everyone away. All right, let's go. From now on, these waters belong to Fu Guang Island. Time slipped by amid constant activity. Half a month later, Yuxizi came to report. King Yi, the sea routes are open. We've divided the waters into 3 zones, each with a different mining operation and 3 royal-class guardians. A new seabed platform has also been built. Another 3 royals stand guard there, and future expansion will hinge on it. Would you like to inspect the site? Yifan waved the offer away. No, we'll pass. During those 2 weeks, Fu Guang Island's rebuilding had advanced by leaps and bounds, another reminder that his departure was drawing near. The real arena was Nanchuan, and the island's special status meant it could only serve as a reserve force. Yuxizi nodded and handed him a list. King Yi, I've assembled the research team you requested. Ingmu walked in from outside, trailed by more than a dozen people in lab coats. Most of them were nearing 40, and the few with gray hair were clearly senior researchers. Seeing the group, Yifan nodded in satisfaction. What attracted him most about Fu Guang Island was its wide array of cutting-edge technology, with rare resources coming second. In chaotic times, technology carried even greater weight. With technical support from Yunqing, Nanchuan had risen swiftly, advancing both its weaponry and civilian infrastructure at breakneck speed. King Yi, we are willing to follow you to Nanchuan, but on one condition, the oldest researcher said, stepping forward and bowing. What condition? Our technology may be used only to improve people's lives, never for war, the old man declared firmly. That is the consensus of Fu Guang Island's scientific community, and after your stay here you should know it well. Yifan nodded. Fu Guang Island's technology had amazed him, yet its weapons were surprisingly primitive. When facing giants, the soldiers swung nothing more than oversized blades and axes. Against the gray miasma, their so-called weapons looked more like spittoons, one in every soldier's hand to scoop up the fog. If you don't build weapons, where did the sword of retribution come from? Yi Fan asked, producing the remote control he had traded for earlier. The old man faltered, then explained awkwardly, the Elder Court forced us to create it. From start to finish, it is the only weapon we have ever built for Fu Guang Island. Yi Fan gave an amused smile and let the matter drop. I accept your terms. Thank you. King Yi, the researchers said in chorus. Yi Fan was unfazed by the restriction. Nanchuan had its own military research institute. Once you reach Nanchuan, which projects will you tackle first? Which ones are most practical? Another senior researcher unrolled a blueprint in front of him. Technology out there is scarce. We'll start by building a large research complex with full laboratory and production facilities. Next, we'll upgrade urban transportation, laying special tracks around Nanchuan's central city and developing new vehicles to boost trade and communication between the cities. New vehicles? Something like those flying cars on Fu Guang Island? Yi Fan asked, intrigued. Those are airships, not flying cars, the researchers replied with wry smiles. If the principle is unclear, King Yi, we'll give you a full briefing once the prototypes are ready. For the first time, Yi Fan felt the sting of being looked down on by intellectuals, and he finally understood why rulers in the history books respected scholars not out of reverence, but out of ignorance. Then I'll leave it to you. List whatever materials you need, and I'll do my best to provide them. Click, clack footsteps sounded again as Haori pushed the door open. King Yi, the people you asked for are here. They're waiting outside. Good. Yi Fan followed him out and was stunned by the sea of heads. Scanning the crowd, he asked, all of them have beast taming aptitude? That's right, Haori replied. Each one is at least clevel, all under 35, for a total of 2,112. Excellent, excellent, Yi Fan said, nodding repeatedly. Fu Guang Island was small, and training beast tamers was a rare luxury. Aside from a handful of insiders, almost no one ever obtained a beast. Now the opportunity had arrived. How could he let it slip away? With more than 2,000 recruits, he could form an entire beast tamer legion. Haha, Lord Yi, you look delighted. Zhao Buchuan strode over, wiping his mouth after lunch, his deep laugh echoing along the edge of the training ground. Yi Fan stood in the center of the field, a dense crowd of young recruits in gray uniforms arrayed before him, their fabric catching the sunlight like rolling waves. Every one of them possessed the gift of beast mastery, a sight so imposing that even the well-traveled Zhao Buchuan had to marvel. Look at all this talent. He raised a hand to block the glare and studied them carefully. Yi Fan nodded. With the right training, they could become a formidable force. Zhao Buchuan knew Yi Fan's fondness for talent, yet he still voiced a concern. Most of them are youngsters. Doesn't that mean the older ones are wasting their gift? He frowned in thought. Not at all, Yi Fan said, lowering his voice as his smile widened. That's exactly what I wanted to discuss before I leave. Oh, Zhao Buchuan arched a brow and gestured for him to follow inside. The light in the wooden cabin was soft, and with a flick of his wrist Zhao cast a pale blue energy shield to shut out the commotion outside. Yi Fan joked, always the cautious one. Too many past mishaps to ignore, Zhao replied, taking a seat with a solemn look. What does Lord Yi wish to talk about? The older handlers who still carry the Beastmaster gift, Yi Fan replied. Their ceiling may be lower, yet they can still control beasts. When the Yin-Sea cut us off, they had no room to operate. Now that Fu Guang Island rules those waters, they can try taming sea creatures. Taming sea creatures? Zhao blinked, ideas already forming, then clapped his hands. Brilliant. If we can pull it off, Fu Guang Island will have its own naval guard. We could build platforms on the water and extend our reach as far as the eye can see. Yi Fan pressed on. Once I gain a foothold along the coast, these sea beasts could link us directly to the mainland. With the island's technology, even an ocean corridor is no longer a fantasy. People may still be unable to leave freely for now, but it would be a new kind of contact. Use every resource and every person to the fullest. Zhao grew more excited, clapping hard. Lord Yi, your thinking is extraordinary. Yi Fan waved the praise aside. It simply follows from the change in ownership of the Yin-Sea. If I hadn't thought of it, someone else would. He'll arrange for the plan to start at once. The two men then pored over the details of future exchanges between Fu Guang Island and Nanchuan, refining the scheme until it felt solid. When the discussion finally wound down, Zhao asked, Lord Yi, when are you heading back to Nanchuan? Today, Yi Fan replied, his tone calm but firm. Today? Zhao was taken aback. So soon? It's not haste, merely the right time, Yi Fan said, shaking his head. Fu Guang Island is stable and the course is set. From here on, everyone just follows the plan. He glanced out the window toward the field, his eyes soft with satisfaction. Catching that fleeting emotion, Zhao felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. As a civil king, he had always weighed every step. Yet working with Yi Fan meant big decisions were made decisively, small matters could be debated, and mistakes were allowed to be fixed. Fu Guang Island had given him a stage broader than any he had ever known. That comfort made it hard to let go, but he suppressed the feeling and offered a sincere reminder. You're taking a lot of people with you, so be extra careful on the way back. After a moment's thought, Zhao Buchuan let it go. With Ingmu going with you, there shouldn't be any trouble, he added for his own peace of mind. Don't worry, Elder Zhao, Yifan replied. Once I'm back in Nanchuan, he'll set up a direct link with Fu Guang Island. He rose, pushed the door open, and stepped outside. A massive airship hovered overhead, engines roaring, its propellers whipping the sea wind so hard the flags along the pier cracked like whips. You're just leaving? Zhao Buchuan blinked. Not even a quick goodbye to the others? A farewell is only a few words, Yifan said, crossing the threshold. I might be back before you know it. The other lords were already at their stations. Only Zhao Buchuan and Yuxizi remained inside. The vessel at the dock was Fu Guang Island's giant troop carrier, its deck sprawling wide, its rows of portholes glinting coldly. I'm off. Yifan paused at the gangplank, raising a hand to the two of them. Fu Guang Island and its people had left a deep mark on him. Fang Shi, Yang Su, Xiao Mo, Jin Chao Tianchen. The battle with the giant had taken too many. Only these few were still here. A formal goodbye seemed pointless. Lord Yi, Yuxizi called urgently from below the deck. What is it? Yifan leaned over the rail. If you get the chance to see Lord Ming, give him my regards. She shouted. Lord Ming? Yifan froze, ready to ask more, but the airship surged upward, punching through the clouds and leaving him full of questions. Was that nonsense she spouted actually true? Is she really that big a Ming Lord fangirl? He muttered as the safety harness locked him in. Boom, boom. Outside Fongbao City, artillery stitched a wall of fire. Waves of magical beasts poured in like a black tide, met by barrage after barrage of cannon fire and the elemental blasts of beast tamers. In a trench, a veteran spat out mud, wiped soot from his face, and swore. Damn it, which wave is this? Those beasts have gone madun charge after another. 3 days without sleep, rasped the bloodshot soldier beside him. Every city's getting hammered. This is Fongbao City. Shouldn't Lord Ming have wiped them out by now? Probably tied to the chaos inland, a bespectacled recruit muttered. Heard it's total war back there. No fresh troops for weeks. Fengbao's pulling men from everywhere, same as every other city. The news rattled the soldiers. No reinforcements and the beasts hitting this Hardwell get ground down. Right. Their attacks keep getting fiercer. Bet someone sold our intel to the beast kings. Low clouds pressed overhead, the battle at a stalemate. In the shadows of the wall, a tall man. Lord Ming narrowed his eyes at the gray-black horde, its outline flickering under the shellfire. Lord Ming. The men are already whispering about the inland war and the lack of reinforcements, the commander murmured. Morale is cracking. The beasts are coming too hard. How do we hold? I don't know. Lord Ming's fingers whitened on the parapet. Chaos inland, paralysis at the front. The 5 lords distrusted each other. The cities dragged their feet, and every plea for troops vanished. Now, and then a reply came back, all empty talk. Do they really want the human race wiped out? The horde drew closer. He reached for his saber, ready to leap down. At that moment, elite cavalry burst through the gate, their flags snapping as they thundered into the beasts like living lightning. Those are Lord Ming stared. Kuanglay City, the commander said calmly. 10th time this month, they've come to back us up. Kuanglay City, that kid's turf, right? Lord Ming narrowed his eyes. His idea, or? I asked. Commander Baijian, the adjutant whispered. Lord Yifan gave the order himself. Whenever you can, support the front line. No holding back. The adjutant corrected himself with quiet respect. Not Lord Yifan, Lord Yi. That kid. Ming Wang fell silent for a moment. Even from the front line, he could stitch together rumors from the thin trickle of dispatches coming from the interior. Yifan, once nothing more than a common infantryman, had shot upward the moment he left the battlefield. In a matter of months, he had carved out his own realm and been hailed as the youngest titled king in human history. Hearing that Yifan was now trying to reroute supplies to the front surprised Ming Wang, yet it also warmed him. The long siege dragged on. A raging tide of magical beasts surged forward like a black flood, forcing its way across scorched earth and trenches, pressing ever closer to the walls of Storm City. Demon fire rolled in waves, and the air stank of blood and smoke. At last Ming Wang could watch no longer. He strode onto the battlements, his towering silhouette under the sullen sky like a pillar holding up the heavens. His appearance reignited the wavering morale of the defenders in an instant. Ming Wang. The shout rose in unison from behind the parapets, shaking dust from the stones. Ming Wang rumbled a reply, then raised his long blade. I, Ming Wang, am hurry. No one shall breach Storm City. Boom. Thunder cracked from the blade as a 10-kilometer arc of energy tore open the low clouds and swept outward, carving a bloody trench through the beast tide. Shredded flesh and black blood fell like a rainstorm, pattering against helmets and armor. The shockwave set every soldier's blood ablaze. They roared and charged straight into the gap. Ming Wang's momentum did not falter. He linked several more sweeping strikes, each one seeming to peel a layer of earth away, gouging fresh gaps in the packed ranks of beasts. Their howls frayed, the rhythm of the assault shattered. The defenders plunged ahead, steel meeting claw in showers of sparks. After several brutal exchanges, the black tide finally began to recede. Yet Ming Wang gave no order to pursue. He slowly lowered his blade and slipped back into the shadows of the wall. Ming Wang, that technique puts too much strain on you, you can't keep using it. The commander at his side hurried over, worry masking the reverence in his voice. But we must drive them off. Ming Wang flicked blood from the blade and answered calmly, waving the man's concern away. The commander fell silent, though anxiety still churned in his eyes. He understood better than most. Storm City was nearing its limit, and so was Ming Wang. If the front collapsed, what meaning would all the political games in the interior still have? The thought would not let him go. Ming Wang had asked himself the same question. King Yi is back. King Yi is back. Above Nanchuan, an airship burst through the clouds and cruised toward Cloud City. The welcoming party had lined up long before, stretching all the way to the edge of the landing pad. So that's the Changshan Cloud? The hatch had barely cracked when several researchers pressed to the windows, studying the vast mass of vapor floating above the city. Looks like a piece of tech, but I see alchemy in it too. Not pure alchemy, more like a fusion of two systems. Hard to believe Cloud City pulled this off. They huddled together, voices hushed but excited. Yi Fan heard every word through the port, and raised an eyebrow. Scholars really did notice everything. A few glances were enough for them to dissect the whole setup. Boom. In the span of a few sentences, the airship settled. The lift descended, the hatch opened, and a wave of heat and noise surged inside. Li Pengzi burst through the crowd first, brandishing a silk banner, shoving onlookers aside. King Yi, I missed you like crazy. Yi Fan froze when Li Pengzi threw his arms around him, then instinctively took the silk banner. Bold characters leapt out at him. Presented to Yi Fan, Lord of Nanchuan. May you live to 100 years, with blessings as boundless as the eastern sea. From Li Yu. Pengzi, if you can't find an appropriate gift, just don't give one. The word 100 made Yi Fan's face darken. A king-rank cultivator's lifespan already exceeds a century. The wording sounded more like a curse than a blessing. All right. Li Pengzi finally caught on. Scratching his head in embarrassment, he pulled out a black marker and clumsily added a 2, turning it into May you live to 200 years. Go arrange their lodging, Yi Fan said, tapping him on the head. And try saying something nice for once. Ow! Li Pengzi yelped, only to have Wang Lingxi stride over, seize his ear, and drag him off. Come with me before you make an even bigger fool of yourself. The onlookers burst into laughter. Xuan Sanxing stepped forward and offered a cupped fist salute. Thank you all for braving the long road. Unlike Li Pengzi, he greeted every leader in moments. Yi Fan had already introduced him. The title brain of Nanchuan carried weight, and the crowd showed him deep respect. A full 2,000 beast tamers, Jingling, and several other commanders murmured behind Yi Fan, eyes gleaming at the hand-picked ranks. Yi King, give me 1,000 of them, Jingling said, rubbing her palms together. I'll forge you an elite strike force. Jingling, are you crazy? 2,000 in total, and you want half? Why not ask for all of them? Fine, I'll take them all. Like hell you will. The commanders were on the brink of trading blows, and the tamers exchanged uneasy glances, half expecting to be marched straight onto a dueling ground. Yi Fan lifted a hand. We'll sort out the assignments later. First, every beast tamer goes to the academy for standardized training. Only after they qualify will they be posted to your units. Once the arrangements settled down, curiosity shifted to the visitors from Fu Guang Island. You must be Ying Mu of Fu Guang Island, said Yi Mao, Yi Fan's eldest uncle, approaching with a warm smile. Call me Yi Mao. He pointed to the people beside him. This is Law King Qian He, Destruction King Min Ri, Bone King. Greetings, everyone, Ying Mu answered pleasantly. I spent my early years on the mainland. I only moved to Fu Guang Island after my favorite disciple was injured. Min Ri narrowed his eyes. You look familiar, Ying Mu. What was your previous title? Title? Ying Mu's smile faltered. He hadn't expected the question. Wasn't it the thousand-faced thief king? Min Ri pressed. Decades ago someone stole the first scroll of my great Sun Heart Sutra. No, that wasn't me. Ying Mu waved both hands. Qian He's eyes also narrowed. When I was studying in the South Sea, my luggage and talismans vanished. Ying Mu. Back then, I believe you called yourself a Dingbua, didn't you? Ying Mu is seriously impressive. When Hao Ri stepped up beside Yi Fan, he spotted Ying Mu in the middle of a crush of people and instinctively wiped the sweat from his brow. The mound of loot piled around him was practically a small hill. How many hands had he borrowed it from? If things got ugly, it would be a mess to clean up. Yi Fan waved it off, lowering his voice. No one's going to start a fight. At this level, everyone's a centuries-old fox. Petty squabbles don't matter. Even if they're furious, as long as I'm here, they'll swallow it. Sure enough, after a burst of noise the crowd settled down. Jokes replaced shouting, and Ying Mu blended right in. In less than half an hour, Nanchuan had gained another king-level powerhouse. With him on board, our confidence just spiked. Yi Mao came up beside Yi Fan, scanning him with a hint of surprise. You broke into the glory tier? Yeah, Yi Fan nodded. A lot happened on the trip to Fu Guang Island. They'll fill you in at tonight's banquet. Yi Mao agreed, and the two spent the next while handling handovers while Sansheng dragged Yi Fan around, laying out all of Nanchuan's recent changes. The world was in turmoil, but Nanchuan kept climbing. Several king-level masters held the line, cutting-edge tech kept advancing, and the Mingxin sect shielded the northern front. With peace inside and no pressure outside, Nanchuan annexed multiple small provinces in a few months. Troops, weapons, and research skyrocketed. The old brotherhood followed Li Pengzi could now fight and command on their own, growing just as Yi Fan had predicted. Night fell, a banquet spread out, and candlelight bathed the great hall in warm gold. Cups clinked non-stop until Yi Fan mentioned Fu Guang Island. The instant the word transcendent surfaced, everyone leaned in at once. For humanity, the peak was king level, with the rare half-emperor. A being able to crush 100 kings was beyond belief. He isn't a transcendent, but he fights like one, maybe stronger, Yi Fan emphasized. If not for the chains of his obsession, he could sweep inland with a handful of followers and be unstoppable. His soul conversion alone is impossible to counter. He gripped his cup harder, eyes blazing with longing. To fight someone like that, even dying in battle would feel worth it. Master Fong said the same. Yi Fan thought of old times, then turned to Yi Mao. Great uncle, do you remember Master Fong? Master Fong. Yi Mao frowned, then suddenly stiffened. My teacher apprenticed under an old king-level senior named Fong, who guided me many times. Could it be him? It's him. Yi Fan nodded. He was the first on Fu Guang Island to show me kindness, and he warned me about the darkness there. Is Master Fong still on the island? Hearing that his ancestral master lived, Yi Mao rose, solemn. I must pay my respects. Master Fong fell in the final battle. Yi Fan shook his head. He was framed, left with nothing but resentment, and went to Fu Guang Island. In the end, he died alone. With no attachment, she just wanted a final duel with the giant. So it was. Yi Mao froze for a moment, then let out a faint, sorrowful sigh. Master Fong was upright and fearless, once the backbone of our race. And now he takes his final bow like this, he murmured into his cup. Qian, he added, to fall in battle against a worthy foe is far better than wasting away. He won't have any regrets. The table fell silent. Everyone pictured the brutal fight with the giant, countless elites lost, and well over half of Fu Guang Island's civilians dead or maimed. Yi Fan clicked his tongue. The seafront was even worse. We were lucky we finally stopped the giant. Swan Sansheng lifted his cup and tapped it with his folded fan, voice calm but certain. If the goal is reached, any cost is worth it. Right. Yi Fan raised his drink as well. We'll set the melancholy aside for now. Next, we're opening a portal to Fu Guang Island, and you'll probably run into plenty of old friends there. Ingmu slapped the table and jumped up. That place is wild, full of geniuses with sharp tongues. You've got to visit. Someone teased. You only go there to steal things, don't you? With all those heavy hitters around, you'll be strung up and beaten every day. Rubbish. Ingmu barked back, then laughed at himself. I'm not strung up and beaten every day, I'm tied up and beaten. Laughter swept the room, chasing away the gloom. The newcomers had sparked fresh life in Nanchuan. After several rounds of wine, Swan Sansheng folded his fan, turned serious, and bowed to Yi Fan. King Yi, I need to discuss something. Nanchuan's expansion has hit a snag. Yi Fan paused, sensing the strategist had chosen this moment because he needed these gathered powerhouses. Before he could speak, the ever-eager Ingmu shouted, just say it, strategist. We're all here for King Yi. The others echoed him. Swan Sansheng smiled at Yi Fan, waited for his nod, then began. Pushing west, we ran into an ancient sect blocking the path. They have as many experts as Mingxin sect. Our troops are pinned at the border. I kept it quiet to avoid burdening you. But now that you're back, we must talk. On par with Mingxin sect? Yi Fan was stunned. Mingxin spanned 13 provinces of the central region, teeming with masters. Even the northern king avoided provoking them. Lowering his voice, Swan continued. They call themselves Western Sea Sword Sect, also known as Sword Pavilion. They keep a low profile, yet their influence stretches across the western coast down to the south. If we can't break through, we're bottled up in the center. Western Sea Sword Sect Sword Pavilion? Yi Fan frowned. The name rang a bell. He flipped his hand, revealing an ancient wooden token. The front bore a single bold character for sword, ordinary at first glance, yet edged with hidden sharpness. He recognized it instantly and shot to his feet. A transcendence token. Kid, where did you get that? The faint sword intent radiating from the token stunned the rest. All eyes swung to Yi Fan. It was given to me by the Renwang. Yi Fan replied evenly. You met the Renwang? They were even more astonished. Yi Fan nodded. His lineage once faced calamity, and by chance I met him. Before we parted, he told me the sword sage left several legacies, one in the Western Sea. He said this token might be useful. He studied it in his palm. That Western Sea Sword sect must be the legacy the sword sage left behind. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.